gorgeous Honolulu, Hawaii. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our pre-show. My name is Zoinks. I am representing Pokemon Unite, and I am joined by three incredible commentators, analysts, experts of their field for the three other titles. Amanda for Pokemon Go, Huga for Pokemon TCG, and Scott for Pokemon Trading Card Game. Welcome, Amanda. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. You know, we were talking a little bit before, and even though Pokemon Go is relatively new to the world's scene, there's so much that has changed this year. This is our first season for championship points. This is our first season that we have open team sheets, and this is only the second tournament in the actual meta that we're playing in right now, so it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Amazing. And Puga, you are back in Hawaii after quite a while, so how is it feeling to be back at another World Championships here?
Feels incredible. There's nothing like the World Championships. I've been coming to these since 2004, so about 20 years, but it's always the most exciting event of the year. You just feel the energy from people all over the world coming together, a shared love of Pokemon, and the TCG, it does have the longest history of the World Championships of all the games, but the exciting part is that we all come together here.
That is true. And Scott, you got history here as well, so how does it feel to be back in Honolulu, Hawaii?
I'm really excited to be back in Hawaii. I competed in the video game championships here one year. It's crazy how much things have grown. You know, I feel like you could fit the VG play area about 4 times into just our backstage area now. I'm really excited to see as, you know, Miraidon and Calyrex have come to terrorize our format.
Okay, fair enough. Now, we've had some pretty interesting seasons, all 4 of us, in our different games. That has been the culmination now here for the World Championships. Of course, the event we've all been looking forward to all year. So why don't we get a bit of a recap of what your season's been like and what we're looking at it now. So how about for Pokemon Go, Amanda?
I mean, this season, like we talked about, has brought about a lot of changes. This is actually also our largest competition so far. Around 250 competitors were invited to Worlds, and I mean, it could be anyone's game at this point. We have some people from all over, and I know that we have a couple crowd favorites as well, and we'll have to get into those a little bit later.
Okay, fair enough. And how about you for TCG, Puka?
Yeah, TCG's been exciting. You know, we've had record-breaking attendance at our regionals, internationals. It's been a huge year for the TCG in terms of decks that are being used. You know, we're fully in the Scarlet and Violet era. Pokemon EX, you know, we have Pokemon like Gardevoir EX did extremely well at NAIC. I think we're going to see a lot more of that at the World Championships, but we are introducing a new expansion, the Shrouded Fable expansion, which has some cards that will mix things up a little bit. So I'm excited to see how it's going to all play out.
I'm excited too. That's a great pitch for Worlds. I'm really pumped to see some Shrouded Fable cards. And Scott, for VGC, we're now in year 2 of Scarlet and Violet. So what's the season been like?
Yeah, it's been very exciting. You know, we started out the year with a format more similar to what spectators may have seen at last year's Pokemon World Championships, gradually adding Pokemon from the Teal Mask DLC, which, you know, is mostly just Ogerpon, and then a bunch of really powerful Paradox Pokemon in the following regulation. And now trainers have a new unique challenge, which we've never seen at the World Championships before, where only a single restricted Pokemon, the most powerful legendary Pokemon, are permitted on their teams. So trainers really having to figure out how to stop each potential restricted Pokemon only using one of their own.
All right. Ooh, that's a lot to look forward to. The Unite side of things has been super exciting, of course. We really like to make that happen, but we've had so many tournaments all year with a international tournament at EUIC for the AOS Cup, and now this is our second international tournament. So a lot of big names returning to the main stage. So many names that have been making their name for themselves in recent tournaments as well. It is super exciting. So our event is going to be a blast as well. I mean, you came to the right place if you're looking for exciting Pokemon, right? And if you're looking to earn a little bit as well while watching the event this weekend, all 4 of our games have something to show you. I think Scott, VG wants to show a little bit about what we have on the giveaway front.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the cool things that kind of have been a part of the circuit the past few years, where we celebrate a previous champion by distributing one of their Pokemon. And this time it is the Senior Division World Champion last year in Sylveon. So you can make sure to enter that code before it's too late. I always forget and am very disappointed later. And perhaps we'll get to see him later on. He is now competing in the Masters Division. So I don't know if he'll bring that Sylveon. I didn't expect to see it last year either, though. So hey, you know, maybe it'll break through.
Ooh, a spicy pick for the code giveaway. I love that. That's super exciting. Now, Puka, I know TCG's got some pretty sick rewards as well. So what can people get if they're tuning in and watching the stream?
Yeah, for your TCG Live account, you can go ahead and insert this code, Outburst Worlds 24. That will get you a special illustration rare Pecharunt EX. Put it in your deck. You know, it's from the new Shrouded Fable expansion, one of the mascots of that expansion. So pretty exciting card with some cool artwork. So make sure you put in that code, get that card. But that's not the only thing we have for TCG. We also have Twitch drops. If you're watching throughout the weekend, you can earn some kind of exclusive cosmetics, you know, coin, sleeves, deck box, and some other stuff you can earn. So yeah, be sure to watch throughout the weekend and get some cool stuff for your Pokemon TCG Live account.
The magic word feels like exclusive sometimes, you know what I mean? So yeah, make sure you are tuning in for those Twitch drops. And Pokemon Go, no exclusion here in the Twitch drops category.
Yeah.
So Amanda, what can people look forward to when they watch the Pokemon Go
Listen, I don't want to brag, but I think out of it all, we have the best Twitch drops. You're going to
Okay.
want to make sure that you're watching the Pokemon channel, because not only do we have Twitch drops, we have different ones for each day. So day one is going to be around its accent, our previous world champions, Sableye. So you can get some Sableye candy, XL candy, an Elite TM Stardust. And then day two, a little sneak peek maybe into the next upcoming season. You can choose their team options where you're going to get some spawns around these specific Pokemon. Very, very interesting.
Oh, I love that. I mean, if we're getting a sneak peek of those Pokemon, there's some I'm super excited for. Pangoro, please make a splash in Pokemon Go. That would be fantastic. Pokemon Unite as well, we are going to be jumping in with the Twitch drops. You'll be able to earn some item enhancers if you were tuning in and watching at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. And if you're watching that grand finals event on Saturday night, you will have a chance to earn a Unite license box as well. So make sure you're tuned in there for a chance to win. And we got a code that you can enter in the game as well to earn a Platinum Gengar Boost emblem. Gift code WCS2024. You got to make sure you claim that by August 19th, but it's a pretty sweet emblem. It's snazzy. Add that to your collection, and you're going to be feeling a lot better in your ranked games. Trust me. I really like that look. It is awesome. But let's face it, I mean, those are exciting, but what we're all here for is the competition that is going to be amazing all weekend long. We got some players to watch for each of our games. So Amanda, who are these players that you want to spotlight for Pokemon Go?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad that we're getting into this because we have trainers that are coming in from all over. We're just going to highlight 3 of them real quickly here. The first one I want to talk about is Rubik's Master. He came in, he actually got 2nd place in the World Championships last year, and he only lost to the world champion, It's Axon, the whole season. So this season, not only has he qualified for Worlds, he hasn't played that many tournaments, and I think he's going to really make a strong run. Our second person up is Palasha, a really, really well-known trainer in Europe, known for using Magnezone, which is like a pretty spicy pick, and she top cut 5 of the 8 tournaments that she actually played in, and she qualified for Worlds off of these alone, not even using any championship points from locals. And our very last one is Jakobovich from Australia. He is a trainer. He was actually our very first trainer this season who won 2 regional competitions in 1 season. And we had a couple of them do it, but he can claim that #1 title.
Wow, okay, I mean, each of them champions in their own right already, but going for a brand new title in World Champion. That's exciting. There's a few players in the running for TCG as well, Puka, so who should we be looking out for in the card game?
Yeah, there's so many competitors in the TCG and so many with a long history at the World Championships. But Andrew Hedrick is more of a newcomer to the Pokemon TCG scene, has really burst onto it in the last couple of years, has 3 regional wins in the last 2 years, plus just fresh off that NAIC victory and a very, very exciting down to the wire win with that Lost Box deck. But you know, for TCG, it's typically all eyes on Tord Reklev. He is the guy everybody's watching. He got an agonizing 2nd place at the World Championships last year. You know, that was his kind of final thing he needed. You know, he's won so many international championships. He's won basically every kind of tournament except Worlds, and he's gotten top 4. He's got 2nd last year. He was just 1 turn away from winning. So, you know, he's going to be super focused for this event. I ran into him. He said he's been in Hawaii for 2 weeks and he's just had his head down practicing the whole time. He has not done any vacationing, any sightseeing, just full practice the whole way. He is here to win. And the last player from Oceania is Brent Tunnison, who I believe is actually the #1 ranked player in TCG in the Masters division for the season. He's traveled the entire world this season, which is pretty difficult. You know, he's in Australia and he's flying to tournaments all over the world and he's placing in top 8 all over the place. So he's a player to watch for sure. He's been on a roll this season.
Amazing. I mean, all 3 of those players sound incredible. Definitely have a chance at that World Championship title. I mean, we're skipping vacation to be locked in for games. That is definitely a big showcase. Scott, for VGC, we also have some amazing competitors with storied seasons. Who are 3 players that you want to spotlight?
Well, I think perhaps this year more than ever we could see a surprise, but the big names are going to make it difficult. One I think that no one's going to be too surprised to see here is Wolf Glick. It feels like he's been on stream every event. He's actually only played a few events this year. He won 2 different regional championships, and he's actually coming off his weakest finish of the season, which was still 22nd at the North America International Championships. He's the 2016 World Champion, the only North American World Champion who's competing, and he also got second the last time we were here in Hawaii. And speaking of second place, poor Aurelian Sola always seems to wind up in that second place spot. Second place at the Lille Regionals, second place at the Utrecht Special Event, and second place at the North America International Championships. 10 years ago on the stream, I kind of reverse caster cursed Sajin Park when I said that perhaps he was the best player who'd never won a World Championships. I think Aurelian has earned being in that conversation now, so hey, maybe we'll see it again. And then finally, we see the Japan National Champion on the other side of the screen. Never want to count out the winner of the Japan qualification system, no matter who it is. They always seem to wind up very deep in the tournament, and I think Japan in general is just going to be super scary. I think the finals of that tournament was definitely an upset where the runner-up may be just as scary, and I believe Japan also has 4 other world champions competing in this event, including both of last year's Master and Senior Division world champions.
Okay, well, everyone is here. They've all gathered for this competition, the champions alike in their own right, but alchemy like silver into gold medal might be on the way very soon for some of these competitors. In the Pokemon Unite scene, we have 3 teams that I wanted to spotlight, but there is so many like tournament favorites, if I wanted to call it. But 3 teams that I wanted to call out is going to be Fusion from LATAM South first. A region in LATAM South, a very exciting one, but Fusion have been a dominant force all season long. They haven't lost a single tournament, regional events and international events, including the AOS Cup at EUIC. They have won every single event they participated in. 100% win rate, pretty good. Fennel from Japan is a somewhat newer squad, relatively, but they did win the Japan regional competition. Zeta Division coming in second place, but they did win the Asia Champions League, and they got second place at that AOS Cup for the international event. So with so many good squads coming out of Japan, it really does feel like it's their year, but right now, our only world champions we've ever had in Pokemon Unite come from North America, back-to-back champions, and now we're playing on that home turf, so maybe North America will make a showing as well. I mean, who knows? There is so many exciting teams to watch, so I think a lot to look forward to in this event. I personally cannot wait. Any final thoughts before we close out here, Amanda?
I mean, I'm just really excited for Pokemon Go. I mean, obviously, no shade. I'm excited for all the games, but really best Twitch drops, most exciting battles. You're going to be watching Pokemon Go.
Fair enough. How about you, Puka?
There's just such a long history for TCG at the World Championships. There's players like Ross Cawthon who have qualified for every one. He's taken second place twice. He's just every year trying to fight to get that World Championship victory finally. We actually have, I believe, 13 players who are in the running to be a 2-time world champion, which is really exciting. We've only had 1 multiple-time world champion in the TCG. So that's something I'm going to be watching as well to see if any of those players can, put their names in the history books as a 2-time world champion.
Awesome. How about you, Scott?
I'm just really excited to see how players navigate this format. We've never really had anything like it, and with so many players competing this year and a format where I think like the top team archetypes are better defined than in most years, I don't think it's going to work just to kind of like have nothing unique and just expect to win your way through on skill alone with a bunch of matchups that may be very close to 50-50. So I'm excited to see what competitors do to give themselves a little bit better odds. I think whoever wins this tournament is going to have a really clever solution.
Oh, I love that. I think Unite's kind of in the same boat. I think this might be the tournament we've had the most parity of any World Championships yet. These teams feel very close together across the board. So I personally can't wait, and I know all of you can't either. So make sure to tune in and follow all of the channels, youtube.com/Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon, and tune in. Sunday will be the grand finals for Go, TCG, and VGC. Pokemon Unite will be concluding on Saturday night, so make sure to tune into that. Now, the next thing that you all are going to want to stay tuned in for is a pretty exciting event that I'm personally pumped for. It will be the opening ceremony. So the opening ceremonies will be happening very soon, and right after that, the competition. So tune in and enjoy the World Championships.
drumming, now it's calling you by name. The spirit of the game takes you the highest you can go. No stopping now. You've come too far and now it's coursing through your veins. Oh, the spirit of the game.
O ka hele a ka waine ui, me haka leo I ke kule, a ohe hawala a wana manu, wala I ka nona me ka malui. Hele loa mai noa ako mo mai loko nei o ka ale, o ka inoa no hoi o ku uhale ku mai la ipuna o mauli ole. Ano kau noi ho I ke maila no kou make make ho I au me oi ko hale o halaua ola. Ke ai aku nei au I kau noi, oi ai he mai ka ke noi.
O e umai nei ka ne uhe aloha lai, aloha wa nei o e hi a ka lai, hi a ka I ka polia o pele lai ai, aloha o e pele honua me alai, mena kini a ka mahula e ai, kane kua ka mahu pule lola e ai, hua ina pau paapu la e ai, ka honua ka lewalani lewali ili ilai, ka nei a ka honua e alai, ka balili pu'uvai a he aloha lai, aloha e nā hoa o ka wau e ai, ke kini a ke akua, ke kini a ka naka, ke kini a nā mamo ka hua ai a ke ola ola oe ola ola ka koa mauloa e. O e umai nei ka ne ue aloha lai, aloha ua nei o e hi a ka lai, hi a ka I ka polia o pele lai, aloha o e pele honua me alai, mena kini a ka mahula e ai, kane kua ka mahu pule lola e ai, hua ina pau paapu la e ai, ka honua ka lewalani lewali ili ilai, ka nei a ka honua e alai, ka palili pu'uvai e he aloha lai, aloha e nā hoa o ka wau e ai, ke kini a ke akua, ke kini a ka naka, ke kini a ka hua ai a ke ola ola oe ola ola ka koua mauloa e hula.
We came from far away to share our love of the game, while the island sunset glows, making new memories with my Ohana Mile family. Hey, come on, my, it's time to go. 2024 Pokémon World Championships. We're here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii, with the best to ever play the game. But you never know.
It could be you on Dixie.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
Wow, let's hear one more big round of applause for Kylo Moon and our amazing dancers. That musical performance was one absolutely to remember, and that hula performance was such a great way to welcome all our trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's truly an honor to perform in front of a wonderful audience of Pokemon trainers. Thank you again. And Ikomo Mai means welcome, come on in, and welcome to Hawaiʻi.
I know I'm going to be singing A Como Mai all weekend long. Tell us a little bit more about that first dance.
The opening hula was about Pele, who is one of our goddesses. We have many gods and goddesses that embody all of our elements that surround us. Pele embodies fire and volcanoes, creation of new land, and that opening number was about her and her sisters and their competitive relationship with each other. And
I love that. And I can't wait to learn a little bit more about Pele later. I know I'm going to be singing those songs all weekend long. Thank you so much. I'm just filled with that Hawaiian spirit.
Ikomo Mai simply means welcome, but also it represents a desire for all of us to come together as a community. So thank you so much for having us in the Pokemon community.
Yeah, we're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon, right? And we're so happy to be in Hawaii once again. So please, one more round of applause for that amazing Hawaiian welcome. Thank you so much. Now, hello, officially welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host this weekend here in the stunning city of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are honored to have over 3,000 of the best trainers from around the globe joining us here this weekend. These talented trainers are ready to compete in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon UNITE. But before we dive into all of that excitement, let's hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokemon トレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。
Hello, Pokemon trainers!
ワールドチャンピオンシップ2024を迎えることができ、大変嬉しく思っています。
I'm very happy to be here together with you for the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
この世界大会は、ポケモンのすべてを祝い、そして楽しみにゲームです。世界中から集まった皆さんがお互いを支え合い、そして競い合う姿を見るのは、私にとって大きな喜びです。
The Pokemon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokemon, and I am delighted to see all of you from around the world come here to compete with and support each other.
私は今日から皆さん一人一人を応援したいと思います。まずはこの場にたどり着いたことを心からお祝いいたします。世界チャンピオンになるために全力で頑張ってください。
I look forward to cheering each and every one of you this weekend. Congratulations on making it here. And please give it your all and strive to become the world champion.
そしてトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも感謝申し上げます。皆さんのサポートはトレーナーたちが目標を達成する上でかけがえのないものです。
I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the family and friends who supported our trainers throughout the season. Your support is invaluable to helping them achieve their goals.
また私たちを温かく迎えてくださったホノルルの皆さんにマハロの気持ちでいっぱいです。このように再びハワイの地で世界大会を開催できたことに感謝いたします。
And mahalo to the community of Honolulu for the warm welcome. We are so happy to be able to host the Pokémon World Championships here in Hawaii once again.
さて、トレーナーの皆さん、これから気持ちを引き締めて、いよいよ始まるバトルに集中しましょう。私が次に皆さんにお会いするのは日曜日閉会式の夕方の閉会式です。その時にポケモンの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
For now, trainers, let's focus on the competition ahead, and I'll see you all again at the closing ceremonies on Sunday evening to share some special news for our Pokemon games.
皆さんのご健闘を心より祈っています。それでは大いに楽しんでください。
I wish you all the best of luck in your battles. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara! Now, we are just moments away from kicking off the Pokemon 2024 World Championship. To set the competitive stage, our casters and analysts will be diving into the players and storylines that we should keep our eyes on this weekend. But before you take your seats at the play tables, we want to take a moment to honor and inspire those who made it to Worlds and are starting their journey down Victory Road. So in the next dance, you will see the power of Pele's family. Her favorite sister, Hi'iaka, is known for fighting giant dragons like Mokoli'i, now an islet of Oahu's Kualoa Beach. Hi'iaka is a skilled fighter who uses her magical skirt and control of the elements to defeat enemies and clear her path. So let this performance become a part of your story and inspire you to become the best and achieve victory. Competitors, good luck. We can't wait to see who will be the next Pokémon World Champion.
Awana mo koli ke kai wa hele apuana e ake kanaka hele ikali ula o ko hala iovi Vi ai ole, vi makai ole. I kai ano kai kai ka, hei kai ka no e. Ai e, oi e, ai e, oi e. Pilia mo o kai ko o I ka palilai. Ua mo o kualoa lai o I o. Kai popo I kumu pali ka neho alani. Kula na ka ho I mo koli I ta e hua ke kai. Mo ka pua wa ke aya ho o ho kulai. Kuka pi o aloa pi o nue nue ai e o I o I Ki e ka neho alani. Ho bue bue ana mo koli I de anu. He keiki makahi apo I ana ko o lau e na te o ne o kane. Lau na ko ama o ki o he ia. E ia ula wa ke nai ka ino ai e o I Maka ino mo o ka mo o vivi. O a ka a o ka pau. O a ka huelo hale hale. O pa I pali ku I ko o lau. Ku ele poa ke ko o lau wahine. Ni ho ku alo no mai. Nuata o lau e ai o I Oh hai ke ka bao ke le. Oh hai makani holo balilai. Oh hai ka mako ka vahine. Oh hai ka hua kai make. Halulu e ue, 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 halulu e ue.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is it. Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional.
And Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Arjet, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjet.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
And he takes it, the Charlotte Miracle.
Torn Reklev is your 5-time international champion.
Urshifu, close combat, it's it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down, I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been. You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Rekkless.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's got to be Gabriel Agati.
Dunebug.
Justin Tang.
Brad Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won. So that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me. There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown. And I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
Welcome to the 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships live here in Honolulu. To the tens of thousands live here in attendance, to the hundreds of thousands that will be watching at home. Hello, everybody. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Ye to the ha, and I'm joined by the one and only broadcast bandito, Alolan Spraggles, better known as Dupe Snacks.
Chee-hoo! Fist fought a Sharpedo on my way here, took his tooth, bring me to this event. I'm super excited, gassed to the gills. Crowd's ready, teams are ready. We're ready, obviously.
We're ready, I'm sure.
You can't understate how excited we are right now. This event's gonna be awesome.
We have so many amazing games coming at you, and at the end of this 2-day journey, you are gonna find out who your Pokemon Unite World Champion is. And man, what a game one we have.
Yes.
Last year's World Champs against the 5th place team, Legacy. Luminosity Legacy Game 1. Let's take a look at some of these qualified teams. If you've been watching Unite, you know these names. Nouns Esports out of EU, Fennel out of Japan, former champion lord, like insane. I cannot wait to see some of these teams go at it. Dupe Snacks, who are you looking at?
You can't not look at Shinrude. They had a great showing at the AOS Cup. Of course, Fusion won the AOS Cup. You had Nemesis, now Fluffy Nem. Great job at the AOS Cup, kind of surpassed the NA expectations in that event. These teams are ready to go. We're ready to go. And because I tripped over those wires, we had a little bit of a delay to kick this thing off. I'm sorry about that, but that means we've got great groups to go through and a great match to kick off, as you already mentioned.
That's right. In Group A, we're going to be watching Legacy Luminosity first. Like, this is a match that you could imagine possibly being in the grand finals of this entire event. We're going to see it here day one for our first match. So many good games coming up. Taking a look at all these groups, 2 teams will advance from every group, heading into our day 2, where you're going to see this 16-team huge bracket, single elimination, 3 matches, but single elimination bracket. It's going to be insane.
Let's take a look at our cast of predictions. These are Pokemon that we thought would have a great weekend here. If you can see my panel, I went with a little heavy pink, touch of green theme. I think Mr. Mime's gonna have a great event, really show out. Leafeon as well has always kind of been the go-to speedster as of late. I think that's a good spot to be, but break down some of the other picks we got.
I mean, there are so many huge Pokemon, right? I got Charizard on my list, but I don't even know if we're gonna see it. It's that powerful. We could see it banned in so many games. A lot of people are noticing the Blissey, the Hoopa, Blaziken making a ton of lists right here. Umbreon all over the place as well is one of the most powerful defenders in the game. There are so many good Pokemon right now. Out of the roster we have of a little over 60-ish Pokemon, I would say there are so many huge choices you could see, and a lot of those sleeper picks that some of these teams have. You know, we've got the best Blastoise player in the world here. We've got defender players where if they don't get the Slowbro, they don't get, you know, the Mime maybe for their defender choice. They have the Trevenant. There's just so many good options.
Yeah, and then if you talk about just an East versus West type situation, I mean, the East loves Sableye to the point where in the middle of the season, we were seeing it getting banned by some of these teams. But now, is the West even ready for that? Do they have that on their radar? Because we were kind of talking about this yesterday, you and I, getting ready for this. A good Sableye ruins your opposing team's day. A bad Sableye ruins your own team's day. And I want to make sure that...
It's going to troll somebody.
Yes, somebody is getting trolled by these Sableyes. Of course, big shout out to me, trolling everybody, including this broadcast.
That's right. Let's take a look at our drops here. So just for watching, there are things that you're going to be able to get on Twitch. So make sure that you are checking it out, watching for at least 60 minutes, and you will be able to get some of these prizes. And then day 2, we have licenses that we are giving out. If you're watching during the grand finals, make sure you are checking that out. Something for everybody. And Dupsnacks, as we've always talked about, if you're looking to watch 60 minutes of Unite, it couldn't be better than right now at the top of the show here with this match and with me and you.
Yeah, where we are going to be polluting a lot of the screen with our presence until this game gets underway. And honestly, there's nothing more we like more than talking about ourselves at you.
That's right. We love to talk about ourselves at you. You can see our fits, very demure. It's incredible stuff right here. Very mindful. We're ready to go here. I know this audience is ready to go.
Ready to go? One more button. Is that what you said?
Yeah, ready to go. Drop another button is what that means. Ready to go means unbutton your shirt even farther, Dupsnacks. As we get ready for our first game here up on the big stage, let's take a look here at some of the socials that you can follow for Unite. Hey, there they are. Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Pokemon on YouTube. Pokemon on Facebook. Pokemon on Instagram.
Why didn't I
right there. Follow the channels. Pokemon Unite on YouTube. Pokemon Unite on Twitch. Spraggles on YouTube. I bet I'm not allowed to plug that.
Dupsnacks on Twitter. We did it.
Dupsnacks on Twitter.
Here, I tried to cover for you a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be able to repair that volume of damage. Let's take a look at a format video brought to you and voiced by somebody you're familiar with, Grip It and Rip It production.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships will be showcasing the best Pokemon Unite teams and matches all weekend long from Honolulu, Hawaii. Trainers from all over the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion and over $2 million in total prizing. Our tournament will take place over 2 days. On day 1, all invited teams will be randomly placed into 8 groups in a single round-robin format. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to day 2. On day 2, we will be left with 16 teams that will play in a single elimination bracket until we determine our world champion. Who will take the title of Pokemon UNITE World Champions this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
All right. Thank you very much, Past Spraggles. You did an amazing job. A really incredible job. Yeah, really good job. You did a really good job, buddy.
Good.
Now, obviously, we need to break down every single Pokemon that's in Unite. I'm kidding, of course. We are just about ready to go here. We have our teams up on the big stage. I wonder if I can poke some up on that big stage. They're getting ready for their interview right now. As always,
there's somebody.
We shrink them down to a miniature size.
It's the only way we can make them fit.
It's the only.
It's the only way you can make them fit.
It's a reasonable way to do it. They're going to be up there competing. Luminosity, your world champions from last year, versus Legacy. What a showdown.
Yeah, really the giant slayers of last year, getting rid of Talibobo Believers, a team that a lot of people thought were the best in the world. But let's not delay this any further. We're going to sling it up on stage to get this battle started.
Chef, take it away.
Hey everybody, we're here. We're getting ready for the first match. We've got Lutano from Luminosity and Matzo from Legacy, our first 2 interviewees / captains, and what a first match between these 2. So I got some questions for you 2, of course. We'll start here on the right. Okay, how much did you prepare for Legacy?
A lot.
All right, a lot is a good answer. Is there any more descriptive than a lot? How much did you prepare for Luminosity?
It's actually a really fun matchup because we've been practicing against Black Hands /LG for like 3 years now. We've been practicing against TV for like 3 years now. They know us inside out. We know them inside out. It's going to be a matter of who got better from regionals up to the World Tournament.
All right. You don't have to say it. Do you have any secret plans against the opponents?
Yeah.
All right. Keeping it simple, keeping it clean. I like it. Ready to play. You got any secret plans up against Luminosity?
Being more descriptive? Yes. 2.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, anything that you would like to say to your opponents before you begin the match?
We gotta take you out, man. We're gonna win.
And of course, your turn too.
Overall, can make it 3 times in a row. You gotta win.
All right, well, that's the last questions for you two. Good luck to the both of you. You want to strike one final pose for the crowd as we get ready for our first match of the day? Let's send it back to the casters. Let's go, Luminosity versus Legacy. Great job, guys.
Hit on with that why I oughta right on
Big
stage.
poses, getting ready for it right here. That's right, Luminosity, your former world champions, looking to make the three-peat happen for Overlord there, and the first time for a lot of players on that team against one of the best in the world, Brazil's finest, Legacy. This is gonna be amazing.
It really is. Let's take a look at Luminosity right now. Let's take a look at this
take a look at Legacy.
No.
Production, don't do what
Don't
Duke's
do
next.
that.
Give me
Just
Legacy,
do the other
baby.
thing.
We got Mazo, Falb, Lel, Soto, and Wolf first place in their Brazil regional, undefeated in the 2022 season. Well, here they are right now. We're gonna see what they can do on the world stage. Always a team that could win the whole thing. And we've got a little bit of a video about Mazo that I want you to check out right now.
Check it out.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Mazo from Legacy, and we're going to be talking about their journey and what's going to happen this weekend at the World Championships. So good to see you, dude. I always love seeing you. I always love seeing your team play. Obviously, you have an insane amount of fans out there. You did amazing last year. Your team got all the way through to 5th place, right?
Yeah.
And you took down what a lot of people considered to be possibly the best team in the world in Tally Bobo Believers. It feels like you're sort of the giant slayers, and your first game is against the former world champs, Luminosity. How do you feel about it?
It's really funny because Luminosity was the main team that we practiced against before groups were drawn. We actually had a practice on the day the groups were drawn, and we had to cancel it out. So really happy to play against such a strong team again. They know how we play, but we also really know how they play because of that. And really excited to finally play against Overlord because we've been wanting to play against each other for a while now.
That's amazing. I've got to ask. So you've had an incredible year. You had an incredible year last year, incredible year the year before that. How does this team feel compared to your group last year?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Actually, we've bootcamped a lot more this year. We've been together for a longer time in the same house and living together as a team as a whole. I really think that besides the results last year, this is the strongest form any Brazilian team has ever appeared in a tournament. So I'm really excited to be able to show up in the stage.
So one thing I noticed about your team last year, especially in that game against Tally Bobo, I saw you on stage, and I remember it was maybe between a game or before a game started, you were all smiling, you were laughing. It felt like you were having a really good time, and I feel like I don't see every team in that mode, right? Is that when you feel like you're playing your best, when your team's kind of in that space?
I have a lot of fun playing on stage. Competition is something I'm really passionate about, so wherever I can compete, I'm like in my best zone, in the best scenario ever.
I want to know a little bit about Legacy. Like, tell me about the transition from last year to this year, and what does this team mean to you? Because it feels like this is a group that really sticks together.
I really thought that at the beginning of this year, this roster is the best team that we can possibly manage in Brazil. Same thing as last year with the team, so I really want to see what prizes we get from sticking to the same team. I also think that synergy is really important, and keeping the team together, it's the most important. If you're gonna switch one player or another, I think that's fine, but switching a whole roster, for a world stage, it's complicated.
Amazing, everybody. The incredible Baby Mazo from Legacy. Let's go back to back and go down. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Yeah.
And down.
Yeah, what's that, production? Yeah, you did tell me we were going to Luminosity first, but you switched it up? Yeah, I accept your apology. Thank you. Appreciate that.
What's that, production? Yeah, I'll take another coffee. Okay, we're back, everybody. Ready to go for this game. Obviously, I got to talk to Mazo earlier. Absolutely love this team. This is one of those moments where I feel torn. I want to root for both of these teams so hard. I love Legacy. I think they're so good. And of course, I want to see NA really show up today. The former champs. If they could do it again, what a story.
Without a doubt. I mean, for Overlord, it is that three-peat, right? There's only 2 players in this event that have that opportunity. Both from NA, Overlord, and Slash, both here on different teams. Overlord wants that three-peat. The rest of the team wants to prove that they're worthy wearing Luminosity Gaming's championship mantle because they're carrying that right now. Taking a look at our wonderful stage here, we have LG on your left, of course, Legacy on the right. These teams are ready to go, and we've got a draft on the way.
That's right. You can see him up on the big stage with Tyranitar. We felt like, hey, we're probably not going to see it in any of these teams. Let's get it up on stage at one point as we get ready for our first draft of our World Championships here in day one. Slowbro banned out. Charizard banned out. No surprise there. Hoopa, we've seen that coming. And our final ban over to the side of Legacy, it's going to be the Ceruledge, it looks like. And then first pick is going to be heading over to Luminosity.
Yeah, there's a lot of great directions Luminosity can go. A lot of great Pokemon still left in the pool. Are they going to feed Overlord, or are they going to let them pick something last? Quickly going to Umbreon. This is one of Joey's best Pokemon since they forced him to learn another one after the whole Trevenant debacle.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Umbreon, I think, is maybe the best defender out there right now. Slowbro, of course, is right there. There's so many good ones, so many powerful picks, and you see the side of Legacy. Now that that defender's out of the way and Slowbro's already banned, they know they're not going to be taking another big choice from them, so they're going with huge picks. Cramorant, Blaziken, Gyarados on the other side for the side of LG, which I think is a really great choice. We were talking about this yesterday before broadcast. I didn't want to put too many all-rounders on my list, but I was thinking, man, with Char, Ceruledge being banned out, we really could see a lot of Gary.
Yeah, and you're right there. That's an Urshifu. Blue Shifu specifically, I think, is going to be incredibly popular. I think that's kind of a caster consensus because it looks great in all of these players' hands. JL picking up Comfy.
No!
Into Overlord. We are off to the races, baby. Luminosity. Legacy not looking to disappoint, and I can tell you that's probably a curveball that Legacy was not expecting to see locked in.
I think there's absolutely no way people thought we would be seeing Zeraora in game one. A powerful speedster that has not been in the meta for a long time here.
Ever.
So this is a super surprising pick. And we have JL on the Comfey. This is very normal for Overlord, right? To have a Comfey following him around. When you're one of the best, if not the best players in the game, having that little lay around your neck would be huge.
Well, when you take a look at JL, they've got big shoes to fill, because if you remember last year's World Championships, Elo was a difference maker on that Comfey. And you think as a Comfey, it's kind of like a face roll type character, right? You just kind of press your buttons on whenever their cooldowns are ready. But the way that Elo was playing, was able to kind of hit it to another gear, jumping off the Pokemon, eating like boosted autos from the opposing Mews in this case, and going back to it.
I have to wonder if anyone is expecting this Zeraora pick. Like, what I'm seeing from Luminosity right here is really, really exciting.
There's no way. There's no way. Otter's got to be feeling good going back on Mew. You can see that gold badge there. And as of late, they've really been in Cramorant jail. I think they actually liked it there. They really like playing that Pokemon, really helping Dive Hurricane come back on the map. So the fact that Legacy has identified how good that is and taking it early is a way to kind of pseudo-attack Otter, but
here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your first game of the Pokemon UNITE World Championships is underway. Luminosity, your purple team, versus Legacy, your orange team.
Overlord going straight into path as that Zeraora, and I can tell you what, I am so excited to see what they do with this.
Yeah, this is so interesting. We've got Comfey, Magikarp in this top path, which just feels like a real tough thing for Lutano to deal with here, especially with Eldegoss up there. Mew in that central area looks to be taking possibly the red buff and then maybe moving into path. Urshifu not being bothered on the side of Legacy. That's a Pokemon that can get invaded a lot, right? But they just don't have that on the side of Luminosity.
Otter moving up quickly. They actually took partial jungle rotation so they can get to there and have an impact. They've got the red buff. Boosted auto stepped up by the Gosler. Nice job by Lel to eat that on behalf of that little Torchic.
Look at this right here. Overlord in a little bit of trouble, having to dash out of this fight here. Joey peeling back, and it looks like a lot of this experience is headed over to the side of Legacy in the bottom path. And we do have Urshifu in the top path. It is not the Water Bear. We've got that single strike moving up here, getting ready for these birds in just a couple seconds.
Listen, that's so much secure. They're going to charge it up. Let's see if we can get a Wicked Blow in there. Tons of experience. Mazo at half HP. They have to peel back. They are able to. But you see that Lutano, that little Magikarp, picked up JL for just a second to give them a sustain and not get knocked out. And looking them moving almost in tandem. Wolf keeping an eye on Otter, wondering where they're going.
Yeah, heading down to this bottom path here with Mew, seeing if they can make something happen. Obviously, we need to get some experience over to this Zera Aura, right? It's pretty strong, but it needs a lot of experience. It's a very hungry speedster here on the side of Luminosity, trying to secure that. Nice big secure here. Overlord's now 6, Joey is 5, and we've got kind of 2 supporters supporting the Zera Aura in the bottom path. We've got 10 seconds now until we have a possible fight breaking out in the middle. Magikarp now jungling, turning into that Gyarados.
Pivotal for them. Joey going to give some screen to Wolf, see where they're at. Lel, of course, as the Eldegoss, always surveying the scene. Otter unafraid to get in the middle. They know Overlord's in tow, going straight into that action. They're going to get everything in the middle at the low price of free.
And here we go. Lutano in the top path. Finally, a Gyarados here, level 5, which is a huge power spike. Now, 3 members here of Legacy possibly being caught. Here comes the Sweet Kiss, and they move in.
They're going for it right. Nice floopy flop by the Gyarados, getting a couple KOs. They're going to look to score here as Lel goes down quickly, and they peel off. Look at that patience. Now we have a little surf by Otter. They give themselves up. That's enough to get Overlord out of dodge.
Now this is a strategy we've seen a few teams implement in the UCS season. It's exciting, it's crazy, it's fun. We've got the Discharge Zera Aura with the Sweet Kiss, pulling them all in. Huge combination again. They pick up another KO, but no, it goes back the other way. Shifu goes down, Blaziken makes it out here, and Gyarados has to back up.
What a gargantuan wicked blow by Mazo, allowing them. They barely go down, but that Blaziken stays standing with a health bar that's non-existent. They make it back, and what looked like the sickest engagement of all times, the tables are turned instantly by a single strike Urshifu.
Amazing stuff here, and you can just see the insane level of play from these 2 teams, right? I mean, you've got crazy strong Pokemon that require a ton of skill. Here down in the bottom path, we actually have a little bit of a fight breaking out over Regice. Gonna be hard for Luminosity to secure this over the single strike, but they're moving in.
Overlord going to the backside to cut them off. Regice is getting low. They're gonna spark it up. The tree's gonna take it, but they're gonna look for bodies now. Overlord is doing it, but JL is the BOGO deal right here. Otter's trying to stick his neck out to keep this goal zone in tandem. Surfs through KO's Trinkatu for Mazo, and that baby growing up real quick right in front of our eyes.
Beautiful stuff here from Legacy. 23 to 138. They're continuing to score, putting the points on. 207 now. Goal zone going to the top, gone on the top and bottom path. This does give Luminosity a ton of experience, and that's a scary thing because you've got 2 insane scalers on their side. You've got Gyarados and you've got Zera Aura. Zera Aura is going to be looking to have a Unite move every single time they fight. Kind of the same thing with Gary here, and they're going to be supported by incredible Pokemon, Umbreon and Comfey. We're going to have to see if these fights go a little better for Luminosity.
The thing is, when you're late game scaling, you need to get to the late game. You can't let it get too bad early. Wicked blow comes through. It's a little late for Mazo, and at least the buff stays on the side of LG. They're looking for an opportunity. Boosted Auto susses out Lel. They step up. Nice little hurricane on Overlord to cut them off. And now we're going to see where this next engagement goes because LG's behind.
Yeah, LG is behind, and it looks like Legacy has them exactly where they want them right now. They're winning all of these fights. They're winning all of these objectives. We see Gyarados checking the tall grass here with Bounce, just making sure that they're not going to get caught by anything, and if they do, they're going to knock something up. As we have Legacy prepping for a possible big fight here at this Tier 1. Lutano moving in. Now we see them here. Mazo can see the entirety of the team. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. Pulling back with the single strike, running away from the Sweet Kiss.
Going for the overheat. Eject back out off the Volt Switch, but KO quickly as Lutano goes down. So is Joey. Otter pops their Unite move just to get away. Now Overlord's getting chased down. Otter might have to sacrifice themselves. No, they go in with that big discharge. They're going to get a KO on foul. Mazo still in the chase. They're sorting out Otter. And I'll tell you what, Legacy is fighting well, Cowboy.
They're fighting amazingly. Huge catch here. The Horn Leech after the Wood Hammer. A Unite move moves in as they head up into the air. This single striker Shifu is dominating dominating Luminosity right now. Very close team names, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, that Zera Aura got its solar plexus shattered by Mazo. And if I'm Mazo right now, I'm feeling good. And if you look at objective secure, it's all in the hands of Legacy as well. So the fact that they're this far ahead and they have overheat and they have Wicked Blow, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with just to even contend on these objectives, Sprague.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, or I guess the 1-2 punch kick between overheat and that single strike is going to be really difficult for Luminosity to deal with. Obviously, they're not looking to steal any objectives. They've got to win a fight because on the other side, the secure is just too intense. Level-wise, though, Luminosity is still inside this game. However, things are working really well for Legacy. Joey with a nice catch here. Lutano jumping in, and they end up backing out.
Yeah, the bounce falling just a little short. Nice secure by Otter. That's who they're going to have to lean on to clutch these things out from under the powerful secure tools that Legacy has. We're going straight at the goal zone. We're using some Unite moves here. We're going to try and get to the back line. The Cream Unite is out. They want to defend this thing, but Reggie Alecki already hits. Can they get Overlord down with the Unite move? Excuse me, that's Joey. They do. Otter's down as well, and they shatter the goal zone, but now Overlord's in a lot of trouble, which means JL is gone.
Overlord is in a lot of trouble there, but at the same time, he was able to sneak in that huge 50 points, which is massive. With this Tier 1 open on this bottom path, once we hit double time here in a minute, they actually can take the lead just on a Tier 1 goal zone, which would be great for Luminosity. They wouldn't have to win a fight in the center, but they have not been doing well in some of these fights. Every time they've engaged, it feels like Legacy has counterpunched extremely well, and it's not surprising they got two big punches.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Falb silently level 12, right? They've been in a couple fights here. They've been more playing at a distance, making sure they're meeting their levels, and it's really been Mazo kind of leading the charge in the front line. Salto, if they get in the mix, this is going to be a problem for LG. Again, the level lead's still slightly in the hands of Legacy, but Overlord and Lutano have done a great job catching up.
Yeah, and when you have a big level lead on some of these Pokemon, it can be huge. Things are very, very close. 15 seconds until our first Rayquaza of our World Championships here in Honolulu. This is a big match. It's going to dictate the pace of the day for these two teams. 5 seconds until Ray hits the board. Legacy is up. They can let Luminosity make a mistake right here. They can let them try to make a play, and then they can counter them. Obviously, both of these teams pushing back and forth, looking for their moment. Overlord possibly going in, but just backing out. Caught by the Trevenant.
Immediately, Hood hammered down. They're going to have to use everything in the kitchen sink. Comfy Unite is popped. Trevenant on top, and Cram is on the backside, shooting everybody down. Can Overlord get out? They're on the chase, and they're trying to close this out. Pop them up is Joey. They're knocked up in the sky. Otter's the next one on the chopping block. They're gone. Overlord tries to gone. Mazo catches them in the bushes. JL's going to go down. That's going to be 4 players on the chopping block here. Lutano's the only one left standing. Rayquaza's at half. KO streak of 3 for Mazo. No surprise there. Lutano's pivoting around. They're trying to get in there. They do get a KO, but they're gone. And now it's just Otter, but they're back on the respawn. Joe's got a prayer play. No. Rayquaza snatched up by Legacy after the sickest team fight I've seen in a minute.
Legacy with such an amazing fight. The heads-up play by Mazo there to know that he was basing in the bush. That catch changed the entire match, and now the burgers are raining in. That's another hundo in the bottom path. Legacy is going to be taking game 1 with a minute left. It's going to be so difficult for Luminosity to do something here, but there's still some fight in this squad as they are chasing Soto out.
It's World Championships, baby. You can't give up now. You got a minute to cobble something together. You better try, because you only get a couple bites at this apple. However, Salto, full shield, Mazo, Hundo Burger on the backside. They're pivoting to home base to make this thing look a heck of a lot worse for Luminosity as Joey's hanging out waiting for the team to come in. Burger is dunked, and this thing looks tough for LG.
That's right. That is all she wrote for Luminosity here in game number 1. There just aren't enough points on the board. There isn't enough time on the clock, and there's not enough fight in this composition here from Luminosity to take down this stellar play and stellar comp here from Legacy. What a game 1.
Absolutely crazy. Hats off to Luminosity for bringing something a little bit unique to the table, trying to make some magic happen here. But that magic was snuffed out, and as magicians, we know when a magic trick isn't working the way it's supposed to.
Trust me, ours never seem to. There's just something about it. I feel like we don't do good at kids' parties. Even they can see right through it. But I'll tell you, the magic is right there on stage with Legacy. This is exactly how I saw them last year against Tally Bobo. You remember that? I mean, just like the little time capsule of last year taking down one of the best in the world. You can see Luminosity needs to refocus right here. That felt like a total dominant performance here. There they go, getting cheered on by the crowd from Legacy.
Well, let's talk about a story from last year. This is a literal repeat performance of their first set from last year for LG. They lost that first game against SAUL Esports. they eke out a close second game. And then it seemed like all of a sudden all systems were on, everybody was dialed in, and they ran through the rest of that tournament. And for LG's sake, man, I hope they are repeating that particular process because their backs are up against the wall now, Cowboy.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But this is not an unusual place for Luminosity, and it's a place that a world champ can definitely come back from. However, you're staring down one of the best in the world. All weekend, these teams are going to be staring down one of the best in the world. When you see the metas clash, you're going to have to find out what ends up happening. And in this first game, it looks like Legacy just handled Luminosity. Take a look at that right there. 10 KOs on the
Where did those come?
11 KOs on the Mazo. I felt like Wolf had these constant, like, beautiful hurricanes and then a Unite move, and everyone on LG just had to run.
The backside catch, Salto on Overlord, putting him in the middle to cram onto the other side of the wall, using their Gulpling Gatling missile to just shoot down everybody, and then Mazo just went crazy. I mean, that was a perfectly executed team fight out of Legacy, and there are no notes.
And we often are giving
so many notes
of these teams, but I got to tell you that Mazo right there with the clutch play. I don't know if he saw them. I don't know if his game sense just told him. His spidey sense was tingling. Something said, I need to head to that tall grass. And the second they did, it was over for Luminosity. Yeah. Taking down Overlord there, as well as the Comfey. Just a massive moment for Legacy. Then they were easily able to secure Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, bell to bell, it really seemed like Legacy was in great shape. Luminosity looked shaky the kind of entire time.
Yeah, you know, the tough thing that Luminosity was dealing with, and we talked about this a little bit, they are playing a lot of heavy scaling Pokemon. I mean, Gyarados in multiple ways, right?
Right.
Heavy scales on this thing.
Correct.
But also, it takes a long time to get some of these Pokemon online.
Yes.
Once they do, they can dominate. And we saw this, you know, Sweet Kiss Zeraora. I think this is a tricky play. It's something that will probably rattle a lot of teams. You don't run into it a lot. It's hard to deal with, but at the same time, you're throwing it against some of the best in the world. So these are the kind of players who could counter a strategy that they don't even play against.
I'm taking a look at the faces of Luminosity, and I'm hoping they're dialing this thing in a little bit.
Yeah.
Just making sure they're having a conversation here. There's a lot of smart, intelligent gamers on that side, and they need to take a deep breath. And that's sometimes the hardest thing to do is just resetting yourself to focus on the 10 minutes ahead of you instead of the 10 minutes behind you.
Yeah, and we're looking at Lutano on stage right now. We actually got a chance to sit down and talk to him. Let's take a look at our conversation with Lutano. Hi everybody, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here, yeehaw, and I'm joined by the one and only Lutano from Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity, obviously the World Championship team from last year, with only one remaining member, Overlord Lutano, a superstar player, moving on to this team. My first question, again, how dare you?
There's been some shenanigans happening
There are a
this
lot of
season in
shenanigans,
A, and sometimes you gotta dare.
There's so much to talk about. First, I do want to talk to you about everyone's favorite member of the community, your dad, Dad Tano. Tell me about the bond that you two have and how he is at every event cheering you on.
So growing up, my dad, he showed up to every sports event I had. He was my biggest fan, and he's continued that on going through my adulthood. And it's just amazing to see him there, always in the crowd. Unfortunately, he's not going to make it to this year's Worlds. He's busy.
Cut it all then. Forget it.
But yeah, he's going to be cheering me on. He'll send me texts every day and hopefully bring it home for him.
I want to talk to you about North America. So North America's had kind of a weird season, right? It's been up and down, but we've had weird seasons, it feels like every year. We've kind of had wild swings, and you've been competing since the beginning of the UNITE Championship Series. What does NA feel like this year compared to even, say, last year?
I think NA is a lot more cutthroat this year. Going into this year, I was like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win.
Yeah, well, you assembled kind of the dream team. It's looked at as like the North American dream team. You have multiple members who are superstars on their respective squads, and they're all coming together. And you've had
a little bit of ups and downs with that, right? I feel like there's the growing pains of a new team. How do you feel like Luminosity is right now? Even compared to them being world champs last year, like how do you feel like the teams stack up?
Honestly, I think we're stronger than last year's Luminosity.
I couldn't imagine if you would have said weaker. Like, and actually not as good when you think about it. Yeah, that's great.
We have the game that we know we want to play. We have the players that we know we want. We pretty much picked each other individually after UIC. Like, I think we're going to win.
Well, and you have to.
Yeah.
You have to visualize that victory. This is coming from someone who's never won or competed in a world championship, but somehow I have been to a lot of the grand finals. What does it feel like this year meta-wise? Because from my perspective in the cheap seats, I'm seeing a lot of regions that I feel like are leveling up in big ways. I feel like Japan looks like a monster region this year. Obviously, LATAM is looking incredible. Like, what is it from your perspective?
I'm not gonna say that NA isn't the top dog. They're not the favorite anymore, but I am kind of gonna say that, you know?
Say it without saying it. Yeah.
Champion Lord, they look
insane.
Incredibly strong. SAR, they look amazing. MYS, absolute monsters. It's gonna be a crazy world.
Yeah, it's gonna be an amazing world. Thank you so much for doing this interview with me. Here's what we'll do. I'll walk by you like I noticed you, but I'm a little too busy, and that's how we'll end this interview. Oh, hey, Lutano. I really have to run, man.
Amazing, amazing stuff, past Spraggles. We're taking a look here at Luminosity Gaming. Lutano, Joey, Otter, Overlord, JL, the 2022 and 2023 World Champion team. At least one of them there, Overlord.
Yeah, again, but the other four are responsible for carrying that world champion mantle, right? They might not have been on that team, but they are under that banner, and they need to prove themselves. And again, they just immediately have their backs put against the wall. And we could see how Legacy was playing. We know how good all of these individual players are. Lutano said they've come together, they've chosen each other. This is the team they want to compete with. Time to deliver. That first 10 minutes didn't go the way you planned.
No.
The next 20 have to.
Yeah, they have to. You need to win these games. Two teams will make it out of this group.
Correct.
You want it to be you, and you want to go up against what's looked at as the toughest competition in this group and take them down at the start of the day here. Now, as you said before, this is a position that a lot of these players are used to. You know, you lose game one, you change some stuff, you figure it out, especially when we see some tricky plays like that from Luminosity. You come back and you can win the series right here. But it's tough. You're facing down a tough squad that really feels like they were able to pick apart what Luminosity was throwing at them.
I mean, Umbreon is good.
Yeah.
It's really good. But
I gotta write that down.
Oh, right, yeah. Put it in the note card.
Yep.
It's currently blank. Mine is. Write it down. But they immediately gave over Blaziken, which might be one of the best Pokemon in the game.
Yeah.
Expected to be banned or chosen first. And I'll tell you what, Legacy did not squander that opportunity. They immediately targeted down Otter's Cramorant, which they've been playing, like I said, for the last 4 months, and nabbed themselves a Blaziken. They were able to grab a single strike Urshifu and have that be just an absolute miracle worker for them all game long. They're ready to go.
And here we go. We're heading into our draft here for game number 2. Luminosity Gaming is going to get this first pick again here. After losing that first match, they're going to be able to decide what they want. And it looks like our bans, they actually targeted that Urshifu there.
Good call. Good call by Luminosity Gaming, without a doubt. It looks like they're quickly highlighting Blaziken, and why not? It's good. I just said that.
You did just say that. You know what? I think you're right. I think both teams...
Production?
Scratch that, actually. We'll go back 20 seconds. Cut that. I said he was right. You never know with you, man. We got Mime here being hovered, it looks like, on the side of Legacy as they're looking to lock in. However, I don't know if Mime is going to be our first choice here. Gyarados also being moved around as we have some more picks going back and forth between these two teams. Look at the Mewtwo. Maybe bring the Mewtwo out.
I tell you what, my eyes snapped back to the screen when I saw Sableye just queue up for just the smallest of moments. Umbreon tracks a little bit stronger in where we're at here in my mind.
Yeah, and we've got Umbreon. It looks like it is being locked in here. And we have Hoopa being locked in. Oh, we actually are...
We're miles behind.
We are moving through time. And look at this. Overlord on the Zoroark. I mean, can you think of something more iconic than Overlord on a Zoroark with a Comfey? On the other side here, I mean, look at these picks from Legacy. We've got Leafeon, which at the start of the season was insta-banned every single game. It was that good. They're taking the Gyarados this time. The Blaziken, however, snatched away by Luminosity in that first pick slot. We've talked about this Pokemon. It just feels like it does a little bit of everything. The Swiss Army knife of Pokemon Unite. It can fight. It can rip objectives. It can secure. It can hold you when you're feeling sad, and it can lift you up and cheer you on when you're feeling good.
This ain't your grandpa's Swiss Army knife. It does all the things Spreggles just listed. Which
it has a lot of Swiss Army knives.
It has
a
can
emotional
opener.
support now.
Yeah, it's built-in emotional support right next to the can opener, between the can opener and the toothpick. I, on the other hand, I'm taking a look at this Sylveon. Amazing. I really like this pick.
Yeah.
And unsurprisingly, they're putting all their eggs in the Overlord basket again.
Yeah.
Maybe on a traditional pick for Overlord, one we're a little bit more familiar with. And one that I'm excited to see because Overlord Zoroark is something special.
Well, you also got other massive picks here too. Otter did get the Cramorant, Trevenant over to Joey, which is like their signature defender, right? I'm interested to see what's going to happen here from Legacy because we've got a little bit of a throwback to the Eevee Festival almost. You know, we got Umbreon, Sylveon, and Leafeon on their side, as well as, of course, the Hoopa that was banned out game 1. We're going to have to see what Luminosity was looking to ban out. Lutano right now trying to smack the face, see if he can get some facial hair to grow. It's not how it works, buddy. You got to hold your breath.
Yeah, you hold your breath or scream into a mirror, but we've got game 2. Let's get it.
That's right. Game number 2 here in Group A. Our first matches of the day for our World Championships. We are seeing Luminosity, the former champs, down 1 game already against the best of Brazil, Legacy.
Overlord in path with this Zorua. They're prioritizing getting Otter online quickly so they can crash down and help take over. Lutano gonna rip this thing through. JL, of course, in the pocket with that nice Hollowware. The whole team wearing some nice Hollowares here, as well as being a pretty good job at bullying right now.
Yeah, and here we go. Cramorant up to this top path. They have the Hurricane, which gives them incredible secure, a lot of damage, and, you know, a beautiful knock-up here. Mazo's here as well, that level 4 Leafeon looking to try to make something happen right here. Secure goes over, it looks like, to the side of Legacy.
Yeah, playing that Razor Leaf build, that's another thing with Leafeon. Solar Blade actually has fallen off, where it was one of the most popular things at the start here, and now it's been almost a flip of the script, if you will. Now we're going...
I'll say it's a flip of the script. And we have a Zoroark now evolved in our bottom path. They were able to get Overlord that level 5, which is huge. It's going to be massive for that fight. 4 members of Legacy moving up to this top path.
Beat the brakes off each other here. Mazo engages slightly. Nice stun, Astonish. That allows the follow-up to start. We pop a slow smoke, I assume, out of JL there to really get them away because that was a potentially devastating engagement by Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy going in there, getting aggressive, but you see LG with a beautiful heads-up play. They see it. They all are able to pull back and get away from what could be a bad situation, especially if that Magikarp is able to evolve there thanks to a KO. And we've seen something like this before. Overlord moving through the map, making the entire thing his own with a Comfey by his side.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to here, and they certainly delivered on that one. Otter gets a KO. We are bouncing straight in fall about that action. Overlord is too, though, and then we've got more firepower in our pocket. They actually decide in a rare Overlord move to peel back and not go for the engage.
I think, you know, maybe the last game rattled them a bit, but it also might have focused them in a big way. We see Wolf is watching this right here, but this is going to be an easy secure for the side of Luminosity. There's not much the Sylveon can do to these two. You see one Pokemon there, but it's really 2 when you got Overlord and the Comfey.
I was watching Sylveon's health bar here as Overlord went for the engagement as soon as they popped out of the tall grass, and then boom, it just got express lane to 0. Okay, Southdodge going to try and do what they can in the face of quite a few players here. Joey's still holding a ton in the pocket. They're wanting to get that in, but Overlord's about that action, of course. They're going to peel back a little bit. Not surprised based on how we saw Overlord play it before.
Yeah, and it looks like this is a much stronger start here for Luminosity, right? They're feeling a lot better. This is a comfort pick for this player, obviously. One of the most dominant picks in their arsenal, and they have a lot. But seeing Overlord on Zoroark is very, very scary.
Lutano Lutano left by their lonesome here. Otter's pulling up in the back door, gets a KO on Mazo. That's huge before they can reset. So a little bait and switch here. Lutano steps up, forces Legacy forward, and Otter catches Mazo on the backside.
Yeah, it was kind of beautiful letting the scores go in just so that you could have the Kramer and come up. But Sylveon able to chase it down, pick up that KO in the bottom path. We have them ripping apart the Reggie. In the top path, we have the Regieleki on the side here of Legacy. They take it down. One objective for each team.
Overlord in the face of Sato on the bottom path. This Regieleki looking to fit. We bounce in, we're going for it. Nice little horn leash to reposition Fob into the overheat. They put a portal right on top of him. Joey's low, Joey goes down. This goal zone looks to be Legacy's, and it is broken.
We had a little bit of bad math, because we did have 22 for the Sylveon right there, but they wanted to break this goal as Overlord moves in, trying to make something happen right here, getting a little bit caught, looking for the KO on the Hoopa, just trying to find something here in this fight. It feels like he can't leave without a KO, but he does need to back.
Well, now Wolf is caught out, and if Overlord pivots, they can help the support there. Lutano's on the chase, they're going to focus on that. Missed horn leech by Joey, no good. Salto looking in, they actually get eviscerated. All those leaf ticks on top of them because of the comfy. Whoa, they kissed off two for the reset! That was huge at Overlord, they get a KO. They're not willing to pursue fall, but they're pivoting to the goal zone, and that is a good move.
Very beautiful stuff there from Overlord. Beautiful Shadow Claw for the knock-up, able to keep them out of that portal and not let them head back to base. I mean, these are the kind of plays you would expect from these players. Again, we've got the best in the world versus the best in the world right here. It's amazing to see, and it's amazing for Luminosity. They feel a lot better in Game 2.
Overlord maybe baiting the reset here, sticking in the bush, not going anywhere, and now they're going to be able to careen and crash on top of it. Maybe looking for a Joey engage here on the backside. Otter uses their Unite move, only does about half damage to Mazo, who is now actually going to have to peel to score. Coming right back through is the Gyarados, right on top of Lutano, charging up an overheat kick, can't quite get the job done there. Solo, focus blast, not enough, they're gone. Joey trying to horn leech and stay up, but everybody's colliding on them. Overlord finds Hoop on the backside, Salto's running away for all the marbles here. Is the re-engagement by Fob getting a KO streak of 2, and now Overlord has to get out as well.
Overlord has to get out like that sentence had to get out. He's got to get out of here, but he just can't seem to do it. He doesn't want to leave, it feels like. Dude's like he wants to keep fighting because he knows he can. He knows he's that good. He knows he can outplay. He knows he has a comfort too, which actually helps him a lot.
It does. He's also counting the Hoopa portals. So you notice once a Hoopa portal disappears and players are gone, that's when he's going for his engagement. So there's no like get out of jail free card from the Hoopa. They take the Regieleki quickly, they bully Saltao out with a nice little pressure of the whole team. They close the goal zone, they take the lead.
They take the lead here. Again, a little bit of weird math from both of these teams, but of course, they want that positional advantage. They want to take this goal zone. Nice score here in the bottom path. 40 goes in, that puts Legacy up. 176-203. They also were able to get this bottom objective. You see these teams trading objectives here, but in a minute, they're not going to be able to, Dupesnax. Rayquaza will hit the map in 2 minutes here. Nice big Unite move as they're trying to get out of here, trying to make something happen. They're continuing with this fight, and that's Overlord flexing on them in their central area.
All 3 players collapsed. 1 player got out. The points are going to go in regardless. Now Fob has to defend this thing, and there's 3 players on him. Otter in the front line trying to keep eyes. Overlord peeling back, and they are in the lead by 2.
Yeah, they're in the lead by 2, and you've seen games end with like the craziest score lines. If no one scores again, if the Ray fight is a stalemate, that means that Luminosity will win this thing by one of the slimmest margins possible here, as they are still just devastating this central area.
The Hurricane catch forces out the Gyarados Unite. Overlord goes straight in. They take tons of damage as all of Legacy crashes on top of the head of Overlord. Now JL, of course, goes down as well, and that is a huge crop of experience into the hands of Orange as Legacy is quickly moving across the map to put some pressure on themselves.
That's right. They want to get something out of this. Obviously, they get the BOGO, right? Buy one, get one with those KOs. Anytime you're taking down that Zoroark with a Comfey on it, you have a real good opportunity to take that as well. 1 minute now until Rayquaza. Both objectives, top and bottom, will be up in time. We're going to have to see how these teams want to prioritize this. Lutano now ticking over to his level 13. We've already got it here for Overlord on the Zoroark, as well as 2 level 13 mega carries on the side of Legacy. We've got Mazo on that Leafeon, and Fall has been looking amazing on this Gyarados.
Absolutely. We're going for a year 1 exclusive, focusing that bottom objective is this NA squad. Meanwhile, Legacy wants all the points raining in the face because they win on the scoreboard, they said. Regieleki's going to be theirs for free. Basement Reggie's going to be Luminosity's for free. And now we've got a Ray fight because this game is close.
That's right, and this is huge for Luminosity. Remember, However, if they lose this right here, they will have lost this series. They're not out of the tournament just yet, but they will have gone down to their biggest competition in their group. They need this game number 2 to stay in. 5 seconds until Rayquaza, and look at the positioning here from LG. Really aggressive as they're making their way into that central area, just trying to see who they can find on the side of Legacy. They've been taking good fights all game. Gyarados moving in, getting caught in a big way by driving in.
Now Falb is going to go down to the overheat. We're pivoting back. The rings are unbound. We're looking for the stuns here. Can they pin anybody down? Overlord's trying to get after it. Otter already went down, but Joey's still in the mix. Overlord's on the other side, hitting everybody down. Nice Horn Leech for the separation. Overlord is full HP, which spells doom for Legacy. They're all over the Mazzo's in trouble. We're popping the Unite move. The Zorika's on the chase. Lutano's all around that Rayquaza. They better take this thing and seal this thing up. Bang! Overheat, job done. Rayquaza cooked.
That's right. Luminosity coming back in a big way with a beautiful team fight there at Ray. That looked almost flawless from them. The only moment that went wrong was when Cramorant got caught before being able to use its Unite move. But you saw the power of Luminosity. You saw the power of Overlord and the beautiful heads-up play there by the rest of LG. You had Lutano ready to take this Rayquaza down as soon as that fight started going their way. That's what they were able to do. 505, 317. The match is not over, but this is really tough for Legacy.
Yeah, they're fighting on the goal pad. I do not want to see Overlord go down here. However, I think JL might still have their shield. They do. If they can get the full pockets, that's another burger. And do a little driving Miss Daisy, give them the escort to the home base. They just did. Bang. Burger time. And now Luminosity is buzzing.
That's right. The score lead is just too much here for Legacy. They played an amazing match, but this is the Luminosity you would expect to see at the World Championships, especially when you put that Comfey on top of Overlord. You're taking one of the best players to ever do it, and you're giving him a get-out-of-jail-free card. The points are raining in. There just simply is not much time. 697 to 489, 10 seconds left, and it just doesn't look like Legacy can score enough.
No, and this is great defensive job. Welcome to the World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a Game 3 between two of the world's best.
That's right. Game number 3 in our first set, a set that we knew was going to be an absolute barn burner. And I'm telling you, I just got a text. All the barns are burnt.
All of the barns are burnt?
All the barns.
Holy, that is so many barns.
Production, can we check to make sure it's all the barns, actually? Okay. It might just be a regional thing. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but it looks like all the barns were burnt in game number 2 here. What a series. We're heading to 3 again. I mean, are you surprised?
No, not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. Overlord, 9 KOs. Great work out of them. Falb was doing great on the Gyarados, but actually stymied compared to their previous performance. Lel was doing what they could, but I'll tell you what, when you have a Hoopa player like JL on the side of Luminosity, they know all the tips and tricks.
Yep.
They've cheat coded this in. Overlord's played with Elo, one of the best support players of all time, on Hoopa. They know how to catch teams out when they're trying to leverage Hoopa portal resets.
And I gotta say, I mean, we've seen Blaziken just be a force in multiple games, right? Blaziken here with 7 KOs, not the most in the match, but it feels like always ready to take something, and especially big-time objectives. As we're moving over to the damage here, first 100K damage of our tournament over to the side of, what's that player's name? Overlord?
Overlord?
Yeah, okay. Kind of a new one on the scene.
Yeah, new one, he says. Overlord. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things that we were talking about. Is Zorark itself S tier? Maybe not. Maybe. In Overlord's hands, yeah, you put it up there.
Maybe one of the best things to ever exist.
And one thing we haven't mentioned, but when we are in this environment, we are on 0 ping, which makes characters like Zorark just smooth like butter.
Yeah, when you've got players with this amount of skill, the higher your skill mechanically in these moments when you have 0 ping, the bigger that skill expression is going to seem. So it's not surprising to see Overlord just absolutely dominate here. So we take a look at our player of the game. Overlord, Luminosity Gaming, running that Shadow Claw feint attack. You know, a lot of people ask me, why do players run Shadow Claw instead of Cut? And you saw it in that match. Yep. That knock-up when they kept them out of that portal, it's just so incredibly valuable to have that little bit of a bump, that little stun in some of these moments. That's why you're seeing builds like this. And obviously, Luminosity's feeling pretty good. Overlord's feeling pretty good. They've got their eyes on the championship. And I can tell you, from talking to them yesterday, they were locked in. It felt like they knew they were going to win Worlds. Well, this is the start of their journey. They got to take down the Titans from Brazil, Legacy.
How is Legacy going to adjust in this moment? I mean, is a Zoroark ban worthy at this point? Can you let Overlord cook you on something else? I'll tell you what, if they give you a gift and they choose Zeraora again, probably feeling pretty good. If they don't, there is a whole arms cabinet full of weapons for Overlord to choose from for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how they want to play it. Now, one ban they could also do that kind of gets two birds with one stone here is Comfey. They can get rid of Comfey, and if they're able to get rid of that, it's a lot harder to play Zoroark. It's amazing seeing a Zoroark in some of these moments, but you have to remember it has a supporter tethered to it the entire time, and it's really the only supporter that can support Zoroark that well because it's so incredibly mobile. It has to get so deep in the enemy backline that it's really hard to play any other type of supporter with Zoroark. So you're kind of getting a 2-for-1 ban, and you're taking away something that obviously Overlord loves.
You know who would be the happiest to see Comfey ban? JL.
Yeah, me. No, me.
Oh, sorry. Spraggle's number one.
Then JL.
Then JL.
Yeah.
But, I mean, JL is such a phenomenal, mechanically sound player. One of just the NA pinnacles of support play. And yes, they're on this team. They're filling their role. They're doing their job. But you also know there's some clever things you can do with Comfey.
Yeah.
But you'd much rather play a character where you get to press more buttons and have a little bit more agency?
I think so. I think you want to play something where you can press some more buttons. But I'll tell you what feels maybe the best is winning that World Championship.
Big facts. Big facts.
Quite big facts. And I think
we won Season 0.
You and I
did.
Yeah, we won Season 0. And you know what they say? They said that wasn't even a season. You guys are lying. And I'm like, oh, no.
Alternative facts is what I say.
I hate that. It's so much misinformation about you and I.
Yeah, all of it.
It really is.
Literally just all
I can't stand it. We're getting ready for our draft here in game number 3. And the question is, what are we going to see different here? Obviously, I think Legacy wants that Blaziken. I think Legacy would love that Urshifu again if it doesn't get banned out. So we're going to have to see how these two teams want to play it as we're taking a look at them up on the big stage, under the big lights, hanging out with Tyranitar, and of course, The Rock. Not
Dwayne The Rock Johnson is on that stage.
He's up there. You can't. He's a little off.
He's hiding. He's hiding.
He's shy.
He's hiding.
But you saw there's also a big rock.
Partial set for Jumanji 3 or something, I've heard.
Yeah, they're going to move.
That's why he's
real
here.
Quickly. Yeah,
That's why he's here.
Big picks right away. We have Lutano grabbing that Blaziken. We do have the Zoroark ban. We have Charizard as well still. Urshifu on the side here of Luminosity. Not surprising to see that Slowbro. Slowbro really is shutting down, you know, like a top player's favorite Pokemon, right? As we can see right here, Cerulege finally making its way to the World Championship.
Exactly what I wanted to call out to. Cerulege is just another one of those high-tier Pokemon, in my mind, right on par, maybe a bit below Blaziken. They're both incredibly strong. And honestly, Legacy was like, you know what, let's take away the Zoroark. That at least opens up us to either get Blaziken or Cerulege in that situation. And well played. Now let's see who leverages that high-octane Pokemon better between the two.
And the interesting thing is, Cerulege, I think, a little more dominant than Blaziken early, especially. Here we have the Mammoth line as well. Can we hear Zoinks from backstage? Can we hear him screaming?
That was him screaming.
That was him screaming.
Just him.
Good, because I know he's excited about this as we take a look at what we're going to get out of the side of Luminosity. Come on, put the hats on it, Overlord. Everybody needs the three-hatted bird right now as we possibly once again have Zeraora.
Okay, they believe in the Zeraora. Let's see if they can deliver in this Game 3. It's an incredibly important one, but they let JL out of Comfey jail, and we've got ourselves a Blissey, another one of my Pokemon to watch, just like Leafeon and Sylveon. So far, Spraggles, I'm doing pretty good on my picks.
I think you're crushing it right now, my friend, as we see Sylveon here, that last pick. It's a nice one. You know, they have the ability to really pick pretty much any attacker that they want, obviously besides Cramorant, that seems to have a real high value between these two teams. And Sylveon is just so good always. It's always good. It always finds its moments in a match. It gets great at level 4. It never stops. It puts so much pressure on the enemy team. We're going to have to see if this Blissey is really the answer. I can tell you one thing. Bliss Assistance onto Overlord or Bliss Assistance onto Lutano. Maybe even on Otter after they pop that Cramorant Unite move. It could be huge. Also, something earlier I noticed, you said Otter Pop Cramorant Unite, and I thought it was very fun. Otter Pop.
Otter Pop. Out of pop. We did it.
We did it.
We did something.
Hey, everybody, we did it.
We did something, which is hopefully broadcast this game pretty darn well. Here we go.
Here we go. We're heading to game number 3 right here. This is huge. One of these teams is going to be loving it, swimming in the bay here in Hawaii, and the other sinking down in the coral reef possibly.
Possibly. And
which maybe is good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems cool, actually.
For Blaziken, seems a little rough. Seems like a bad position to be in. I mean, I'm not a scientist, Spraggles, okay?
What?
Curveball.
It's the first time I'm hearing this.
It's more of that misinformation. Let's get it.
Here we go. Game number 3 is starting right here between these two powerhouse teams. Let's go. Luminosity, your purple team. Legacy, your orange team. And of course, if we could see game 3s all day, we would want to do it because you get to see these insanely good players at the highest level of gameplay and also look at these picks. We've got the Cerulege finally, and of course the Mamo Swine. Look at the hearts on the Blissey.
JL believes in this Chansey right now. Going to try to get the Blissey quickly. Lutano on the chase down. They're going to start A-pressing these opponents here. They don't want to let them stack too easily for free. Here's Otter, though. A nice little Hurricane can pin up, follow. They pick up a berry, well placed by Lel. And now Otter actually has to pull back because Mazo just showed up.
Yeah, and of course, that's Leafeon, right? Level 4 already ready to fight here in this top path. Nice play there by Legacy. Obviously, LG had no idea what the HP of that wild Pokemon was. They did their best to try to take it, and a really patient play, able to go over to the side there of Legacy. As we've got a little bit of an invasion going on right here, and Overlord goes down.
That was an incredibly successful invasion. They are able to take out Overlord. They don't leave with a buff, but I think they'll take that as a nice consolation prize. Otter putting an absolute blender here, stuck between a rock and a hard place called a Sylveon and Leafeon. The Eons making it feel like an Eon for Luminosity so far this game, and it hasn't even been 2 minutes.
Yeah, beautiful KOs there from Mazo, getting extremely aggressive. You can just see how well they are playing. This feels a lot like shades of game number 1. Overlord on this Zeraora, which by the end of this match is either going to look like Gordon Ramsay or is going to look like me in the kitchen. We're going to have to see if he is allowed to cook any longer.
Well, it clearly seems to be a strategy they've leaned into quite a bit, right? There was no hesitation in this pick. There's something they saw out of Legacy that says, yes, that's where we want to go. Otter chased down, knocked out by Cerulege. Portal's down. Nobody even worried about taking it because now Lutano's getting bullied as Combusken, the ugliest Pokemon to ever exist. Wolf putting tons of pressure on, and they put Lutano very low after scrambling away. Here's Cerulege for the coverage, and JL can do nothing but watch.
Beautiful stuff. The points are raining in, 76-0, and I love your commitment on hating Combusken and how it looks.
It's not great.
It's you don't let it go.
It looks like a sentient bowling pin.
And
it's ridiculous.
I appreciate it. I think everyone at home appreciates it as well. I can tell you who doesn't appreciate it not being a Blaziken right now is Luminosity, as they are behind on levels across the board here. We've almost got the 8 here coming from Mazu, which will give him the Unite move. We got the Birds coming top and bottom for both of these teams. Lutano up here just trying to get some experience, but he has been denied for most of this match.
Little do-it-yourself craft project you do at home. Buy a bowling pin, get a pool noodle, cut it in half, glue it on the sides, bang, Combusken plush. We're raging on this score line. We're getting some points in, and they're going to get a big 26-point over. 121 to Donut.
That's right. Huge plays right here from Legacy. They look fantastic. Overlord is now about to tick over to level 8. Nice little play here. Moving in with that discharge, seeing what they can make happen. But here is that Mamo Swine. Huge amount of disruption. The Ice Fang takes them down as they're going to push them out after Sylveon's Unite move.
Is that a high horsepower too? Normally we see Earthquake typically, but that engagement, the high horsepower, actually knocked up.
Oh, it's Earthquake.
It is Earthquake?
Yeah.
Okay. They got a good knockup on Overlord that tried to collapse on top of Wolf, and just that engagement by that like sentient pile of dirty laundry, the Pillow Swine, is able to disrupt it and get it done.
You have a lot of takes on some of the aesthetics of these Pokemon, and you're not too happy about it, I could say. One thing that I do love, the Leafeon with the little hat. He's just got a little hat right over the ear.
Great cranial accessory out of Leafeon. I won't deny you that.
Beautiful stuff here. And he's got the little lute with him. Maybe it's a ukulele, because we're here in Hawaii.
That makes more sense. Let's go with that.
Oh, I'm hearing from production. I'm right.
Okay, perfect. There we go. Mazo working through already level 10, and really a couple players on the side of Legacy outpacing LG. Again, going for that late scaling Zero Aura type Pokemon, but they need to bridge to the late game to be successful, and they're just behind right now.
And here we go. I mean, this is the start here for Luminosity coming back into this game. Big catch by the Trevin as they're moving in.
Nice little blender on Salto. They're able to eject out and forcing Overlord to bail back as the Zero Aura, and they're just not finding the knockouts they want.
And look at this here. They're looking to rope and wrangle a little bit, and they do. They lasso the Mamoswine out of there as we see Otter. Not yes with the Unite, but there's a huge Cerulege Unite trying to wipe Legacy off the Luminosity off the map.
No.
They take two.
They
for a third.
They caught JL before he could use the Unite move, which meant the rest fell like dominoes. KO streak of 2 out of one of my Pokemon to watch the Sylveon. And poor little Piloswine hasn't evolved, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is playing so darn well.
This is a crazy good start here in this game. Now, you could never count out Luminosity in a moment like this, but they are down 225-0 right now. Level-wise, they are down. Positional-wise, they are down. Finally, they don't have the Combuskin, though, and that is actually huge.
I mean, Otter is level 8, dude. Like, that is a problem. Lutano working through the Regieleki, but Falb is right there on their doorstep. Saltao is a Mamoswine. They're going into the back line. There's the Blisters, and finally for the overheat secured. Can they get the knockout, though? We're putting all the work in, and Mazo's the first one down. We're going to keep scissor kicking our way through to see what we can get. Ice Fang reposition, and finally, Wolf gets credit for the knockout here on Overlord. Excuse me, Salto gets credit on Lutano because we are just scrapping all over the place on this map.
I loved that play by Luminosity. They knew this was going to be an extremely difficult secure. I thought it was way too high, and the beautiful Bliss assistance right into the charged up overheat of that Blaziken for the secure. That was a gorgeous play there from Luminosity. They're behind, but again, they are not out of this match. When they're making plays like that, they've got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Lutano taking the fire chicken, making chicken scratch into chicken salad somehow. They're still down by a bunch. Nice portal to get them through, and a reset by the Hoopa here. They're raging on this goal zone. We hit the Emerald 2-step. JL's trying to defend this thing. A couple egg bombs being pretty successful. Finally, the 50 banger goes in, 304-69. No.
Beautiful stuff here. Now 106 from Luminosity, and, you know, Legacy is trying to put themselves in that amazing position where even if Rayquaza doesn't go their way, they have counterplay, they have things that they can do. Overlord looking to make something happen here, but unfortunately not finding it with Zero Aura. It just feels like he cannot find his moments.
Yeah, finally get a nice little pick on Wolf, able to put them down. They want to get these points. Something that's incredibly rare this game, Spraggles. Oh, nice Cerulege Unite, chops them up a couple. JL's getting low. Overlord goes straight in. Otter finally gets credit for the KO. Salto's getting low. 4 players down in an absolute heartbeat. And that is the tide-turning moment for Luminosity.
Huge stuff right here. 40 more points going in after Lutano's 5, 221-304. They're evening it up, and we talked about this. Do not count them out, and you can't because this match is so incredibly close. 45 seconds until Rayquaza. Regieleki is about to hit this top path. Legacy still ahead, but now you got to imagine after you get hit like that, you're shaking a bit.
Yeah, Lutano's ripping that thing down. Something we've never seen out of LG is this volume of wild Pokemon not being taken on the field. They are confident in their team fights, and they want the bodies. They're down by 83-ish. We are going to the Ray with 20 seconds. They're going to take this Regieleki, and Legacy must be wondering what the heck just happened.
Yeah, if they're able to make a sneaky play, grab some points, put a score into that top goal zone, all of a sudden they don't need to be the team to make the play at Rayquaza. Still behind right now. Regieleki walks, but they're not going for it. They're getting ready for this fight. Otter looking to see what they can find. Mamoswine seeing if maybe they can get a big pick. And then, of course, we have Trevenant looking to start this fight somehow. Luminosity just kind of tapping this Rayquaza as they move in and they grab Cramp.
Ice Fang reposition. Otter's caught instantly. Salto's on the backside. We're forcing out the Unite. We're charging up an overheat. Trev Unite into the rings unbound. We're going in the stun on the backside. Overlord separated from the rest of the team. Nice Horn Leech by Joey. Eject button to get out. Plus assistance on Overlord in the middle. Hoopa goes down first, but they need more. We're going to the 2-step. Popped up and it's delayed. 4 players down. Let's give it the ace. LG gets the ace, and they're going to take this Ray. Legacy's legacy is shattered instantly. KO streak of infinite. The whole team is down. Luminosity Gaming, baby's back.
What an insane fight. Overlord never going down. The constant overheats picking up amazing moments. The points rain in. It's going to be 341, 304. It is not over though. A minute on the clock still. Luminosity trying to score as Cramoran is back and they are pushing this bottom pad. Another 100 for the Blissey. Legacy is still in this match, but they're in trouble. Huge catch! Huge hurricane!
We are the Island Nation,
triple KO!
We are the Island Nation. The Hurricanes aren't uncommon here. We're getting it done. We're scoring more points. KO streak of 4, and after Otter got caught, that's gotta feel pretty damn good. 593 to 304, and Luminosity put an exclamation point on this game 3.
What an insane fight in that bottom path. You know, you've seen Otter have his moments, you've seen Cramoran have moments throughout this series, but picking up the 4-piece right there, putting the team on his back or maybe in his chef hat, you know, and I thought it might be Overlord who would be Gordon Ramsay, but maybe it's that Chef Cram.
I can't believe what we just witnessed. The Cerulege Unite up top in the top path. Gutted the whole team. Used that leverage, score a ton of points. Amazing Ray fight, and look where we are at now.
Wow, what a series between these two absolute titans. You gotta give it up for them. Luminosity, Legacy, putting on a show in game number 1. I knew it was gonna be a hot match, but I'm sweating up here.
Brother, that was the eruption like a volcano out of this LG squad, and it was that one team fight. The big Cerulege engagement chopped down 4 players, but an amazing re-engagement by Overlord on the front side. Otter was there finally getting the wheels turning. Joey setting him up. We had a great Lutano overheat. All of a sudden, 4 players down in the blink of an eye. They shatter that T1 goal zone top, and that just became, all of a sudden, the train has left the station. The scaling team has scaled. We finally have enough coal in the engine, and we're starting to move forward, and holy smokes, when they hit top speed, they wrecked right through them.
We're going to take a look at some of the big moments in this match. Now, obviously, Legacy's not out of this tournament. I would expect to see them there in day 2. They're playing like champions, but they're going up against the champions. As we take a look at this massive fight here, this is in game number 1. Legacy with just a dominant performance. That was a scary game for Luminosity.
It really, 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 really was. It really was. And they were able to turn it around quickly here in game 2 was Luminosity, leveraging the Overlord Zorark and really putting Legacy to the test.
And you also saw that beautiful fight there at the end, like the amount of stuns and knockups that they so carefully threw into that Gyarados to make sure they could eliminate that threat right away before it gets to Unite. If you can take out one of these massive carry Pokemon before it gets to Unite, it would be huge. Obviously, we've got Mamo in a lot of trouble right here.
Look at that Trev Unite.
Yeah, huge.
4-player Trev Unite, and then it was just over. Look at this Blissicens, right when Overlord goes in, bang, and then it just becomes curtains. Wolf and Fall find themselves lost in the middle, right in the 2-step from Mazo. Does not matter because the discharge is popping. The eggs are around them. They are swirling like an absolute breakfast nightmare. And Luminosity wins their first set.
Yeah, they do.
Curveball! I'm going to say it all weekend.
MVP of the game is Overlord. And if you're just tuning in, no, there is not a mistake on the screen. He was playing Zeraora, and it looked pretty dang good.
Well, I'll tell you what, not to take away credit from Overlord, but JL being on Blissey felt way more comfortable at home managing around the Pokemon that they had on their team, and you could just see the utility that a Blissey brings versus a Comfey. I'm glad they went back to the Zeraora well to rebuild their own confidence in this strategy that they developed, but again, there is nobody happier besides from Spraggles to be off the Comfey than, of course, JL.
Yeah.
And that Blissey was a difference maker in that game, no questions asked.
Well, you know, you have these huge moments with Bliss Assistance, right? And it's not only the massive shield it provides, which you saw how long Overlord was able to stay and fight multiple members of Legacy because of it, but you've also got this damage increase. You're pairing that on top of Zeraora already with this really wild scaling attack through its passive. All of a sudden, it just becomes a massive explosion, and Legacy is going down. We're going to be heading to the stage right now to talk to our winners here. Let's send it on up.
Looks like it's Chef and Overlord right here.
It's Chef and Overlord.
And hello, everybody. I'm here with Overlord, who just won the first set of the day. A huge congratulations. And before we do any questions, I have to say, you deserve this far more than me right now. We got to get this on you. I actually do not know if we can do this. But the Comfey, is certainly for you. It is, you gotta turn it around. Nobody literally in this game has deserved that more than you. But congratulations. Of course, we've got to ask. Number one question, Zera Aura.
So I think Zera is a pretty underrated character. I think we're probably gonna see a lot more of it this tourney than a lot of people expect. But yeah, it's kind of like a surprise pick this year. A lot of teams you've been playing against in scrims have been playing it. It looks really well. It's really strong at the Ray fights. As obviously you saw, like I pretty much blew all of them up with one ult. It scales so extremely well. But obviously they punished us really well with the early game picking the double EV. It was definitely hard to get online, but it only takes one fight for us to really kind of scale into the late game. So.
And of course, minor question for that one, Sweet Kiss. Do you think we're gonna see that again at all?
I don't know, maybe.
All right, good enough. So I gotta ask, this is exactly last year how you started as well. You lost the very first game, I believe, of the entire tournament, and that was it. That was literally the last game that you lost. Do you think that's exactly how it's gonna go again? Are you just literally going for the time and time again repeat?
I mean, of course, I haven't lost a set at Worlds yet, and I don't plan on losing one this year either, so.
All right, well, that's great. And then, of course, we've got another team here in your group. How are you looking forward to playing against Isenamento?
Yeah, so they're a very, very interesting team. As you know, they're APAC East, so we don't really know too much about the team, so we kind of just have to go off of a basis of what they're going to be playing against Mazo's team. But I think, our team is more than capable of winning our group. I'm really confident in my teammates. They played absolutely amazing this set. I got all the first, game nerves out of the way, so I think it's only up from here.
All right, well then the final question, of course, anybody that you'd like to shout out now that we're on here on stage. Obviously so many people here in the crowd cheering for you. It was actually before the interview started. There we go, we get to hear them again. Huge crowd favorite here. Anything you want to say to them out there?
Yeah, I mean, throughout 3 years of me competing, I really appreciate all the supporters, especially the ones that have come out here to watch me play live. It really means so much to me. And yeah, I promise that I'll bring the 3P home for you guys.
All right, well, the promise has been made, and the very difficult first step has been taken, but that's just the first step. So many more games for you to come, and of course, every other team. We're gonna send it back to the casters now because, like I said, we've got much more to go.
That's right. We have so much more exciting Pokemon Unite action coming at you. Next match is going to be Nouns Esports versus Zora Tigers Gaming. We got the champs from EU versus the champs from Korea. It's going to be incredible. And I'm not allowed to say much, but you're going to want to watch through the entire broadcast.
Watch the entire show.
Watch the entire show.
Why would you leave?
You wouldn't want to leave, but I'm telling you,
don't.
Watch the entire show because you don't know what we have coming. We're going to be right back. We're going to take a break. I request you to stay right there.
Don't move.
Do not move.
Don't move.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon World Championship 2024 here in Honolulu, Hawaii. We just got done with an incredible first match. That was a grand finals feeling match, and we were only in our first set of the day. I'm so excited to be here, back again for another Worlds with the great Kellosaurus.
Hello, Chef. It's so great to be here. I'm so excited, and I think this is just what we are in for the whole weekend. I mean, the first day, the fact that we already had round 3.
I know, not just any round 3 though. I mean, that was a round 3 with Zeraora, with Suikis Comfey, between the 2-time world champions, looking to be 3-time world champions. I'm starting to say 3 already because they're convincing me. And then, of course, with Legacy, one of the most storied teams that we ever had. But, of course, that was last match, and now we are moving on to yet another amazing match. And let me promise you, I know that Doomstacks and Spraggles have already promised you basically banger after banger game today, and it is going to continue because our next match is going to be Nouns versus Zora Tigers Gaming.
Oh, that sounds like an absolute fire match. We know Nouns history. This is their 3rd time representing EU at Worlds. Now, Zora or is Tiging, we'll get into them, and you know what? They are representing Korea, and they are also just been having a great season.
Yes, so just we can talk about Zoinks, who's been on a little bit as far as the interviews and stuff. But Zoinks, of course, is power rankings. We haven't been able to intro them like we do in all the studio shows. But looking at the actual power rankings, Zoinks has been a huge fan of Zora Tigers Gaming. I've been a huge fan of Zora Tigers Gaming. A lot of people really pushed them up. Of course, they did great in ACL. They've done extremely well within their own region, and they are one of those teams that's coming in. We really got to see, especially how they end up competing region versus region. But every single time they've impressed us. However, on the other side, Nouns, of course, has just been looking incredible, kind of finding their footing over 90% of the season, I want to say, and this is fully compliment. They finally found it. They were having trouble. They finally found it, and they are looking to be unstoppable. Since they've kind of found their footing, I feel like, I don't know if anybody's looked as strong as them. I feel like we both have, Kel, you and me have both been feeling really good about Nouns.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's 3 of those original members, Gatlu, Bruv, and Adesu. So is this the dream team paired up with the other 2 as well? We'll just have to wait and see as we are getting set on up. I'm so excited.
I'm excited as well. And we're here, we're at Worlds. It's such an incredible venue. We're here, there's a billion people here out watching. We're actually really close to a lot of the crowd. Huge shout outs already. The crowd this early in the morning has been extremely loud, cheering for all the players. The Unite crowd always shows up. Love the respect. But, I mean, they're going to lose their voices because I think I'm already going to lose my voice. I've only done 2 interviews and I'm already starting to get exhausted. It's getting hot out here and it's going to continue to get hot. So I'm really curious, Kella. I want to know what you think. With Nouns, we've seen them play, of course, some very just solid normal things. We've seen them play some fun things as well. Last time we saw them in the EU Regionals, we ended up seeing a more fun comp with Gatlu playing the Greedent, which, by the way, the other casters didn't make fun of me for putting Greedent on my my little pick sheet. But do you think we're going to see anything interesting this match?
Oh, I do hope we end up seeing a Gatlu Greedent, but it all comes down to draft, right? They're going to have to try and fix whatever, you know, or as tight. Zora Tigers Gaming are going to select there. So, I mean, we've already seen 2 Comfey matches, and I know you're rocking the Comfey yourself.
Yeah.
Will we see any Comfey?
I don't know. I feel like it gets like a home field advantage, you know? Like, it gets the advantage of going in the tall grass, so it's kind of like, it's a terrain-based Pokemon, and the terrain around here is certainly that. I'm sweating, you know, we're here in the summer in Hawaii. It's a good thing I got a towel here. Trust me, I did not do that before I put on Overlord. That was a bit. But I feel like we could, right? I do think that we're certainly not going to see it as much as we see it from LG. LG has their super specific style. I was talking backstage with Zoinks as well about, do we think that there's any team that is so focused on one person popping off as LG? I don't know if you can think of any others. I could not.
Look, it is a team game after all.
Yes.
You cannot have your carries without your support and your defender there in that front line. So, you know what, as long as the team is able to collaborate together, able to communicate whenever they need each other, make those right calls, that is what we are looking for.
Yeah. I mean, the communication obviously is such a huge, important thing, and that's something that we've been seeing as well, is a lot of teams that have been sticking together for a really long time have been doing really well over the course of the season, and we've kind of got a mix of that. We've got teams that have been playing together throughout the whole season, or teams that have honestly kind of formed before this last tournament. So we got to see that in the last set. This set as well, we are somewhat seeing that. Zora Tigers Gaming certainly has a history together, and then Nouns, like we mentioned, was a reshuffle a little bit from a few different, I would just say all of EU kind of shuffled their players together, but they've really found their moments now. I have been a really big fan of Soreu on Nouns for quite a while, since they've been competing this, well, I mean, they've been playing for a long time, but this season in particular, they've been really popping off, so really love to see that. You can see on the left side right there. I'm surprised they don't all have the glasses, but I don't know, they're just looking so good to me, and it feels like they're gelling. What do you think?
Look, you can see Bruv is in his element there, peeking over the edge, just trying to see the crowd, see who's cheering for them. Otherwise, the rest of them taking those deep breaths, making sure that you are cool, calm, and collected before you head on in. Getting on ready, Chef. What do you think?
I think I'm none of those things. I'm not
No,
cool,
me
calm, or collected. I am hot out here, I am panicking, and I am scattered-brained. There we go. I was like, what is the opposite of collected? Scatterbrained. That's actually quite perfect. So I'm all of those things right now because, honestly, there's just so many storylines this Worlds. It's like there's too much to think about, right? I feel like last Worlds, I didn't have to use my brain as much. I was able to turn it off a little bit, but this time it's like every single team has a chance to not only make it to day 2, but make it into top 4, make it to the winning spot, and we just don't know. But we can see all the members of Nouns. They are looking really cool and calm and collected, I will say. I've heard behind the scenes that they've been doing very well in a lot of their off-broadcast scrims. Of course, every single team has been scrimming, of course, in preparation of Worlds. And that's one of the most interesting things about Pokemon Unite, is that we get to see this kind of moment where everybody decides, do I want to scrim outside of region? Do I want to scrim inside of region? How much experience do I want to gain at the cost of giving all of the other potential opponents that I'm going to have at Worlds the experience of fighting against us? And I do believe Nouns has kind of spread relatively far as where they want to go and who they want to compete against. I know, of course, you being the ultimate representative of the OC region, you know a thing or two about that and how difficult it can be for them to even get ping against other good regions.
No, that is actually a really great point. I know a few teams that have been scrimming, whether it's here or whether it's also in different countries as well. So whether they have actually prepared enough, and obviously the travel comes into play, like there's just so many building blocks there. But you know what? This is the moment. This is their chance. And this is what they have been prepping for all year long.
Yes, and this specifically for these two teams, this is not an easy moment. This is going to be one of the, I think it's really hard to say this, right? It's hard to say that it's one of the toughest groups because there have been a lot of groups that have been in the contention for the toughest group. But we'll see what they actually have to say about their own group as we're going to take an interview up on stage with maybe some of the players with, of course, the great Zoinks.
All right, thank you so much. I get to be on stage here with Zora Tigers Gaming and a Desu from Nouns Esports. It's going to be an amazing matchup. I can't wait. We got some incredible teams on either side, but I got to ask a question to Zora Tigers Gaming Ward first. You're the regional champion of Korea, obviously a huge feat. Do you feel like Korea is the strongest region in the world this year?
네, 일단 한국 지역에서 우승을 하셨는데 보통 한국에서 온 팀이라고 들으면 좀 잘할 거다. 좀 e스포츠 강대국이다 이런 인식이 많이 있는데 이번 포켓몬 유나이트 세계 대회에서는 좀 그에 걸맞는 좀 최고의 팀이 될 수 있을까요?
네, 당연하게 그에 걸맞는 팀이 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So of course, we'll keep the reputation of Korea being one of the best region for esports team.
Awesome. All right. Strong words from Korea. Desu, coming from Europe, a region where you have got second place on this very stage before. Do you think Nouns Esports can win it all this year?
Man, be ready for that. We are ready for that.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Casters, we're going to send it back over to you.
Wow, thank you, Zoinks from the 80s. He actually time traveled here with that outfit just for this event. But also, actually, if we're talking about outfits, can we talk about those trunks on a Desu? That is perfect style for this event. So it's great to hear that from both of them. I feel like both of these teams are really confident, and this is a match, of course, against two of the teams who have essentially like won their region, of course, just based on like the results so far. So this is going to be one of the first times, and we just got to see that last time. It was very close. Do you think we're going to see this set be as close as we saw in the LG versus Legacy set?
Look, you nailed it on the head. As you said, we have Zora Tigers Gaming, who is first in Korea. They won their regionals, Nouns Esports winning that. They also won the previous one as well at AOS Cup, and being able to just represent, like, this isn't their first rodeo here, Chef. But the thing is, Zora Tigers Gaming, this isn't their first rodeo either. They actually have some representatives that, I guess it's a mishmash of the best of Korea.
Yes, yes. This is actually kind of a mix of mash and mash. So we can actually take a look first at Nouns and see what the mish of the mash is. I don't think that is a real word, but they are certainly a mish of the mash of the best with Adesu, who we just got to see on stage, Gatlu, Soreu, Bruv, and Toon Slim, which, if you have been watching any sort of competitive Pokemon Unite over the course of the entire lifetime of the game, you know basically all of these players. You can see all the results on the bottom. There's too much. I'm not even going to read them out because they are simply too strong of a team.
The names speak for themselves, I guess you could say. And I mean, these profile pictures also speak for themselves as well.
Well, we've got a little video with one of the players. I want to see if it's Spreggles once again coming up from below, which he managed to do with both of the last teams. But let's take a listen in with one of the players that we got to talk to.
Hi everyone, I am Calosaurus here in Honolulu, Hawaii for Pokemon World 2024. I am here with Bruv from Nouns Esports, and we are going to ask you a few questions. Are you ready?
I think so, let's go.
I need to ask, do you have any friends or family here supporting you to watch you for the third time at Worlds?
You know, I've got some people here, some fans I think, some long-time friends now from Unite, but obviously, you know, the team's here already, ready to get going and play.
I guess you all support each other, don't you, on the stage?
Of course, of course.
Yes. I need to ask, what drew you into competing for Pokemon Unite?
I just hadn't really competed in anything, and I kind of wanted to. And I ended up being pretty high in the rank ladder at the beginning of the game, so I decided to give it a shot. And I guess I'm still here, so it's going pretty good.
Well, 3 years later, this is your third Worlds that you are attending. How does Nouns differ this year in comparison to the previous years you've competed at Worlds?
So we got a couple new players, you know, this year, which definitely changes the vibe of the team. You know, definitely a different way we're approaching the game in general. So we're feeling confident, feeling good. So, you know, happy with what's happened, how we led it. So.
What is your favorite part about attending in-person events?
It's really great to see all the teams, you know, you face over the years from every region, because a lot of the same faces show up. It's good to see the new faces too, you know, just enjoy in visiting new places together, really. Like, it's a good time.
I know you've been to London, you went to Japan, now you're in Hawaii, so that is pretty epic. What is your favorite Pokemon to play and why?
I think it changes a lot. Like, I always go back to Mr. Mime. That's like kind of what I became known for to start with. Yeah, it's just the go-to. But honestly, I like a lot of carries because I don't get to play them as much in competitive. But yeah, I'd say Mr. Mime.
Will we see Mr. Mime this weekend, maybe?
We have to wait and see.
Oh,
Can't spoil anything.
Can't spoil anything. You have to tune in and see. Can you describe what everybody's roles are on the team?
Okay, so I guess starting off, we have Toon, who he leads the drafts, you know, talks about most of the things. We listen to him, or we should. Then I'd say like we have Soreu. He's one of the newer members again. He's mainly our jungler, you know, sometimes goes into other lanes. We have Gatlu, who kind of does mainly top lane, but also switches around sometimes. And we have Adesu, the support, you know, long-time Nouns member as well. And me, you know, bot lane with Toon. I think that's about it.
So some flexibility there, but also some things that are the same that we've seen previously. Can Nouns do it for the third year? As they say, third year is the charm.
Thank you, Kello. Now, I am very impressed how quickly you got back here after doing that interview. You ran, you changed clothes. It's very impressive. But it's because we're getting ready to start our game. We are getting very, very close here, Nouns versus Zora Tigers Gaming, and they're just starting to get into it. Our second set of the day. Are you ready, Kello?
Second set of the day. This is only just the beginning. This is wild. But we are about to head on into our ban phase, and I'm wondering what they are going to pick up here. Each team having those 2 bans, 4 in total, are not going to be playable here.
Well, it looks like immediately off the bat, it's going to be the Mamoswine gone, which did a great amount of work, even though it was on the losing team in that previous match. Same thing with the Urshifu getting highly valued. Honestly, basically every Pokemon that's being banned was used heavily by Legacy in that last set.
Yes, I guess the teams learn off each other, trying to get a feel for what the meta is and everything. Leafeon and Ceruledge. We saw Ceruledge pop off in that previous set, so I think this is a great ban. But 2 all-rounders are out of the picture. It's up to Bruv. That first pick, what are they going to prioritize? It's going to be the Umbreon.
Yeah, we did hear, of course, there's the potential there too. We could see the Mime at some point. Mime's doing pretty well right now, but Umbreon is one of the highest picks right now that's just barely getting under that ban radar. Whoa, hold on. Are we going to see a first pick? Look, okay, Lucario is going to be a wild one. I know there's been some back and forth about that. This would be another wild one. Dragonite, if we do end up seeing it, nope. Okay, third wild one. This is a Pokemon that was out of the meta for quite a while, but it's been relatively solid. And then the other side, Charizard.
Look, we have seen Charizard rise up in the ranks. Is it going to perform the same as it would in competitive? You pair it up with an Eldegoss as well. Adesu obviously being that prime supporter there, going to have to provide those shields and Pollen Puff. Otherwise, we do have Zora Tigers Gaming answering back with a Snorlax and a Gyarados.
We do. That's a great combo. But first I want to talk about the fact that we got Blaziken so late in the draft. That is unbelievable. And our second set with Zeraora. Is this the Worlds of Zeraora? I don't think that was on anybody's bingo card.
No, it wasn't on my bingo card. The fact that we've seen, this is the 3rd Zeraora that we have seen. What are these teams cooking? There is clearly something that I am not familiar with. However, something we are familiar with in terms of that speedster is the other one beginning with Z. Or Z, I guess you Americans call it, right?
Worlds, you can say that for sure.
Okay.
There's plenty of different regions here. But actually, okay, so I want to talk a few things about Zora Tiger Gaming's, I almost said Zora Tiger Gaming, too much Zeraora comp, is first of all, I think that Snorlax plus Gyarados has been proven to be one of the strongest combinations. The initiation ability of that team with the bounce and the heavy slam, if they so choose to do that, is going to be so incredibly scary. But it's curious that they did go with that final pick, Speedster. Usually when we do see that Zoroark, it is going with some sort of hard support, but I don't really think it has great targets on the other side. Maybe it's counter dive. What do you think?
That is actually a really great question. One thing I'm really surprised about is they have the Zeraora, they have the Zoroark. Neither of them have the Comfey though.
Yeah, that's true. They could have easily gone that direction either way. Of course, Eldegoss is going to be Desu's kind of specialty, and that is going to be what Desu's going to be on, so that makes a lot of sense. On the other side, Hoopa, I know especially Danley's been talking a lot about how Hoopa is just kind of like the support right now. So, makes a lot of sense, but could have gone either way. They even had I think this is the Comfey plush that we just saw.
I was going to say, I found the Comfey. They're actually wearing the Comfey around their neck, so they can't play it in-game. Maybe that might be why.
It's already picked, right? It's picked just in real life. But I believe we're going to be getting into it as we go into our second set of the day. We're going to be having, of course, Nouns in the purple, and then oh my god, I did it already! Zora Tigers Gaming in the orange! And the fact there's a Zoroark, a Zora Tigers Gaming, and a Zeraora in one game, I am certainly going to make that mistake more than 10 times.
Look, this is definitely going to be a tongue twister for all of us. However, we have a Soul Magikarp going in, getting both of those Bumblebees, Hoopa making sure to help that Zorua get online, and also take that red buff, just to provide a little bit more slows earlier on.
I'm surprised that we didn't end up seeing the red buff go to the Eldegoss, the Gossifleur currently. That would be a really great way to help try and slow down that Magikarp, which is going to be a big point of contention in this match. For anybody who's newer to Pokemon Unite, Magikarp evolves differently. It does eventually evolve guaranteed based on level, but it has a meter, an effort meter that goes up as you score, get KOs, get assists, and so you really want to shut it down early before it turns into very scary Gyarados. But already the first KO of the game on that Zeraora.
Yeah, speaking of shutting down early, being able to knock down that Zero Aura is huge. You do have Mule picking up themselves a berry, getting prepared for the Swabbles and Altaria that are about to spawn.
And immediately get just eliminated from the map. So that is how it is, of course, when a bunch of strong Pokemon are vying for that experience. So it looks like the majority of the experience so far in the game has gone slightly to Zora Tigers Gaming. They're ahead just by a bit, getting that early KO. And I would expect that we're going to see the Magikarp evolve relatively soon. Usually, if we can see it evolve by, I'd say, about 8 minutes, you're in a pretty solid spot, and they're getting pretty close there. We are going to see the Blaziken, not quite be a Blaziken yet, and so it's going to be a little bit before it pops off, but already 8 minutes and 20 seconds, Gyarados, that's a great time.
Yeah, just those little hits to get it online. Adesu and the Hooper both hiding in that tall grass, just seeing who's going to poke out first. However, it ends up being Gyarados that uses that bounce onto that Combusken. They're just circling about, trying to protect the Swabbles and Altaria that are about to spawn at the 8-minute mark.
Ooh, and that's going to be a big heavy slam to at least start off the initiation. Charizard's going to do a great job of being able to at least get a little bit more damage on there, and the initiation is going to come in at least from that Combusken. They are going to be able to at least get one KO once again on that Zero Aura, reverse KO on the Hoopa, so just a big brawl happening here in the center. I love the kiting that we're seeing out of the Charizard, showing its mobility while it's able to attack. Gyarados going down. It's going to be another great KO for the side of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, that is massive. 2 KOs for that Charizard. It's going to get it ever closer to that Unite move that it needs. However, we do have Ward being able to just zone them out a little bit further. Another set of birds are about to spawn before we have those first objectives. However, down in the bot path, Zoroark is actually quite low, which means they're actually going to give up all of these Swabbles and Altaria over to the side of Nouns.
Yeah, that's a scary 1v1 match as well. There's such a, I mean, as you can see right there, Zoroark does a lot of AoE damage just around itself, so even if it's not targeting you or it's fighting against something like a Zoroark that's very hard to target, it can just do a lot of accidental damage. So it's not going to be easy to 1v1 that, but they're immediately going to initiate on the bottom, trying to take this Regirock, and already we're going to see that Zoroark go down immediately. A second KO onto that Gyarados. Regirock getting very low. The final hit is going to go to the side of Nouns as well. Of course, Adesu, one of the best final hitters in the game.
We always love it when a support gets that last hit. However, we've just got to talk about the power of Gatlu on that Charizard, and I think this is why they picked it. Being able to get those KOs, but also zone out the rest of the team for the member to secure it. Otherwise, we have another objective. That Regieleki is really low here, as we do have a brawl. Jae-Jung trying to zone on out, and it actually ends up going over to Zoro Tigers Gaming. I'm done.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Can we get a count, chat, please, of how many times we say Zoro wrong? But yeah, that looked like there was going to be a lot more of a fight, and they actually just kind of went in, and they were like, nope, and they just backed up, and they just disengaged. They were like, oh, well, it's just a Regieleki. We're not getting threatened by points. Currently, both teams sitting at 66. A lot of times, you really want to be afraid of that Regieleki if already one team has a gigantic lead, and you either want to hold on to that lead or prevent it from growing. But they're sitting pretty solid here, and we're having the levels be decent. Nouns has definitely jumped ahead, but we're not in a spot where there can't be a very quick comeback with maybe 1 or 2 solid picks from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming.
I mean, the benefit is they have both of those tier 1 pads available for them. So that Hooper is able to teleport, they're able to defend, be wherever they need to be. So Nouns need to try and collaborate together to try and take one of these goals down.
This has been one of the longest games without seeing a goal zone go down. That's how much of like a draw this is as far as these fights. Of course, we did see that really big win on bottom. It's been kind of the only thing, the only reason why we do have probably a decent level lead, but they're just doing such a good job of controlling the space, and it's hard. It's hard to initiate against Zora Tigers Gaming comp. They've got a lot of burst, they've got a really strong far back line, they've got the counter initiation, and right now, that's exactly what they're doing. They're coordinating, they've got the mobility of the Hoopa, maybe is the most important thing, and it's so hard to find an opportunity to break any of these goals.
No, and that's actually perfect because they do have the positioning here, except it looks like they're going to abandon bases, head up into the top half as Nouns made an attempt at pushing that. Rings and Bound comes on 4th as they are trying to scramble away. However, it is just no match for Nouns. Inteleon also pops their Unite move. There is no hiding in the tall grass from them as they are snipe shotting across the distance.
that range is going to be so gigantic. Right now, though, we're seeing the burn on the Regieleki. That's going to go down in an instant. Can we see this team of 2 from Nouns defend this goal zone against so far 4 plus the Regieleki is the 5th. Snorlax on bottom. Looks like they're doing a good job. We are going to see at least one little bit of a assist right there from the Blaziken. We are going to see Gatlu go down, but they did manage to take the Zoroark out in time. Regieleki's very close to going in. Only a Desu left to try and stop this, but there's quite a few enemies on the other side. You might just have to let this one go. And if they do, which will happen, this should be a jumping lead for Zora Tigers Gaming.
You got to give it up to Adesu there, leaving it right until the last moment, trying as hard as they can to defend that base. However, trying to get in those little dunks, some extra stacks here and there that they may have missed out earlier on. However, down in the bot path, we actually have Nouns breaking that goal. So it is still a close match, 135 to 170 points.
Yeah, there was a little bit of the scoring in return, which I really like that. They saw the opportunity. Oh no, once again, that's going to be a Zeraora going down very quickly. Zeraora is pretty risky. The Unite come out from Charizard, but that was a little bit late. Gatlu going down very quickly, only being able to unite at about 10% of his own HP. And now another opportunity to push some goals down is going to come in this bottom tier 1, where Zora Tigers Gaming already has a significant amount of points on this. They are going to get a pretty solid overdunk there, and now they're ahead by about 50 points, which is still a relatively low lead when we're only 45 seconds away from the final stretch.
Oh, but look at Muir a bit in the enemy territory. In dangerous waters, are they going to be able to get on out? No, we did have Hooper jump across the wall. Unfortunately, they were just too low. Get knocked out. That is going to reset them, as we do have some members collaborating up to the top half. Are they going to try and take this tier 1 base before the final stretch?
Oh, well, they're going to certainly get it. They actually really prioritize just being able to destroy that, which means that they may be going for that Regieleki as well. They will. Up on top, almost everybody from the side of Nouns has collapsed onto that Regieleki with a great timing. The closer to the 2-minute mark you can take a Regieleki, the better pressure it provides in the final stretch as Rayquaza spawns, and it's going to a tier 2 completely undefended. You know Zora Tigers Gaming says, okay, you're going to be able to get back the lead with that if you really choose to, but we're still so close that it may come down to this Ray fight.
Yeah, it looks like that Regieleki is going to walk on through. Zoroark is going to go and defend that. However, there's no people in sight as Snorlax is trying to take the hits, trying to get the reset, but a great Blaze Kick to pop off that. Snorlax able to get the heals from that Power Nap, as we do have the Rings Unbound coming on out. It is just an absolute mishmash hit, Chef.
It is 2 members already down on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, and it's really solid amount of their damage. They've got to come back. They've got to hold on as long as they can. They do slightly have the lead, but right now, Nouns is just chasing them down. Zoroark is going to be the 3rd KO. Only the defender and supporter left, trying to maybe sit around and try to get the last hit on this Rayquaza. Heavy Slam could certainly potentially do it, but they will go down before the final hit, and Rayquaza for game number 1 is going to the side of Nouns.
And it is going to be Sarayu that secures the shields for their team. Their ball has bursted. However, we have Gyarados here trying to see if they can break any more of those shields with that bounce, but you do have the Caps coming on in 463 to 250 with only 45 seconds remaining.
That's going to be a difficult ask. They do have the Hoopa. The Hoopa could potentially, if they have a lot of their Unite left, run all the way to the other side, get a portal out, but there's only 36 seconds left. I think the odds of that happening, especially that happening without them running into anybody else, which immediately they're seeing there. Brav still with that shield a lot later. That's not going to be an option with 24 seconds left. Really only 2 members somewhat even close. I'm sorry, 3 members were somewhat close, but there's not enough points. I think we can say that this one is all wrapped up in game number 1, as Nouns Esports will go with a 430-point lead over Zora Tigers Gaming.
Absolutely wild. The fact that they were so close in this match. They were 66 and 66 at one point, but Nouns, that has got to feel good for them.
It does, and of course, these teams have been practicing and training the entire season. Well, I guess this team wasn't fully together the entire season, but they've been players that have been, practicing the entire season. This is where it all matters. This is where it all counts. So getting that first win is huge. It's got to feel so good, and I feel like Nouns is a team that's been running on maybe an infinite supply of momentum over the past several months. So winning that first game, I feel like it's going to continue. They're a team that clearly likes to have fun. They've got a lot of aggression in their bones, I think, and when they do manage to make things go their way exactly like this with that, may I just note, beautifully played final team fight, realizing that they could pull that Snorlax away, realizing that there was no Zoroark in contention for that fight, they just feel good about it, I'm sure. And on the other side, Zora Tigers Gaming, they're going to have to know that they were close.
Yeah, it was really close. It's back to the drawing board here, and I don't think anything really went wrong in terms of their draft or anything. I think it worked really well in comparison to Nouns, but I guess it just came down to that final stretch, this final moments, being able to single out Ward, force that power nut, that way they don't have the heals. I mean, Sorayu, being able to just push them off that hyperspace hole was massive.
Yes, that was so gigantic. I was talking about this before. You know, I'm not trying to play favorites here, but I have been loving Sorayu's play. The entire season has been one of my true MVPs without a doubt. And they were, I don't want to say they were like not huge within that game until the kind of end of it, but there were just so many threats that were kind of attacking from all angles, whether it be the Zeraora from Toon Slim, who by the way is Toon Slim, not Ton Slim, whether it be Gatlu on the Charizard, and here we go, we can see right here, Toon is the MVP with that Zeraora. We have now seen, what is this? 2 Zeraora wins in 3 games? No, 4 games so far on broadcast.
Yeah, so that's what, a 33% win rate? No, did I do that? I probably did my math wrong. This is why we're you know, get me to go and dunk it in.
We have people to do math for us.
No, but you know what? The thing is, I think their play there at the very end, right? Before that final stretch, being able to take that Regia, like he pushed that on through and just gain that advantage. But we are going to have a squiz at the stats here. Toon, as we said, receiving that MVP with the 6 KOs. Soraya also the 7 KOs there as well.
Yeah, like I said, it was a real triple threat.
Yeah.
Every single time that any of those 3 damage dealers on that team were anywhere near anybody on Zora Tigers Gaming, they had to deal with them. And we did see them actually get a lot of KOs on each one individually, but the threat of having all of them all at the same time, being able to pull them to each other's ranges, 3 separate damage dealers, I would say, that all are very focused on mobility as well, you know, being able to blaze kick people around, being able to teleport around a little bit and jump as Zeraora, and then Charizard just being able to walk and kite as it attacks. There's just so much as far as trying to catch them all at once. It only takes 1 to pop off in a fight.
Yes, 1 to pop off, but 1 to also get singled out there. But we're going to get ready. Do you think we're going to have exactly the same bans that we saw last round? Or do you think this has demonstrated how much of a threat Charizard is? No, Gatlu had some great Unite moves, but I know they also used a Unite move at one point and instantly got taken down.
That was a pretty late Unite. We'll have to ask Gatlu what exactly that was. But I personally think that there's a reason why Charizard was banned in a lot of the first set of the day and why we've been seeing it banned in a whole lot of other, I guess just like grassroots tournaments, just casual games that, you know, ranked games that have draft. Just Charizard's getting banned all over the place. So I would not be surprised if we ended up seeing that, but the biggest strength, one of the biggest strengths of Nouns is their flexibility as far as everybody on their side. You could ban on every single Pokemon. Give Zora Tigers Gaming 5 bans, they ban everybody that they played, and it'll be fine. Because Nouns just has literally like secondaries, thirds, they're all as good as their mains almost.
Yes, they can play any Pokemon they want. I'm hoping we still end up getting some Greedent later on. But look, I've called it, Chef. Charizard, first ban. We actually have Zora Tigers Gaming going in for that first pick on the purple side. So Nouns are in that second pick. Looks like they're going to follow them through. But however, they've actually decided to ban their own Umbreon.
Yeah, and on the other side, we actually see Zora Tigers Gaming ban Hoopa that they chose in the game number 1. This is no problem for Nouns. Trust me, they are going to be like, okay, we can just give Adesu the Eldegoss once again. But that clearly does show, as far as the mindset of Zora Tigers Gaming, they highly value the Hoopa and as a second pick. But first pick, Ceruledge. We've seen how scary this can be. This was banned last time. Do you think it's going to win this time?
Look, only time will tell, Chef. We know that is an incredible Unite move as well. If they're able to time it perfectly. However, Soryu going to stick with the Blaziken, and this is something that we have seen rise in the ranks as well. Mamoswine. So being able to get those picks, if it's able to set those fangs on that Ceruledge, that could quickly shut them down.
It's a great pick, and I know somewhere out there Zoinks is saying, look, my pick, it's true, because he actually did that the first time that we saw it as well, and it's looking like such a strong Pokemon to be the first pick on the side of the second side team, but we are going to see the Urshifu, who's also been in contention for bans quite a bit, and hold on, are you going to get your wish? Oh, maybe not, maybe not. This would be an interesting one as well. Gatlu locking in, interesting. Buzzwole, not a Pokemon that we see all the time, but it is going to be very strong, especially in the early game at contending whatever it's going to be trying to do.
Well, I guess it depends on who ends up going up in that top path, but now it's a matter. You look at these team comps right now, they're quite brawly, frontline melee. We have Subin there on the Pikachu, so that is going to be their ranged attacker. Do you think that's going to be enough range for them?
I mean, this is not a lot of range. I am personally have been seeing the praises of current Pikachu. It got some buffs relatively recently, and it is very strong. And even before that, we've seen support Pikachu doing decently well, but as you can see right now, there's not going to be an EXP share on it. It is going to be more of an attacker, and I think that is very scary, especially when you have a relatively close range team like Nouns. You're asking, is there enough range on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming? Is there enough range on the side of Nouns as well? I feel like this match is just set up to be a gigantic brawl one way or the other, and the AoE damage to that Pikachu could really, really hurt if Nouns is not careful about their spacing.
Can I just say, I am actually loving Toon's last pick here, the Espeon, the Psychic Select. If we have Zora Tigers Gaming all bunched in together, considering they are such a brawly comp, they're able to get that at the perfect time. That could pop off there. But yeah, question, do they have enough range? Do they even need the range, or are they just looking to just throw fists at each other here?
Well, I know at least a few of these Pokemon are certainly looking to throw literal fists at each other. I'm excited with what we've seen from the Urshifu. Again, there is a question as to which Urshifu we could see. That's something that we haven't really had a chance to talk about, I think, on broadcast as much, is that since the most recent patch, Urshifu is now back to being picked in kind of both roles sometimes. It can, of course, go the multi-strike or the single strike, and both have very, very different play styles. We saw the single strike exclusively from Legacy last time, but this time we'll have to see exactly where it goes. We're heading into game number 2. Zora Tigers Gaming now on the left, Nouns on the right in the orange, and they're up one game. They only need one more to move forward.
We are going to send that Cubfu into that central area for Zora Tigers Gaming as well. Adesu on a little bit of a mission. The Gossifleur potentially looking to steal this red buff. However, we do have that Blissey to help this Cubfu along, because we know how slow it is to actually clear that wild Pokemon.
Yes, Cubfu, infamously one of the weakest and slowest clears before it turns into an Urshifu. And the moment it turns into an Urshifu, you're running the exact opposite direction. And look at this, even with the heals, oh no, barely escapes. Adesu is going to at least be able to delay that clear by quite a while, forcing them to heal even with the assist. And so getting a strong early game support like the Gossifleur is going to be such a good option at trying to delay that. But now, yeah, you got to run. That's an Urshifu, and you don't want to be a part of that fight anymore. It's just a poor little Gossifleur.
It was a moment of fear, the Gossifleur, but now it's a moment of fear, the Urshifu, who's looking for some revenge. Otherwise, up in that top path, we do have Nouns who are able to get in some dunks, leaving that base at 54 points, able to just zone out this Charcadet, who can't really find an opening right now.
Yeah, I mean, Charcadet's definitely not as weak as Cubfu, but you really want to get that evolution just as much. And right now, this is a pretty early brawl. You know, we were saying this might just be a brawl of the match, and it's looking like it. We're at 8 minutes, 30 seconds, and already that's a good amount of score on that bottom tier 1. So Zora Tigers Gaming is going to be taking a small lead. There's been a solid amount of points probably during a lot of the invasion that were scored from the side of Nouns as well.
You know what I just noticed as well? We actually have the Water Bear coming on out, and you can just see it pop it on off with those moves, the liquidations. However, it does finally get taken down along with that Blissey, a little bit in danger. there as we do get set up for these mid-birds.
Well, I will thank Zora Tigers Gaming for making it sound like I know a little bit of what I'm talking about, and we did get a chance to see now both forms of the Urshifu within 2 different sets, the first 2 sets of the day. So for, again, anybody who maybe hasn't had a chance to see the Rapid Striker Urshifu, which we have not seen for a long time competitively, it is going to be very similar to an E-Speed Lucario maybe, just as far as style. You're going to be zipping around a lot, you're going to be diving, you're going to have a lot of mobility, hitting a lot of people in the back line, most likely. But we'll see if they can actually get that going, because so far they are a little bit behind, I would say, as far as being able to win those early fights.
Yeah, I think it's also the Liquidation being able to give them that shielding that they may need to just try and contest this. However, interestingly enough, we have Zora Tigers Gaming giving up this tier 1 pad, leaving it on 19 points. Looks like they just want it gone instead of focusing on the wild Pokemon as they get prepared for these first objectives to spawn.
This is going to be, I think, a really big moment in this game, just because of the fact that when you have brawling teams like this, slight level advantages mean so much, and slight just advantages anywhere, they really kind of get magnified, and so immediately they're going to be pushing, trying to burn it down. The Psych Slayer, just like you said, being gigantic in that fight, but it was not enough backup. That's going to be a secure from Nouns Esports, and they are going to be able to steal that one away, right? They did manage to steal it, I think? No, they did not. I'm sorry. I looked at the wrong thing. That was a secure from Zora Tigers Gaming.
No, we do have an objective going over to both sides here.
That's what it was.
And now, because they actually decided to leave that tier 1, Regieleki is knocking on that doorstep. We do have Buzzwell going in with their Ultra Swole Slam, taking down one of those members, just trying to clear some space for this Regieleki to make it on through. Egg bombs are flying there, not able to get its hit, able to get a stun, but oh my gosh, what a great Phantom Force from that Ceruledge to dodge that punch.
Yeah, good Phantom Force usage is huge with Ceruledge, and especially the fact that we're here playing in person means that it's going to be the quickest reactions you could possibly have. Also, I was completely tricked in that last fight. I looked down to see who got the last hit on the Reggie, and I was like, Soraya got the last hit? Soraya wasn't in that fight, but Soraya got the Regieleki right as the Reggie on the bottom was taken. So, yeah, they did trade exactly 1 for 1. I, though, think that this is still remaining what looks like a pretty close game. However, Nouns is really starting to run away with this lead. So the biggest thing that they have to be careful for, especially with how they're playing, is not to get picked off by one person, but that's going to be a big Revenant rent, and the defensive Icicle Fang is going to at least get that Ceruledge back into their own back line, but we're going to see Pillar Swan get very, very low, able to escape. They will be able to get the KO on the Ceruledge. Psychic Slayer is going to continue with that, but it looks like that may be the end of their KOs. Still, that's exactly what they wanted to see.
Exactly. They were able to utilize some of those Unite moves, which means we're actually not going to have Pikachu Unite move coming down for this basement Reggie. It's just a matter of waiting. We do have Gatlu going and getting that red buff there, seeing if they can potentially get their Unite move as the rest of the members lay in their tall grass.
I like this patience. There was obviously a lot of focus from Zora Tigers Gaming on this objective in the, literally one objective ago. And so maybe playing a little bit more defensively, waiting for one giant burst and just at least getting one big pick on something like their Shifu or that Ceruledge would be huge. And that was a really big miss from that Trevenant Unite. I'd actually be able to hit, I think, maybe anybody. Reggie Steele already getting extremely low. And that's going to be the Ceruledge getting that final hit. Once again, these team fights on the bottom have gone directly the way of Zora Tigers Gaming. They're going to continue to push and take down this tier 1 goal zone very cleanly. 37-point overdunk. They are still behind, but that's going to keep them in contention for sure.
Look, it's going to bridge that gap, right? We already have Pikachu that's hit that level 11 mark. Now we have Urshifu also hitting that level 12. But Zora Tigers Gaming, they're not over. Looks like they want to try and take this top tier 1 pad as well.
Oh, that's maybe a little bit greedy here, but they're doing a pretty good job already. We're going to see Bruv go down as well as Gatlu. There's still a good amount of defense here, but that is going to build them enough space to very cleanly try to take this Regieleki. Can you get the overeating time? No! I like the attempt for Surrey, but instead they're going to be going down as payment. So it's going to be a 4 plus Regieleki against, well, now 4 as 2 members run from the right side. Can they turn this around? I don't know. The Psychic Slayer once again hitting quite a few. Ceruledge has gone down several times, and it looks like more than enough will be remaining on this pad. This tree is so far back. You're trying to plant that tree back at your home goal zone.
As if the tree wasn't far enough, Buzzwell just took them even further into that flux zone. However, they're able to go and defend that base, so they're going to still have that advantage come the final stretch. But it is such a close match here. It's just a matter of farming up each side, trying to get their wild Pokemon, trying to get their levels, but also we have only 2 Unite moves, one on either side here. Oh, there we go, more yellow dots, Chef.
Yeah, all the yellow dots popping up. You don't want them to, be gone for that long. We are going to get one more basement Reggie spawning before the final stretch, which is going to be probably valued once again by Zora Tigers Gaming. If there's one team so far that we've seen that really loves those basement Reggies, it's them. But hold on, everybody, look at that mini-map. Everybody's on the bottom side. This could be a very scary fight, or both teams could just choose to walk away. And it looks like it might be the fight. The Ice Fang is immediately going to get the KO. Trevenant going down. And now Zora Tigers Gaming realizing, okay, maybe we don't fight here. There's only 2 minutes 30. If they get KO'd here, they may not be back in time for the final stretch. But Brav getting extremely low, able to eject button out, but still being chased down by that water. Ichifu, Reggie, Rock going down to the side of Nouns this time. Finally, can they use that buff to their advantage? They're fighting a 4v5 again currently as Trevenant is running back, but the Ceruledge chasing down Toonslim. One final hit, Toonslim down for the next 13 seconds. That's not even in time for the raid fight. The big fandom of Forest is going to be able to get one more hit, and almost all of Nouns is wiped. What will Zora Tigers Gaming do with this advantage?
They're gonna go and rip the raid because there is none of Nouns inside. However, Mammoth Smoke, no, they are here. They're gonna go in with their Mammoth Mash, but it ends up being the Blissey that gets the secure for Zora Tigers Gaming. Now they have the shields. They need to try and dunk. However, Toon cannot break that. That's 197 to 182, and this isn't going to be the end of the points raining on through.
Yeah, we're going to see more and more and more. Everybody was up, and everybody was able to score. What an incredible ending there from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming. But what a way this final somewhat fight actually started. I mean, okay, technically, let's talk about this. It's not over. 1 minute, 20 seconds. That was such a fast rate take that we do get a good opportunity to see a potential comeback. Right now, look at that. They are chasing down that Blissey so hardcore. That was everybody on that team. They do not like that egg-throwing Pokemon. And so, with a minute left, can we see them taking out Blissey actually come into play as far as allowing them more opportunity to score?
Oh, but we do have Ceruledge, Blaziken chasing it on down, just trying to play a bit of a chicken and mouse. No, that's not the one. Cat versus mouse. Well, you know what? It's a chicken now. However, a great horn leech from the Trevenant, trying to crack down Nouns Esports like a macadamia. Crack it wide open, take it down, and 3 are gone. 4!
Oh no, the sandcastle is crumbling as we see the final member go down, and the last opportunity for Nouns within this game specifically going down the drain. And so we are now going to see Zora Tigers Gaming take game number 2 solidly. A few more points just for fun. You got to pad your stats right. We've got stats, guys. You got to make yourself look good. And so we saw in the first match of the day, the first set of the day, a game 3. And in the second one, we are getting the exact same thing. Zora Tigers taking game number 2, taking us to game 3 against Nouns Esports.
This is the reason why Nouns is the best of EU, Zora Tigers Gaming are the best of Korea. I mean, we have a round 3, an absolute insane match, another close one as well. I mean, that final stretch, the fact that they ended up popping most of their Unite moves at the 2-minute 30 mark, that was wild.
Yeah, if we can just talk about how that last fight started. I was mentioning it as it happened. Everybody on the entire map went down to that basement Reggie, and it was a mind game, right? Zora Tigers Gaming, they've shown they love those basement Reggies. Nouns, they're like, okay, they're gonna go for it. We're gonna jump on them. We're gonna get the advantage, and they did. Nouns, they got that first pick so expertly, and then things just turned around. We can take a look at the stats here, Keller.
Yeah, we do have Mule on that Urshifu picking themselves up 10 KOs. However, we've got to talk about this. Pikachu, 96,000 damage. I mean, Pikachu, those buffs are really looking good on you.
Yeah, we were on a podcast together, actually, you and I, where we were talking about our kind of sleeper picks currently, and mine was Pikachu, and hey, you certainly get to see that. Great picture, by the way, from Jae-Jong, can I say. Player pictures this year have been excellent, but Ceruledge, of course, on Jae-Jong, Zora Tigers Gaming, player of the game.
I think the fact that they were able to get themselves out of some sticky situations time after time during that match. It's not just that Phantom Force dive move to go and dodge the opposing team, but also being able to use that eject button as well and just weave their way in and out of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's such an important part of Sarah Ledge to be able to use Phantom Force well. It's not a huge teleport, but like it's one of those things where you need to use it just for like invincibility and just barely getting out of the way of certain things, and it's not easy to do. If anybody's never tried it, Sarah Ledge is super fun. I suggest you go try them, but if you can do it well, you're looking like a pro, and that's exactly what we saw from Jae-Jong there. But now that leaves us 1-1 with two teams that I think a lot of people think could make it easily, at least in the top 4, if not win. And so here we go into the draft, and that Urshifu that was looking so good immediately banned.
Look, it makes sense. It is just rising up in the ranks. However, we're going to pick that safe pick there, banning away that Charizard once again. So I'm wondering if they're actually going to prioritize that Ceruledge, or whether Zora Tigers Gaming are going to give it up to Nouns potentially here, as Inteleon has been banned once again.
I think they gotta ban it. Yeah, they've shown that their value for it is very high. And I think that's one thing about Zora Tigers Gaming, is that there's a lot of teams where they kind of try to hide exactly what they think are good or what is strong, but just via play, Zora Tigers Gaming is very upfront about what they think is strong, what they want, what objectives they want to hit, and based on just their drafts, they're going straight away. They were like, yep, we're picking Sarah Ledge first, and now I feel like almost undoubtedly they're going for the Hoopa. Yep, exactly it. They have shown that that is one of the other Pokemon they value highly, but on the other side, Umbreon has been a huge game changer this entire meta.
Yes, it has. Being able to get that lockdown, being able to get the stun. However, it looks like Soraya is going to stick with their bread and butter, locking down that Blaziken once again. Adesu also on the Eldegoss.
They're so happy with that. That's, I certainly think, one thing that was a little bit of a misdraft last time for Zora Tigers game, despite the fact they won. I don't think they needed to ban the Hoopa. I'm not sure we would have seen it anyway. But they got it this time. That's all that matters. Great looking comp from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, very solid. But now it's time, if Nouns was to pull out something surprising, where they would do it. And that is something we tend to see a lot when Umbreon is first picked. There we go. Toon going back to that Zeraora. And, okay, so Gatlu's probably not on the Lucario. Is that going to go to Soraya? They may switch, but regardless, Lucario, very interesting. We've got 3 strong brawlers on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. And I guess that's the benefit of the all-rounder picks. There's just so many of them. Even though you ban out 3, you're still able to go and get those selections. However, Subin is going to take a page out of Toon's book, and they're going to last pick that Espeon for themselves.
I think that's great. We saw how strong in that last game, exactly like you said, the Psychic Slayer, the Pokemon Unite move from the Espeon is so good at dealing with these brawling teams, and that's exactly what Nouns have chosen, so we're going to see the opposite direction. We are going to see Soraya switch over, very well known early on in the game's life for this Lucario, and we've only seen it come back a few times in this current meta, which is great to see. It's so cool to see Soraya on that Pokemon they're so well known for, but Gatlu is, I mean, all these players are extremely well known basically for playing all of these Pokemon. I feel like this is just a solid draft.
It is a solid draft. However, I have my eye on Ward there on that Mamos line. If they're able to get a pick on either the Lucario, the Blaziken, or the Zeraora here, that would be huge, being able to get those isolations. However, a few more deep, cool, calm, collected breaths before we head on into round 3, Chef.
Yeah, you can only be so cool and calm right now. I am sweating up here. I'm actually really glad that I brought this comfy towel up. I am genuinely using it. You can see some of those players as well. Talking about sweaty games, literal. And yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that the counter dive is going to be huge. Like, if you dive in on the side of Nouns, you've got to be worried about the bounce from the Gyarados. You've got to be worried about the Psychic Slayer. You've got to be worried about the Icicle Fang. There's just so many things, but there's only one way to figure out how it's going to go, and that's our second game 3 of the day out of 2 sets. Nouns on the left and Zora Tigers Gaming on the right.
We can hear the crowd going wild for them, cheering them on as they are going to head into their respective lanes. We're actually going to see Gatlu on the Torchic go and take that central area for Nouns Esports, and Hooper is here to help this Leafeon come online.
I actually love that. Once we saw kind of a lot of nerfs from a lot of the Pokemon in the top path, we started seeing a whole lot more, once again, of Blaziken going up top because it usually has time. And I loved it when it was in the center area. There was that point in the time where the meta was a lot of center area Blaziken, and it's coming back maybe a little bit right here. But look at this bullying. This Leafeon is going to be able to get in, get a dunk, which is going to be what it's really going for. Of course, I always say it, if you're not inning for stacks, you're not playing Pokemon Unite.
I think that is definitely the definition of inning for stacks there, getting the KO. You know what? That's one tick off the mark, only 5 more to go. They are going to get those Bunnelbees that's still waiting. However, we do have Nouns being able to get in some little dunks of their own in this bottom half, now taking that lead. However, the Hooper Portal to send 4 members down bot.
This is a really interesting strategy that we've seen a few times before from other teams, but I haven't seen it recently. When you have a Gyarados, you actually just leave them up kind of alone and you focus on bottom. So then the other team has to really focus on bottom and they don't really deal with your Magikarp trying to evolve nearly as much, which is currently, though, still being bullied by Soreu up on top. But this is going to be a little bit of a brawl for this final hit on the Indeedee and a little bit of an invasion on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming as Desu is running in, trying to get a little bit, but does get shut down a little.
I must say, that is a lot of trust to just leave that Magikarp up in that top half all in its own. It has evolved. However, Hooper is just going to try and chase this chicken down, able to take away that Bunnelby. They're not going to give up, considering they do have the heals there, and also some backup from Leafeon to yoink that away.
There are a lot of Pokemon on the other side of the map that they should not be on. You've got your team colors, okay? Remember, that's where you're supposed to be. B point. No, I'm just kidding. A lot of invasions, a lot of aggression, but that is what we expect to see at this point, especially when we've got that Leafeon. The double evolution is so early, aggressive, and right now they're just trying to get all the EXP. Going back in to just barely get through that portal, that was scary. There was opportunity to like, get Blaze kicked away or something like that, but they came back through, and now they're the ones hunting down Gatlu, who is going to get the Blaze kick to get them a little bit further closer to that goal zone. They're not going to be able to get the reverse KO, but Soreu here may be able to at least push them away. Yeah, the bounce just to get out of there, getting a little unstoppable. They've got to be careful because we are about to see the objective spawn, but Soreu going in with the E-Speed, going to hit a bunch of resets over and over, especially fighting near those birds can be huge, but finally getting KO'd from the Gyarados. And look at that, 4 members top. They're all relatively low, but one portal can change that very quickly. They're going to be going for that tier 1 goal zone. It should be going down, nobody in range, and after this they could be able to get a reset as far as health or the Regieleki or whatever they want.
Yeah, and now they do have that advantage up in that top half. The slow Pylospine trying to just defend their pad as we have Blaziken soloing down that basement Reggie. However, Leafeon coming in, seeing if they can get the secure. However, Overheat is just all too powerful. However, Blaziken does end up paying the price there, getting knocked on down.
In for stacks, in for objectives, just gotta int, you know, that's the Pokemon Unite style. But right now, we are seeing Zora Tigers Gaming go for this bottom tier 1, and this Zeraora is gonna be such a great defensive tool at keeping everybody off of that goal zone. Toonslim has been, I wanna say, kind of not in a lot of these fights, but we'll see exactly how it affects this one. Not a whole lot, as that's gonna be 2 members, including Toonslim, going down immediately. This Gyarados is running wild, getting so much damage resistance from that Espeon as well, and we've just seen so many early fight wins from Zora Tigers Gaming. They're not ahead by an insurmountable amount. The level's only about 1 from their highest, and their supports are a little bit lower even, not as evenly spread as Nouns, but they're looking real good in these fights.
I mean, the benefit is they do have that experience share there, so able to get those levels passively. However, Nouns is going to take the opportunity, just trying to hinder Zora Tigers Gaming here, looking at breaking this base. However, Emerald 2 steps comes in, and it fails. They end up getting eliminated, and that is actually going to be a huge overdunk for Nouns Esports, able to bridge that gap even closer, 112 to 175.
That's definitely getting to that spot where that's really important, especially being like under 100, under 200. That's going to mean that the final stretch is a big, big difference as far as being able to get those double points. But right now it looks like both teams retreating slightly just to be able to get some experience before this next set of spawns. This feels like it's been a long game. There's really 5 minutes left. It feels like we've already had as much fights as we usually get in an entire game in half the time.
look, time is of the essence here. I mean, it's, ticking by slowly as we do have members lying in that tall grass, seeing who's going to get exposed first. But the Gyarados is going to dive in with their Unite move, trying to land their mark on the Blaziken, who was able to Blaze kick their way out of there, not getting hit. However, Gyarados is going to go in for a reset. They're not actually going to return. Instead, they're going to use that jump pad to head up into the top path where that Regieleki is waiting.
I do like that. They're a little bit safer. This Regieleki now, though, getting burned down by Nouns very, very quickly. Hoopa Unite's coming out, and they're going to be able to secure with the beam as well. Big bounce in from Gyarados, and now we're seeing Nouns on the back foot by a lot of Desu is going to be using that Unite to try and get the healing, try to back everybody up, top them off, wait out a little bit of that Unite from the Hoopa. They're going to do a great job of it, turning around onto Ward on the Mammoth Swine, who's going to go down before they can get through the portal. And this group three immediately getting jumped on, 2 down, and can we get the third one? A huge amount of damage from Mule. That was disgusting.
Oh my gosh, the setup there from Mule to use their Unite move, lead them into the tall grass where Leafeon was waiting and get down 2 KOs. All the meantime, Hoopa is going to go and be able to dunk in 40 points because Regieleki walked on through.
That was such a turnaround. Nouns, they did a great job of backing up, but they are going to be fighting for this base, and Reggie immediately going down. Once again, it's Zora Tigers gaining. The objectives going fully in their favor. The fight's now starting to go in their favor. Somehow, they're still slightly down by levels. We've seen an amazing job of prioritizing farming and being able to get all the wildly XP that you possibly can on the side of Nouns. They actually got a lot on their side right now, taking the other side as well as far as wildly XP. So they're doing well as far as levels. They need to get one solid team fight in, but the lead is growing and growing and growing for Zora.
I mean, the thing is, there is still another Regieleki that is going to spawn here. That home base is wide open for Nouns here, so a really risky maneuver. They're just going to pick up all of those yellow dots, clear them up, try to get those Unite moves, and hit those power spikes.
Ooh, the center positioning. You do not want to walk in there, buddy. That's a little bit scary, but they're coming in from both sides. I like that. The bounce to get out, one of the strongest moves in the game, to be honest, but we're seeing all of Nouns start to move up. They're worried about this Regieleki. They're worried about this tier 1. They're going in, and so far a great jump out, a great disengage from the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, but they know this fight is going to start soon. Oh, Zara pulling back the Hoopa. That Hoopa's going to go down. 5v4 currently right now for the second to final fight, I would have to say, as Nouns is pushing forward, putting on the back foot, getting the K on the Gyarados as well, taking down this tier 1, and now do they have time to be able to burn down this Regieleki? It seems like almost certainly, and that is a great, perfect way to set up for the final stretch for Nouns Esports.
Yeah, Nouns knowing what the problem was and going and dealing with that. That is going to head down into that tier 2 pad. However, Zora Tigers game, they're not worried about. They want to try and get this positioning. They do not want to give Nouns this Rayquaza. 233 to 289. You can just see Nouns sticking together as a group, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get that pick. However, maybe it might be the Mammoth Swine. We gotta take a look at those Ice Fangs, right?
Yeah, always. That's the #1 catch you out of position move right now, but this is really scary, and we see Zora Tigers Gaming moving very far forward, trying to find somebody going through that choke point, but now Nouns back all together. The poop portal's been used. Gyarados a little bit below maximum life. They're turning around, trying to catch Toon Slam, but this is a split fight right now. We're gonna see Mule trying to 1v1 against Catlu, and we're not gonna see anybody actually get KO'd. Really great disengages from everybody. We're still gonna see Rayquaza pretty high health, but that's going to be a dive in. The Psych Slayer is going to barely on the edge catch 2 members of Nouns.
Oh, but we do have the Ring Sunbound coming on out, being able to create a great stun on that Blaziken. However, they're at such minimal HP, they have to back on up themselves, wait for the cooldowns. Umbreon has also used their Unite move, just trying to take down the front line. Mule has been knocked out. Is this Nouns' chance to try and secure this Rayquaza?
Oh, this is going to be really scary. We are going to see Sarayu spawning soon with that Unite. They've got to get back into the fight. There's only 1 member left now. On Zora Tigers Gaming, it's going to be the Hoopa. They're not going to turn around and deal with it before they burn it down. They're scared. They want to make sure they take it down. There's a chance for a steal. It's going to have to be amazing, but no, not over Gatlu, who's going to secure it. They're still down by 56 points. They only need 1 dunk to get ahead, and with 25 seconds left, it's going to be hard to stop that. Nice going through the Icicle Fang, only able to stop 1 attempt, and now in the final fight will make the comeback, and with 15 seconds left, secure game number 3 and the set.
Holy macaroni, that was absolutely wild. 2 being able to pick up a 3 KO streak on that Zero Aura as well. That is what you want to see. You can see Nouns Esports cheering. Galu is happy. Some hugs all around as they have just shared their first victory of the day.
Oh my goodness, I am exhausted and we are literally 2 games in. 2 close 3-game sets, but Nouns earned that so well. What an incredibly close set, and I just gotta point out, this is the beauty of the format this year. 2 teams make it out of groups. So if this was any other format, we may say, oh, Zora Tigers Gaming, better luck next year. They've still got a chance, but Nouns have made their statement. They're moving forward. Their path is much easier. Even getting a 1-2 though is a big difference as far as how these tiebreakers work in groups. But Nouns, boy, they had to fight hard for that. They were losing a lot, I think, of that first game, but they did such a good job of staying competitive and knowing that their out was winning the final fight, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to prioritize that team fight up in the top half for that Regieleki. They did not want to give that over to Zora Tigers Gaming. Being able to wipe them out, get the KOs, and then secure that for themselves, and just get that positioning and win the team fight. And as I said, this Zero Aura pick is just blowing my mind. Like,
yeah, that means we now have 3 Zero Aura wins in 6 games on broadcast. 50% of the games on broadcast at Worlds have had Zero Aura win. This is clearly the Worlds of Zero Aura. We'll see if we see any more big pop-out moments, but I mean, Nouns, what can I say? Everybody on their team was playing so amazingly. That's exactly what we expected to see. But honestly, from 2 teams that were very highly rated, I feel like we got to see exactly what we expected from both of them. They were incredible. It's just their own specific play styles.
exactly. And this is 2 regions clashing against each other. The play style, the meta. But you know what? I'm really excited to see more of what Zora Tigers Gaming has to offer us.
Yes, there's so much more that they've got. And again, like I said, they're not out by any means. 2 groups out is a huge, huge win, in my opinion, for all of us here, where we get to see a lot more chances for a lot of these teams. But I want to see how Nouns feels after winning that first game. So let's go to an interview on stage with Zoinks to hear what they got to say.
All right, thank you so much. I'm up here with Toonslim of Nouns Esports. Hey, feeling like the hometown crowd out here in Honolulu. Wild, but what an amazing way to start the day for your team. I mean, Nouns Esports, I think in a lot of people's mind are considered to be a tournament favorite. Does that add some pressure that maybe Nouns are considered to win this whole thing?
We're not favorites, we suck.
All right. Who knows? But a great way to start this tournament, taking down Zora Tigers Gaming. We saw some pretty interesting drafts throughout that match. Was there a lot of prep going into Zora Tigers Gaming specifically before this event?
You know me, I'm a big prepper. I had all the draft lines planned. You know, it went a little bit off the rails, but it was all good.
Okay, I'm looking at their team behind them, and they're all nodding and saying that's absolutely true. Okay, good to know. Now, we saw a specific Pokemon a few times on this stage, the Zero Aura, and I believe off camera you told me that Overlord stole your pick. What's up with that?
Yeah, we scrimmed them a lot, and then he never picked it against me, and then he showed me his ranked match yesterday. It's just Zara. I was like, okay, man.
All right, well, hey, it was a great pick. Can we look forward to more of it from you throughout the tournament?
We'll see after see.
Okay, well, we'll see in a lot more matches, so we're going to throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you, and wow, already saying there's a steal. I can't believe we got a storyline between the first 2 sets of the game, but okay, whatever it is, you know, if Overlord's stealing an idea from you, quote unquote stealing, that's not confirmed, I'm not claiming anything. If, as Toonslim said, stole from him, then you know that it's a good idea, right? Well, considered maybe the best player in the world. Actually, both of them considered 2 of the best players in the world, without a doubt. And if they both agree that Zara's good, Zara's probably good.
All right, we got to take a look at these highlights here, Chef. This is the moment here, the 3 KOs, Blaziken being able to lock down that Rayquaza for themselves. And I mean, you know, being able to get a lot of these objectives as well. And the power of Espeon, this is a evolution that we haven't really seen a lot of lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so strong always, right? It's one of those things where it's like sometimes some of the evolutions can seem more or less, but again, you called it out perfectly. That Unite move is, in my opinion, one of the best Unite moves in the game. It's one of the ones that you don't really have a lot of time to react to once the first hit starts. It's not like Blastoise where you get to say, oh, I see it starting, I'm going to check button out. It's just like, oh, you are in trouble. So using it as a counter dive tool has been super effective. And honestly, I think we're going to see it a lot through the rest of the weekend. What about you?
Yeah, 100%, along with some of these other picks as well. The fact that we have so much variety already. Variety indeed. Yep. Zero Aura Stonks going high.
Oh, yeah. Stonks at maximum level. Toon right there with the awesome hat. I think it's a great look for him. Is saying that this is one of the picks and has shown it very clearly. Won both games playing Zeraora in this set. 100% win rate from Toon on Zeraora at Worlds, but 73,000 damage, does so much extra damage just around it. It's great at fighting a lot of the other brawlers because, again, it doesn't need to be your main target. If they're around, you just do extra damage. So I love seeing it. We're already seeing such a wide variety. I think this is one of the best metas we've ever had for a Worlds.
100%. We have so much variety, and the fact that we also have those 4 bans as well, there's just so many options, and it's really going to get in those players' head. Which one do we select first? And I mean, hey, I guess it worked out for Nouns this time round.
I know, yeah. I mean, honestly, there's so many picks that we're going to skip the, like, no, we need 3 bans. We're just going to go, we need 4 bans. Let's just keep going. We're just getting too many Pokemon, which is great to see. But everyone is viable, right? We've seen every Pokemon that's been banned has been picked within 2 sets. Again, I feel like we've seen like a million matches, and we've actually seen 2 sets completely, but they're definitely, I'm glad that this is a sign of things to come because we've already seen 4 teams that are the strongest in their region and have already taken us to some game 3s. It's been fun, right?
2 sets, 2 game 3s. Will we get any more as we are going to take ourselves a quick break? Sit tight, grab some snacks, and we'll be back very soon at Pokémon World in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Pokémon UNITE!
Welcome, everyone, back to the Pokémon UNITE World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Zoinks. I am joined by Danley, and we're just vibing up here as we have an incredible matchup coming up for you between Nouns Esports and Reject from Japan.
This one's a really exciting matchup because this is the first time we're going to be seeing Japan on the main stage. I know a lot of people are excited about this.
Yeah.
And I think most importantly, this is Nouns' toughest matchup in their group.
Sure.
So
yeah, that is exactly true. There's some tough groups out there. Obviously, we have 8 groups in total, but this group in particular, a lot of people have called out as maybe one of the toughest at our World Championships. We got to see Nouns a little bit. I had the chance to go take a look at Reject playing on our B stage here in the venue against Antic Esports earlier, and they were able to take that set 2-0. So Reject definitely feeling the momentum right now, and I mean, they're looking fearsome. Nouns is going to have a tough opponent ahead of them right now.
But we also have to say, right, Nouns had a great game for their opening game up against Zora Tigers. So I think the question we now have is who is the better team in this grouping?
100%.
And it's going to come down to this matchup. I feel like for this matchup, it's going to come down to game 3 because both teams, we know they're both very highly capable and they're very fast to adapt to their opponents. They're very quick to pick up on who's their priority targets and what they should be focusing on in game number 2 if they actually drop in that first matchup. So are they ready for each other?
Yeah, that's a great call out about Nouns Esports. I think it's one of the things I've always talked about, how what makes Nouns one of the strongest teams is their team fights are incredible, but a lot because of their target priority. They know who to shut down immediately. They know what Pokemon are threats. They know what players are threats. So it's going to come down to a lot of prior prep work. They've researched these teams, watched some footage and things like that. Nouns Esports, we've already gotten to see them. So we know they are capable of this. What I got to see out of Reject on that B stage earlier, Danley, is making me think we're going to see a pretty different meta look in this game number 2. Reject playing a lot of Chandelure, so adding some range to the mix finally, and that's going to be very interesting. I know Nouns can match. Both Soryu and Toon love those range characters. Seeing that battle from distance will be really interesting.
Okay, well, I kind of saw the Chandelure coming because it was one of my predicted Pokemon for the tournament. And obviously,
well done.
A lot of my influence is from Asia, okay? So the Chandelure pick, I'm surprised you guys are playing Zora. Right? Like, the fact that we're even seeing this yellow cat on stage, I'm just like, where are we? We can't be at Worlds, okay? This is not something you generally see at the World stage, but it's been such a successful pick for some of these teams. I'm kind of wondering, because I haven't seen this Pokemon in play, what are they seeing in this Pokemon that has actually made it such a strong and viable pick for these regions?
It's definitely a metagame adaptation. We're in this melee meta, right? Where team fights are all based around big brawls. No one really playing that range game. Everyone just running at each other and trying to get that damage done. Zeraora's passive plays pretty well into that. The more damage they take, the more damage they can deal in return. You put out that discharge, it does AoE damage. AoE damage is the magic word when you're looking into a melee meta, right? You can hit multiple targets, your team is going to be extremely favored. So we're starting to see some of that Zeraora damage. I'm really interested if we're going to see it again in this second game. Toon not really giving us much in that post-game interview I was able to ask before, but I know that they have more spice lined up. One thing in particular I'm kind of curious about, especially if we see more of that range from Reject, does Gatlu switch up from what they've been going in? They've been playing the Lucario, but I saw Gatlu warming up a lot on the Buzzwole, a Pokemon we haven't seen in a minute. So that will be really interesting to see Nouns Esports employ the Ultra Beast.
It could be a potential option here, but I think obviously for these teams, they're going to have to look at the draft, right? What's going to be the opening for Reject? And the same thing for Reject. What is Nouns going to open with? What's the priority choices for these teams? Are they going to go straight for their top picks, or are they going to go for something a little bit more flexible and keep their options open? Because it's really a team-by-team basis. I've seen teams where if they have that priority first 2 picks, teams are actually really liking second pick because they get the option of the next 2 picks, providing them a lot more openings, whereas, okay, first pick, yes, you get the option of getting the very first Pokemon, but sometimes having the next 2 picks is actually way better than that because you lock in the next 2.
Yeah, if you can double down on those counter picks early, that's amazing. Not to mention, you get last pick of the draft as well when you're on that second side.
You get the surprise factor.
Exactly. If you want to hide that secret sauce that you've been planning, that you've been scrimming and practicing with, that is going to be the best way to do it. But I have to admit, after seeing Nouns Esports play on stage, it's made me even more excited to watch Reject play on the main stage, just because we have not gotten the chance to showcase this team from Japan here for everyone at the world stage. And it's a region that we really can't stop talking about. I mean, there are 3 teams representing that region here at Worlds this year, and everybody is talking about how all 3 of these teams could be championship contenders. Reject, Fennel, and Zeta Division, and then we finally get our chance to see one of those.
We get to see one of them. This is the 3rd place team from Japan as well, so arguably the supposed weakest out of the Japanese.
Sure.
I say supposed because when you're at the world stage, a lot of factors change, a lot of things change, right? So we could be looking at a world champion right here. 100%. Game number 1 up against Nouns. I really, really want to see what is going to be the choice of play for Japan, because we all know Japan loves to play fast. They play so fast. It is insane. I've seen some of their scrims against some of the other teams, and they play so fast.
It's a breakneck pace.
But if you can't keep up with them in the laning stage, that's normally where the games are lost. From the draft to the laning stage, you just lose momentum against those Japanese teams. Now the thing is, I actually believe Nouns have a really good foundation in their laning stage to actually keep up with Rejects. So Rejects, they have to also respect Nouns, but I want to know what's going to be the adaptation from Japan. Do they just play even faster? Do they go for evolutions, quick evolutions? Or are they going to shut someone down? Is there like one person that they're looking at on Nouns and saying, this is their tempo controller, we're going to get rid of them now?
That would be impressive. I mean, honestly, impressive to call out that player specifically, if you could find it, because I've been struggling to make that call out after watching and casting, it feels like hundreds of Nouns Esports games at this moment. This team is so well known for being incredibly flexible.
And
I mean, the
well-rounded.
entire roster, Toon, Sareyu, Gatlu, the amount of Pokemon that they can employ in that damage-dealing role is ridiculous. Like, Speedster, Attacker, All-Rounder, Defender, who knows? I mean, you can really employ anything, and then Bruv and Adesu, like you mentioned, that foundation, they are exceptional at just that. But I'm so glad you mentioned about Japan and the early game. I mean, those 2 words go together hand in hand. Japan adores that phase of the game. They are fast, they are strong in those early moments. They try to win those games. NA and EU tend to be the polar opposite. Focus on those late game team
They're
plays.
macro. That's actually something I love that you point out. The fact that there's just these very different play styles between the regions, and macro play styles. It's great for the late game, but the question I always have when you play that style is, do you have enough of an insurance policy when you're playing that? Do you have a Pokemon that is that big, that loaded on experience to carry you into the late game? And can they possibly do it single-handedly? Because Japan arguably rips that playstyle apart from the get-go.
That's true. Is Zera Aura going to be enough again? I mean,
It doesn't make an appearance again, right?
Yeah, well,
Because,
we'll see.
I mean, Japan sometimes... Actually, I'm glad we brought that up. Rejects also play Zera.
Okay. I mean, apparently everybody plays Zera at this point. Everybody's got a Zera Aura in the back pocket. It has been interesting, right? We didn't talk about it on our chance to talk on the camera, but earlier on we had the caster predictions for Pokemon to be impactful over the weekend. None of us picked Zera Aura, so a bit of shame on us. However, I did pick the Mamoswine, and this is going to be me boosting myself up for a moment. We've seen a lot of Mamoswine. However, it has not won a single game on broadcast. So, I didn't say it was a Pokemon that would win. I said that it was a Pokemon to watch. So, just want to clarify that for any legal purposes coming forward.
For legal purposes, okay. But to be fair though, I do like the Mamo pick. It's just, I think in those circumstances, it just wasn't able to do enough for its team. Like, I can see what teams are trying to do with the Mamoswine. You want to lock down that singular target, the constant freezes, the Ice Fangs to catch them out as well, and just being a naturally bulky Pokemon, it's self-sustainable for quite a while in these fights, unless you have a whole team converging on the Mamo. So it's not a bad Pokemon, but the thing is, Trevenant typically does what Mamo does, but in some cases better.
Yeah, it's an interesting world that we live in where Mamoswine is starting to get picked, but folks, we finally have our match set for you. We are going to be taking a look at Reject versus Nouns Esports, and Reject going to start things off with that Sarah Ledge ban.
Do not want to deal with the Cerule Ledge. I mean, we've seen it a couple times on stage as well, and it just does such a big burst of damage when given the opportunity. So none of that for Rejects. It looks like to me, they also this Charizard ban, I think, is such a warranted ban. That Charizard from Nouns was disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think we see another Nouns esports game where it's not banned against them. Gatlu was making that pick look unbelievable. But we do have a switch back to the cameras, which I imagine we're going to have something sorted out on our side. But, oh, we're back into draft. Here we go.
Yes.
Oh, look at the fancy new look we have for you.
Your fancy new look, fancy new Pokemon? That's so bro. Okay, never mind. I was excited, but maybe that is something Rejects is looking at here. They're thinking of picking the Shandy, but obviously you don't want to pick it up this early. Next 2 picks for Nouns, though. What are they going for? Is it going to be the support as well as the defender? They're locking them both in, so support, defender locked in. Zoinks, I'm not sure about you. I'm not a big fan of teams locking in your support and defender early because you are limiting your options.
I adore it when it's those 2 specifically.
Okay,
Umbreon
sure.
and Blissey are unbelievable. Umbreon might be the best on-paper counter we have in the game. When it comes to Blissey, you steal the shields from the Unite move, you mean look and trap the Blissey so it can't hit the intended target. There's just so many situations where if you take Blissey, you give up the Umbreon, it has some really bad spots. So taking both, I do love that selection, but I do understand your damage focus later in the game. Inteleon and Blaziken going this late in the draft is a little bizarre to me, but there it is. Pee-wee gonna lock in the Chandelure.
Shandy's there, and Cliff, is this... Am I looking at this right? When was the last time we have seen this Pokemon? It has been out of the meta for such a long time after the healing nerfs.
Yeah.
And we're going to be seeing it again.
Interesting. Okay, well, this does make it really difficult for Gatlu to pick a very melee-focused Pokemon, which you would like to do to round out your composition right now.
But the Metagross.
Okay, so they're going to lock in that Metagross. It's a Pokemon that doesn't rely on mobility options, right? Gyro Ball just going to do that damage. Honestly, you're not too worried about a Gravity. That's going to be the biggest thing you're trying to avoid. It's going to be Soreyu's Blaziken that's going to have to be very wary of this Clefable. Gravity shuts down so many of Blaziken's moves. You're going to have to watch out for that, but I got to admit, on paper, I am really liking the right-hand side of our draft.
You're liking the right-hand side.
I'm looking and I'm liking it.
I've actually like both. Like, as much as I would love to pick one side here, there are so many options available for both sides. They've got counters for each other, right? Even though you're looking at a pretty sturdy draft from Nouns, lots of tanky Pokemon, there is a lot of damage output on the side of Rejects. But if Nouns are able to get on top of Rejects, and certainly on top of the Chandelure, you're getting rid of that damage output, and that opens the doors for Nouns to just run this team down.
100%.
So it's going to come down to these lanes, as I said.
Yeah, I mean, Gyarados, a Pokemon that will really help that strategy out that you were just talking about. And Reject have been playing this extremely well. One of the matches earlier in the day, they were employing that Pokemon to unbelievably good effect. So I have to imagine we see a little bit of Gyarados strength in this first matchup. But, I mean, when Haruto's playing it, you know it's going to be excellent.
Yes. I actually think this top lane matchup might be the most important lane for both of these teams.
Yeah.
You've got to give that good lead to your top laner, because if your top laner is basically doing better than the opponent, you are in control of that mid game. So game number 1 is kicking off here, folks. It's Nouns versus Reject, Japan versus Europe. This is going to be such an exciting matchup. Let's see what's going to be on the table for both of these squads.
This is awesome. By the way, if you are not in person at these events, trust me, you have to make it to one of them. We have signs for both Reject and Nouns Esports in the crowd. We have fans that have traveled all the way. Unbelievable stuff, but Reject going to start things pretty hot. Leafeon on that early invade going to take the red buff despite a Desu trying to protect it. Oh, sorry. Flip-flop. A Desu does not grab the red buff.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't quick enough. So the Leafeon's not only going to be able to get a free central area, but also a quick knockout on the Chansey. So a further boost in experience. A little unfortunate, unfortunately, but, you know, there is still an option for them to make that comeback happen. Bottom lane, though, we're going to be seeing some action happening for Rejects, but up top, though, more emphasis coming in for Nouns. You can see these teams now deciding where they're trying to prioritize their defense.
Definitely, yeah, you can see that clearly by the Leafeon kind of roaming towards the top and now dipping back towards bottom. Wherever that Leafeon goes, you know that it's going to be a devastating flank from either side. One of the best early game Pokemon in the entire game. Kiwi is going to lock in that overheat, lands a bit of damage. The Razor Leaf engaged from Satake is going to try to chase the KO, and it'll be Umbreon to fall first.
Umbreon to fall, and there's not really much you're going to be able to do here, unfortunately, because you're just second evolution for that Inteleon. You can only watch as your goal zone is going to be scored upon. But up top, though, the team is also reeling here for Nouns. They did get a couple of scores in. They're not doing too badly as well. The lanes are looking pretty even, but absolutely can see that priority. Chandelure is the priority here for Rejects. They want to get those levels in. They want that full evolution because so much damage. A fed Chandelure is a nightmare.
It's unbelievable. We already talked about how it's a really interesting matchup into the Blaziken in particular. So if you can actually outpace that, it's going to be huge. Kartos starting out another great fight. There'll be Gatlu falling, and 4 members of Reject are going to land on the enemy Tier 1 goal zone. A nice response from Nouns Esports in the bottom path, but that's a trade that I think Reject is extremely happy for.
I don't know if they're losing their Lampet there, unfortunately. That is their main source of damage, but it was a big jump coming out from Nouns. But now we do have some reinforcements coming in. They're looking to commit, though. They're deciding that they're going to have to try and go for the KO, but double knockout here for Rejects. Nouns just couldn't latch on to get that knockout. Ooh, with the snipes.
Yeah, I mean,
scary there.
With a 1 auto attack, tracked down that Leafeon. It was at extremely low HP. Yako and Tamarin doing their best job to try to block the snipe shots, but the auto attack will always follow that intended target. Altaria, Swablu's going down pretty quickly. Great defensive snarl from Bruv to dissuade any kind of push from the side of Reject.
And it looks like these teams now getting ready for that first bottom objective, and they're going to have to try and go for the pokes here with the Shandy. Got to be careful with the snipes, but look at this, though. Chandelure has been caught thanks to the Umbreon does get out there, but Huey has been zoned out completely. Now the Red Eye is being started by Nouns. They're in a really good spot to take this. They've got a Blaziken, for goodness sakes. They guarantee it with the Inteleon, so Nouns securing the first objective in that bottom lane and a support on top of that. They might even get a Chandelure if Rejects stick around.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, taking down Pee-wee here will be awesome. Prevent that early Unite move. Unbelievable amount of damage thanks to that foul play, but Pee-wee will make it back to that goal zone, and those scores will go in. 2 going to break this goal zone. 40 points in, 2 points remain. That is going to be a 38-point overdunk in the bottom half.
Now, while that's all happening in the bottom lane, we did see a pretty heavy push from Rejects in the top lane, so they just decided we're going to try and fight with what we had in the bottom lane, but we will let Gyarados do the work in the top lane. The top Tier 1 goal zone has been pushed on the side of Nouns, so a 1-to-1 trade at this point of time. We're not seeing any major leads, but we are seeing a massive team fight here as the Clefable gets taken out by the Umbreon, but at the cost of a Blaziken. They caught the Umbreon here as well. Rejects looking to get the KO, but they just can't find those connections. So just a 1-to-1 trade.
Yeah.
Things are looking a little spicy here, but the fact that no one is securing that dominant lead keeps the doors open for both squads.
It's really interesting. I feel like all the pre-show talk we talked about these two teams in particular is kind of already happening. That early game focus from Reject, very evident, focusing on the scoring patterns with the Regieleki, but levels are looking fantastic for Nouns Esports. We got a few targets in double digits, particularly the Metagross out-leveling the Gyarados for a lot of this match. So that focus on those late game team fights huge, and yeah, we're trading snipe shots. We're trading snipe shots for overheats every single time. The damage numbers are going to be ridiculous after this match.
Yes, I mean the fact that they have Clefable, this is probably the best support to have if you're constantly taking all this snipe damage, right? The Moonlight heal's very valuable, but look, Rejects, I think we haven't seen Inteleon for a hot minute in Asia, period. This Pokemon has completely fallen off, and I do wonder if Rejects have maybe forgotten how to play against the Inteleon, because when Inteleon was in the meta, positioning for these teams would be vastly different. They would always be conscious of where an Inteleon would want to be sniping.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we're seeing just these constant connections, it makes me wonder, like maybe Rejects, they're not feeling too comfortable here. They're playing against something that they haven't trained against in a long time.
Yeah, and to be fair to them, they're playing against one of the best Inteleons in the world. There's a reason we called Toon James Pond for a long time, right? Toon understands this Pokemon to a level that I think very few players in the entire globe can. Okay, so are you going to have the answer there? Leafeon will get knocked out, but of course the Blaze is going to be traded yet again. And now this Gyarados is going to push from the top side. The rest of the crew at the bottom side, Telekinesis is going to grab Toon. They get picked up. That goal zone will not be defended, but the Felstinger will get them out of harm's way.
They did use the Dragon Currents as well. They did not go for the full commitment onto the Inteleon, which I think was the safer play. If they went too deep, I think the team would have dove. So for Rejects, the fact that they showed so much self-restraint there, really preventing from giving away that experience and potentially allowing Nouns to really procure that lead. But again, this game is still so close. Yes, the points, there might be almost a 100-point difference, but all it takes is 1 to 2 scores to equalize this.
Oh, 100%. And it's such a give-and-take fight, right? If you push extra and get a couple of KOs, maybe you're able to force out the Unite move from Clefable. Clefable. Yako's able to spend that, and you have a better team fight around the next objective, but you also are letting the levels kind of landslide the other direction, so definitely a big choice to make. Harata on the run now as Bruv and Gatlu are on the chase.
Oh, they're using the Unite as well from the Umbreon, catching the support yet again, but look at the Leafeon going into the back. The team's joining in as well. Leafeon barely getting out of there. Too quick, unfortunately, for Nouns, and they will unfortunately lose the Umbreon in the process. 3 Pokemon trying to make their getaway, and thankfully Rejects don't continue to pursue, but unfortunate there for Nouns. They were hoping to just get a little bit more there.
Reject remembered how to play against Inteleon, I think. They found the Inteleon. That is target priority #1. You talked a lot about that before our match began. What targets do we shut down? Clearly, Toon has been the call-out by Reject to focus on. This Registeel will go to Nouns for free. It's going to be 40 seconds left before the Rayquaza, though. Gatlu does have vision set in the center of the map. They're going to recall. They might have a chance to fight over Regieleki as well. Reject camping out extremely early around this Rayquaza.
Yeah, they also spotted out the Blaziken, but they don't know where the rest of the team is. But the fact that they are so far forward, they want to jump onto somebody right before the Rayquaza. But can they find anybody? Love the positioning from Nouns. They're so defensive playing on their side of the map. They do have a Desu providing vision for the team. If they can catch a glimpse, they know where not to be.
This is huge, but however, this is going to kind of enable Toon a little bit here. Inteleon doesn't actually want to push too far into these team fights. They want to apply a little bit of poke damage, and that's a great start. Yako going to have to already use that Moonlight, so now they know it's off cooldown. This is a great time to push. Gatlu does put up the walls, but they have to immediately drop them. Tamarin gets a little bit of damage onto Bruv, who's trying to force out the target, but Reject is able to completely eject out of that fight.
Oh my gosh, did you see the play coming out from the Clefable? They tried to go for the jump on the Clefable, but the follow me at the last moment prevented the Metagross Unite from connecting. So now it's going to be a bit of a stalemate around this Rayquaza. Who wants to force the fight, or who finds the opportunity here?
Harata looking for a target to try to bounce on top of it. They already lost about half their HP. Leafeon is going to take down that Metagross. That's a full combo. Gatlu already gone. Bruv going to try to make some space. Adesu loses about half their HP as well. Bruv going to go down. And now Team Sports on the outside looking in. Big push. Inteleon able to knock out the Slowbro, but Reject with a great bounce out of that fight again. Toonslip trying to carry this match. And an unbelievable snipe shot from below the Rayquaza. That's a KO streak of 3. And this is now Esports' best chance in this match.
And that might just be it. It's just the Clefable, the Slowbro, just coming back into the game right now. But now they win the team fight. They secure the Ray. And they should be able to dunk these points for free. Rejects can only watch on and think, what do we do for game #2? It looked like it was going to go in favor of Rejects, but the fact that you had the trump card, the Bliss Assist Inteleon, those boosted basic attacks, so much damage.
They're doing almost 3,000 damage each auto attack. I mean, the A button becomes an unreal tool in those final team fights. Now it's Esports now in the victory lap as they are scoring points upon points. 20 seconds remain, but I think everybody's got one thing in their mind, and that's James Pond. Toon on this Inteleon. Unbelievable showing from them. What a start to the series. Now it's Esports, still hot after that last set.
Still hot, and they also are prepared for Rejects. Like, you could tell in that matchup, they didn't let Rejects run them down during the laning stage. They were also prepared and ready to say, we need to make sure Gatlu is up, right?
Yes.
They put a lot of emphasis for Gatlu's lane to make sure that he was going to be okay. And they were confident entering down bottom, even though it was a 2v3 matchup at times.
Yeah.
They never caught him. His positioning was so on point.
Yeah, it was unreal. We even saw some like clutch fell singers to dodge a Gyarados Unite move at times. I mean, if you are looking to employ some Inteleon skills in your own matches, whether it be ranked or whatever tournament you want to enter, I think Toon is definitely the player that you want to look at to mimic the playstyle of. Now, to Reject's credit, their composition actually, I think, played extremely well for what they were trying to accomplish. Soreyu at only 1 knockout in this set. If you're able to hold a Blaziken to low impact like that in a total match, I mean, the draft strategy worked in that regard, but there's just that X factor in Toon that was too much to overcome.
Oh man, going into game #2, okay, obviously if you're Rejects, you have to think, okay, what was the issue in game #1? How do we fix that in game #2? And is it really the Inteleon that's the problem? I kind of feel like the Inteleon is now on their mind and they're questioning, do we ban this?
Yeah.
Is this a Pokemon that we ban? or do we adjust our draft to deal with the Inteleon?
Oh, man, if you ban Inteleon, you're probably inviting a Charizard or something similar, so it's really a tough choice. But there it is, June, Nouns Esports on this Inteleon. 95,000 damage is ridiculous for a Pokemon that is primarily a sniper. Normally, their job is to close out knockouts and finish moments, but if they're applying that much poke damage as well, you know that your team's in a great position.
Your team's in a great position, but maybe you're inviting some more aggression for that next game. And when I mean more aggression, I mean more early game Pokemon. Really early movements.
Yes.
Because what we looked at in that matchup for Rejects, it was a bit of a slower matchup. Some Pokemon that did need a little bit of wind-up time. We're not looking at those multi-evolution comps. We're not looking at the Zoroark comfies, right? So game number 2, does Rejects just amp it up now? Do they say, we need to play faster because we didn't play fast enough to deal with Nouns?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, they're running Chandelure and Gyarados, right? Pokemon, Chandelure definitely not known for its early game. But Gyarados,
it needs a moment, a hot
yeah,
minute.
yeah, it needs a minute, but once you give it that breath of fresh air, it's definitely coming for, coming for that top spot. But I do think we see a pretty big shift in Rejects setup for this next game. Again, this Chandelure kind of feels a little iconic to Pee-wee's playstyle. However, Pokemon that is way stronger in the early game, that I also know that Pee-wee loves and is well known for playing, is the Cramorant. I think we see the Cramorant in game number 2 if I had to make an early call.
Possibly, but I think he also needs to make the evaluation, is this game the right game to play Cram? Because sure, Cram's a fantastic Pokemon, but it does have limitations that prevents it from being that S-tier attacker, right?
Okay.
One of those things is that at the moment, the rising meta has been bigger, tankier composition.
True.
Pokemon with more health, more defensive capabilities. And for Cramorant, this Pokemon thrives when it's able to play against squishier compositions, right? Because you get the bounces, you get to really dish out a lot of damage and really get rid of health bars.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that when you're playing up against Blaziken, Metagross, Gyarados as well. So all of these really big Pokemon prevent Cram from coming onto the field, but things might change, you know? If we start to see an evolution comp appear on the side of Nouns, like that's when Pewie's like, it's Cram time. That's the time to play Cram.
Yeah, I think in the spotlight of the draft where it would show up is when you need to rip down those defenses that are so tough for it to deal with, right? Cramorant does shred physical and special defense with its auto attack, so it'll have that option, but where that really sings is when you can combo it with a Pokemon that does that as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Ceruledge, a Pokemon that is fantastic at bringing down those physical defenses and enabling the Cram.
Rejects did ban the Ceruledge themselves, so maybe they don't feel comfortable playing it. Maybe they're not really thinking about it. But it was game number 1.
That's true.
Things can change in game number 2. And obviously, pick order matters.
100%.
Whether they get that first pick or they're prioritizing second pick.
Yeah, from behind the stage kind of look, I believe it will be Reject in that first pick position.
So they chose for that first pick.
Yes. See, I know you are a big fan of second pick. I personally am a big fan of that first pick. So Reject and I aligned a little bit, but now we are going to be going into this draft. I personally cannot wait. This game 2 is going to be fantastic. We've seen a lot of Nouns. We've only seen a little bit of Reject, so let's see if they can put together that bounce back.
And they will continue to reject the Ceruledge and Charizard.
Yes.
So clearly Pokemon that they don't want to deal with at all. Don't blame them. Charizard in particular, we've already seen Nouns really play this Pokemon with such masterclass. And the Ceruledge, we all know what this thing can do if you do let it run rampant. But interesting choices though. Urshifu, as well as Eldegoss being taken out here by Nouns.
Wow, okay, interesting ban from Nouns Esports. Want to take out that Eldegoss. Slowbro will be that first pick for Reject, so taking that single target lockdown defender looked pretty solid for Tamarin last time, and they were running that telekinesis. So again, an individual crowd control move, something we've seen from Mamoswine and Slowbro.
Same defensive supports for Nouns. I mean, it worked for them last game. I'm not going to complain at all. But for Rejects, Gyarados and Leafeon again?
Okay, all right. I mean, we're looking at basically an identical draft, and it's looking like the exact same thing. So these teams extremely confident in their compositions, clearly. Finally, a shift will be locked in. Yako currently holding on, or at least hovering over that Comfey pick. I don't know if they fully locked that one down yet, but if that will be locked in, it'll be the only switch up because of Nouns Esports banning away that Eldegoss.
if they pick this Comfey, which they do, so what's the play? Is it just to have Satake and Haruta have that pocket Comfey to let them dive into the back lines or the front lines? Or is it to catch out Toon?
It could be to catch out Toon. I do think you're just trying to enable that Leafeon a little bit more than we already saw. Gatlu will lock in one of my favorite Pokemon. If I had to pick a main, I would probably call it the Mimikyu. So excited to see that Pokemon. I do think it has a stronger earlier game setup than the Metagross. And of course, if Slowbro is going to unite, move, and lock down one target, Mimikyu can match with their own.
And I think this is something Kiwi has to worry about as well, because now, not only does he have to focus on trying to land those overheat hits, but he has to think, where's Gatlu?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Mimikyu is probably one of the worst Pokemon to deal with as an attacker, because you're just like, where is this Pokemon coming from? And the unfortunate reality for Chandelure, as an amazing Pokemon as it is, it lacks defensive options if it's under attack. It needs support from its team, which you're running a Comfey. You don't have a Clefable anymore that's going to come back and provide that instant support.
Yeah, that is true. It's going to be interesting to play around. I have to admit, Clefable in its current state in the metagame, I'm not super confident in, so I actually do like this Comfey pick. Not great with the Chandelure in terms of synergy, but the Gyarados and Leafeon, I think, love a Comfey in particular, so we could see that combination really work. But now, I think if we're going to see a player or a Pokemon really start gaining momentum, it's going to be Soreyu on this Blaziken. They don't have to worry about that Clefable any longer getting pulled away by that Follow Me. Instead, now they're going to have clear room to work if they can take out this early game with that Leafeon onslaught.
Okay, Zoinks, I need to ask you, right? Because the thought process for you was that now that Clefable is not around, Soreyu should have an easier game. But what if it's a different line of thinking, and Rejects are saying last game, Soreyu wasn't an issue for us. We kind of don't need this Clefable anymore. Do you think maybe this is something that they could consider?
I would tell them to reconsider immediately.
Okay.
Again, I have casted so many Nouns esports games. I am very confident in what that player is capable of. A Desu on this Invade 2 games in a row. This time they will be sporting the red buff. And now their job is to burn that clock. You're not going to make it back to your side of the map, but you have slowed down this Leafeon a little bit. Most importantly, it'll allow Soreyu to clear out that central area undisturbed and join that top side at the same time that Leafeon will be roaming top.
Yeah. Now, with the Comfey support as well, they're probably thinking about providing that assistance for the Gyarados. That is going to be the line of thought for them. Umbreon, though, causing a lot of issues for Kiwi, just causing him a lot of grief up here, though. Soreyu not too happy with that Leafeon, but thankfully the eject button is there to get him out.
Really clever play from Bravo on that Umbreon earlier as well. Tries to get in front of the Pokemon just to tank some damage so that they can steal the berries. But not having a chance to take any of those citrus berries. And on the top side, now Esports going to win that fight around the Swablu Alterios extremely well. Satake, despite having the Comfey pocket, is going to actually think against pushing in there.
Oh, but they're thinking of going for Toon instead, and actually massive opening here for that Leafeon. They will get this Inteleon this time, so you can tell instant change of tune here for Rejects. They are really wanting to prioritize the jumps onto that Inteleon.
That makes sense. Yeah, I love that. If we're not going to take that fight early topside, immediately swing down. Satake with a great rotation. And yeah, Drizzile not really going to have the defensive abilities to outlast a dive with that Razor Leaf. Even a Jet Button Fellstinger not getting tuned out of that scenario. Pee-wee poised for this 8-minute spawn of the birds in the middle of the map, but they're not going to be alone for long. Now Esports rotating towards them.
And Tamarin actually trying to go for the backward surf there. Did not really connect onto anyone, not even the Blissey. They are going to keep on going though. So far things not looking too good here for that Combusken. Now wanting to go back. Umbreon will join the fray, but now they're not feeling too comfortable. They are going to try and continue with Toon. Basic attacks onto that Slowbro should be enough, finishing them off with the Umbreon. Blazikens here ready to play, and for Rejects down bottom, gonna just have to give this away.
Yeah, I mean, great aggressive playstyle for Nouns Esports. Bruv making a great call out. The eject button out of Pee-wee's Lampent extremely early. So Bruv sees that cooldown happen and immediately runs after them with foul play, giving them no escape, and even worse, is actually able to take out that Slowbro. So Nouns Esports really looking great in this early game, but Rejects starting to hit some of those level breakpoints that we know will make them super impactful. Satake takes that slam shot and does not recover well. That's Comfey down. Toon Slim, they're shooting straight.
That's a big mistake. Massive mistake, because you've now given a massive level lead to Nouns, who's sitting on multiple level 8 Pokemon, and for Rejects, they're not sitting at the optimal levels. They have gone for a very early comp, especially with all this emphasis on this Leafeon having to be their tempo controller. You need to be level 9, but the fact that now Leafeon is at level 8, this is going to prevent that Leafeon from being that major threat that it needs to be.
Oh, okay, well, Pee-wee is going to be able to take out that Reggie Alecki in the face of Gatlu. However, Gatlu making it look great in that team fight. Look at this. Now Esports all the way on the other side of the map. Toonslam will go down. That is an Emerald 2-step, a Desu on the quick step to make it out of there. But they are going to take a ton of damage, and Leafeon will take them out. Taking out a support at a lower level, not going to give you a ton of experience, so they're okay about that. But they're going to have to fast rotate to the bottom side of the map. They have a Reggie Alecki walking into them on the top side, and they are having the other team score on their bottom goal zone. That's a lot of pressure from Reject all of a sudden.
The snipe actually connected there onto Leafeon almost again. Oh my gosh, I'm flinching from these snipe shots.
Yeah, people don't know, here on production, we actually have a 3D TV with the slam shots come at us, and we're literally dodging them every single time.
Oh my goodness, Blaziken almost getting caught out there. Chandelure, that burn damage can be quite lethal if you're not expecting it. Sometimes you just tick out to that, and it looks like Garrett has Dragon Current being committed as well, wanting to catch out the Blaziken. The eject gets used, but does not connect. And the Bliss assist, helping to boost Soraya, but he is dropping low. Maybe there's too many Pokemon here. Umbreon as well, using the Unite. They do manage to keep him up, but oh my gosh, it's just not enough. Here comes Toonslam though, maybe the basic attacks are going to be enough. They get the Slowbro and the Comfey. Now, stabilizing.
Slowbro with a Comfey pocket is one of the hardest Pokemon to knock out in the entire game. So
it doesn't knock out.
I know, it literally does not. So credit for Nouns to find the impossible key to success there. Great job in that fight, but wow, unbelievable stuff. And very interesting update here. Isan Ayumento wins 2-0 over Luminosity Gaming, meaning that LG is now eliminated from the tournament.
No way! Oh my gosh, what? I wish we could have seen that matchup.
I know. But all right, we got an exciting one in front of us, absolutely. Regirock now going to be that main target. Ralph makes a little bit of space with the foul play. But you got to watch out for the Gyarados, who's diving in. A check button a little too early, so that will be the Chandelure. Securing the Regirock. Sorayu goes down first, but that snipe shot makes it so difficult to push into Nouns Esports right now.
Toon actually using the Unite as well. He's trying to commit to defend that goal zone. 5 points to break, and it will be going down. Toon, unfortunately, will be falling as well, and the rest of his team caught in the frame. Mimikyu even committing the Unite. 3 Pokemon down on the side of Nouns, and Reject still looking pretty healthy. Leafeon does go down, but at the cost of 4 Pokemon for Nouns. Oh boy, this game is starting to equalize, and you really don't want that, especially when we have 2 minutes to go before that Rayquaza.
Yeah, this is when you want to really hold on to your lead, but Reject are finding a way to come back in this match. It's been pretty huge for them. We even saw Sorayu. We've seen Blaziken as a Pokemon take over fights and make huge comebacks happen. However, that Imprison is such a clear, natural predator to Blaziken out in these matches. We see the Imprison lock down the Blaziken, a Pokemon that basically only wants to be using its moves and completely denies access to it. So great Chandelure spot by Pee-wee, really slowing down Sorayu.
With a minute and a half to go, both teams just gonna have to try and get as much experience as they possibly can. You want to hit your level peaks as quickly as possible. And so far, both sides, both cores, all 3 cores on both teams, level 12, level 13, level 14, that's going to be the goal. If they can get any knockouts here, it would be some valuable experience. And I'm kind of looking at the Leafeon here. Are you really thinking of making a play happen?
Oh, I know.
So risky.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's worth it, maybe it's not, but it's definitely a Pokemon you always have to be cautious of. Leafeon's burst damage is truly second to none in our metagame right now, and Satake has been playing a pretty fantastic Leafeon game after game. Ruff is going to be chased down, and Leafeon almost getting that KO. Umbreon, an exceptionally tanky Pokemon, able to survive that onslaught, but here we're seeing Reject again, this very, very early pressure around the Rayquaza pit. They want that aggressive positioning. If they set up a dive, they want it to be in the enemy central area if possible.
But they're giving away Reggie Steal for this. I don't think teams realize how impactful this is going to be, especially for an Inteleon. A attack boost on this Pokemon? Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, they're giving away a lot. Tamarind is going to call out that it's a Comfey pocket onto them, but they take so much damage early. That's a Mimikyu passive. That's a Slime Shot that takes them down. That's 2 members of Reject already knocked out, and we're 10 seconds away from the Rayquaza. Make that 3 Gyarados with a 20-second plus respawn timer.
they gave away the Registeel buff, the best buff to have coming into Rayquaza. And you've got a lot of options. Look at the basic attacks onto this Rayquaza. They're just going to basic attack it down. Two securing the Ray and Rejects melting one after the other. It's a full wipe.
They make the call to take that rip, but Nouns Esports exceptional. They know that is the correct play. Reject is not really having the answer. No one to contend with Toon Slim secure, and Gatlu with great protective pressure around Satake. They were on top of that Leafeon on the top side, so much so that we even saw the Play With Me Unite move to shut down the Leafeon, the only secure contender to the Inteleon in those final moments. Nouns Esports playing that fight picture perfect.
I mean, Nouns look clean shaven in this game. Like, perfect positioning. They didn't let the Slowbro come in for the multi-man connect. They got 2-3 Pokemon in the surf, but it wasn't their key Pokemon. And they were confident to fight into this because, let's be real, a Regirock or a Registeel buff, that's when you want to fight because you have those stat bonuses. And for Rejects, I guess for them, they were hoping they had the element of surprise, being able to preemptively position. They're going to try and go for the last hurrah, but with how large this point gap is, I just don't see that comeback happening for Rejects. Nouns, this is a team we're going to have to look out for because they have won both of their matchups now.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting group now because of these results. But hey, we got to give some credit to Reject for never giving up as they are trying to put these points into this final goal zone. With 30 seconds remaining, it'll be Nouns Esports holding on to this lead after a pretty amazing team fight around that final moment. I mean, team fight with the advantage, you called it out perfect. That's a huge boon to have with that Registeel buff. They employ it extremely well. 590 to 875. Reject making this one look good in the final stat line. But Nouns Esports are going to be 2-0 in the group stage to start the day.
2-0 in the group stage. I think at this point they've guaranteed their place in playoffs tomorrow.
I believe so. And reminder, first seed is very, very important going into day 2 as well. So Nouns Esports is going to be very happy with their performance. In fact, going from a 2-1 set to a 2-0 set, I think it's fair to say that Nouns Esports picking up some momentum.
Picking up some momentum, feeling really good emotionally. I think that's the most important thing when you're coming into competition.
Yeah.
When you get those victories in, it helps stabilize the team emotionally. It makes you feel happy, and you play better when you're not under pressure. I know
100%.
some players, might be the opposite. You need a little bit of pressure to play better, but Nouns, I think historically, they always play at their best when you can see that they are emotionally in sync. Everyone's all smiles. Everyone's ready to listen. Not having those moments where in the past we've seen them in the booths looking a little bit stressed.
Yeah.
Kind of thinking, what do we do next? Because they have that back foot, right? So for Nouns, I mean, I'm glad to see them sort of turn things around because last year, I know for a fact for them, they were very disappointed with what happened last year. So
100%.
this year, it's their time to shine.
Yeah, it's their bounce back year, and a lot of it is coming from this player. Gatlu rejoining up with Nouns Esports mid-season, and they have had a fantastic impact. They were running the Play Rough build this time around, and I really like that into Leafeon. Is where we see Mimikyu finally show up is into those speedsters. It's a great counter. The immunity you get with that momentary damage and that momentary dash is fantastic into a Pokemon like Leafeon that can really threaten big damage just for a moment. Is that a content cowboy on stage?
It looks like it is. He's having some fun up there as well with Nouns, giving them some big hugs.
Yeah, that is true. Hey, after a game, I think you get a hug from the content cowboy. After a game like that, I think that's a fair prize to have. But
I think they basically won Worlds at that point.
100%. So now we are looking, at a moment from this last game, Rayquaza, or sorry, not this last game, game number 1. This was that amazing team fight from Nouns Esports, picking apart Reject moment after moment. And of course, that plays again, finally having its big moment for Soreyu in the final moment of that match. It looked awesome.
And then in this matchup in particular, the pickoffs that happened right going into that Ray, but some of these fights for Rejects were looking so good, but the Bliss assists, I really think, set Nouns apart from Rejects. And I kind of wondered if Rejects, maybe did they disrespect the Blissey pick, not maybe acknowledging the boost of power that whoever Adesu unites into, that they get.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely think it is a support pick that we should be seeing a lot more. Interesting to see Nouns Esports favoring their support and defensive core very early in these drafts, and Reject actually going with maybe the opposite. Gatler showing the respect to their support teammate. That's a big shout out. I mean, this is a team that's got so much momentum now. They are almost essentially, I don't want to say for sure with a confirmation, but I'm pretty sure they are locked in for that day too. So they become a very interesting race for that second spot out of this group though. Teams like Reject and Zora Tigers Gaming, but with the star of the show right now is going to be Nouns Esports. We got an interview on stage with Spraggles and Gatler.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Rock and the big stage where I have Gotlu from Nouns Esports after such an incredible match. Gotlu, how you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling really amazing. I feel like I had a really good game, and I'm just really proud of my teammates.
Yeah, it looked incredible. I feel like being on stage twice in a row, I was wondering, was that going to feel like a lot, or is that exactly what you would want to do?
I think we high rolled. Like, the timing is just perfect. Keep playing, staying warm, it's perfect.
Yeah, and I gotta know, is the Greedent coming out? Because there were a couple times when I saw your draft and I thought you could play the Greedent here.
So I was considering picking Greedent instead of Metagross, but we picked Metagross just to like stall. So it's definitely something I'm looking forward to, but I will not pick it if it's not good.
Yeah, makes total sense. I feel like your team is on fire. This is such a great story, especially considering what happened to EU last year. This year, EU looks incredible. Do you have anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Thank you so much, guys, for cheering for us. I love you guys!
All right, we're going to send it back to the booth. We're going back down behind the rock.
Where did they go? Did you see them? I didn't see.
No, there was just a very big rock in the way. I don't know what was happening.
Love the interviews with The Rock, but I really do like the interviews with Gatlu. Great to see that. Also cool that they looked directly at us and said, we love you, because we love you too, Gatlu.
Aw, I mean, he loves everybody, let's be real.
Hey.
He's that kind of guy. He loves everybody.
That is very true. This is going to be an awesome tournament to watch if you're a Nouns Esports fan. Clearly, we got to see 2 games from them, 2 unbelievable sets, honestly, which shown great skills from them across the board, draft, macro, meta, everything. But I don't think that's the last we saw of Reject.
No, I'm very sure Reject, they're going to want to come back fighting. They want to go into game, like they want day number 2.
100%.
That's the goal for everyone that's competing today. Try to at least make that top 2. And if you can't make the first seed, second seed is where it's going to have to be at, right? So for Rejects, what's going to be the comeback plan? What did they learn in these matches against Nouns? Because even though you're losing your matches, you need to learn something to adapt and to be better for your next matchup.
True.
And so they're going to have to identify what was our weakness? What do we need to fix? Is it Pokemon composition? Was it laning? Were we playing too fast? Were we playing too slow?
Yeah.
And I feel like in these games for Rejects, there were just a couple of moments where they just had really spotty positioning.
Yeah.
Where a lot of them were just getting caught in so much of this AoE. And in some cases, you could say prioritization. Like game number 1, the fact that they weren't able to get on top of Toon, I really think that was what really set them back.
Yeah, it's a bit of an all-in strategy, right? Feast or famine, if you will, when you're playing like Reject is aggressive positioning in those Rayquaza pits. You try to start those dives, but sometimes Nouns Esports is just a little bit too strong. But if you're enjoying this tournament, I hope you really are, because we have so many more games for you. We're going to be back with the Pokémon UNITE World Championships right after this.
UIC was home to Unite's AOS Cup for the 2nd year in a row, and this one was bigger than ever. The first ever in-person open bracket, and the invited teams from around the globe were all fighting over the first confirmed world spot of the year. The first ever open bracket and an international championship brought teams from Europe, North America, Latin America, and even Asia. After 5 fierce rounds of Swiss, 8 teams emerged to enter the group stage, with only 1 team going undefeated through Swiss, Nemesis from North America. The second stage of the tournament was the 16-team group stage. The 8 teams from the Open were added to the 8 invited teams, which included regional champions from the February tournament, as well as 2 of Japan's strongest squads. Some incredible moments happened in groups, like Adesu of Nouns Esports securing Rayquaza and saving the game on Eldegoss, or Kabi-chans from Japan showing their mastery of Dragonite and knocking out hometown EU favorites for free from the tournament. All of this led to the final day, our top 8 double elimination bracket. It was filled with teams from 5 unique regions, setting up for a day of meta game clashes. From the beginning of the day, despite being on the elimination side of the bracket, the team that everyone feared was Kabi-chan's from Japan. Their run seemed unstoppable after beating Nouns Esports, Nemesis, and Rework Respawn. But the one challenger they could not defeat was Team Fusion from Latin America South. With a draft strategy built around denying Kabi-chans their unique Dragonite and strong Blastoise, Fusion was able to defeat them 3-1 in the grand finals.
And that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Fusion became the AOS Cup champions and officially the first team locked in for the World Championships later this year. Think you have what it takes? It's not too late. Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
And welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for the World Championships live in Honolulu, Hawaii. You can see our teams huddled up on stage. That there is G, one of the last hopes for North America. In fact, the last hope for North America to have a three-peat champion.
Correct.
Slash from G is on stage. Now, the reason I say the last hope is because Luminosity has been knocked out of this tournament in the group stage. They went down 0-2 to Isanamento. Legacy and Ison will move forward to day 2. Luminosity will not win the World Championships again.
That just shows the strength of all the teams here at Worlds.
Yeah.
Anybody can be taken down, and now we are on the precipice of perhaps having our first-time champion, certainly team-wide. But if Slash and G, whose team is back against the wall right now in their group, if they don't 2-0 this match, it's all brand new It's all brand new.
It would all be brand new. So there's still an opportunity for that three-peat. There's still multiple opportunities for North America with Orange Juicers and Nemesis. But if G wants to move forward, they have to 2-0 a very dominant team in Talon, which is going to be a crazy series. If they can take game one, they still can't drop a game. It's a very scary place to be in, but also there's a lot of power behind knowing exactly what you need to do to move forward.
Talon, on the other hand, cool, calm, collected. We walked past both of these teams getting ready to go up. Energy positive across the board. I think of the teams that I'm looking at that are incredibly strong, of course, G has Slash, right, anchoring that on their side, but Talon cannot be scoffed at. Picked up by an org through the season and have just looked great bell to bell.
Yeah, Talon's looked fantastic. This is going to be a real tough one here for G. These are great players, but this was one of the last teams put together through all of the chaos in North America this season. They qualified in the final stretch. They had an amazing run there, taking down Team YT, a team that a lot of people thought could make their way through it. But again, they have that X factor, and that X factor is right there on camera. That is Slash, the two-time world champion. This guy has an incredible mind for the game. He plays an amazing defender player. I believe he is the best Umbreon in the world. The question is, does he have enough to kind of pick this team up, who is sort of a mishmash of really great players who have never made it to this level?
Yeah, let's keep talking about G a little bit, because Slash is a known quantity. And I'm not saying the other players on the team aren't, but like, for example, Zealot on this team is a player that Slash says might be the best player in the world. Like, they are that good. But can they deliver in that moment? Let's go to the stage, get our captain's interview going here, and get this match set up. It is right here, pitching it.
Well, we are getting started early here. But hello, folks. I have Eggnoob from G representing North America, and we have Talon Esports RBH here representing APAC East. How does it feel to finally be here on the world stage, Eggnoob?
It feels amazing. It truly feels amazing. The crowd's electric, and we're just happy. We're happy that we played so well to get here.
Look, we've already seen a lot of electricity, being that Zero Aura. What do you think about that so far?
Same as Scrims. We're just gonna beat them.
Oh, okay. I have to ask. I want you to say something nice about your opponent here.
I like your tattoos, to be honest.
Do you have anything nice to say about your opponent?
I like your beard.
All right, guys, we are about to head on into this match. Give us your best power pose and why each of you should fear each other. All right, thank you so much, Eggnoob and RBX. We're gonna head it back to the casters.
Amazing stuff. I love it. They say, like, we've seen him in scrims. We're going to beat him. And then Kella's like, all right, let's say something nice about each other really quick.
Say something nice to diffuse this tension a little bit.
And honestly, it kind of worked like a charm. He was like, I really like your tattoos. Like, you have a great beard. And then all of a sudden, they're like, are we friends? Did we just become best friends on stage here?
With our powers combined, you look like me or Spraggles.
Yeah, amazing.
Like, what you don't know about Spraggles, shoulder to toe covered in tattoos.
That's why I wear the suits, okay? Look, I'd love to have the short sleeves or something like that, but I got a lot going on here, all right? The question is right now,
how do we pivot from that?
The question is, what do we do
what are we doing
after that bit? We could talk a little bit about Talon.
I think that's a great call.
Yeah, I think that's a great call. Talon, coming from Asia Pacific East, coming out of the Philippines, the first place Philippines qualifier, third place Asia Champions League. This is an amazing squad here, and they're looking to make a name for themselves. A lot of people have been talking about APAC East and West, I want to say, for the past 2 years as being a region that can come to Worlds and win the whole thing.
Well, we have an interview ready for Talon, so let's pitch to that to learn a little bit more about them.
Hey there, trainers. It's Danny at Worlds, and I'm here with RBX from Talon. How are you?
I'm good.
It's your first time in Hawaii. Actually, how are you feeling being here at Worlds?
I feel overwhelmed because there's so many great teams here and I want to play against them.
And you are, in a lot of aspects, one of the best teams to come out from the APAC region. And in particular, from the Philippines, because you know last year, Omo was an amazing team. They came second. But you guys are convincingly beating Elevate in your matches. Do you think you might be the best team in the Philippines right now?
Yeah, right now we're the best.
You actually think you're the best?
Yeah.
Oh, I love the confidence. Love it. So I want to know, what is your main goal this year at Worlds? Obviously, you want to take first, but is there something that you want to achieve this year?
Yeah, we're gonna make our name for ourselves because they don't know us. So we're gonna make him.
If there's one thing you could tell people right now that you want them to know about you, what do you want people to know?
We're coming for you.
Love it. Okay, I want to talk a little bit of strat talk because, of course, you know, we're here for Pokemon UNITE. Everyone wants to know what the meta is. How do you guys at Talon feel about the meta, especially when we had that patch coming into Worlds?
The meta right now is very weird right now because the Japan team always picking tank top, so we didn't adjust in time for the Worlds, and we're just thinking of plan how to beat them when it comes to playoffs, I guess.
Who's the biggest threat in your group?
I think G.
G?
Yeah, G.
What is it about G that makes them such a scary team?
I think NA teams is very good at mechanically.
And they have some very scary players on their team.
I'm not scared of them.
You're not scared?
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, so aside your group, you obviously, Talon in general, I mean, I've spoken to Birdie as well, he's so confident in you guys. You're gonna make it to the playoffs. What would you say would be your top 3 teams that you want to play against in the playoffs?
Champion Lord, number 1. Second is MYS, for sure. And the third team is Fusion.
Who do you feel on the team is probably the most hungry at World? Who's the one person that you would look to and say, this guy wants to win World more than anyone else on Talon?
I guess KYY. Because it's just the first time Worlds, so...
First time?
Yeah, this is our second time and he's really pressured right now. So I know the feeling, the first Worlds, and a lot of people expect from us, and we want to deliver from the Philippines and for our fans and for our families.
All right, thank you so much, RBX. Good luck. Hopefully we'll see you guys in playoffs. Yeah. But that's gonna be it. Danny at World signing out.
All right, we are back straight into draft, just like when they came back at the Oscars and Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper just started singing. That's what we're doing right now. We're right into it, draft right away. Talon versus G. Talon is going to get our first pick here. They're going to get our first ban. We're going to see what G wants to do about it. Again, G has to win 2-0 to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, and a lot of respect. I really like the RBX's energy. Not willing to give an inch, right?
Yeah.
Being courtesy, polite across the board. Being honest, but also not playing afraid, and that's what we're looking here in the world stage. Urshifu banned, Dragonite banned.
Interesting, and going over to Mimikyu for the final ban here. So we got all-rounders. Oops, all-rounders for our ban, as Talon is going to get their first pick here, and they lock in the Koopa right away. Heading over to G for the next 2, and we're going to see a couple power picks here. I would not be surprised if we see the Umbreon, and we do. Slash on the Umbreon, and we've got a Blaziken.
That is a great pair of Pokemon for G. They're going into the comfort spots that, and you just mentioned Slash, maybe one of the best Umbreons moving in the game right now. Quickly going in though, Lance locking in Gyarados.
Yeah, I love this. I love this choice. I'm so happy to be seeing it at Worlds. An amazing tank here in Trevenant. I feel like if you don't get your Slowbro or you don't get your Umbreon, you might even have a better shot with the tree. As we have another Eevee being locked in, we've got Sylveon and Blissey on the side of G. It's a lot of support. It feels like we don't have much damage at all from range. We're gonna have to see if they wanna shore that up as the draft goes on. Metagross being locked in, and then possibly Espeon.
Listen, these evolutions, even when they're not top, they're still great, which is, you know, why we saw a lot of Espeon already today. Last pick Cramorant feels ridiculous considering we opened the day with some like first 2 pick Cramorant action. So I think G got a lot of boxes checked for them in terms of comfort. And I think if they are going to deliver on a 2-0 run against this Talon squad, they've put themselves in a great place.
That's an interesting composition here from G. I mean, I like it. They really don't do much at range, but to be fair, Talon doesn't do that much at range either. They've just got the Espeon. There are going to be a lot of brawls. The nice thing about Cram is it's really hard to kind of lock down in any way. Obviously, if they can catch it with Trevenant, that could change things. Cram's going to be tricky, and then you've got Sylveon down here with the build we're looking at. Potion, Focus Band, Muscle Band, Slick Spoon. That's looking like a Mystical Fire here, so that's going to be dancing around the battlefield. And we're just going to have to see if they can set up big plays for their Blaziken. Then on the other side, that Gyarados is going to be looking to take down any of those squishy Pokemon. If it can get to Cram, if it can get to Sylveon, I think it's in good shape, even though Sylveon, not too squishy to be fair.
Yeah, if I were to call out something that I noticed, it's Dylan. Dylan's Espeon Unites are going to spell doom if properly executed and Talon is ready to go. If they catch 2-3 targets and then you have a Gyarados like bounce going in, that's a lot of targets to be caught.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're just going to have to see how these teams want to play it here in game number 1. It looks like we have a bit of a pause up on the big stage, making sure that all of our devices are connected properly here while our teams wait to load into the game. This is a good time, I think, to talk about, again, what is on the line for G, what is on the line for North America as well, and what's on the line for the legacy of a possible three-peat here at Worlds. If G doesn't 2-0, they can't make it to day 2. And that would mean that not a single world champion is heading to day 2.
Which is something I would have never thought.
Yeah.
Even, we were talking about this event specifically going in. In my mind, I really thought Luminosity was hitting that next gear, and this was going to be similar to years prior, how they're going to be able to deliver. But now it's game 1, and now it's on Slash to be the three-peat.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they can make it work here as our players are loading in, and we're getting ready to go here with game number 1. Every game here going to be win or go home for these squads as we head into it. Talon, your purple team. G, your orange team here for game 1.
And we have a central Metagross. Sometimes we actually see that in the top path, but now that there's a Magikarp here, it's getting a lot of pressure put on them because the Hoopa's on the invade.
And look at this here. I mean, of course, put the pressure on this Magikarp. What is it going to do in this situation? It's fighting 3 in the top path right now. Hoopa trying to steal something away. We're going to have to see if they're able to make something happen because of this, or if they actually just gave up too much. Every single piece of farm heading over to the side of G in this top path.
Yeah, it's all about this Hoopa. Can they get their money's worth? It looks like we already have portals down, so KYY is ready to harass a little more.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to harass a little bit, but we've got a Combuskin top. The Metagross is here. Now Black is in a lot of trouble getting caught right there, needing the eject button to get out.
Beautiful Hurricane to give almost an opportunity for them. Eggnoob makes it back. KO streak of 2 from Black, turning a horrible situation into one of great benefit for G.
Yeah, that was really nice from the side of G, and I got to give a little credit to Black there on that play. The eject was beautiful, and having the heads up to know, hey, I need to walk out of this Hoopa situation here really quick because they're actually going to continue to dive on me. I need to make it back to the goal zone. Really great play there by G.
Lance barely making it through that portal as the Magikarp still on a Magikarp. They definitely want to go into Gary mode here soon, but they're not given a lot of time to breathe by G.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do to Gyarados, right? You want to starve it for as long as you possibly can. I mean, you look to the other side, we almost have a Blaziken on the other side, and we've still got a level 4 Magikarp. This fight's kicking off here. A lot of the experience heading over to the side of Talon. Eggnoob a little bit caught right here. They're looking to pick up the KO, and we're going to see if they're able to get it. Yes, they do.
Sync able to finally close the door on Eggnoob, but hopefully that didn't put him in a bad position. They're trying to do the work here. Tons of damage. They get another one with KYY's support. Sync still going after, trying to synchronize with the rest of the squad. Enough for 2 good KOs, but at what cost? Dylan goes down, Lance flops in, they're looking for one. Can they at least get Slash? Can they at least leave with something? And they do.
Yeah, nice little pickup from the Gyarados right there, but also a great job retreating by G. They let their lowest level Pokemon go down, their defender, and they get their higher level carries out of a bad situation. Gyarados heading back up to the top path. Lance now taking all of this experience. We have Eggnoob just watching this situation right here. Not a ton they can do. Waiting fighting to try to stop some of these scores here, as we have G kind of mobilized in this bottom path, ready to take a bottom Reggie here. Obviously with Blaziken, they can rip it, they can secure it, they can do just about everything.
Another KO streak of 2 for Black CH in the top path here, but it looks like Talon wants to fight over this Registeel. Slash and OG left by their Lonesome. We've got an overheat opportunity to charge up. Is it enough to secure? No, it's just a little shy, and that allows a nice secure KO, and now Talon's getting on this goal zone. Slash reposition, put off the pad, and they are buckled. Talon scoring.
Gotta love the patience there from Talon. You know, they saw the overheat charging. They recognized it just wasn't enough to take it down. They didn't do any extra damage to that bot Reggie. And then at the same time, now they're able to score in the bottom path. This match is evening itself up quite a bit here.
Yeah, Zealot able to get topped off quickly by Eggnoob. Uses their Unite move. Are they going to go for a chase down? They want that Espeon. They want their EV counterpart, who makes it barely through the portal. Metagross engage, pops their Unite move. Setting up the Coliseum, turning into a mausoleum. We're putting them down, says Talon. Sync 1 looking for more. They're all over Slash, who pops a wish just to top themselves off. Portal is down. Nice Horn Leech reposition. And that's another KO for this Espeon.
Beautiful stuff there from Talon. Obviously, they spent a lot of Unite moves to make that happen, and it was not on the other side of G. But at the same time, what a huge fight for them, picking up another KO in this top path. We've got the Eggs trying to stop these scores from happening, as the rest of G is now finally making their way to fight here. And I just noticed we've got ourselves a Surf Cramorant.
Whatever it takes, and Black is making it happen here. Actually, you know, the Whirlwind, the Hurricane kicks up. Bliss is this long range is safe from the Gyarados. They still engage and they still get the KO. Now Slash is peeling back. We are using the Cram Unite right in the middle. Black is all over them, and we're going for the stun. Scoopa is Rings Unbound on top. Sync steps up right into OG's face. Trev Unite, great follow-up. Slash Can's on the retreat, but Slash Can gets gutted before they can go anywhere.
Wow, beautiful stuff here from Talon. It looks like they're just playing these fights flawlessly. I think, unfortunately, that score was a little bit of a disaster, only a 1 overdunk right there. But at the same time, they were able to take a huge fight. In fact, they just seem to be taking all of these fights. Hey, you know what? Maybe take their experience while they're at it.
That is an amazing Woodhammer Horn Leech reposition, and of course, the fact that the Espeon was there to help them close the door on it is just amazing.
Look at this Reg Ice down here on the bottom path. We're going to see if they can get a better secure on their hands than they did last time. Here comes the charge up, possibly. No, they don't even need it. It's the Surf Hurricane Cramorant.
Shout out to Surf Hurricane Cram. We were saying how much we've been seeing Hurricane dive, but Hurricane Surf is kind of the one that you, in your mind intuitively, if you were to pick up Cramorant for the first time, would go together, and it's working well, at least for Black in this moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, they're playing it as more of that mage, right? That long-range special attacker doing crazy damage with multiple instances of knockups and stuns to deal with their opponents. We're going to have to see if it's able to work out here. One thing for sure, you've got a lot of dive on the side of Talon. This is a Zen headbutt on this Metagross here. So they really want to be in the face of Talon. They want to in the face of G. They want to commit to these fights, and they have been. I mean, look at the levels here. Already a level 13.
A lot of great tools in the G toolbox, though. You mentioned the Metagross. Well, we have a great counter in that shield-stealing Umbreon. If they get a well-timed Unite move, we're going Rings Unbound, and they are actually grabbing their own portal through. Sync steps through, and the rest of G is crash landing on top of them. Sync goes down very quickly, but it was a bait and switch just to draw everybody down so they could score a ton of points up top.
Wow, bravo, the prestige. Incredible stuff right there. You know, you thought it was coming from one direction, but no, Talon made a really sneaky, strong play. Yes, they were able to pick up the KO on the Metagross, but now they're up 276 to 200, putting them in a power position heading into Rayquaza, as if they weren't already, given how well these fights are going. And no way, Hoopa breaking ankles out here.
Zealot thought they had KYY for free, and they just dip-skerdooed. The Dupe Snacks dip-skerdoo, I coined that.
Yeah, you coined that? That's trademark. You know what? I'll trademark it. I'll keep that. As we have two objectives here, we have top and bottom right at about the same time. We have G ready here in the top path, and we have Talon ready in the bottom path. Talon's already up on score, so they don't really need this Regieleki. Of course, they would like G to not have it, and they are mobilizing for it right now, leaving the bottom objective.
Maybe trying to take an early Ray fight, right before the 2-minute mark. You kind of know where everybody is. Kane just steps up, tries to use that little Dragon Breath to sort that out. Can't quite do it. Now we have 20 seconds till Ray, 20-ish seconds still, right? 276 to 200. This scoreline is pretty close when it comes to Unite when the scores are double under 2.
Yeah, it's insanely close. One player can peel off and fix this score situation right away. They don't really have a speedster to make it happen, and their Cramorant is not a very mobile Cramorant, but they're still not in a bad position as they're moving in, trying to fight a little bit, trying to mess with this Gary here, as Gyarados is going to have to run away from this, reset through the Hoopa portal. We can see if we get some better positioning here from G. Again, this is a must-win situation for G right now. They have to win this game against Talon. They have to win 2-0, or they are not able to move forward in this tournament. This Rayquaza fight could essentially be their last Rayquaza fight of this tournament.
Gyarados stepping on the backside. We've got the Blaziken going for surround. Slash Can gets buckled. They have to pop their Unite move. Nobody goes through the portal because of the Hurricane Spin. So RBX is just low on the backside. Looking for a target. Sync goes in straight on Zealot. Zealot gets topped off quickly by an Egg Bomb as well. Zealot is back to full HP. Rings are unbound. We need the stuns. Quick little reset by the Metagross. They're going to have to roar back through. Lance pounces in. Bliss assistance to save Zealot. But let's go look up top. Nice stun on OG. OG tries to find SP on Unite. They get the catch. OG so low. And they get out on the Cram Unite coverage. Zealot goes down to the backside, but there's 4 players eviscerated for Talon. The Talons are truly out, but it's G burying them in their back. Now they need to take this Rayquaza. They're down by 75 points. This Ray makes the difference. RBX, the captain for the squad, going to spoil sport. Woodhammer comes in, Horn Leech there. Sync goes in, engage. Gets on the gate. Whoa! Metagross takes it. What a legendary play by Sync.
Insane stuff right there. They set up the Cram Surf Hurricane, but they did not have the overheat charging yet. They were stunned multiple times. They didn't have the secure ready, and now it looks like Talon is going to be able to score, stopping one score right here. Trevenant walking down. Metagross actually possibly going down right here, which could be huge for the side of G. They're not that far behind. They need to make a play right here as we have multiple Pokemon coming down to this tier 2. They're fighting for it. Sylveon goes down. Someone needs to stop a score. Hoopa scoring top, only 15 seconds left. No one from G can get across the map right now. 354 to 200, and G is going to be knocked out of this tournament.
What an absolute disaster. 4 players down for Talon. G had them on the ropes. RBX, the team captain, says, nah, I got it all on me, dog. Comes through, pops the Trevenant Unite. Woodhammer stuns 3 people, Spraggles. Just the sickest Horn Leech ever. Buys enough time for Sync to get in there and cause absolute pandemonium and shatter G's dreams.
Yeah, you can see on the stage, obviously G's knows their tournament is over. They still have the rest of the series to play out against Talon, but they will not be heading to day 2 with this performance. Meaning the possibility of a world champion winning again is not happening. The possibility of a world champion in day 2 is not happening.
I said it right before this match started, and I will say it again. I never dreamed with the caliber of players that are sitting on both of these teams that you would tell me neither of them are going to make it to day 2. Spraggles, I am just as stunned as those teams are, and this is the region that you and I follow incredibly closely. We've cast them for 3 years now, and this is truly devastating, not only for the players, but for the region as a whole.
That's right. North America still has a few shots in this tournament, obviously. Some of the top teams, but we're going to take a look at a top player in this match. That Unite move from Espeon in that fight was incredible. It caught 3. I was actually surprised the fight didn't go the other way after that. G responded very well, but take a look at this. 94,000 damage, 6 KOs, big stuff for Talon.
That Espeon was amazing, and it's, again, when you have evolutions, even when they're not the top of the meta, they're still pretty darn good. And I said before the match started, I'm going to be watching for that Espeon Unite because that is going to be the difference maker, in my opinion. Dylan with a great engagement, and if they had one more member on their team, the fight ends there.
Yes.
We actually had the Cramorant Black, to their credit, eject button up with their Unite
amazing.
To get OG behind them so that OG made out a sliver of HP. OG doesn't make it out, that, like I said, that fight's already over. Credit to both of these teams in that moment.
Yes.
And now I know it's tough for G, but pick yourselves up and let's play for some pride here. Let's put on a show and really take advantage of the spot on the stage that they've got.
That's right. Let's show them what we can do here. I mean, G is an incredible team. Again, former world champ, 2-time world champ on their squad. That final moment in that fight, I mean, I
I think it is one of those moments that's going to keep you up at night. They went for the secure before Blaziken was ready, and unfortunately, that was it. Blaziken just didn't have the chance to charge the overheat. Things could have gone very differently, but it's hard. It all comes down to seconds. It all comes down to just a moment there for G, and they were not able to finish the fight.
I'm really impressed by how G responded to certain situations, and you have to give credit to Talon, though. They played a unique strategy and employed it incredibly well. We had a Magikarp alone 3v1 top path so the Hoopa could go on the quick invade and get the portals. And now the bans have come through, of course, but we'll see how G can bounce back. They're looking to lock in a first pick Charizard. I'm a big fan of that one.
Yeah, I think it's a really good first pick for them. And I think this is one of those games where you're going to want to play your heart out, right?
Without a doubt.
I think you just want to play the things that you decided you were going to come here and play, but then also you want to play what you're going to have the most fun playing here. Like you said a moment ago, you want to put on a show for them.
Yeah, I mean, when you make it this far, when you make it to Worlds, these teams are all phenomenal teams.
Yes.
And it makes it difficult. That's why we've got surprises. That's why we've got upsets. That's why nothing is predictable. And now for G, although their ending is pre-predicted, how they can control that narrative for the next 2 games, I think is going to say a lot to me about what this team has in them.
Absolutely. I got to say, the Metagross we saw earlier out of Nouns, it was a meh to gross. This one has looked incredible.
Brother, it was
you saw what I did there?
Yeah.
Snuck it in.
No, you didn't sneak it in. We all caught it. It was really good.
It was really, really good. This Metagross looked incredible, and I love the aggression on it. I think Zen Headbutt is a dangerous move. But if you're in a competitive environment, you know when your team is setting up plays, you know when you're moving in, you get that extra damage reduction on the plus version. I think it could set up huge moments, and you saw it. I mean, G was having such a hard time dealing with it. And look at this, we got the Meowscarada on the side of G. I didn't know if we'd get to see any Meowscarada here today. Zarina on the side of Talon. This is going to be a fun game.
It absolutely is. We got Dylan, maybe Seed and Toon have a phenomenal Inteleon game earlier. Says anything you can do, I can do better. Cue that one. That's what I want for this match. Great setups between these two teams. I love the Zarina pick. I love this Meowscarada. Zealot, time for you to go to work. Again, just because you're out doesn't mean your show is not done. You've still got 20 minutes to show what you can do.
Yeah, and it'll be exciting to see it. I love Meowscarada. I'm sad that it didn't really get its time in the sun in competitive play. I think it had a few moments here or there, but a lot of teams were just moving past it pretty fast. It ended up getting some cool puffs, then it got a little bit of a nerf, and I think it was just completely lost in the shuffle. Metagross, on the other hand, I feel like has been a little slept on for a while. It's been on an upward trajectory, and then it got another set of buffs.
When I look at Metagross, I look at in the right spot, it is disastrous for the opposing team. And I think with that communication, with that Zen Headbutt and the way they executed against the roster or the team that was put together by G, it's like, yeah, that is pretty darn good.
Yeah. Absolutely. As we see our players getting ready right here. Obviously, G has another match to play, possibly 2 more matches to play. They can still beat Talon here, but their record throughout their group does not give them the opportunity to move forward. But we are going to be moving forward here to game number 2. We've got G, your purple team, Talon, your orange team. Yes, the Charizard is here, the Meowscarada is here, the Zarina is here.
KYY quickly helping Sync again, who clearly loves this Metagross. His RBX is up top. We're going to see what kind of pressure we can put on Dylan early. Now, Sabal, great secure in the early stages of the game, but they're putting a lot of pressure out of the game.
Yeah, moving forward right here. See if they can pick up a quick KO. The Hyper Boys coming in, and they do take down Zarina early, and that's great. If Zarina's able to get online fast, get that level 6 quick, they're in a lot of trouble. If they can slow it down, though, things might go pretty well for a nice big secure from Zealot on the Meowscarada right there, barely making sure that that blue buff goes over to the side of G.
KYY is finding their way to doing a ton of damage, aren't they? Like quick little astonishes, moving through. Great pressure across the map, but also on players when they do try to react to them. A tip of the cap to KYY. They are really enabling a lot of this strategy out of Talon.
Now we have the Steenie in this top path here. 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Our birds are dropping here. We have the big time hyper voice, and everything just gets taken very fast.
Look, at 4 players up, they're taking a look. Are they going to pivot to the middle? They're going to go for it. Nice Astonish stun, catching 2, but nobody on Talon willing to follow up right now.
Yeah, pushing back here. We have the Inteleon making their way down to the bottom path. We still do not have the Meowscarada. We still do not have the Charizard. They're still looking to evolve. Same thing with the Inteleon. We've got some Pokemon that are looking to scale here, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, but they're keeping it close, which is important, right? If you're scaling, it's less about not losing. It's more about making sure we're not losing by so much that we can't recover from it. Portal is down if they make it through. RBX going down is crucial for the mental of G right now. Yes. They needed to get that KO.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good here at the start of game number 2. We've got the Scald Bro coming out from Slash. So Slowbro, I feel like any version of Slowbro that you get is looking pretty good here. Here up in this fight, we have Metagross looking to see if they can take anything. There's the Flower Trick picking up the KO.
Yeah, and a Charizard evolved, so now it kind of feels like G's online. G's starting to hum a little bit, getting some points in, gonna take the lead here.
Yeah, G's actually looking great in this game. To be fair, they have some monstrous Pokemon on their side. They were able to get a Slowbro and a Charizard, another nice big KO. There is that Flower Trick picking up a nice one on Zarina, as they're gonna have to decide how they wanna play this. They're leaving Char in this top path, as we have multiple Pokemon from G making their way down to the bottom path here. Talon just getting as much experience as they can. That Zarina is now level 6, so it's gonna be a force.
RBX stepping up, gonna try and put a little pressure on Slash Gang so the secure can happen behind them. RBX now having to run away as the pressure from G kind of continues. Great job by Slash using that Scald to kind of counter-engage Talon.
Yeah, and now we see Talon moving in for this fight. Inteleon's coming down. We have the Metagross now. Regice is being hit, but they're moving fast.
Nice little pop-up. Slash goes down, but did they buy enough time? We're getting to the backside. Zealot goes in. They're looking for an opportunity. They secure. The portal's down. Is anybody going to take it back? RBX is, but now the Charizard's dropping down from the top path, looking to deal some damage. They eye up this Metagross, take them to the skies, body slam them down, and burninate the countryside. Metagross Unite pop the other way. The Coliseum is up, and nobody's trapped in it, which means the portal doesn't catch anyone, and the rest of Talon has to just scramble away.
Yeah, Talon peels back right there, and Trogdor's only able to take down one, but it is online right now. That Charizard is going to show up to every fight with a Unite. You can't stop it, and it's going to do some serious work. It feels like G is playing a composition that, boy, they would have liked here in game number 1.
Yeah, it just feels like they're reacting better to what Talon is doing. They're just a little bit more reactionary, but in a very confident manner. Like, we're adjusting to what you're doing well, but we're not giving up any equity across the map.
And here we go. Regieleki is being ripped apart by G. We have the Zarina up here looking for a possible secure, charging up that Queenly Majesty and taking one up into the sky. Seeing if they get the KO on Eldegoss, and they do. Hoopa secures it.
Nice little, we're just sliding all over the place with the Zarina able to chase that down. However, that's not necessarily a prime target. Double Stomps comes through there a bit early, secured off the Fire Blast from OG.
Beautiful stuff there from Charizard. We have 2 resetting in this portal, and they are coming back. The Hyper Voice does a lot of damage right here. Charizard does have a Unite move. They can run back in to see if they want to fight here, as this Regieleki is pushing now towards this tier 2.
And I think OG and company are just playing with no holds bars aggression right now. They want this Regieleki to go in. They want to make a statement here in game 2. We're popping a Unite move. RBX landing on top of a couple. Slash takes down the Metagross quickly. Hyper Voice is right there, railing in a ton of damage as 2 players down for Talon and make it 3. This defense is looking real tough for the orange team as they are getting smothered and covered by G. Regieleki on the doorstep. It's almost going to hit. KO Shriek at 3 for Black. This rage is on. Another Unite move all the way to the Charizard. Traps them and KOs them. Is that the defensive stand that was just materialized out of who else but Sync 1?
Yeah, Sync on that Metagross is just incredible. The second they land from that jump pad, and you just saw we ticked over to 5 minutes, like perfect for them. They land on the jump pad, they hit that gyro ball on multiple Pokemon, giving them a massive shield, and they're able to push them off that goal zone. Great play by Talon.
All right, we're rings unbound, so we can look for some stuns here. Eggnoob trying to position around. Registeel's getting pretty low. This is a mark what they get, and he gets it. Eggnoob stepping up. I believe that was like on a cotton spore pop that secured that for them. Eggnoob gonna have to peel back, tons of HP, but you earned your rest, kid. We're going through the portal, Sync 1 still going for the aggression. Charizard Unite right on top of them, and we are trying to melt this steel. Metagross can't make it back to pad. They're down off the Hyper Voice. Black CH doing a great job in the mid-range, and now they're just peppering in another scream at this opposing opposing side, making their eardrums bleed out as they're looking for an opportunity to score. Inteleon Unite is out, Black CH is getting chased out, but Lance not really finding any targets for those stomps. RBX resets, and these teams hate each other apparently.
Yeah, I mean, they're going at it pretty intensely, right? I noticed a couple amazing scalds there from Slash. Every time they're able to scald that Serena, boy, they're really taking some damage out of those stomps. We see, obviously, the Meowscarada gets caught right there by none other than Sync. This player is just a monster on the meta.
Now we have just another a huge approach on OG. It's like a 1v1 battle between these two Pokemon. They can't leave each other alone. Serena steps up to cut off the rest of G from attacking Talon. Talon quickly working on Regieleki. We've got 3-ish minutes left in the game.
Nice big reset there on 3 for the side of Talon. I mean, their Hoopa play has just been incredible on KYY. Looking for the secure on this journey. Somehow G just gets every single objective that's contested.
Yeah, and somehow they're only up by 40 points, so we'll see how they can leverage this. We're under 3 minutes, moving towards Rayquaza time. RBX doing a great job defending that goal zone from Zealot. Nice little flower trick on top. It pops, gets a couple wild Pokemon, no worries. Rest of G is here. KYY and RBX having tons of pressure put on them. KYY gonna have to nab their own portal. Scald puts them down. A little bit of hot water for you, kid.
Yeah, and here we go. We see them moving into this central area here, trying to take as much of this as they can, and they do steal away that blue buff. 30 seconds now until Rayquaza. G is up, they're looking good, and they're ready to win this thing as they're trying to take this bottom objective. Here comes Regirock, and it's just being torn apart by the squad. The flower trick for the secure, and no, it's Charizard that gets it.
And now all of a sudden Slash is there. They've just been hiding out, right, holding up this T1 goal zones, but they might just realize that he's alone. Are they gonna pivot? No, 5 seconds left till Ray.
Here we go, Rayquaza, they're getting ready for it. G could start taking this at any time they want. They could get aggressive, get in the face of Talon right here. They are ahead. Talon is the team that needs to make a play in this moment. Slash getting the team vision, setting up an opportunity to possibly grab someone on the team. We see Zarina looking to see if they can find possibly this Meowscarada as the Metagross moves in.
Oh, nice snipe shot from long range. Picks him up, puts him down right on top of the pad, but nobody. Yes, the Metagross did make it through for the reset. Rings are unbound. We're going for the stuns. Inteleon Unite is pop. We're looking for a backline action. Egg Noob gets put the pressure on. They take to the skies for the Cotton Cloud Crash. Who are they going to pick up here? They need to pick up somebody. First player down is OG. We're looking for another one. Slash Cane engagement goes in. This Metagross is all over him, Spraggles. Black CH trying to hyper voice away from this arena, but they're getting stomped on because they've got their work boots on. Slash still standing, unsurprising. Black CH forced to peel. Where's the rest of Talon? They're coming off respawn and they want more. They're getting into the action. They finally buckle Slash and they can take a deep breath.
And here we go. You can now take a deep breath, my friend, as Rayquaza is being chipped up here by Talon, looking to end this game right now. We have Charizard moving in to possibly try to stop them. A reset is happening here, and actually it looks like G is not going to move forward. G is still ahead on the scoreboard.
They missed so many opportunities, but Talon needs this now. They're all there, and it's a true fight. It's a flip, and it's taken by OG! They say we're playing for pride, baby! We're pounding our chest through this one. Those ray shields are going to do work. We got to just get a couple points in to really solidify this thing. 35 seconds, and they can breathe a sigh of relief and saying, we're not leaving here without a game 3 on stage, baby.
Beautiful stuff there from G. A wild fight around Rayquaza, somehow secured by Charizard, who has no security tool at all. So it's just the flames, the burn damage, the fire blast, the something was able to get it there. It's so wild that game 1, they had 4 down with a Blaziken and they don't get it. Game 2, a Charizard secures it in the face of the entire team.
Well, that's been the story of the whole game, Spraggles. It's just been G secures off the Eldegoss. OG secures as the Charizard. What are we doing out here? That script is flipped, and I know you can read upside down.
That's right, I can. It's actually the only way I can read, which is really
weird. It's really weird.
Not good. It's weird and not good. It's just a whole mess, man. Here we go. Big stuff here. A nice win for G, obviously, to put some wind in their sails. They needed to win earlier, but they're having amazing games now. I love to see the Meowscarada, and when you let a Charizard through, some crazy stuff can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw that Unite move spammed off cooldown, and they were doing a great job. Again, it really felt like it was OG and Sync 1 smashing into each other over like a kaiju battle.
Yeah.
Like everybody else was just a bystander in town as everything was getting wrecked around them. So tip of the cap to them. They ran straight out of each other. And again, OG, this was a pride game. They want more action on this stage and showing that, yes, we may not be going to day 2, but we definitely deserve to be here.
All right, we're gonna take a look at a video here from G.
Hello, everybody. We are here in Honolulu for the World Championship Series for 2024 for Pokemon UNITE, and I'm here with a member of G. And our first, we gotta ask, is anybody out there cheering for you in the crowd? Any friends or family that you could, help us find if we were to try and point them out?
Yeah, I have quite a few friends and a girlfriend here as well, so.
Oh, we got a lot of support from these answers. Honestly, there's not as many people that are lonely this year. I really like that. But of course, first of all, we have to ask you, what is your name, what team are you playing for, and what region are you representing?
My name is G/Can. I'm playing for G, and I'm representing NA.
Anything else that makes your team unique from the rest of the field?
I think what makes my team unique is that we have a lot of fun. We're all homies. And I think a lot of other teams at Worlds can't really say the same, but I do think a couple can, so.
Yeah, we've done a few interviews. Some of the teams, they really, some of them have been friends forever. It's like, okay, wow, you've been friends before this game even came out, and some of them are like, oh yeah, we're absolutely new to kind of competing within this general time frame. But of all of those teams that have all the different backgrounds, which one would you personally be most excited to play against?
Probably LG. We're 1-1 in official UCS matches. They got the jump on us on regionals, which was a bigger audience, but yeah, looking to win the best of 3.
Last question. You made a very famous tier list before this that I think is kind of on everybody's minds. Are there any changes to your tier list since you made it?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of people point out right after I made it, but I didn't really know the shot callers of some Asian teams like Champion Lord. It was told to me that Ton GG is a shot caller, and I'm just going off their regionals gameplay. So if I knew that, I would have rated them higher.
All right, well, good luck. We're all looking forward to seeing how your team does this weekend. It's going to be a tough road, but we all believe in you. So thank you, everybody. We got to hear from Slash a little bit more, and we've got a lot more to come.
All right, here we are. These two teams are going to square off again. Of course, your two-time world champion sitting on the stage there for G. Yep. That is Slash, as we are getting ready to head to our draft for a Game 3. It wouldn't be Pokemon Unite, and it wouldn't be the World Championships if we weren't heading to constant Game 3s.
Well, when it comes to you and me, it's always Game 3.
Ooh, I like that.
It rhymes.
It rhymes.
And I've been workshopping that for about 3 weeks now.
Ooh, that's great.
And I'm glad I
was wondering what you were doing all the time.
Thinking, which is so difficult for me.
It's hard.
It's so
not easy. As we see the bans here, Urshifu getting banned early, Charizard getting banned early. Not surprising that Char was very difficult to deal with. Even though it only picked up a couple KOs, it was just such a massive, massive thorn in the side of their opponents there. Dragonite, once again, being banned out here, and Gyarados.
I kind of want to know what the story is on this Dragonite.
Me too. It must be something G's been running.
Yeah, which, to Talon's point, they said, we're not afraid of anybody. We'll beat them like we beat in scrims in that on-stage interview there. So maybe that's the key to success. If they don't have Dragonite, we feel great about our chances. And in this moment here, again, G is trying to cement themselves as, hey, we might not be going to day 2, but we certainly deserve our spot in the limelight for qualifying for Worlds. Talon, on the other hand, snuff all that energy out. I don't know what that power of friendship stuff was, but we're going to send you packing. We're a good squad, and we're going to prove it.
Yeah, and I'm not positive here. I still have production looking into it, but it's possible that if Talon doesn't beat G here, they don't qualify. So while they've already stopped G's chances, G could actually switch something up for them. We're still looking into it, so
somebody
maybe
let us know.
Not. But
somebody
it sounds like it's very possible that that's what's going on.
There's 2 options here. One is that they don't tell us. And then the correct option number 2, is that just tell us.
Someone tells us.
Just tell us that information.
They're crunching the numbers back there. It's
Which
not easy.
we know is it's a month-to-month endeavor.
It's
crunching
not
those
easy.
types of numbers.
If Talon,
incredibly difficult. There's an entire draft that we
if
missed,
Talon
by the way.
wins, they're in. It's a 3-way tiebreaker if they lose. So they want this here. Now, obviously, we're seeing the Metagross again. We're seeing that Espeon. Trevenant, which is amazing. On the other side, we've actually got the Buzzwole.
We missed the entire draft. We are the worst, dude.
We're not the worst.
We're like,
there's got to be someone worse.
Please. And if you're out there, don't change because we can't handle being the worst.
We've got Gardevoir here as well.
I love it. That's a black shout out to the AOS Cup, and I love that.
I love that pick. I think Gardevoir is underrated, but you've got to slot it into the right team composition, right? And then we've got Buzzwole, which we actually saw earlier out of Nouns. And if I remember right, that was the game they dropped. Buzzwole has completely fallen off the competitive scene after its nerfs that it very much deserved, and I'm interested to see if they're able to make something happen with it here. It still has an insane trajectory in probably the first 8 minutes of a game. It just loses out in those final moments for these crazy resets.
Yeah, the difference with Buzzwole then and now is now going into those last 2 minutes, it needs to be an extra level or two ahead of where it was historically to kind of match that balance, to have the same level of impact in those final two.
And now we're taking a look here at our two teams. A lot on the line here for Talon. They do not want to head to a tiebreaker. You want to secure the knockout punch. Don't leave it up to the judges. You want to make sure that you win this game and you move forward. G, on the other hand, is not moving on to day 2, but they've got a lot to prove here. They looked amazing in game 2, and let's see how this shakes out.
Well, I'll do the Talon is your purple team.
Beautiful.
G is your orange team.
You're doing great.
Game 3 underway, you and me.
You're trying. Whee! You're trying, and I think you're doing great, my friend. Here we are. We have Buzzwole in this top path. We have the Mimikyu here as well, possibly looking to see if they're able to steal a little bit of something, and they do. That heads over to the side of G. OG actually able to get that secure. Moving in pretty deep right here, in some trouble, getting the focus band, and now they're going to keep the aggression on. They're going to push forward towards this tier 1.
Listen, Zealot's showing up just in time to make sure OG doesn't get dusted there, because Lance at Mimikyu was ready to pounce. And KYY has just been a menace these last 2 games we've watched. So unsurprising, we saw a nice clean Astonish and a go for the gold type KO on OG.
Yeah, this Hoopa play has just been incredible here. I mean, I feel like the standout star is, of course, that Metagross. What is happening, by the way? Trevenant is all the way back by the tier 2. I don't know exactly what was going on right there, but they were chasing someone down, and they were able to pick up the KOs. We head back up here to the top path. Buzzwole is now 5, so they have that huge superpower combo.
OG getting straight stepping on the landmine, however, to pick up and put down Sync, who catches a nice reset. Eggnoob goes down. That's tough. That is tough. Dylan looking to move forward. This Espeon was great game 1. They want to use it game 2. So trying to siege the goal zone. Can't open. They're literally carving up an opening for Lance to get in there. They couldn't find one, and I like their move of just peeling back.
Look at Espeon right here, just being super aggressive. They don't have level 5 yet on Mimikyu, but it's right there. That's when they're going to hit their next power spike. Not able to grab KYY. They are actually able to barely get out of that.
Notice the Astonish to kind of get through that engagement by Slash on the side of G, using that moment where they leave frame to dodge it. Great, great play. KYY is dialed in.
Yeah, they are. Lance in a little bit of trouble right here, being picked up and put down. But here comes Sync once again, looking for a KO, and they get it. They take down Eggnoob, as we have multiple members of G now peeling back towards their side. We're looking to grab some experience here. Level 7 on that Buzzwole is going to give them the next chance for their next move. Gardevoir almost on the battlefield. Level 7 for the side of G.
If they can get Black online, and if Black can deliver a game like the one we watched in the finals of the final stretch, they're going to take over this game.
Here we go. We see Slash up in this top path, seeing how much of this they can take. We have a Play Rough Mimikyu. Wasn't sure which version we were going to see, whether we were going to have the Play Rough or the Shadow Claw, both extremely powerful. And now they've got the Play Rough. A ton of damage, single target, and a ton of invulnerability for the Mimikyu.
Which is crucial here. OG getting spaced out very well by who else but KYY, who really seems to be the facilitator for this squad, opening up opportunities. Here's Black, level 8. They are Gardevoir, no Unite yet, but they can put a ton of damage in. OG gets put down by Sync 1. Lance is playing very far forward. Black cannot let themselves get caught here. KYY might want to put a portal down for the squad as they actually dodge getting knocked out by scoring, and now they're going through, and 3 members are saved instantly. Sync 1 still scrapping. Eggnoob is just, poor Eggnoob, getting the break speed off of him. I mean, that Cotton Ball's got no fluff left for sure. Zealot uses their Unite move, but it's not enough to sustain. Sync 1 in tandem with Dylan after popping their Unite move. They go through, they come right back for more action. Picked up, put down. OG, this is your time. No, snuffed out. Black CH just can't get it done in the mix, and they go down, and Lance at least prevented from resetting here.
Yeah, Lance can't reset. They might be able to pick up a KO right here, and it looks like they do. Heading up to see if they can do anything about this Regieleki. They're running in for it. They do get the secure there. G now pushing forward. Metagross in some trouble, having to Unite to stay in the fight, but goes down anyway.
Traps 2, KYY is there trying to get into that little bowl that was built up by the Metagross to try and get some knockouts they can. Dylan steps up, nice little horn leech by RBX. We're gonna try to Woodhammer reposition, but OG actually repositions them backside. Nobody catching that portal, which might spell doom for Talon as they're still trying to scrap. They finally get 2 down, Black CH peeling back. Lance is alive, give him 3, and Regieleki on the doorstep being dealt with.
Yeah, Mimikyu there, absolutely dominating. They did everything they can to take down that Metagross, which they need to. It's been really difficult for them. Meta goes down, but Mimikyu cleans it all up. A nice little score there for the side of G. The scoreline pretty even. No one ready to fight here at this bottom Reggie, but it could happen very soon. We're getting the almost level 9 there for the Buzzwole, just on the cusp of it, and we'll have a big-time Unite move for them.
Yeah, couple Unites, definitely Unite advantage sitting in the hands of G right now. It's 3-3, make it 4 now for G, so they can definitely pressure. If they can take this Regice without expending too many, they can really siege a goal zone, but we are rings unbound, putting Sync 1, who else, right in the mix. RBX is on the chase, they try to poach Slash Cam back towards the rest of the team. Here comes Lance looking for a target. We're getting stunned down and the pressure is on as that Regice was taken, and now we're just moving through. Trevi Knight pops up 3, Sync 1 in the mix. Fairy Singularity trying to catch people out. Sync 1 does go down. OG is on the chopping block there, buckled. We're right on the portal. No way, RBX and Lance both make it through. Now they're trying to move back forward, 3 players down, but there's not enough in the tank for KYY to stop this, and that goal zone siege might start. All those Unites are gone, but OG still has theirs. But where are they? They're in the top path. They're doing it the hard way.
Here we go. They're continuing this push right here. Metagross in a lot of trouble, trying to unite, not able to make it happen as they continue running towards the tier 2. Looks like they're going to have to peel back here. There's really not much they can do with those jump pads. They're just going to keep landing on their heads, getting massive shields, and they do peel away from this goal. 119, 126. We've got a goal zone up in the top path for Talon. We've got a goal zone up tier 1 in the bottom path for G. Incredibly close game right now at the 4-minute mark. It feels like G is coming online a little bit after kind of being handled by Talon pretty well for a few of these fights.
That's a nice little snag there. Mimikyu Unite sit on top of RBX and company. They're trying to sort it out, and Mimikyu Lance goes down instantly. We're Phantom forcing back through our own portal, and RBX catches it too. Regieleki is on the map, and look at this. G moving as a 5-person unit. RBX comes in, Woodhammer reposition. We pop the SBR Unite to stun them down, and it's taken by Dylan. And now all of a sudden G's getting stunned because of the rings undown fists of fury that are getting popped on top of their head. Slash Can's getting chased down, and Dylan wants more. They are trying to get their EV counterpart down. They can't. Meanwhile, who else but Sync 1 give them credit for 2? We're crash landing on top. OG's there to cut them off, and RBX gets to walk away.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from RBX. He was able to score even without the Regieleki. Dylan now moving down to the bottom path for another 40, possibly another 31. I like the aggression on the side of G, especially with this Gardevoir and its Unite move, but they have not hit a crucial one yet. They've caught 1, maybe 2 Pokemon in it a little bit. You want to try to hit some team-wide Unites, and obviously Talon knows this. They're positioning themselves very well. They've got this really nice back line, then sort of this middle area where Hoopa is seeing who needs to be topped off, and then they've got these divers. You know, we've got Metagross and Mimikyu just really going at it.
I would probably, at this point, if I'm Black, I would exchange my Unite to take out Lance before they can even get in the mix, right?
Yeah.
Then you can just focus down the Metagross and try and deal with Dylan and that Espeon Unite. I mean, we've seen how good a 1-for-1 Fairy Singularity can be, but it needs to be on the correct target.
And it looks like, I mean, if they could get Mimikyu, even if Mimikyu unites, you could throw it right there. You know, you've got a ton of damage that's going to come out right afterwards with your Psyshock. We'll see if they can make something happen here as this Rayquaza is getting ready to hit the map. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. We have the Trevenant looking for the push, right? Looking for that pull. When you use Woodhammer, you can throw it in such a way where you're kind of pulling them the direction you want them to go. That's what they're looking for in that moment, as they have great positioning here at Ray. They're ahead on the scoreboard, and they know it, and G is going to have to make the play.
KYY just being a menace. Sync 1 seeing where Slash Can is. Slash Can is not taking the bait. Let's take a deep breath. We've got a fight coming.
Yeah, we've got a fight coming here, and we're going to have to see how G wants to play it. Obviously, Talon is in a pretty safe position right here, and they can just kind of keep poking at them until they get something to happen. Slash just continuing to heal himself. They also can sort of play this for a little while. Starting Ray, hitting it a little bit right here, and we're going to see how they want to play this. Trevenant looking to make it happen.
Horn Leech forward. The portal's down, but nobody's taking it because we're fighting now. Slash Can has to pop their Unite immediately. Rings run bound. We're going for the stun. Slash peeling up, separated from the rest of the team. G has lost 2 two players. Cotton Cloud crash, but Eggnoob's gonna save nobody. They're actually gonna float to their own demise. RBX bubbles them out. They don't even matter anymore. We're pivoting downstairs, and it's just Zealot that gets absolutely blendered by Espeon. Dylan has looked prime. Slash Can moving around. Eggnoob doesn't even want a piece of this action. We're under a minute, Spraggles, and now Talon has the lead, and they're putting all the pressure in the world on this team. Picked up, put down. OG wants more action. OG's buckled with because Lance is there. We're catching resets. RBX is coming back through because who gives a damn? Let's fight. Black hasn't even stepped up yet. We've got a Unite move on OG, but they're gone. We're trying to get this done, but G is nowhere in sight. The fight rages on, but it's all in the favor of Talon.
Talon with such a beautiful play right there. That Shadow Sneak catching Gardevoir, it's basically over for the side of G. They don't even want to hit Rayquaza anymore if they can avoid it. They can run to score right now. Hoopa in this top path, possibly putting in 96. Looks like it might have been barely stopped there. No, it does go in. 326, 198. They need to run to try to score. Slash may have had the points, but Slash is gone. That is going to be it. Talon wins this game.
What a game that was. What a final fight that was. Credit to both of these teams. We were dealing with razor-thin margins in the end. Talon emerges victorious 2-1. G, your run is done.
G's run is done. They put on an incredible effort right here, but Talon seemed to have their number in multiple moments throughout these games. G had an amazing game one, oddly enough, and they just sort of fumbled at the 1 yard line, you know? To be fair, they had a lot of people in their face making that happen. It wasn't just a complete mistake. It was Talon putting insane pressure on them, making sure they couldn't secure. But when you have 4 down and a Blaziken and Rayquaza, you feel like it's yours.
I no notes again. That was very well stated. That is one that they will look back on and will haunt them for the next at least a week. It's one of those ones that you fire up on Twitch and you take a look. And right now, a nice pep talk, getting together as a team. Slash said they're truly friends, and they're going to need each other now.
Yeah, this moment here just reminds me of the conversation I had with Slash recently about the dynamic of this group and how good this group feels. You know, he was in a really high pressure situation, and you know, unsurprisingly so. He was on the World Championship team. Taking a look at our MVP right here, Dylan, with 111,000 damage, 13 assists, 4 knockouts. That Espeon really was all over the place. Just constant damage, stored power, Psybeam, and then they've also got that curse item on it. So it's lowering the amount of healing that we're getting on the side of G as well.
Yeah, and especially since they prioritize Hoopa first, which means that Hoopa is kind of like the natural workaround the curse. Yes, it slows down your healing while in base, but that's not really what you're stymieing here. When you force the other team onto Pokemon like Eldegoss and Blissey, Cursed Incense cranks up in value.
Taking a look at some of the big moments throughout this series right here. This is them starting the
Whoever
day
Bush
off.
seems safest.
This is them after they decided that they like each other a little bit on stage. Big time Espeon Unite, and here's that amazing Cramorant Unite, eject button pushing forward right here. Yep. This was such a great play for G. They just were not able to end this thing. We have Metagross here getting caught, and now it gets very, very low. You can see the knockups. Blaziken not able to charge up, so the damage that was being put on Rayquaza, they didn't have the secure tool they needed on the side of G. Talon able to just disrupt them in an incredible way.
And here we had that game 2 action that G walks away from it, and what a fight they were able to take. Great fight, and then kind of cheesed out, but you take whatever you can get. Great job by OG, and that was the story of all game 2.
Yeah, it felt like game 2 and game 1 kind of weirdly went the other way at the end, you know, in a way. But game 3 felt like Talon had control of it, felt like they had control of the match. It felt like they had control of that backline, able to stop that Gardevoir. Yeah. Gardevoir not able to really get any big unites, and you need that. Then at the same time, we have Buzzwole, a Pokemon that I really like. I just don't see it winning a lot of these games. You have to wonder what their thought process was with it. Obviously, it's really good. Obviously, if you are able to do something with Buzz, if you're able to pick them up, slam them down into a Fairy Singularity or a stun, it could be massive. But we really didn't see any of that happen for them.
Yeah, well, they were going with, you know, engagements on Sync 1, but Sync 1 was trying to engage back on them. So picking them and putting them in the middle of your team is where they wanted to be. We have an on-stage interview. Kello is up there with Talon.
That's Kello. That's Kello right there.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Lance from Talent Esports. It must feel pretty good to win, well, not only this match, but you won your previous 2 sets as well. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good because we're going to day 2 to the playoffs and see all the team that's going to the day 2.
Yes, it is very exciting. Now, you just knocked out the last remaining world champion here today. So there is no more of that. How does that also feel to know you just beat a world champion, Slash?
Because we will be the new champion.
Thank you so much. Now, I hear your team are a bit of dancers. Do you want to show us your best dance move to celebrate with the crew? No. Whatever, we'll do a dab. Right, we've got to do a dab. Yay. Can we hear it for Talent Esports, please? And we'll throw it back to the casters.
Very much, Kello. I love it. I love Kello's interview style is like, can I get you to compliment your opponent? Can I get you to dance? I do love seeing it.
Just a lot of morale boosting.
Yes.
Which is something that you and I definitely need every time we're getting ready to go up. And Kello is always there to gas us up.
I need a lot of people around me telling me that, but you look great, you're ready to go, you can do this, a whole lot of that. I think we both need a lot of pep talks. So
it's so sad.
Good having Kello here for that. I gotta say, we've got some incredible stuff coming up. There's still hope for North America in this tournament, and they're running into one of the craziest teams in the world. Our next match is going to be Orange Juicers versus Fusion.
That is a huge matchup. We have the NA regional champion squaring off against Fusion, a team that has literally never lost a tournament this year. And I'm not talking about in their region. I'm talking about they won the AOS Cup too. So the world stage is not a new stage for them to deliver results on. And that is going to be just another banger.
It's going to be an amazing game. And they actually beat us. Do you remember that? After they won the AOS Cup, we sat there and they just beat us.
We played a casual game for fun, and they beat us like by 2,000 points.
Wow. It had to be closer to maybe
3,000 points. It was banana land.
They are so incredibly good. They are coming up next. Do not go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back. You will be staying right there.
Right there.
World's Edition, Snacks with Snacks, baby. Hawaii, that's where we're going, so Hawaiian snacks, it makes sense. Hurricane Hawaiian popcorn. Mystery silver packet, going straight in. A lot of nuts. Let's get into it. For the amount of setup required, pop your bag of popcorn and eat it. There's popcorn, I'm gonna say 5 out of 10. The original Hawaiian soda crackers. So like saltines have salt, these are eens. No salt to them. Just a flatline, saltless cracker. Whatever, 2, 3. Sweet Maui onion chips. This is what I like to put in my save for later pile. 6 out of 10 here. Kona Coffee Royal Cream Crackers. This I would eat on their own, but I would love to dip this in coffee as well. 8 out of 10. Canned sizzle pork. Pop this open like a military ration from the 60s. Great color, just that of cat food. 4.5, but you can gussy this up to at minimum a 7. This is tuna sashimi for the content. I mean, tuna sashimi is good. This is good. 6, I'll go 6. Island iced tea, 5.25. Mauna Kea cookies. No shot I said that right. Is this like made of spackle? What is in the middle of these? Dropping this to a 4.25. Kiawe smoked barbecue macadamia nuts. Great like on the go snack, I imagine. 6.5, okay. What is this?
Pineapple.
An apple, okay. The outside's a little tough, but the inside's good. If you just remove the outside of this type of apple, I think it'd be a pretty decent snack. So like in the apple family, I'd put it at like an 8. Worlds, Honolulu, Hawaii, we did it. The last Snacks with Snacks for the year. That's 4 done now. We'll keep this train rolling if they'll ever have me back. Peace, love, and hugs. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are at Worlds live in Honolulu, Hawaii, and up on stage we have the North America Regional Champions, Orange Juicers, and we have Fusion, the undefeated AOS Cup champions, Fusion.
Yeah, representing LATAM South, ready to bring it all home. They have no fear of any of the squads here.
No,
and they shouldn't.
No,
Because they kind of run roughshod through all of them at the AOS Cup, certainly in their own region. And I'm excited to see how these two Titans measure up, because again, this is one of those theoretical on papers. You're like, oh, this could also just be our grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a huge game here. Now, North America went through this crazy mix-up after the AOS Cup. Teams broke up, they reformed. That's how we saw Luminosity, G, the Orange Juicers. Like, Nemesis stayed intact, but everyone else was like, we're having some roster mania here. And through that breakup and through the ashes rose the phoenix that is Orange Juicers. They have just continued to win. They've got all-star rookies on their team like Flareons. They have, defender players that are considered some of the best in the world, like Zugrug. They have an incredible team, but they are going up against what could possibly be the best in the world in Fusion.
Yeah, a lot of work ahead of them. We were talking about while we're still on this Orange Juicers beat here. I mean, don't forget, Roland has literally played at the highest level of competition now. Every single role have always been looking for a home for themselves and has role switched to find the right home. And here they are as a regional champion in the support role.
Yeah, and of course, you can't forget about the world's #1 Machamp player, right?
The Machizzler.
The Machizzler, possibly looking to bring Machamp out here. I have a bet with Zoinks that it will not happen.
It is not a bet.
It is not a bet. It's just a fun thing that we talk about, and it's not a bet.
No, it's not a bet. We don't
I'll be right back.
that here. Okay.
I'm fired? Okay.
Yeah, great. Production? Confirmed? Fired. Okay.
Here we go. This is going to be incredible. I mean, this is one of those matchups that, again, as you said, could be a grand finals matchup. But also, depending on how this goes, one of these two teams could set the other one up to be knocked out of this tournament.
which is maybe even more important, right? Dispatch your toughest opponent by doing the work now, so you don't have to do it later. As we know, tomorrow, the way it's set up, because it's best of 3 single elimination bracket, that means that the last 2 teams in the grand finals will have every ounce of momentum in the world, and when teams have just been nothing but winning, momentum, and they feel like they're on, they just become a different beast to contend with.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to see here. Fusion, as you've mentioned, hasn't lost.
Correct.
They haven't lost a monthly cup. They didn't lose their regional. They didn't lose the AOS Cup, which was mini worlds. I mean, you had so many different regions competing there. We had incredible top teams from Japan there. So it was really a showcase for Fusion as to how good they are and how much better they are than the rest of the teams out there. We're going to send it up to the big stage right now with an interview with our 2 teams. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome to the stage, everybody. We are getting ready for our matchup here. But, of course, with me, I have Anamo as well as Kratos. Gentlemen, I hope you're feeling very good for this matchup. Let me start off with you, Kratos. How are you feeling coming into this best of 3?
I'm feeling really good. We got to get our run back from AOS, so we got a chance to do it right here.
And how's Anamo feeling over here?
¿Cómo te sientes, Anemo? Very calm, very chill.
Okay, Kratos, what is your goal in this particular matchup? Obviously, it's to win, but what does Orange Juicers have to prove in this game?
I think if we can 2-0 this set, we can win Worlds.
You can win Worlds. Full-on statement. Are you sure about that?
Yes, because these guys won AOS, so we got to prove that we're better than them right here.
And how about you, Animo? What do you guys have to prove here at Worlds today?
¿Con qué mentalidad veníais hoy al campeonato? ¿Cuál era vuestra intención? Ganar. They wanted to win.
Very, very simple. I see this man wants to win. All right, before we start up this matchup, I want to hear some fighting words from both of our teams. Kratos, starting with you.
Wait, fighting words? I got no fighting words. Sorry.
So you fight and unite.
Sorry?
You fight and unite.
Oh, fight and unite? Yeah.
All right, Kratos, very passive man. Animo, do you have any fighting words here for Orange Juicers?
Sorry, anyone?
Fighting words.
Fighting words?
Anything you want to say to Orange Juicers?
¿Algo más que quieras decir para aquí? Para toda la gente? ¿Algo más que quieras añadir? ¿Para ellos o para Para todo el mundo. Gracias por ver. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for everything. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you so much for the interview. Last handshake. Unfortunately, only 2 teams from your group is going to make it through. Good luck to everybody. Passing it back to our casters. Spraggles and Do Snacks, take it away.
Brother.
Thank you.
Is there any more vicious than somebody goes, okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
And that's what that was the thank you energy I got out of that.
That was incredible. I love it. Fighting words. I'm not even sure how we're gonna proceed here.
How does that happen?
What do we do? Thanks everybody.
But also it was like, thanks.
Yeah. But also I love the how you feeling? Very chill. Yeah.
I
like
mean,
ice water in the veins, ready to go. If you're up on that stage, your first game here at Worlds against a regional champion, and they're asking how you're feeling, you're like, very chill. That's scary, I would say.
I mean, you yesterday on that stage in rehearsals started crying the moment you stepped out.
Oh, come on. I was crying before I got out there. The emotions were getting to me.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I do think that when you see Fusion, especially when you see them that calm, cool, and collected, it feels like they're in control of what's about to happen here. And, you know, they said it on the side of Juicers. Kratos said it. If we can beat them, we can win Worlds. So a lot could be proved right here, right now.
It is probably the best measuring stick we have from this season, is the team that's won everything, including the other international event. Yeah, if you can dispatch them 2-0, I'd say you're in a pretty good spot to prove yourself to win Worlds. Taking a look at Fusion, though, don't forget how resilient this team is as we go into draft. In those finals at the AOS Cup, they didn't win every Ray. They were actually winning games despite losing that main objective.
They had some wild moments there where I thought, no way do you lose Ray twice and continue winning. We're seeing the bans here. Hoopa and a Garchomp ban. That's a ban that tells me you know something that's happening on the side of Juicers. That's very targeted, very direct, as we see Slowbro and Blissey for the side of the Juicers. Huge power picks. Could Charizard come out? Could Ceruledge come out? Yeah. None of them banned out yet, as Fusion is going to take their first pick, and it looks to actually be the Blaziken.
This almost feels like a test to see where Machisel lands. Because Garchomp is usually in their hands taking it top path. But unsurprisingly, Zugrug grabbing Umbreon, maybe the best defender that you and I think that we have going into this tournament, and Cerulege, no slouch.
It's going to be really interesting. I'm not surprised that Charizard has been completely avoided right here in some ways, but also Charizard has been completely avoided here, which is pretty crazy. We're looking at our next picks here for the Juicers. They did get Cerulege, so they have this incredibly powerful all-rounder. We're going to see what they want to take. Flareons could be on their signature Pokemon, but it looks like they're moving over to Cramorant.
Yeah, the strength of Cram is just undeniable right now. And that's why we've seen it chosen by every teams from every region. It is just that darn good. Roland grabbing the tree. I doubt that's where it ends up, as we're going to lock in our last supporter here, or our first supporter, I should say, for the Juicers.
No, I think they might be bringing out I mean, they have Tree and Umbreon already, so we're going to see what their next pick is. Looking to see possibly bringing out the Urshifu as our final pick. It's wild to me that Charizard unbanned and unpicked by either team. Instead, we've got a Scizor, who I'm guessing is going to be a Scyther there on the side of Fusion. Of course, that Blaziken first pick. We talked about Blaziken still being in the conversation as the best thing going for an all-rounder.
It's really good.
The rip, the secure, it's incredible. It's really, it really can do everything in a match, so I'm not surprised to see it. And I've noticed that it feels like Cerulege is losing a little priority as the day is going on. Maybe, you know, the Emperor has no clothes a little bit with it. It's a flashy Unite move, but it's not winning games.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, winning a game is ultimately what matters, of course. And Zugrug grabbing the tree, Roland going to be playing that Wish Umbreon, trying to really help sustain this squad. And they're going to need it in spades, because we've got a little bit more of a traditional composition coming out of Fusion, and one that they are clearly comfortable with.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup here. The Scizor is always a bit of a question mark for me. Call me a bit of a hater, but I feel like this Pokemon doesn't pop off as much as some others in the role. But we've seen a lot of crazy stuff today. We've seen Zeraora have an amazing day. So if you've got a pick that you love and that you dominate with, and on the other side you don't have a Slowbro to shut it down, it might be the way to go.
Yeah, unique bands, unique picks, and let's get into a unique game between two Titans.
That's right. Fusion, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. This is going to be huge as we have the AOS Cup champions versus the North American Regional champions. Here we go, game number one.
Machizo going to take that Cerulege top path, and once they cut them off of that Garchomp, they're ready to go. We've got the double invade. Kia already on the other side, can't leave with the buff, and that Gossifleur is getting the pressure put on them by Roland, forcing Zugrug as the Phantom to move in, because we also had that Swine up on the invade too.
Yeah, and you can see when you have an Urshifu in the central area, I love this play from Fusion. I think it's so smart. Urshifu is so bad until it evolves. That little Kung-Fu, it just can't get much done. And if you can put the pressure on it, make sure that it can't evolve, that would be huge. Or also just slow down its ability to evolve, because it takes a really long time to walk the path. Scyther already here in the top path.
Putting good pressure on Roland, I like not chasing that down. Scyther, if it gets caught once, it is easy to KO, and they're not willing to give one up early right now.
Here we go, 4 members of the Juicers here in the top path against 3 members of Fusion, as it all just goes away very fast. And that is not a Water Bear, that is another Dark Bear that we're seeing on broadcast, the Single Strike.
I mean, it's a good read. It looked phenomenal earlier today, and maybe Kratos has been on that wave as well. I mean, the secure is undeniable. The single target KO ability that it has in its Unite move, undeniable. So hey, let's leverage that. It's gone, but not forgotten.
Here we go, Kratos up in this top path, trying to deal with this, stop the keep stacking a little bit, not able to make it happen. The mean look catches him right there, and when you've got the mean look and the single strike, it's going to be hard to get away. As I say, that tempo, of course, makes it happen.
No way, Kia's
no way.
I can't believe they just saved tempo, not getting them knocked out, flip the script, knock out Kratos back the, excuse me, Machizo back the other way. Was it Kratos? It was Kratos.
Yes.
It was Kratos back the other way. Now Nemo getting repositioned. That's an easy KO if they can get them locked down, but they can't, dude.
Wow, big stuff right here. Cramorant moving in. We have the dive, Hurricane Cram, looking to see what they can make happen. And Scyther just having to peel back here. The HP is very low. Really sharp
Woodhammer there by Zugrug saying, I think I know where you are, and a huge pickup for Flareons.
Flareons needed that. They need to get somebody on their team moving. Meanwhile, we actually have Machisel get a KO string of 2 up top. So they are finding pressure points here. Once they can lock them down, at least they're converting. They have to close the door on the targets they catch.
Here we go, just another score here in this top path. Tempo being caught, but they're not going to do anything about it. They're just going to continue to get all of this experience in the top path. Juicers looking good here at the start of the match, evening up the scoreboard a little bit, but doing great on their fights.
Yeah, I think not getting the KO on the Combustion was one of those like cold water on the face wake up. Like, oh, Orange Juicers need to dial in. We cannot miss those opportunities. Drafting going to peel back. The Piloswine going to be able to chip up Zug. Regirock's at half. We're moving through. Nice Ice Fang reposition on Flareons, and they bought a lot of time, just enough for that Reggie to go down.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Fusion, and it kind of looked like the Juicers were not really fighting it there. Right. They have Reggie Alecki that's going to be going towards their side, and now a huge Cerulege Unite move comes in. It looks like it caught 4 as they're going to continue the push. Big time Bitterblade. They're chasing down this Blaziken here. Tempo having to back up, but here comes Scyther.
Machisel just getting the punishment. Overheats there, and Nemo uses their Unite move, KO streak of 2 off the Blaziken, and all of a sudden the tide shifts and is moving the other direction. Roland is by themselves, picking up a berry, and we've got 4 players here with Zainus, the Candle, coming right behind. They're going to close this goal zone out, take a big lead. Meanwhile, we do have Kratos scoring on the backside.
Yeah, Kratos scoring up in that top path and being looked just for fun right there as they are able to pull out. Great fight by the Juicers, but then the big time haymaker counter punch coming in from Fusion. There was that Scyther moving in with the Unite move, nothing to shut it down. And all the while, you know, Kratos in the top path getting some work done, but they're behind on score. They're doing pretty good on experience, but overall, that fight went the side of Fusion.
It absolutely did. And that was the exact thing I was talking about. If you catch a target, you got to finish a target. We're going straight in. Another move here as Tempo. If they're just continually getting out, Overheat charged up. Finally, the engagement by Kratos, and they get the knockout. Now they can follow up. KO's at half HP. They pick up their own Pollen Puff. They need to guard this goal zone. Roland just going to go for the score, and it should be light work for the volume of people that are here. Cram Unite is out. Flareon's looking for a target. Zainus pops there and just machine guns them down from the ceiling. And now another push stymied by one good player's play.
Incredible stuff there from Fusion, and I've got to call out a really cool interaction that we just saw right there, but we didn't see it on our screen. I'll tell you who did see it was Flareons. They used their Cramorant Unite move, then boom, Cerulege uses the Unite move to cancel. Cramorant's now in the dark, and it's not hitting anything with its Unite. It's a hard counter to Cramorant, but you've got to be really aggressive with the Candle. Luckily, they were able to make that play. Big play there by Fusion.
Keep in mind, this whole time, that's been Draken not been online. They are finally Mamoswine now. They are having their Unite move in their pocket. Regi is going to be taken easy. Anemo actually hanging out up top. Cotton Cloud Crash going to go try and pop somebody down. At least keep your buff, says Fusion. And Anemo says, all right, I got you, bud.
Yeah, there we go, as we have Scyther moving up here. Looks like it's going to get caught by a big-time Wicked Blow, but no, they miss. The Mean Look does shut it down, stops it from continuing the advance. Here comes the Unite move.
Going straight on top of Roland, right into Kratos, getting the knockout. Roland trying to get the Mean Look down. They do. They pick up a berry, but the pressure continues. KO streak of 2 from Anemo. Flareon steps up, and so does the Machisler. Machisler looking for Anemo. They need a big knockout here for the experience. Gulp and Gatling Missile comes out. We're trying to hit our targets. Tempo getting pinned down. Are they actually going to get a knockout on this Blaziken? Another engagement? No! Dude, who is this Tempo? And what are they doing to this map? The Juicers have got to be mad.
The Juicers have got to be upset by how some of these fights are going. I mean, it just feels like they cannot secure some of these KOs. On the other side, we have these beautiful secures with the overheats. They're pushing towards this goal zone right now. We have Mamoswine moving up. We have Scyther moving up towards this fight. They're going to see what they can do. This is a huge brawl with these two teams. The Umbreon Unite move comes out. Reggie Alecki is pushing. They're chasing it down. Cerulege goes down. Unite move from the Candle. That's a double KO for the Scyther. Make it a triple KO for the Scyther. That's 4 for the Scyther.
What up, Juicers? We're gonna knock the pulp out your fruit. The whole team is wiped, and Fusion's gotta be, no wonder they're so chill on stage, Spraggle.
Yeah.
What is this?
Unbelievable here. It's about a minute until Rayquaza. The Juicers are in this match. They've been playing well, but the last few fights have been controlled by Fusion. It's only a level 11 there on their top path Pokemon, 13 on the other side.
I'm like stun locked. This game felt so close, and then it was just one fight, and then it's all of a sudden like Anemo and Kea moving together and getting multiple knockouts ad nauseum. Draken's going to get poached here and KO'd quickly, I hope. The way things have been going, you never know. And now they're moving through. Okay, the pressure's on, but what did Draken do again, Spraggles? Enough time to get an objective.
Ooh, beautiful stuff there. They actually got the full heal away from that Scyther in that moment. It's going to be back relatively in time for Rayquaza, but a really nice catch there by Zugrug to make sure that he had to use that. If they're able to stop Scyther, shut it down in a mean look, catch it with Trevenant, they can do something. But the real Scyther counter is not in this match, which is Slowbro. 10 seconds now until Rayquaza. These two Titans are going at it. We have the orange juicers behind right here. Some aggressive positioning here by Fusion, just using their moves to check some of this tall grass and see where they're going to start the fight. We have the juicers starting to hit Rayquaza right here, and Mamo moves in!
Machizzle getting caught immediately. Nice Horn Leech for spacing. Flareon's pops their Unite. Eject button over. He catches 2 targets. They're caught in the mean look, but they're out of the Unite range. Focus blast in. Tempo looking to chase. Trevenant Unite pops, catches 2. We're grabbing shields as Roland is in the back line trying to put some pressure on, and we are just ripping through. Ceruledge Unite on 2 more players, but they haven't converted them to KOs yet. We're moving forward. Finally, Anemo is down, and this is the opportunity the Juicers need. Machizzle's on the backside. We're moving back forward. We're on the chase. They're going to slash through. Draken Ice Fang.
No!
Perfect timing. Tempo cashes that in. Now Zugrug has to peel back. Tempo keeping the pressure on, and Kia is right there on the doorstep with him. Pollen Puff to top off the Mammoth Swine, and we are coming right back into the action. We have a mean look down, but it's on Kia. Rayquaza is getting worked on. It's below half. KO streak of 2 for Tempo. Why not? Tempo on the backside. Kratos on the verge of getting knocked out. Meanwhile, Anemo's back, which is just disaster if you're the Orange Juicers. Rayquaza's free, and Fusion is humming.
Fusion now moving to score here. They're going to try to stop it. We have Urshifu right here that could possibly get through some shields, but at the same time, the points are raining in the top path. The points are raining in the home goal zone. And right now, Fusion is looking to take game number 1. Incredible fight from them. The fact that so many Pokemon on the side of Tempo, excuse me, on the side of Fusion, I'm thinking about Tempo.
On the side of Tempo.
Yeah, on the side of Tempo, or on the side of Fusion. So many Pokemon making it out of these fights on a sliver. Ceruledge not closing out a single moment. Bitterblade giving them the heals, but without the defense shred, they were not picking up the KOs, and they did not pick up a victory right here as Fusion secures a big-time win in Game 1.
I mean, come on, Cowboy. Tempo was like ever elusive, catch me if you can type energy. But credit to Kea and Draken, who were immaculate all game long. Did you see that huge engage in that final fight? Draken with no HP, the frame perfect Ice Fang to keep. It's crazy, dude. Fusion is insane.
Fusion played that so well. They played that fight so well, and when you have multiple Pokemon escaping, you know, on a sliver, that's just, like you said, that's a testament to what's happening with their defenders and their supporters, and of course, how coordinated they are. Oh, of course. Funny that I screwed up the word coordinated. How coordinated they are, and how ready they are to move in and out of this fight on a moment's notice. They can just adjust to what's happening so well. That's why they are undefeated.
They're so good, dude.
So good. I mean, dude, it's so good.
And, you know, again, to gas up the Juicers a little bit, things only started going sideways at about 5 and a half,
5 minutes, 4 minutes,
in.
yeah.
And, you know, if they had just a hair more composure, if they were actually able to, because they caught Anemo out multiple times.
Yes.
And they were making it out with just the smallest amount of HP off the back of Kea, Draken, and how they moved through the game. And unsurprising, your player of the game is Tempo. I mean, that was a freaking clinic, brother.
Tempo was doing so good, I started calling Fusion Tempo. That's how good Tempo was doing in that match. And now the Juicers are behind a game. They're going to need to come back. They had some strong moments there, but I'll tell you what didn't look like it was working was the Ceruledge for them. I wonder if another pick could get slotted in here. And Fusion, they didn't ban it out. They didn't pick it. They were happy to let it go to the side of the Juicers.
I mean, you're not wrong, right? So Ceruledge might have been that like perfect bait pick, right? Like on paper, it checks all the boxes, but in practice, it just doesn't deliver in a meaningful fashion. And I'll tell you what I didn't really like was the defense, the pseudo defense support core there.
Sure.
I felt like Roland is a really good kind of aggressive support player. And when you put them on Umbreon, it's kind of like a snail's pace type maneuver, and the mean looks weren't getting enough value, which is tough, you know, as that's like half of the kit that you're going to them as the support core for. I mean, I'd like to see that switched up. I think Roland, they did themselves a disservice by not having them on a true healing support, because they're very good at those.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they want to change here in this draft heading into another game. You know, I feel like there were some big moments on the side of Fusion, especially from Tempo, but the Scyther play was really strong. And on the side of Juicers, they really didn't have anything trying to answer it. They had nothing. They didn't have a slow bro to shut it down. They were looking for Mean Look, and then of course Trevenant on top of that, really to be the answer there, but it was so difficult to actually nail that Pokemon down, which I think was a big problem. Heading into our draft right here, it's already underway. Hoopa Garchomp banned again. We have Slowbro Blissey banned. First pick over to Fusion. They're grabbing the Blaziken. On the other side, we've got Cerulege and we've got Umbreon. The more things change, the more they stay the same here. Mamo Eldegoss.
Okay, well, it's really going to come down to these last couple picks, right? Because Fusion has not switched up anything. And as we're seeing kind of this get queued up, and we'll see what's locked in, it looks like we're not really going to switch anything up for the Juicers based on these hovers here. Flareon's grabbing Cramorant again.
Yeah.
And is Roland going to lock in this tree? They are.
Yeah, so there we have the Trevenant. I mean, this is really a run back. So you've got to assume when you're seeing something like this, obviously Fusion feels good about this. They kind of started taking the pace of the game and really dictating it at about the 5-minute mark like we talked about, and it looked good for them throughout the rest of it. And now we're seeing the final pick over here to the Juicers, and I think maybe I'm wrong, but this is a full-on. We're going.
We're going.
Okay.
You know, I actually think Clefable would be kind of nasty for the Juicers right now. I mean, both wagging a finger in their face, hitting with the follow me, or just putting down gravity. And I know good players work around gravity, but at least it gives them an obstacle that they have to work around. Mean Look is very reactive.
Yeah.
You have to catch the right target, and if you don't, you're like, okay, we've got Kia locked down.
Yeah.
And now the Blaziken's getting out again for the 4th time this game. Whereas at least Gravity, if they're caught in the mud or if they misstep, that's a knockout.
Yeah.
They're just stuck with you.
You know, one thing I got to say I like about what the Juicers are doing here is if you feel like you actually had it, you just had a couple misplays, they think like, no, we actually had it. Our strategy is more solid. We just kind of didn't expect how they were going to throw a few things at us here. Now we're ready for it. That could be big because what it's going to do to Fusion, obviously, is it's going to set them up to have to change something as they head into game number 3 if the Juicers can win this thing. But the Juicers are deciding to run it back right here, which is a pretty dangerous strategy when you're the team that just lost the Rayquaza fight in pretty spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder, again, Fusion's feeling so good.
Yeah.
They got everything they wanted again.
Yeah, and here we go. Fusion, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. Fun for them, Orange Juicers being orange here as we head into game number 2.
Draken again on this Mamoswine, which I was very impressed with that game, Spraggles. It looked incredible, and we still hear Zoink screaming in the background over the excitement of this Pokemon being there. Double invade again, put the pressure on. Why change anything up? It all seemed to work last time.
Yeah, it really did, and you know, smart play here, obviously, by the Juicers. They know what they're going to do. They're going to have to see how they can stop this, and even if they don't fully stop it, right, they're just slowing them down, making sure they can't evolve when they want to, and they were able to get it, and they spun on them. Oh my gosh.
Dude, what? Come on, why not at this point? I mean, Hurricane pops up, they're going to get that eject button. Actually, now the chase is on. Eject back the other way, and at least the buff is sitting on the side of the Juicers, but they have cost this Kubfu a ton of time.
Look, the spin is obviously the disrespect. You kind of love it in a wild way in a game like this. The fact that Zugrug didn't spin back right there, though, I mean, I think a spin for a spin.
Without a doubt. You got to keep that balance sheet.
You got to keep that spin going.
Got it. Everybody spinning to win. Charging up the big, Jesus, what's that called?
That's the Wicked Blow, my
Holy
friend.
smokes. How did I say it well before and I just completely evaporated out of my brain last time? Nice Wicked Blow. They get experience. You start talking.
Here we go, up into the top path. We have the Scyther moving in, trying to score here with Scyther and Blaziken on the goal zone. They might be able to make it happen as they're going to move towards this fight. The Wicked Blow charging up, able to, I think, secure some of that wild Pokemon experience. Zugrug in a lot of trouble right now, being ripped apart here by the Scyther.
Yeah, I really just kind of stepped into the tall grass to find out that their biggest nightmare was there waiting for him, quickly knocked out, but at least it gave Kratos the opportunity to get a stack in. Roland struggling to evolve here. Finally, they take over. Kia kind of relentless on him, just pressing him down.
Yeah, Kia doing a great job here, but at the same time, I like this play by the Juicers. I like that they peeled away from that fight so they could score that 19. It's an awkward amount of points to score in the top path by yourself. Here we have the Machisel moving towards, seeing if they can make something happen, but of course you're fighting into an Eldegoss on the goal zone. The Scyther is here in this top path as well. We're going to see how they want to play this. Tempo is now Blaziken also, so we could have a fight really kick off here at the 720 Birds.
Flareons and Zugrug babysitting downstairs here. It's kind of a 2v2, if you will. Zainus and Draken stepping up, getting a good vision on what's going on here. And we're going to see where these teams prioritize they want to scrap.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got the bird spawning in just a couple seconds. They found him with the pollen puff right there. Here comes the Wicked Blow, but it's all pulled over to the side of him.
I mean, Fusion is just moving like a well-oiled machine. They understand where you're going to be hiding out. They check the bushes and really just make sure that they're securing all that. Hollower is just amazing.
Yeah, honestly, I like that it stopped you mid there. You're like, took your breath away for a second
it's
there.
Very solid.
It is very pretty as we have Blaziken looking to do something very pretty here for Fusion. Hard to stop this secure. Here comes the overheat, and they don't.
I mean, let's talk about what Zainus did. Did you see them switch immediately into defender mode? They're like, okay, we have Blaziken overheat. I'm gonna stop hitting things. I'm just gonna run at them and make sure if I go down, at least we'll get the objective. Draken trying to use Earthquake on the backside. We're charging up and forcing Zugrug completely out. Flareons has to try and take care of this goal zone themselves, but that defensive pool out of that Pokemon is not very high, which means this goal zone is having tons of points put in it.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Fusion, and Juicers not able to make much happen in this top half, but here's the mean look. Scyther Unite right back the other way. They can't make something happen with it yet. They're jumping in, continuing to rip through them, but they're on their goal zone right here, rolling in some trouble. Big time Wicked Blow, and they actually take him down this time.
That is tough. Overheat there, gonna knock off half their HP. Kia moving back forward, but they're staying relentless. Ceruledge kind of overextended. Machisel should not have been there. They should have been happy with everything that they earned off the back of the Nemo knockout. Roland trying to move forward. Kia, great job spacing, and now they have Kia in the mean look. What's it actually doing to the objective? Who cares? Kia goes down. Tempo just focus blasting to try and see what they can actually push here.
Yeah, Tempo, I mean, when you have Blaziken near an
Hello
objective,
and
it's so
welcome to the
difficult
Pokemon
to
Center
stop it. At the
pop-up here
same
in
time, of
Honolulu,
course, we
Hawaii
have
at
Kratos. Kratos is doing a great job here, but they're not able to position Kratos well enough around these objectives so that it can have a chance to secure it. I still think Overheat's a better secure, but Wicked Blow is, I mean, it's wicked strong.
It goes wicked hot, buddy. Draken right there working through as Zugrug and Draken have just been staring at each other for the last 4 minutes or whatever. Overheat from the bush, not sussed out, and Nemo going in, and so is Kratos looking for an opportunity here. Nice Hurricane spin up. Can they leverage it? No. Zainus is trapped, makes them pop the Unite move. Ceruledge right back, and there's the Cram Unite. Can they get some KOs here? No, because Anemo showed up, pulled up for the smoke, popped their Unite move, and eviscerated the entire team. Zugrug's not there, so they don't get the courtesy of getting knocked out with the rest of the family, and now they're just going for a big-time score.
Yeah, and here they go, scoring in this top path. I think there was a little discussion as to whether or not they were going to put in a few points with Blaziken. Looks like they didn't care about it right there as they got another big-time fight win. This is something we're talking about. They get the mean look to lock something down, but they're not able to finish a lot of these fights. And I feel like this Ceruledge is not set up in the perfect position to do that. However, they had a better fight a little bit ago on Anemo. We're going to see what they can do down here at Regice. We have the Wicked Blow about to be charged up. Trevenant Unite coming in, and they do finally get a secure.
With the Wicked Blow, that's what you picked it for. They get Draken as a knockout. Zugrug going to be able to poach Zainus right here. Mean Look finally works out for once, and now they're going to score. And Nemo's on this goal zone trying to defend it, and they're getting sussed and KO'd. KO streak of 3 for Flareons. The kid coming alive.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here, and this is actually the Juicers fighting really well. And as you called out, a couple of those Mean Looks set it up
pretty properly, right? One of the problems is those mean looks are working really well when they're kind of trickling in, you know, one player by one player, and they're able to grab them. They're not working that well in some of these bigger fights.
And they need them to work out in the big fight here. Nemo going straight on. They'll engage on anybody. Hornleech through, caught in the mean look there, and they pop their Unite move. They are still standing, 2 players down. Shandy Unite on top of the Cramorant, rinse and repeat from game 1, and that's another amazing exchange for Fusion. Dude, they are catching them as they want, and they can't deliver.
Yeah, and you can, you know, say, like, that was a good fight from the Juicers right in the bottom path just a bit ago, but at the same time, we had Tempo in the top path scoring another 50. They're up 270 to 100 right now, ready to get the big time secure. Ceruledge Unite doesn't find its mark, but to be fair, it'll have it back in time, so I think that was a reasonable try, as we have Roland in a lot of trouble right here, just being ripped apart. They're running away from this fight. A fight at the tier 2 now. Regieleki is here in the top path. They may have just wanted to let this walk here. We're going to have to see how it turns out, though. They don't want to give up any points, but it's only 19 in that goal zone at this point. However, they want to stop this. They don't want to leave their home goal zone open. They want to keep the scoreline as close as possible. And no, they actually have to end up letting it walk. 40 seconds left on the clock, and we have a Reggie spawning in the bottom path in 10 seconds.
I think I just saw why Shandy is played, and they let Ceruledge through. Because Ceruledge pops the Unite move, and that was Zainu's bang. In prison, they're stuck in spot, and they get melted down, dude.
Here we go, Reggie Steele. They're looking for the secure here from Tempo, and it looks like the Juicers might be turning this into the Rayquaza fight. We're gonna have to see what they want to do. Mean look onto the wrong target, obviously. They're gonna throw the focus blast and push them out. Anyone could start this as the Ray fight, and it looks like Reggie Steele still has a possibility to go down to the side of Fusion as they have to peel out.
I like this move. Just take a deep breath. Let's fight over the objective here that we need. And Orange Juicers need this Rayquaza. They are down by 151 points.
Here we go. Setting up for this fight, they're going to need to find their moment. They haven't found a lot of moments against Fusion. This, you know, incredible defender in Draken has just set up insane plays for the side of Fusion. Chandelure, they've just not been able to get close enough to it to make anything happen, as we have multiple members of the Juicers right now actually choosing to play a little Stardew Valley. They're farming up their side of the map, trying to get them on an even footing level-wise. Draken jumping in. That mean look is one of those like, hey, I see you. Yeah, I see you too. As we have a little bit of a catch on the Blaziken.
All right, Tempo trying to go down the eject button out. They get out of the Cramorant, pop by the Trevenant, and they make it out again. Cotton Cloud Crash gonna pick up Draken. They're moving back. Zainu's is low. They're buckled. Kratos stepped up and actually delivered on a blow here. Ceruledge Unite right back into the action. They're caught in the mix, and that's a Chaos Shrink of 2, and Nemo's down. This is the opportunity the Juicers need. Chaos scrambling around, and here comes Tempo right back, but there is everybody in their face. They're trapped in another mean look. Can they deliver on anything? Tempo is on the low HP, and they're KO'd by Machizzle. Draken is the only one stands. Rayquaza's at half. The whole team is wiped, and the Orange Juicers are fusing themselves into a real team here and putting themselves in a position to go to a game 3.
Don't call it a comeback, but here are the Orange Juicers scoring 100 points in the top path, 100 points in the bottom path. We call these Hundo Burgers, and they're putting them on the grill right now, getting ready for a game number 3. They are not ready to go down to Fusion here, and I gotta say, they finally showed those moments they needed. They had big catches with the mean look, great positioning in that final fight, and when they finally got that Scyther, it was time to make something happen. Juicers tying it up here in game 2.
Great showdown. Now, all that to be said, they obviously delivered, but what that catch did for the first time, it caused a panicked moment out of Fusion. And I can't wait to talk about that a little bit more. But as the Orange Juicers have won game 2, they caught Tempo, the Blaziken. But they didn't knock Tempo out in that moment, but it caused panic out of Fusion. You saw Unite moves firing for no value all over the place. You immediately saw Kea take this guys to Cotton Cloud Crash to try and save Tempo, but they were already out. And all of a sudden, when everything settled out for just a moment, they looked and we said, we have no resources left, and it became easy pickings for the Juicers.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we normally see out of Scyther in a lot of these competitive matches. They're on a top player. And when it's on, it goes crazy. But if you catch it, oh boy, I mean, you're just catching the bug in the net, and there's really nothing it can do at that point. big stuff here from the Juicers. Incredible final fight. I love their decision to peel back, get as much experience as they could, move in for a big-time catch, and they had a lot of patience on that Cerulege Unite. They didn't throw it early, which they could have. They waited for a good moment, and that moment was trying to take down the Scyther.
Well, actually, the most critical moment, to your point there, was Zainus, who was one of the first players to go down for Fusion, which all of a sudden, as I was kind of trying to elaborate in mid-match, all of a sudden the Cerulege is now on.
Yes.
That Unite move is worth exponentially more because the follow-up Imprison to pin them and put them in spots so they can't maneuver all over using their abilities is what's important. And Zainus went down, and credit to Machizzle, was able to leverage the Unite move for the first time in 2 games.
Look, we have some great outfits. I love it, but I'm very jealous of those jerseys.
They're so cool.
They're honestly so cool. I love the Unite jerseys this year too. They're so sick. Different color for every region. We're seeing the North America region right there on the Juicers as we're getting ready for game number 3. And we wouldn't have it any other way, Dupe Snacks.
When
We
it's you
love
and
a game
me,
3.
It's game 3.
Absolutely. Here we're heading into our draft. Fusion up 1 game. Juicers up 1 game as we're getting ready to see which one of these teams is going to make a big statement in their groups. The bans could look similar. Look, the picks could look similar. They ran it back game 2. They might run it back game 3. Garchomp banned out again. Slowbro banned out again. Looking for that final ban. Blissey banned out once again. So I think things are going to look pretty similar right here. If I'm Fusion, I'm honestly feeling pretty good. And now if I'm the Juicers, I'm honestly feeling pretty good.
I would be feeling a little shakier if I'm the Orange Juicers.
Sure, yes.
That was Tempo giving them the opportunity for the catch, which, again, for Fusion might be like what you were saying is like, our strategy works. It was just a little bit of a subpar execution in that moment. Juicers, no fear though, they're just queuing everything back up, and if we have our 3rd consecutive game of these 5-on-5, listen, the first 2 games have been bangers. Give me another one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if we're seeing the same picks, I think they make a lot of sense right here as we're looking to lock in our next Pokemon. We can see Cramorant once again. We can see the tree once again, and that looks like what's happening. Both teams are feeling pretty good here. Juicers, obviously, they showed it there. When they can execute on their strategy, they can win a huge fight. Now, I wonder if Fusion wants to change anything, maybe sneaky near the end of the draft, or if they're just going to go with the tried and true, what kind of won them most of the game. And here we go. We have them running it back. There's the Candle, there's the Scyther, and finally, Urshifu being locked in for the Juicers 3 in a row.
Let's do it all over again, Cowboy. I mean, now it just comes down to execution. You've had the opportunity to change the tools in your tool belt. You showed up to work with the same stuff.
Just keep coming in the same way. Here we go.
Now you just need to build that piece of furniture or whatever you do as your job. Whatever your tools may be, they look different for all individuals.
It's true. There's a lot of different tools out there, and right now we're going to have to find out if the very same tools that we've seen in Game 1, Game 2 will provide a win to the Juicers. And the reason I'm talking about the Juicers here is I do feel like throughout this series, they have been behind.
Correct.
Most of the time, they have been behind. They have had some flashes of brilliance, and in fact, Flareon's on Cramorant had some pop-off moments that last game, having the most KOs in the match, and they finally shut down the Scyther. But the question is, are they going to be able to really change enough here in Game 3? I kind of love that we're seeing the same compositions. I kind of love that both teams are confident and they're ready to go here up on the big stage. Can anyone take down Fusion? We are going to find out very, very soon as the Juicers are trying to be the team that slays the Giant, the AOS Cup champions here. Now, of course, Dupe Snacks, this would not mean that either of these teams are out of our competition, but it makes it harder for them to get to day 2 if they end up losing this game, as we are getting ready for game number 3. Fusion, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. Game 3 here in our group stage.
No surprises where these Pokemon are going, Spraggles, and why not Gossifleur and Swinub, a crosstown shootout maneuver for them, of course. The way they actually stagger it, too, is kind of cool. Kea moves in first, and then Draken steps up. Kea actually going towards Draken instead of peeling back like they have been before. So maybe that's the switch up here, Sprig.
Yeah, and here we go. We're actually looking for a little bit of a fight here. We're going to see what they're able to do. They could eject over this wall if they have an eject button in their arsenal. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. They actually do just dash over the wall right there. They are able to make it out. I'm sad we didn't get to see the dancing.
Yeah, well, they didn't do too much that time around.
Yeah.
Less to dance about in that particular moment. But again, so much time wasted, which is invaluable in a 10-minute game.
Absolutely. It slowed down them getting there, Urshifu. If you look at the bottom path right here, I have to give it up to Zugrug and Flareons. It feels like they have been outperforming in the bottom path every single match. You see them have a higher level. Not able to make a fight here. Looking to see if they can get to the Scyther, but no, they missed the Wicked Blow completely, and now they are going to have to peel back.
Yeah, and Nemo strapping on the Goofy shoes, able to dodge the Wicked Blow, which really would have spelled a disaster because there's 2 other juicers there ready to pounce if that was going to land.
And here we go, Scyther just looking to clean up some of this central area, get as much experience as possible. As we've talked about, things seem to be going pretty well for the juicers in the bottom path. Always a nice level advantage on this Cramorant down here, and usually a level advantage also for the tree, as we have a nice KO here, but here comes Scyther to try to throw one back the other way, and they do.
Yeah, we saw the dual wing beat just fall a little shy. We tried to turn around with the Wicked Blow to at least scare them away. No fear in their heart, stepping forward and getting a good quality knockout. Now Anemo a little outflanked here, but Chisel and Flareon's both there. Nice Hurricane to spin up Anemo, but the follow-up is going straight towards Machisel. Letting them off the hook is the Scyther. Zainu's great job moving in for the cover.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from the Candle, making sure that we could get Anemo out of there. At the same time, we've got once again this Cerulege on the Bitter Blade. They're using it at the start of the fight, giving them this big time boost in attack, but they're also not able to take advantage of a ton of the healing because of that. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, as I've heard all sorts of.
Well, some.
I guess you could have some that maybe just have one edge, but I mean, that's not a very good sword, I wouldn't say. As we're getting ready for this fight, they're catching him here with the Pollen Puff. They know where Machisel is.
Now Nemo sees Roland going for the engagement on them, but Kratos with good cover, Flareon's in the tank as well. Quality knockout for the juicers there. How much was Fusion able to do while that was going on? Not much, as Tempo quickly eviscerates a wild Pokemon and steps back into the pocket of Kate.
Yeah, one thing is Tempo on this Blaziken is now 8, so they have the ability to switch between their moves. They have the ability to secure this here. We have the Juicers wanting to start this fight. They do have the single strike, and they're actually looking to take the fight towards Fusion.
They knock out Kea quickly. They're the ones caught in the mean look, which means that's the target they went for. Another mean look for Tempo, but that just makes sure they can't secure the Regieleki. Tempo gonna sit on pad as the rest of the team grabs the basement Reggie. Roland puts down another mean look, keeps them just away from the berry. Regieleki goes in, and they have a great opportunity to get a big-time score lead.
Yeah, and here we go. I like this play right here. They have some time. They can be a little patient. They can try to get these stacks as they're continuing to push towards this fight. The goal zone's defenseless, so they're not getting the shields. They're not getting the heals. Tempo, however, doesn't care. He's looking to take a fight. Takes another one down. That's a double KO as we have Cerulege running the other way to try to score again. 40 points in the pockets of Tempo, looking to score in this top path.
Immediately seeing Rolling was there. Quick overheat release to see if they could scare Rolling away, force them to grab a berry. They go straight back to scoring. 40 in the pocket. And look at that. They're just putting Rolling on the berry duty to make sure, like, yeah, you got to go heal. I'm going to try and score again just in case you leave me alone. Look at this just kind of map pressure that caused, Spraggles.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Trevenant's here getting pushed immediately. Scyther Unite move looking to pick up the KO, and they do. Here comes the Urshifu, one back the other way, but the Cerulege Unite starts ripping through them.
But Zainu's was there. Yes, Tempo went down, but the Unite move popped by the Candle, and they put everybody in the dark and then burned up the couch in the living room. Just absolutely flamethrowered him.
Amazing stuff right there. Unfortunately for Cramorant, just coming in at the wrong time, getting caught right there in the imprison. Can't dive away from it, can't use your Unite move, can't do too much, as now Fusion's feeling pretty good. 206 to 96. They're up here, they're taking good fights, but I gotta say, Juicers is feeling better in a lot of these exchanges. It feels like they're sort of figuring out the flow of a Fusion fight and when they can actually make some of their catches.
Absolutely, and I think on the other hand, Fusion's kind of coming apart at the seams. They're getting a little bit more anxious. The engagements have a little bit less tact to them that they did in Game 1 and the first parts of Game 2. Draken just being a harassing type tank in the front, just making sure they can cut off this Orange Juicers team. Quick Imprison, nice little Earthquake. Key is there to pick everybody up.
And here we go. We have the Cerulege just ripping through some of this experience right here as they're getting ready for this bottom objective. However, in the top path, Scyther and Blaziken rip through that in a second. That's walking towards the tier 2. We don't have anyone from the Juicers there to deal with it. Urshifu is basing right now to see if they can make it in time, but who knows if they're going to be able to stop the fight. Here on the bottom path, we have the Cerulege looking to make something happen, but it's
getting shut down here. Jumping back in, looking for the KO on the Candle. They're able to get it. Trevenant with the secure. As we still have Umbreon fighting in this top path. Everyone crashing down on this goal zone, and 2 members of Fusion running towards the bottom goal.
Fusion giving the Juicers an absolute gift. The Regieleki doesn't hit. They are able to get back in enough time to catch them. 3 players down in a heartbeat, and 206.96 feels a little bit more achievable now if you're OJ.
What a fight here between these 2 teams. They're really close. Juicers actually able to defend at that top path. When Scyther and Blaziken were there and no one from the Juicers was in sight, I thought this was going to be really bad for them. They actually were able to make something happen here. Great stuff for the Juicers. They're still behind, but that could have been catastrophic for them.
A rare moment where Draken and Kea aren't able to buy enough time for their team to execute their strategy here. So maybe kicking themselves because they weren't too far off. That Regieleki was right on the doorstep. Quickly sussed out, Machisel goes in. We're in a mean look as Kea. Just going straight for the downstairs engagement. Draken is there to stop them, so is Anemo. Now we're putting tons of damage on. Dual Wing Beat doesn't hit, but at least it forces rolling back towards the rest of the team. But they're looking to chase. All 5 players are there. Mean look on Anemo, that might stymie that chase for now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to peel back right here. Obviously, Fusion wants to take a fight. They love to take fights, and they're good at it. But they recognize that running into that tier 2 at about the 3-minute mark might not be exactly what they want. Instead, getting ready for a fight here. Zug just starting to see exactly where Fusion is. Dual Wing Beat is coming in, ripping apart these swamp.
Machisel going straight towards Kia. It seems like Machisel's job is to get this Eldegoss off the map. They've been really targeting them down. Zugrug moving forward, going to be the first one to set the pace. Charging up and overheating the bush, and they took tons of damage to Zug. Try to fire a focus blast for the follow-up, and Tempo's just being relentless. Now all the Juicers are kind of stuck together, not too sure where they can go, and the Regieleki's still on the map.
Yeah, the Regieleki's still there, and it looks like Fusion is just going to walk away from it, prepare for Rayquaza. They are up. They're up by over 100, so we can't really get a sneaky score to make something happen here for the Juicers. We're going to have to see how Fusion wants to play this, getting really aggressive right there, seeing if they can catch something in the tall grass. This is game 3, the last one between these 2 teams in groups, and it could decide a lot depending on how the rest of the day goes. We're going to see how they want to start this fight. If the Juicers can get a catch like they did last time, they can make something big happen. But of course, it feels like Fusion has played so many of these fights perfectly right here. Kratos charging up the Wicked Blow, Scyther moving in and out. No one wanting to take this fight yet until they can find a great opportunity for the team. Zugrug looking to see if they can make their moment happen, possibly with a Wood Hammer into a Horn Leech. Tempo throwing out the Focus Blast, just seeing if anyone's going to bite, who is going to move forward, and it needs to be the Juicers at some point because they are behind. Sneaky score happening in the bottom path for Shifu looking to put points in, but it's not going to catch him, and here comes Trevenant.
Nice Ice Fang KO quickly on Zugrug. They're caught out. Machisel's getting Dual Wing Beat down, and Nemo's on the chase. Nice Earthquake Ice Fang engage. Flareon's is in the backside. They eject over the wall to keep this Cram Unite going, but the chase continues. There's one player down, and that's Nemo on the other side. That might be the good enough target that Orange Juicers needs to flip the script on this. They're getting chased down in prison, and they pop the Unite move, but all of a sudden there's no value there. Cram still stands. Kratos still stands. What are the Juicers gonna do?
Oh no, they found Kratos in the tall grass. He was trying to base, but he's not able to make it out. He's very low on HP. He will go down in this moment. He's able to take, wait, Unite move! He goes back towards the Blaziken, but Blaziken doesn't go down. It's so close, but he goes down. Back at the Rayquaza pit, we have a fight breaking out. Umbreon's in a lot of trouble, and Ray has not been hit yet.
Draken goes for the Ice Fang, picks up, puts down, force out the Cerulege Unite, but on a Mammothswine, that's not the target. And Nemo's there to cut him down with both blades that they're carrying strapped to those shoulders. They're going for the reset. 15 seconds left, and things are looking dire for the Juicers. They can't keep this score line close like OJ's glove.
And here we go. They're not able to make it happen. The Juicers can't score, and Fusion is going to take game number 3, holding them strong throughout that entire fight. An incredibly played Rayquaza fight there once again for Fusion. I don't know if anyone can react to these fights better than this team. It just feels like they are in perfect sync, in perfect harmony, setting up amazing plays over and over again. And unfortunately for the Juicers, they have made almost nothing out of that Cerulege in this final fight. The Unite misses everything. They can't set up a big play. They don't get that mean look catch, and they are losing this game to Fusion.
Well, there's a clear difference between Game 2's final fight and Game 3's.
Yeah.
Zugrug went down without poaching a target. devastating. They couldn't even put anybody on the hook to cause that panic out of Fusion. They were operating very smoothly. Yes, they took down Anemo, but they were able to suss out where Kratos went to, which was the big source of secure for the Juicers. And they just had to get chased down. I mean, you look at this game, and really it felt like Fusion was in control in all 3 games.
It really did. I felt like Fusion had the matches in their control. They had a tough Ray fight in game 2, and Juicers took advantage of it. They're a dang good team, but they're running into the undefeated squad. They're running into the AOS Cup champions, the first team qualified for World, the team that a lot of people think could win the entire thing, and they're not able to take them here in this setup. The question is, if they run into them tomorrow, if they make it to tomorrow, would anything change? Because I think they might have the same draft.
They might. As we're looking through these replays here, I mean, we're taking a look. This is that nice Ray fight game 2 after they caught tempo and were able to eliminate Xynus. And you can see how important that Imprison was. We're taking a look game 3. Kratos really doing everything they can to give the Juicers the best chance. Unfortunately, tempo was just a little bit too high of level, was able to hold on just long enough. And once that Urshifu went down, it makes it nigh impossible.
Yeah, it was so difficult. You know, we've seen a couple games today on broadcast where the heads-up play from these players, knowing where they might be, knowing where they might be heading back to base, it has changed everything. We saw it earlier in a Luminosity game. We just saw it here. You know, if they don't catch them in the tall grass, that whole thing can go a very different way. We're going to send it up to the stage for an interview with your winners. Take it away.
Welcome Fusion to the stage as they secure a massive victory today, and a very exciting one at that for game number 3. I'm here with Anemo, of course, yet again, as he started the matchup saying thank you very much, and I can see why he says that. Firstly, Anemo, congratulations on your victory. Fusion are seen as one of the best teams in Pokemon Unite. I want to ask, what do you think has been the biggest success that's led to your team's victories?
Fusion ha sido uno de los equipos más exitosos de Pokémon Unite. ¿Cuál crees que es uno de los motivos para ello?
Más que nada yo creo que es el nivel de respeto que tenemos a todos los equipos, porque tenemos muy en cuenta que todos tienen un gran nivel, entonces en base a eso siempre nos adaptamos a las estrategias que nos pueden tener.
So I think that the biggest factor is the respect that we have for all teams, and according to the team that we play against, we adapt our game.
And I think everyone has to ask about this Scyther pick, because you are one of the few teams that still play Scyther. What makes this Pokemon such a strong niche pick in the right hands?
Soy uno de los equipos que todavía sigue jugando con... Which is the name of the Pokemon?
Scyther.
Scyther. ¿Por qué seguís jugando con él?
Porque es divertido.
Because it's fun.
Because it's fun? Oh my gosh, love the answer. I mean, the confidence this man has when he's playing that Scyther, incredible. I need to ask though, moving forward, I think you are one of the favorites to win the tournament, and you have been considered by a lot of people undefeated. Does that make you feel stressed at any point with the expectation on your team?
Probablemente ahora seáis los mayores candidatos a ganar el torneo y mucha gente os ve como invencibles. ¿Supone una presión para vosotros esa etiqueta de invencibilidad?
La verdad es que más que presión lo tomo como una inspiración. El que tanto nuestra comunidad como nuestros amigos y familiares confíen en nosotros me da más inspiración que presión.
More than pressure, it's an inspiration that their community, their family and their friends trust them and believe in them. That's their biggest inspiration.
Oh, that's wonderful. We've got one last thing here. Would you like to say anything to your fans and your supporters today?
¿Te gustaría decir alguna cosa más a tus fans y aficionados?
Sí, a un amigo, la beba se cayó.
¿Perdón?
Que muchas gracias a todos por apoyar.
Thank you everyone for your support.
All right, thank you so much, Anemo. That's going to be it for us here on the main stage. Back to you, casters.
All right, thank you very much. Huge congratulations to Fusion. Again, they could be the team to win the entire thing. They did it at AOS. Are they going to do it here again at Worlds? We are going to find out. The Juicers gave them a little run for their money, but it felt like Fusion was in control of that.
Absolutely. No knock to Fusion. Orange Juicers looked great and was able to at least leverage opportunities positively. They're down, not out. They've still got an opportunity to get into this day 2, and I wouldn't mind seeing these two scrap again tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to see that matchup. We will be right back here in just a minute. Doomsnacks and I are going to be gone for a bit, but when we come back, we're going to show you something pretty cool. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. You're going to see something pretty cool. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Well, like we won't, but other people.
We won't, but you will.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is super fun. Oh, wow. Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional, and Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
Giovanni Costa. The double crit!
Arjet, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjet.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
Then he takes it, the Charlotte Miracle.
Torn Reklev is your 5-time international champion.
Urshifu, close combat into the Lucas, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who has qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research. All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been.
You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's gonna have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know?
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Reklev.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's gotta be Gabriel Agati.
Doombug.
Justin Tang.
Grant Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won. So that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me.
There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon UNITE World Championships in Honolulu. It's Danily and Calosaurus, your 2 favorite Aussie gals. Super excited for this matchup here, because Calo, We've got OC on the main stage.
We do. Ground Zero Gaming have already played one set today, losing to DreamHack. This is going to be Shinnen Rude's appearance here for the first time. So, you know what? I'm excited to see what happens between these two teams.
And I think this is a very difficult matchup for OC as well. For Ground Zero, they really needed to win that matchup against DreamHack. And because they've dropped that matchup, they have a dream scenario that has to happen, which is somehow 2-0 Shin and Rude. Now, here's the thing, folks. For anyone that does not follow the Asia scene, Shin and Rude are considered one of the favorites to potentially take the crown here at Worlds this weekend. So if we see a miracle play come out from Ground Zero, I think this would actually turn a lot of heads and be like, hang on a minute, OC are relevant?
I mean, this is their time to shine, right? Considering their, I guess, performance in the previous Worlds, this is OC's time. I think Antic are already out of the qualifiers, so don't get to make it over through to day two. So Ground Zero are the last chance for OC, Donnelly.
Well, I want to hear what OC as well as SAR have to say. So we actually have an interview on the main stage. Let's hear what our captains have to say before we jump into game number 1.
And welcome to our next match with our next captains. We've got, oh my goodness, some of the loudest crowd. Relax, relax. The trash talk's coming later. No, I'm just kidding. No, of course, we've got Joe Megalol from Ground Zero Gaming, and then we've got Shingdi from Shin and Rode here. And this is a very important match, of course, a 3-team group. And now I know you're already one group in. So I'm going to start with a question, though. I don't know if you know. Did you know that when asked who the best player in the world is, Kello said that it was you, and you now have to prove that?
Yeah, I guess I have to prove it now. I have no choice.
Yeah, you actually have no choice. You're legally bound to that. But of course, you now are a team that has been hyped up so much over the course of this year. Obviously, amazing showing throughout the entire year. Is there any pressure on your shoulders going into Worlds?
Sorry.
Do you feel any pressure? Are you excited?
Actually, I think I'm. Oh, you hold it. Okay. Actually, I think very excited because us SAR is the one and only Taiwan team. We are representing the Taiwan region, and I'm very excited to play very well for my region. Yeah. Yes.
All right, well, we've got 2 regional, very important matches here. Of course, if you go down here, you're the last chance for Australia. How are you feeling about that? And are you going to let Shin and Rude just ruin the dreams of Australia here?
Well, it's our last chance, so you might as well make it the best, right?
That's right, the best you can possibly do. And you're now 1 match away from, I believe, qualifying for day 2. Are you going to let Ground Zero Gaming stop you from that?
Sorry, so how?
You're 1 match away from qualifying for day 2. Are you going to win?
Yeah, I'm going to win. Yeah.
All right, easy as that. Any last words to say to your opponents?
Just best of luck, man. I hope for the best. This is Worlds after all, so everyone's trying to win. So I'm excited.
All right, and any words for your opponent?
Good luck. Have fun.
All right, well, it's time for them to play, so let's send it back to the casters for a very important match.
They're so precious. Oh my gosh, I don't want anyone to go.
No, well, obviously you are Aussie yourself, but I know you have the APAC region at heart, covering most of the season. So seeing Shin and Rude's performance this season, we actually saw them at the AOS Cup come through. And I think they ended up coming, 5th and 6th. So, I mean, that is going to be one tough nut to crack there. But can Ground Zero do it? Oh, I have to wait and see.
Well, I think it's really it has to come down to the gameplay, right? And the first things first, the draft. I'm curious to see what we're going to be coming out, like what drafts to expect from Shin and Rude, coming from Ground Zero as well, because these 2 teams, they have their preparations coming into Worlds. They're going to have to look at notes, try and find out any recent data, because for the viewers out there, if you didn't know, the players are extremely secretive when they're playing their scrims. Some teams have 1 account for every scrim, so you can't track any of their data unless you can somehow figure out where their scrims are actually happening, which is absolutely mind-boggling. Like, it never occurred to me that they're hiding their data this stringently. So it makes me wonder, how much do they know about each other outside of the data from their last regional qualifiers?
That is actually a really good question. Now, I was actually talking to Ground Zero earlier. We actually saw them scrim over in Thailand for a week before coming to Hawaii. So whether they actually ended up scrimming Shin and Rude and whether they've been able to do some intel there, but I mean, it goes vice versa, right? Or whether they just ended up scrimming completely other teams.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, how is Ground Zero going to come into this? Because one thing that we know for a fact is that in Asia, not just Japan, but APAC overall, the Asia region, they play incredibly fast. Whereas for OC, our meta keeps changing, right? Like one finals, we're playing Snowball, and other finals, they're playing pretty quick as well. Other finals, they're playing like super late game macro, where they're all waiting for the Ray. So for Ground Zero, I want to know what the plan is for them, because the fact that they played in Thailand, they're playing against Asia teams. So they're actually starting to pick up on the Asia playstyle in general. What have they learned in their scrims in Thailand that's going to actually assist them in this matchup against SAR?
I think it was just a matter of playing on even ping.
That's definitely
is such a small region. I feel like as these teams, they end up playing a lot of the Asian teams normally anyway, but because of the ping discrepancy and everything like that, that comes into play. But you know what, practice is practice nonetheless. So whether they're going to be able to, you know, put that into practice, or whether we're going to see something completely off guard that we're not expecting.
Yeah, and it looks like our draft is about ready to go here, folks. So game number 1 between Shinarude and Ground Zero Gaming. For Ground Zero, if they 2-0 this series, they are still in the competition. But for Shinarude, they haven't played yet. So anything is really on the table here for both of our squads. But for bans, it looks like we're going to be seeing Cerulege, Mimikyu, and Urshifu as our first 3 bans, waiting for Ground Zero to lock in their final ban before we have our first pick for Shinarude. And Leafeon is going to be the final choice here for bans.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Having 3 all-rounders taken on out, and I feel like the all-rounders have been such popular picks today, but that does give the opportunity for Ice to pick up Umbreon, and we have seen Umbreon rocking it here.
And Umbreon's a really great pivot pick as well. It can be a defender, it can be your support. It really depends on how the drafts are going to look. So I love the fact that Shinarude are keeping their options open. For Ground Zero, they lock in the Slowbro and the Espeon. So pretty surprised that they lock in their attacker this early on. They're going to keep the support on, in the back of their back pocket, because they're probably trying to figure out what does Shinarude do. But look at the firepower coming out with the Inteleon and Charizard pick.
Yeah, that is a big yikes indeed. We've seen some great snipe shots from the other team, and obviously Charizard Unite move. If it's able to get that pick either on the Espeon or the Dodrio that Own Beagle has just locked in, they're going to get wiped out.
Yeah, I kind of want to point out, oh my gosh,
no.
Oh, the Zorak Comfey as well. This is such a signature pick for this team too, so I hope Ground Zero is ready for this, because this is Xing Di Zorak as well, so very scary combination. And Ground Zero, they're going to finalize with the Serena pick. Now, I mean, Kello, we know Joe. Serena is actually one of his favorite Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, so I think it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. I want to know, how are they going to deal with this Charizard? Because we've seen this Pokemon, when it thrives, it flies. It just unites, it flies over everybody. There's no way to stop it. Like, what is going to be the solution for Ground Zero when it comes to dealing with this Charizard?
I think they're going to have to try and pick it off first. And I guess that's going to have to be Own Beagle's job, trying to get into the back line, or even Joe with their Serena Unite move. But the thing is, timing, do you want to do it before the Charizard Unite or after the Charizard Unite? So this is definitely going to be an interesting one as we get our final preparations underway. I'm feeling a little bit nervous here for both of these teams. I am a fan of Shinarude myself, so whew.
I mean, looking at the draft, I think a lot of people are going to be putting their confidence into Shinarude. They are picking Pokemon that they are extremely confident in. Although the Charizard, this is very new. For people that have followed SAR in the past, BKZ has typically played other Pokemon such as Top Urshifu, Lapras, Blastoise. So this is the first time we will be seeing him playing that Charizard, although nowadays this is a meta pick in that top lane. Sometimes can be played in the central lane, but I am genuinely curious what the lane prioritization is going to look like for these two teams. Is it going to be top Is it going to be bottom? Is it going to be central lane invade? We don't know. But game number 1, we're jumping into this right now, Kello. Let's see what these teams have got.
Yes, we have Shin and Rude on your purple side at Ground Zero Gaming over on the orange side. Here we go. We're going to actually send that Zorua into that central area, and it looks like Espeon is taking central area for Ground Zero Gaming.
This is pretty interesting as well. I do believe Cruelly, the attacker for the team, has decided to go in that central area. So they did go for a lane, I guess, swap with Beagle as well, because generally speaking, he is the one that takes the central lane for Ground Zero. So interesting decision to go for a bit of a swap there. I do like the harassment coming in from Waz, but a little unfortunate that they wasn't able to get the steal, I suppose, onto the buffs as of yet. But you know, I kind of like this so far. They're actually changing lanes again. So now they're sending Joe in the central area for Ground Zero.
Well, it is still only that bounce suite, so it wants to try and get that levels up. However, Wazam was there doing the blue buff and has managed to take it away. So that is really interesting that Shindy decided to just abandon that blue buff completely.
I mean, it paid off, right? He's already evolved. He's level 5. He's now in that top lane. There are 4 Pokemon here for Ground Zero, but they just came too late.
Yeah,
oh
all
boy.
of the birds are gone there. I mean, it's still really neck and neck here. However, we do have everyone collaborating up into the top path. We have some early fights happening here. Zoroark has been taken down. They're looking for another. However, Dodrio, the opposite speedster, has also been wiped out.
And Waz, unfortunately, his team is not going to be there. Cruelly doing the best he can with those stored powers, but just not enough to really cut through SAR at this point of time. And now actually caught off guard here, Xingdi. Gonna get the Espeon, a nice big boost of experience here. So I think at the end of the day, that fight really paid off for SAR. The level difference, we're already starting to see it. Just 8 minutes, 2 minutes into this game. And for Ground Zero, they picked a very early game composition, and they're not winning these early game fights.
No, they still have a Slowpoke that hasn't even evolved yet, looking to grab themselves another Bunnelby. But the fact that we already have 2 level 7s, their carries on the side of Shin and Rude, they're definitely going to have to be very careful here as we have Zoroark diving in and slashing down Joe instantly.
Yeah, Joe, unfortunately, is just level 6. And now look at this, we've got 2 level 8s, we've got a level 7 on the side of Shin and Rude. These guys are loaded on experience, and people that followed SAR, they know this team, once they start snowballing, that snowball does not stop. And I'm not sure how Ground Zero can stem the bleeding here, right? Like, one of the best ways, if you can try and get these little pickoffs, come back from that comeback experience, but at the moment, these fights are just not going in the way of Ground Zero. Maybe they can try and turn this around. I mean, Xingdi just grabs a free knockout and he's out of there.
Yeah, being able to pick up 2 of those, and you have Charizard diving in with their Unite move right into the Flux Zone. And as you were saying, once Charizard is online, you cannot stop it. Being able to break that tier 1 goal. And you know what? Shin and Rude, they're not finished. They're going to go and keep on fighting and use that Zoroark Unite move to just go and finish off Beagle.
And now just going to be a free Reggie Alecki for Shin and Rude. And I mean, Ground Zero, they have to figure out a way to somehow stabilize. They've got to get that comeback experience. They either have to think about, do we focus on the late game? Are we going to try and go for the big team fight? And it looks like it's going to be a team fight, Kels.
Oh my gosh, they're trying to push in this Reggie Alecki. Cruelly has popped their Psychic Saloon, not able to catch anyone out. Umbreon just being the front line there, trying to defend this goal as much as they can and let this Reggie Alecki through. Kaluan using a great surf there to just ward them back. Looks like Xingdi is on 1 HP, able to retreat back through that tall grass.
Thankfully, we do have a successful defense for Ground Zero, but some of these fights are coming at the cost of the team's experience, right? Because one thing is that, again, Ground Zero, even though they're sometimes defending or they're coming out equal, you have to get something out of these objectives. You've either got to get the objective, get the experience, you've got to get those levels, but if you're just getting picked off one after the other and all this experience is going towards the enemy team, I mean, we all know what happens at Ray when you're underleveled, right? These fights generally are not going to go in your favor unless you can somehow figure out, is someone going to carry us into the late game? Can someone secure the objective? Can someone steal the objective? Can we back cap? I mean, the possibility of a backcap is possible here, but I don't know if backcapping's enough against SAR.
Well, we did have Ground Zero being able to dunk in some points up in the top half, but Shinrude is still able to keep this lead. You have Inteleon popping their Unite move, but instantly gets wiped on out. A great slow beam onto the Charizard. This could be the moment to gain back some of that XP that they need. Charizard is down, Inteleon is down. However, we still have Jinji and the Comfey to deal with, and they're going to shred house.
Oh my goodness, they almost lost the Jojo right off the bat, but unfortunately they will still lose 2 in this bottom fight. They do bring back Kaluan, but the team has been dismantled. You've only got the Serena and the Slowbro here. Best thing they can do, get Joe out of there. Yep, you lose your defender, but I think it's better than losing your entire roster to SAR. Look, sometimes you have to make those very risky calls, especially when you win a team fight, and I can totally understand where Ground Zero is coming from. It's so unfortunate that SAR is not giving them any room to breathe.
No, nothing at all, considering they have just secured themselves another Reggie Alecki on the map. That is going towards T2. However, 3 members of GZ are down here trying to get some dunks against this Umbreon, who is at quite low HP, going in with a reset. However, we have Joe to go and finish the job and look at dunking a 10 over dunk here.
10 over dunk fight in the top lane as well. Reggie Alecki actually walks in. Oh no, that's going to be all the buffs gone for that top lane. And now SAR, they're going to continue fighting, scoring. Can they break this? They have the points for it. T2 down in the top lane here for Ground Zero. And without the pad, they don't have the healing, they don't have the shielding. And things are just looking like it's going to be all bad news here for Ground Zero. Oh, and Beagle is actually securing a couple of knockouts here. Going to get another one as well. Oh my goodness, can they finish off Shinji? Oh, those could have gone bad, but they get him. This is great news. They got a big influx of experience. They have not completely equalized, but this is what Ground Zero needed. They need this experience.
Yeah, but Beagle unfortunately missed that bus home. They weren't able to get that HP regeneration from the Hooper portal, which means they instantly get taken down by Akura here on the Umbreon. Going in for another reset. However, Inteleon is here to try and get some hits of their own. They're not actually going to return back through that portal, just playing it safe and going to go and farm up whatever wild Pokemon is on their side in preparation, because we have a Registeel down here, Danny.
Oh, it's a Registeel right before Rayquaza as well. This attack buff, if this is given to SAR, this is probably a game-winning move, and Ground Zero, they're not making any attempt to even go for this. Instead, trying to go for a knockout onto Ikura. This is an Umbreon, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. They drop into half, but they don't get the knockout. They're hanging around though. Are they trying to go for an ambush?
Oh, I don't know. We have 30 seconds left
Z-Ray?
until the final stretch. However, there is another Reggie Alecki. Shin and Rude, they have their eye on this. However, we do have Zorak and Comfey on a different mission, going and dunking down in that bottom tier 2, 9 points each.
9 points each. 10 seconds to go before that Rayquaza Callow, and the lead so far by SAR is massive. 430 points to 153, but look how aggressively OC is positioned. And look at Joe go straight for Z-Ray, but he doesn't get him. Just not enough damage with the Unite. Z-Ray just running towards the backlines. Beagle fully are down. They've lost the Slowbro, and they just didn't have the firepower. Ground Zero, they almost had it. They just didn't have enough in the tank to finish off SAR. That's the Rayquaza. They're going to score more points and basically lock in game number 1 of this best-of-3 series.
That was absolutely wild. Joe being there, their last hope. Unfortunately, they just did not have enough HP. And you know what? 1v5, it was probably a hard ask there. But you know what? Still a minute, 20 seconds left on the clock. 516 to 153. But looking at their pockets, I don't even think they have enough points with double points. And you know what? Another hundo goes down.
I mean, if you've still got the shields, you may as well just chuck them in the goal zone, right? For Ikora, that's a pretty simple objective. Ice, though, being shown by the Altaria Sparblue sticking around in the bush there. Going to be escorted by his teammate as well. Ikora's like, I got you, brother. I got you. Going to score those points. Massive lead for SAR. 888 points now. For game 1, it doesn't even end for this team. Look, 1,000 points. It's just going to keep going up, Kels.
Oh,
I think at this point.
You know what, Danny? We've just ticked something off our bingo board. 1,000 points on the board. Let's go. And you know what? We didn't just get quadra KO. We got a 5 KO from 2 members of Shinonrude.
Massive. I mean, it's Shinonrude. I don't think anyone is surprised that this team is capable of just being so aggressive, so oppressive to any team that they play against. They don't give teams room to breathe. They don't give them room to basically knock out wild Pokemon. And so I think for Ground Zero, they have such a short span of time to now think going into game number 2, what do we do? Like, I don't think it was a case of just one team fight going wrong. I don't think it was a case of just lanes, choice of Pokemon. That last fight right at the Ray by GZ, that was the closest for this team to eliminate SAR. I love that surprise tactic, but how do you improve upon that?
That is such a great question, and I wish I was a pro player that I could answer that. Maybe somebody else can, but
maybe.
I think even though Ground Zero, yes, it looked a bit like a rough game for them, the fact that they were able to enter that final stretch with 3 of their members at level 13, they played smartly. Rather than trying to take those big team fights, they were going and trying to get those back caps in wherever they could, play it safe, and hope for the best in that final stretch. However, I guess it all ended up coming crumbling down for them, but it's not over yet. I mean, we've seen so many round 3s here today.
Yes, actually.
I mean, a miracle could happen here, Danny.
I don't think it would be considered a miracle. If anyone doesn't understand the context, on the main stage, every game here has been 3 games. So either we have the curse be broken, the main stage curse of 3 games, or Ground Zero pull off a miracle and actually force a game number 3. And I say miracle because SAR, one of the favorites, seen as one of the best teams in the entire world and so highly regarded, not just by us, but even teams competing at Worlds. I've spoken to a few of them, and when I ask them, who are you most afraid of? They say, SAR, and I'm just like, I understand you, mate, it's okay. But Xingdi is going to be player of this particular match. I mean, his Zoroark is terrifying. Probably one of the scariest to go up against.
100%, and you pair that up with the Comfey as well, they were just absolutely unstoppable. And they pushed it to the limits. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to see a Zoroark ban come on in this next game. Possibly.
Alternatively, Ground Zero could pick a couple of Pokemon that sort of deal with the Zoroark as well. A couple of options. You pick a composition that is a little bit tankier, right? Something that's not going to be eliminated in one combo. Hard Lockdown is also another option. Some teams have used Charizard as a hard counter to the Zoroark, right? You just pick him up, and whilst you're flying in the air, you do so much damage, and Zoroark can't escape. Even though he's mobile, a flying Charizard can keep up with practically anything in the game. So maybe something to consider as well here. We'll have to find out. But the bans, though, Mimikyu, Ceruledge, Urshifu, and Umbreon.
I mean, Umbreon is one of those choices in terms of that lockdown, and I think they did have that. They had the Slowbro, they had the Zarina Unite, but it just wasn't enough. But because Leafeon hasn't been banned this time around by a Ground Zero, Xingdi is gonna lock that evolution in.
This was scary too. This man is talented on this Leafeon as well. So I hope Ground Zero have something for this. And they're actually locking in Charizard straight up for Joe. Pick number 1. This is already going to have to change the drafting style for Shinonrude, because when you see Charizard on the field, you can't simply pick those very squishy backliners anymore, because it's extremely difficult to defend against a Charizard.
Yeah, so it'll be really interesting what they answer back with. Ooh, are we going to see a Trevenant pick here? And you know what? Hooper is we've seen Hooper absolutely rock this house. I know this was actually one of your top picks for Worlds yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes. I mean, look, Trevenant has been rocking Asia for the majority of this year. So it just made sense, like, oh, what's the best Pokemon? Tree and Hooper. I've seen them in practically every game at this point, so I don't blame the players. They are extremely strong support and defenders in this matchup. But Ground Zero, Cramorant and Comfey. So they're looking to power Joe up. They're saying, we want this Charizard to be so big and so unstoppable. What are you going to do about it?
I think it was a great call here to considering they still had those 2 picks. Separate the Comfey from the Zoroark. They don't give them that option, considering they've already utilized those bans. However, looks like BKZ has gone and taken away that Zarina. I don't think it's too much of a threat to Joe, considering they're probably going to end up playing this Charizard.
Yes.
But Sylveon, oh, wait! OCE tech! This is the OC tech here! Zeraora! Okay, we're seeing it time and time again, and now we get to see Cruelly Rocket. Are we going to see a Zeraora and Comfey Sweet Kiss? I know we saw this first game,
man.
but I mean, if OC are able to let it shine, that is going to be epic.
I don't think anyone's complaining. They're just like, come on, let's go. Let's go. I want to see this.
Put on a show for the folks in the crowd and at home.
I truly thought this was just an NA and EU thing. I was like, there's no way any other region does. Obviously proven wrong. So, I mean, this is clearly a pocket pick. They clearly have an objective for this. And obviously, you don't pick this in a game when you are on the verge of elimination for nothing. So, GZ, if they make this work and they continue the main stage curse and we go to a game 3, like, this would be an achievement already, being able to take 1 game off of SAR, but potentially threatening them and actually beating them 2-1, that'd be massive.
But you know what? I don't think it's going to be an easy task at hand. Looking at Shin and Rude's picks here, we're going to have ice on that Trevenant. We know how much of a nuisance a Trevenant can be and how much burst a Leafeon has. I mean, yes, Zoroark has a lot of burst, but Leafeon being able to get online at level 4, they might go in for an early lane push here.
It's game number 2 here, folks. Shin and Rude versus Ground Zero Gaming. Are we going to continue with the main stage curse, or will Shin and Rude win this series 2-0? We're about to find out, because this draft from Ground Zero, they're not playing around. And we'll have to see if this works out in the laning stage, because that has been the most important thing for this team. Can they get Joe up? And they're actually going to be going central area, Comfey and Charmander together. They've got to make sure Ice does not get a steal off here. And look at this. Damage between the 2 of them, pushing him away. He has the heal, he has the berry, but can he get the steal? That blue buff gotta go to go! He didn't get it! Ice has stolen the blue buff away!
I am absolutely astonished by Akura's steal there on the blue buff. Being able to not just steal that, but they also stole the Boltoy as well.
That is going to set Joe so far back. He has to hit the timing for that level 5 to evolve into Charmeleon. He needs that power spike to be able to do anything in those side lanes. So the fact that he's not going to be available because of that play coming out from Ikura, SAR, I mean, they know their stuff. They know who to focus, and they've done a great job at that. And now they shut down this Slowpoke. Look, what can you really do as Beagle? He's like, guys, help!
I mean, there's 5 members down bottom, and because of that Hooper Portal, they're able to instantly send 2 of those members up top. I mean, looking at the points, it's 84 to 24, so some stacks have gone in for Ground Zero here. It's just a matter of trying to spawn this wild Pokemon. Like Shin and Rude, they are, just mentioned, they're not giving them the space to breathe.
But hang on a minute though, Beagle won that crime. He didn't throw them up, but I think there may have been some miscommunications with the team. He threw them up, but there was no real follow-up there, unfortunately. So maybe the team thinking they could go in, not feeling too confident about it. Poor Cole though, he's doing his best as this little Slowpoke. It just doesn't have the damage, and the fact that everyone could just TP home and he can only really watch. It's so hard to watch a little Slowpoke stuck at level 3.
I mean, we saw this last game as well. They really struggled in the beginning. I mean, the fact that we're already 2 minutes into the match and they haven't even hit that evolution yet. I mean, we still can see some magic happen, but Leafeon has their Unite move online.
Leafeon's got that Unite move ready to go. Cruelly gonna have to run away then. Oh, that Comfey. I mean, if Cruelly tried to go back, that would have been disaster, unfortunately. But so far, again, SAR completely commanding this matchup from start to finish. They're invading Ground Zero's side of the map. They're not able to get some knockouts either. Ikura gets out again scot-free because they just don't have the damage to finish these knockouts.
You've got to give Akura some credit there. Going in and laying that Hooper Portal down, it was just the mind games there to go and get the stun, separate Ground Zero, and then retreat on down. Like, they're just being an absolute nuisance.
Nice is just playing with Beagle as well. Like, Beagle's just like, guys, I can't do anything. This tree is so tanky. He's going to try and go for the defense there, but Ice just doesn't feel anything. The tree is So big, so tanky, he's so self-sustainable as well. Up top, it looks like SAR taking that Reggie Alecki as well. You know, one thing that has not happened for Ground Zero is that they haven't had a successful fight yet with that Charizard, right? You need the Unite, but Joe's level 8. He doesn't have access to his Unite so far. And the Alecki walks in, and again, SAR just invading Ground Zero's top lane.
Both of those evolutions picking themselves up 2 KOs. Reggie Alecki walks on in, and now that home base is Gornski's. So this is a massive threat to Ground Zero because we could have some backcaps. Might we see Akura use that Unite move to go and get some dunks in the home base a bit later?
They're stealing buffs. They're stealing blue buffs. Ice, you thief. You gotta stop it, okay? You can't do this. I mean, he can. He's doing a great job at it too, but they're getting knockout after knockout. Cole's gonna be the next one to go down, and then we've got Waz, who's trying to run his way to Beagle. He does attach himself, but look at this, like they're just sitting on Ground Zero's side of the map, and they're not afraid of being knocked out at all. Joe's gonna provide some support fire, but this Charizard, he's got his Unite now, but it's so late into the game, and his targets that you would normally target, they're too over leveled to be hit, to be taken down. So I don't even know what you do here.
Look, we do have Crawley being able to take down that Sylveon, so that is going to pass over some experience to their side. We already have 4 Unite moves on the side of Ground Zero. However, Shin and Rude also have all of those yellow dots above their head. We're going to take positioning in the tall grass. It's just going to have to come down to a big team fight. If Crawley is able to pop out a big discharge to just try and whittle down Shin and Rude here, as we do have the Rings Unbound coming on out, they're going to funnel through. However, Comfey, their support, has been knocked down.
There was a Unite used on Z-Ray, but no one was there to do the damage, and there's the lift up. Joe actually connecting their onto the Sylveon. They do get that knockout, but look at Ground Zero. The team is melting. Oh, the Charizard. They thought they needed sunscreen, but I think it might be Ground Zero that needs the sunscreen. They got a little bit burnt here at the World Championships.
Yeah, they're the ones that should be doing the burning, considering they have the Charizard that is there to try and provide the flames. However, Reggie Alecki has also been secure for the second time by Shin and Rude, and that is heading towards home pad, Danny.
It's heading towards home base. If they don't successfully defend this, and SAR score too many points, you're gonna reach that point in Unite where even if you get the Rayquaza, if the point gap is too large, Rayquaza becomes a non-factor. And especially for Ground Zero, this team is probably not feeling very good either because they had their first major team fight together using the Charizard Unite, and the team still just couldn't find that opening to really turn things around. They got the 1 KO, but you need more than a single KO if you're committing all of your major Unites for some of these team fights. It's not over yet. We still have 1 minute 30 seconds before we get to that Rayquaza, but Ground Zero, they need a contingency plan, and I hope they have one, because if things continue to go like this, this is just gonna end in a complete nightmare.
Cool, but we do have Hooper being caught on out. Charizard has used their Unite move to go and take it down. However, Serena is charging up so they can get that shield. Just to try and resist a bit of that hindrance. It goes in and unites Charizard of their own. Cramorant has been wiped out. They're just trying to defend this pad as much as possible. The stomp is on Joe. Even though they were doing the stomping previously, they just got a taste of their own medicine.
Serena, just too high level for this Charizard. I mean, BKZ, you saw him, right? Homing in on that Charizard. I gotta get that United. I have to get him out of the air. Does his job. Stomps him to the ground like, you have a Comfey, it doesn't matter. We've got a two level gap between these Pokemon. Just does not feel a thing. I mean, the level 15 Leafeon, 14 Serena, 13 Sylveon, 30 seconds to go going into Rayquaza. Yeah, there's no attack or defense buff. They got the red ice this time, but I don't think Shinarui really care about a buff here. They're feeling confident, they're good to go. Like, you can see when they're going into these fights, they're not really afraid of anything. They don't even care about the slow beam from Cole.
No, it's not doing enough there. They're going to have to try and get the pick. However, it's really interesting how Shin and Rude have decided to abandon that Reggie Alecki. Instead of creating that pressure, they're opting to try and just ambush and circle around Ground Zero with this. But wait, Hooper on the minimap. You can see it heading towards home base as we have
no way.
trying to shred down the rig.
No way.
They're going to go and bring Shin and Rude to just go and dump in the points. It doesn't even matter if Ground Zero secure this Rayquaza because it is now 719 to 43.
Oh my gosh, a 700 point, practically a 650 point lead here. Ground Zero, I think the worst thing as well was that the Zero was down, so you only have effectively 400 points max to go for these dunks. So Ground Zero, you can tell this team is, they don't know what to do. They're like, guys, do we score? Do we go for the knockout? They're trying to chase Xingdi here. They do get the catches there, and they will get the knockout here, but they've got to figure out something. If they can somehow scrounge together these points and make this comeback happen, this would be a legendary matchup.
Oh, but we can see that Joe Shield has been busted
Oh,
there. They're
no.
gonna get a taste of that Serena Unite as well. And because Charizard has been taken down, I mean, there's not much a Comfey can do without a host.
Can't really do much at all. And Cole, who's hiding in that bottom lane, he's like, guys, it's just me. I could dunk the points. I can't hold more than 50 guys. You gotta give me some points. And Cora, free score in the home base because they understand that they have accumulated such a lead that even if all of Ground Zero was on their side of the map, that they wouldn't have enough points to score. Just goes home, doesn't care. And Cora's like, bye guys, I'll see you. We'll see you on the other side of the map. Oh my gosh, SAR just basically flexing at this point in time. Teams watching this matchup, watching SAR. I want to know what everyone is thinking in the back of their minds, thinking we have to play against this tomorrow, potentially. What do we do?
I would be quivering in my boots.
Oh my gosh. I think I'd be quivering as well, but Shinarude, 2-0 in their first matchup here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships, and they did it flawlessly. 1,000 points in game number 1 and almost 900 points in game number 2 with a Hooper home base Unite.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild, and I'm glad that we actually got to see that here today. But Xingdi, we saw them on the Zorog, we've seen them on that Leafeon, being able to just get so many KOs. I mean, look, this is a great start of the day for Shin and Rude. However, that does mean we have to say goodbye to Ground Zero because they've lost both of their matches today.
It's so unfortunate because, you know, when you're playing these formats, let's be real, right? Group stage is ruthless. Every game counts. Every single game counts. It's not a matter of, oh, if I mess up the first game, it's okay, I'll just win the next 2. It matters if you can get those 2 zeros because there are tiebreaker rule sets. So if you do end up in tiebreakers, you want to be in the best possible position to win those tiebreakers. And unfortunately for Ground Zero, to lose that matchup against DreamHack, I think that was the big one for these 2 teams in that group. It's a group of 3. Both of these teams with Shinarude, they were basically looking at each other saying, guys, we need to beat them, right? So Ground Zero, just, it must hurt for them. They boot camped in Thailand. They put their all into getting ready for Worlds, and unfortunately their journey ends here. But I do think at home, back in OC, and even, you know, some of you viewers outside of OC, got to give some support to these guys. They really did their best because they played against Shin and Rude, arguably one of the best teams in the competition.
Yes, I know they're a very fan favorite here as we do have a look at some highlights. I know this was a rough match for me coming from OC, I guess for you as well. But you know what, as you said, you just try your best, and I know they are just happy to be here in Hawaii. Joe has been playing since 2022. Didn't get that chance last year, so to be able to actually play on the world stage, I'm pretty sure they're just grateful for that. However, Shin and Rude, what an absolute powerhouse.
I think a lot of people expected this, and I sort of did as well. And you probably did as well because you had Shin and Rude as one of your prediction teams, but you know, just to see them in this group, I think a lot of people want to see this team in playoffs and to see what do they look like against some of the really competitive teams, the teams that really put the pedal to the metal. Because if there's one thing that I know about Shin and Rude, this is a team that's used to being in the lead. They're used to being the one that are in control. And the one time that we saw this team falter last year was actually when that control was taken away from them. They tend to struggle getting that tempo back. So it makes me wonder, moving forward, have they fixed that issue from last year?
Well, I mean, so far they're looking good, but we're going to put a pause on that as we have an interview over at the stage with Chef.
I'm very happy to be here with Ice from Shin and Rode. Congratulations. And first I gotta ask, how is your fashion sense so good?
I don't know, man. It's just comfy.
It's quite literally comfy. Oh, boo, boo, dad joke on stage immediately. No, I'm just kidding. Congratulations, first of all. Okay, sorry, you're already using the hand for holding the plush. But I gotta ask, of course, first of all, 1,000-point game, plus-point game. Is that a statement for the rest of the weekend? Do you think that you're gonna have any more 1,000-plus-point games this weekend?
I don't think we will, but we will try our best to do so.
Oh, come on, you can do it, you can do it. Of course, there's a lot of talk about your team. So much talk from everywhere throughout the entire globe about how you're such a powerhouse. You did so well at AOS Cup. Is there pressure on you because of that, or does it pump you up? Just how does the whole team feel about that?
Oh, sorry. For EUIC, we got 5th or 6th, I don't remember. But it's not really pressure on us. We're just happy that we qualified at Worlds and we want to make up for our mistakes last year and do our best. So if there's any pressure, it's coming from us and not from other people. But I'm happy that everyone thinks so highly of us, because I think we'll surprise everyone this year.
Yeah, you've surprised everybody this year, including, I know there's a lot of people out in the crowd that have been cheering for you. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out on the crowd?
So I'm very grateful for our family and friends for coming out and then cheering for us. 谢谢你们来看我们打比赛，对我们很重要。
And of course, is there anything that you'd like to say to the region at home that you're representing? Of course, Xingdi was just up here saying you have a lot of regional pride. So is there anybody back that wasn't not able to attend in person that you'd like to thank, or any shout outs that you'd like to give to your fans?
I think it's a shame that Elevate didn't come because they're one of the best teams in the world. And we'll try and do our best to show that APAC is the strongest region in the world.
That's a great statement, and of course we all wish the Elevate was here, but you're doing a great job of carrying on your backs. Congratulations. I believe you called out for day 2 now, so I'll give you another handshake. One more match in your group though, so of course you cannot rest. Congratulations one more time, but we're gonna send it back to the casters, Danley and Kello.
Classic Ice, just it's comfy. Yeah, thanks Ice. No, that man is so sarcastic, I love him.
Oh, it was a great dad joke. I am a sucker for dad jokes. I hope we have more of that. I mean, the fact that they just both had...
I screamed on the desk.
You know what? They get to... Yeah, it isn't the end yet, but the fact that they have secured their spot for day 2, that must be such a relief for them.
I mean, they're probably going to want to sit down, watch the rest of the matches. I mean, they still technically have another game to go, I do believe, right? DreamHack. So... maybe going to get ready for that next matchup, but definitely going to have to start looking at some of these teams play today, right? Because even though you've qualified today, you're still playing the playoffs tomorrow, and you have to consider, who am I potentially playing up against? Who could I be playing up against? Because we don't know who's going to pick what based on seedings. And just to let people know, first seeds, they get to pick their opponents. And for the second seeds, they're just going to be like, I don't know. We'll find out, won't we?
Yes, indeed. But you know what? It's just a matter of focusing on today, doing their research. It just doesn't stop around here. But you know what? We're going to take a quick pause here, take ourselves a little break, give yourselves a bit of a breather. So we'll be back right after this.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
7 seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind, and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions!
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion.
There's the lightning energy. There's the draw free.
Fighting energy to the hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American international champion in the juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh, Neo Upper Energy on the pit shot, KO with +3 win, and Nathan Ostergaard is your North American international champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship, and there it is, the prime catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sandseer Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the junior division for the 2024 North America International Championship. To the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage, able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your senior division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion. And we have a pretty epic match coming up next.
Oh yes, extremely epic. The first time that we're going to be able to see Fennel here on broadcast, which is a team that everybody is very excited for, going up against Tiburones Rojos, who is a team formerly known as Giannis HG, I believe, and now they've changed for this one. But again, a great team with a lot of previous Worlds experience, and this is going to be an amazing first match that we're going to be able to see of this particular group.
100%. I'm Kalosaurus. This is Chef. And you know what? Still rocking, I think. You know what? Lucky to have the towel because I think it's about to get sweaty up in here.
I have very genuinely been using this towel all day. This is actually a great purchase at the Pokemon Center, by the way. But, of course, we're not talking about me. We're talking about these teams. So this is going to be a great, great match. I got a chance earlier to talk. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it or not, but we got a chance to talk to some of the members of Tiburones Rojos, and they were saying they're all from like very similar areas. They're all from like friends even before basically they started competing, and you love to see that. But of course, the synergy between Fennel as well, who's a team who is kind of combined and formed from a lot of younger players over the course of this season, is it's really just a great, I think, match of personalities on top of being amazing teams.
100%. They are the Japan champions. However, we have the LATAM champions. So it's, you know, champion versus champion. And obviously, at the end of this weekend, well, there's only one champion. So you want to try and make it to day 2. I mean, look, the curse has been broken here, Chef. Right? We've had game 3s all day, but finally a 2-0. Are we going to see a 2-0 here? Or are we going to see in ourselves another round 3?
I hope we continue to just see round 3s, because this has been such a good day of matches. I cannot believe that we are just basically at the start of each of these groups, and we are not even making it yet to tomorrow, where we are going to have, of course, our round of 16, our bracket stage, another amazing day. But so far, I mean, these have looked like we've had, I don't know, how many matches have we had on broadcast? We probably had like 6 grand finals on broadcast already is what it felt like, which is fair. I don't think you win the money for it, but it's been really hard fought. And as well as, of course, there's a bunch of other matches happening off broadcast over to the side. It's been so difficult to catch every single one, but I mean, hey, these teams earned their place here at Worlds for a very specific reason, and that specific reason is they are really good.
100%, and they want to represent their regions here. So I know we have a lot of fans here cheering for each of them there. I just heard a little bit of a woo-hoo there. So you know what? We want to hear this crowd get loud as we get set up for our interview.
That's right, and we are probably going to hear the crowd get loud as we get to interview our captains for these teams. So let's send it over to the stage, because I cannot wait to hear what they've got to say.
Hello, everyone. I am here with P and Don Lux, and let's chat a little bit to these two teams here. Great fans in the crowd supporting them. I'm going to start with P. I'm going to start with you. What did your team do to prepare for this event?
なんかこのイベントをやる前になんかチームとしてどういう準備をされましたか？
まあスクリーム練習試合をもう毎日やって、いろんな構成、いろんなポケモンを使うことを意識して練習をしてました。
So yeah, we did a lot of scrims, testing out a lot of strategies and compositions and Pokemon.
That makes a lot of sense. It's how I would prepare if I was up on this stage. I'm going to ask the same question. What did your team do to prepare?
¿Qué hizo tu equipo para prepararse para el campeonato?
Pues hicimos varias cosas, estuvimos haciendo scrims de varias horas practicando. También creo que hicimos dinámicas para poder enlazar más el equipo, tener mejor amistad, fortalecer lo que es en sí el equipo, hacer sus bases más fuertes.
So they did a few things. They did streams to get used to it, and a lot of dynamic fights to strengthen the team and adapt to each other.
Perfect. Now let's ask one more question each way. I'm not going to keep it too wild because I know they're ready to play right now. P, I have to ask you, how do you feel about this matchup?
もうこの対戦でなんかどういう気持ちになっていますか？
まあ相手が強いと言われているところなので緊張はしてるんですけど、まあいつも通り頑張ります。
So I've heard that our opponents are really strong. I'm a little bit nervous about it, but I'm going to give it my best.
I hope we get the best out here. I can only imagine. Same question to you, Don Lux. How do you feel about this matchup against Fennel?
¿Qué sensación tienes para esta partida?
Pues obviamente vamos a ganar, pero creo que es uno de los rivales más fuertes en este torneo. Entonces, si tenemos la sensación de que si ganamos ahorita, pasamos de grupos, tenemos muchas chances de llevarnos el primer lugar.
So obviously we're going to win, but the opponent team is one of the strongest ones, so if we win this game, we have a lot of chances to take the tournament home.
Well, listen, I'm not going to hold this up any long. Let's let these animals out of the cage and let's have ourselves a heck of a match. Pokémon Unite, back to the desk. I'm throwing it right to you at the camera. Back to the desk. I know you heard me. Take it away.
Thank you, Dubesnacks. Two very serious teams. They are very much here to win. But I did learn one very important thing in that interview, and that's that Dubesnacks' pants are the exact color of a green screen. And I don't want to give anybody ideas out there, but it's just something that I realized. So we'll see what happens with that. But again, very serious teams, and like I said, they're really teams that have great connections together as players from what I've seen from them, and I feel like that's really why they're here. They are playing for their own teams, for their own representation of their regions. It's just great stories for these two.
Oh, 100%. And it isn't their first rodeo either. We actually have 3 of those members on Fennel representing Japan last year. So the fact that they are here once again to just try and prove themselves and see if they can be those champions. But the thing is, LATAM, that is going to be a hard one to break through. So have those scrims actually paid off for either of them?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. I believe this is the first time that we're seeing these regions fight against each other. Of course, we can see Team Fennel here. We can already hear the crowd cheering for them. So much support. P, Yume, Tong, GG, I said that completely wrong, Mashio, and Lukapo. Of course, Tone being one of the most famous Japanese players that has been at Worlds so many different times. And they are here for sure to win. They've been dominant in this region and probably, I would say, the overall highest picked to win this tournament.
Ooh, that is really interesting. I'm wondering, did they end up being at the top of Zoinks' power rankings? However, you know what? We'll put a pause on that as we are going to look at this team. We have Texas, Donlux, Frank, Patchy, and Froy representing LATAM North.
And can I say, best pictures that we've had from any team so far. They look like they're having an awesome time, and I hope they continue to have an awesome time, but they're going to definitely have to win for their optimal time. But we're getting right into the draft off the bat with a fast Mimikyu ban.
Yeah, take that one off the board. You do not want any Shadow Sneaks coming and hitting you from behind. However, it's going to be interesting to see what this opposite team ends up answering back with. Urshifu. So we have seen Urshifu being picked on up, both of them, but you know what? We don't get to see it here today.
Yeah, it's been great. I totally understand why we're seeing the ban. We're seeing the Hoopa ban as well. And I mentioned before, this is really interesting because we haven't seen these regions match up yet this weekend, but we have seen these regions match up over at AOS Cup, where actually LATAM did manage to take that overall. So this is a really great time to see kind of once again how these metas, as far as just what Pokemon are being picked, match up against each other. It does look like we are going to see the first pick on the Leafeon, very high priority.
Yes, got to lock in that Speedster, so it'll be interesting to see what they answer back with themselves. I mean, we still have a Ceruledge that could potentially be picked on up here. We have so many all-rounders, but, you know, as they go and shuffle on through, it looks like we're going to have Umbreon, a great counter into that Leafeon, and you know what, Charizard, they're just looking to burn it on up.
Hey, it works. Charizard's been doing great every time it's been unbanned, and Umbreon, one of the, again, I think the best Pokemon that we have in the entire game that has not really been banned so far this weekend as far as like the consistent ones. But on the other side, we are going to see different support chosen as far as Hoopa's gone, so you want to take that Blissey early, and then the Blaziken also extremely strong, very rarely banned.
I guess the benefit is Texas, they could go in with that wish to heal their team, so they probably won't need to pick up another support here, considering they have just locked in another defender, Trevenant. Now, I know, Cramorant, one of your favorite Pokemon, what do you think about this within this team composition?
I think Cramorant's quite good in basically every composition, honestly, just right now. I know that sounds like it's just because I really like Cramorant, but Cramorant's just really good right now. What can I say? There's a bunch of different ways you can play it, but on the other side, we're going to see the Mew chosen, which we haven't seen for quite a while, and that's going to offer a really long-range threat, which we've only seen from a few different teams, and they've done quite well with it now and choosing that Inteleon earlier. But having a beam from that Mew is going to be very important as far as outranging the threats on the other side.
Leaving that Ceruledge until the last pick, that is absolutely insane. However, it looks like Frank is going to lock in Sylveon. So I'm wondering here, is this going to be that Mystical Fire to try and chase him on down, or are they just going to try and scream and shout and let it all out and hopefully wipe out the team with that Hyper Voice? I mean,
Hyper Voice this is interesting, right? Because Hyper Voice can do massive damage to things like the Ceruledge or the Blaziken, who are going to kind of have to be within that front line, but also they can be really hard to lock down. So it's it's a really high-risk, kind of high-reward option right there. I feel like Mystical Fire is a lot safer. It's also going to make you a little bit tankier, but realistically, it's very hard to know. We can see some of the items on there. My guess is most likely it's going to be Mystical Fire, just with the being able to reduce some of that healing on some of the most important targets with the auto hit. But again, this is the nice thing about the team, specifically that Tiburones Rojos has chosen, is that it's very flexible. They could have gone a bunch of different directions with the Umbreon, they could have gone different directions with the Sylveon, they could have gone different directions with maybe the Trevenant, although we might be out of that phase now, but it's really cool that they're going that way.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm really interested to see what this team selects for their moves. I mean, speaking of moves, Mew. It has not just the 4, but the 6, the ability to change it on up. And while I know a lot of these players try and prioritize that Solar Beam, you cannot forget about the Electro Ball. But you know what? We are about to head on into our first match here, Chef. Here we go.
All right, exciting. Fennel, first time we get to see them on broadcast. Of course, previously champion Lord, I cannot speak, against Tiburones Rojos, formerly Giannis HG. So 2 teams that have completely new names, basically, for Worlds. If you have seen them previously, you know why we're hyping this matchup so much. But immediately, they're going to be sending a lot of EVs towards that center path.
Look, the fact that they get their level 4 evolution there, you've just tried to get them online ASAP, and that way they can just dominate the early game. We have Sylveon already coming on up here, 3 of them lurking in that tall grass.
Yeah, immediately. This is going to be a pretty scary situation. I really think that they could have actually gotten a little bit of a better situation with all the evolutions. I was getting ready for actually quite a bit of action, but we didn't see all that much. So that's one thing that's going to be really different about a lot of different regions that we're seeing today, is the level of aggression, especially early game. I mean, we saw in the last set, by 1 minute, there was already like a 100-point lead and like 4 KOs, but not this time.
No, it's a little bit of a slower burn here, as we do have 4 going up against 3. However, Sarah Legions online. Mean look onto that Leafeon to go and wipe it out. And that is a great combination with that Cramorant.
Yeah, that Cramorant is going to be so scary, especially on this early game. But right now, it is getting hunted down a little bit by this Serral Edge. Tone is just chasing down both the special attackers, and looks like they're going to catch at least one. The Hurricane, when the Whirlpool, will combine to at least stop one. Tone getting reverse KO'd by the Umbreon. Texas coming in from behind. And that's 3 very low HP Pokemon on the side of Tiburones Rojos, but they were able to basically force it down to just the supports. They didn't have to worry about it so much.
No, I mean, the chase on the Umbreon, we thought it was over for the Blissey, but they're able to make it on out. However, it looks like Texas is one that gets caught out themselves, getting knocked out by the Leafeon. This has allowed Fennel to go and dunk in some points in the bottom half. They now have the lead at 52.
This is a good reason why we didn't see so much aggression early on, although we're going to continue to see a little bit more. The eject button into the overheat. Beautiful KO right there. And now the aggression's coming out. Fennel pushing forward, trying to take down this Tier 1 goal zone. It only had 1 left. They got a little bit of an overdunk, but regardless, it is gone. 99 points on their side to a total of 0. 0 stacking going on for Tiburones Rojos.
Yeah, that is just going to create some space down in that bottom half, considering we have that first basement Reggie about to spawn, but it looks like they're not going to go and circle around there. They're going to put all of their efforts up in the top half, just trying to secure these Swabblers for themselves.
They do manage to get quite a bit of it. Not going with the Solar Blade, by the way, for Lucapo, which is going to help with them with farm quite a bit when they get those big AoE packs that they can farm. But right now, there's a poor little Bundle Bee getting farmed by basically 9 members of this match. But now it's time for them to turn on each other, as we're going to see a big Wood Hammer that starts off that initiation, but Tone is going to take 1 big KO in there and force them to kind of disengage, because you do not want to take that fight, especially when you've got kind of an over-leveled set of brawlers on the side of Fennel.
Look, it was all in a distraction for that Blaziken to go and secure themselves that Reggie Rock. Is this going to give them the space? Charizard ends up securing the Reggie Alecki, so that is going to march on through. However, the defense is here, but 2v5, are they going to be able to do it? As we do have some dunks going on in Leafeon and Blaziken. They're in a world of their own right now.
Mew there was going for a hero surf and unfortunately got KO'd partway through, but there we go, the Revenant Rend coming in, immediately be able to take out the Cramorant, and the rest of the members of Fennel are running in, trying to get some more KOs. They are going to be picking up at least the Trevenant as well. They're continuing to chase. Their mobility is so high. Frank looks like probably the next one to go down. I mean, you are pretty tanky as that Sylveon, but not tanky enough, as Tone is going to get a 3 KO streak and allow the team to push for this top tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, that is massive, being able to pick up 3 of those KOs. We already have 3 level 10s on the side of Fennel, and they are not going to stop as they're going to continue securing all these Swablues to themselves. And, I mean, Tiburones Rojos cannot do anything but sit on the pad.
I mean, this all started from like one little engagement, one mistake, and that's why these teams have so much respect for each other, but it is starting to run away, and with the brawling nature of Fennel's comp, it's so difficult to fight them until you catch up on level, and there's just not an opportunity to do that. You can see the farm is being taken on both sides so efficiently that there's just no way to just go back, try to catch up. Oh my goodness, the wood hammer with the eject button, and that's going to be a big catch up, but so much damage on every member of Tiburones Rojos there. We're going to see Unite from the Charizard. It's not going to matter all that much. They're getting burned down immediately. Mew's going to be able to catch one, maybe 2 right there. Only the Cramorant left. Donlux is going to have to run away. They cannot take this 1v2. They've been pushed back very successfully.
Holy moly, that was a 3 KO streak from Blaziken there. And now they're going to have all the space in the world to secure themselves another basement Reggie. As you mentioned, Cramorant can't do anything but just go and try and secure some wild Pokemon, prepare their Unites, but it looks like they're going to circle around and try and take this Reggie, Alecki, the Leafeon. They're the ones that are lurking behind. Are they going to try and get a sneak here?
Oh, they might, but right now we are going to see everybody kind of shifting back. It looks like the Regieleki is going to completely go uncontested to Tiburones Rojos, but there will be a defense against it. Still, that's going to build a little bit of space. They do manage to catch Yume out and stop them from returning. They should be able to get that KO. A little bit of experience, only a level 10, not the biggest thing in the world, but every little thing matters when these teams are as close as they are. Tone trying to check that bush, but it's very hard to catch up to a Charizard being able to walk around while attacking. Froy is going to move in, be the one to initiate with the Unite from the Charizard, getting a lot of damage immediately, taking down P in just a split second. Big curse as well, and that's going to be really well fought. Oh no, I'm sorry, there was a little bit of support in there as we're going to see Tone go back in, trying to catch Donlux on that Cramorant. There's a lot of CC, but still manages to find the target, while in the meantime, we're going to see one more KO coming out from Leafeon. So Lucapo going to take up Frank as well, and now only one member left for Tiburones Rojos. It was looking so good for them, but the turnaround.
It's just Unite move after Unite move constantly from both of these teams. However, Fennel have just locked in their 3rd basement Reggie for this match, being that Regirock, and it looks like they're going to try their luck at breaking this top tier 1 pad, as we do have the members of Rojos jumping on the pad, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too late with that defense, and it is gone.
We also did see Donlux use that Cramorant Unite very late there at the 3-minute, 10-second mark. They've got to make sure that they have it back for that final fight, and unfortunately just wasn't able to defend that goal zone like they wanted. So not many targets left for Fennel in this match, and with only 50 seconds left of the final stretch, I do expect that they're going to be farming a lot. Froy moving in, trying to steal away some of that farming, going to do it quite effectively, actually, as we're going to see a lot of Fennel go down for this final, second to final objective song. We'll see a Regieleki as well. They're going to be taking that uncontested.
Yeah, a Regirock just to go and given that special defense and defense buff. So going to be a little bit more tanky. However, it looks like Rojos are going to go and secure this Regieleki for themselves. Fennel are nowhere in sight. Instead, it looks like they're looking for that positioning. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether they're actually going to let this just walk on in for free, or whether they're going to go and defend it. No, it looks like they just want to hide in the tall grass and possibly get an ambush here.
Oh, they've got to be going for that. Look how far forward they are, controlling the entire bottom half, the entire south half of this center Ray area, just making sure they've got vision. And look at this, they're burning it off the bat. Rayquaza immediately took a big chunk, but then they see the potential initiation from above. They said, okay, we're not going to take that. Let's wait. We know where their positioning is. We got to make sure that we have the upper hand for this. And Mew is going to be able to poke for the start of this fight, make sure that, yeah, we get little beans in there. That's going to take about half of Donlux's life already in one hit. And now they've got to sit there and recoup. So they really are, as Fennel, forcing Tiburones Rojos to make the first move.
Yeah, it's just that Light Scream Solar Beam combination, chipping out so much HP. However, Cramorant was able to retreat back to base, get that full HP underway. But the thing is, Tiburones Rojos, the ball is in their park. They're the ones that have to make the move, considering they're the ones behind in points. Basically, a great overheat charge to just go and deplete majority of that HP, but the defense to go and protect Froy there from that Mew basic attack.
I mean, they're playing really well on Tiburones Rojos' side. They're not allowing themselves to get picked off, but the problem is they need to take a risk. They need to put themselves in that position now. There's only 55 seconds left. They've got to score. They're behind by over 150. They've got to make something happen, so Froy's going to be moving in, uniting on the back line onto that Blaziken. First thing to go, being able to fly over that pit's going to be very useful. A lot of Unites being used in the bottom right side. Tone getting very, very low, but managing to get out, getting a lot of healing with that blade, and now they're going to be closing in on the rest of the members of Tiburones Rojos, picking up one by one. Final hit of the Rayquaza as well, and that is a full team wipe.
Yeah, and there is no stopping the dunks that are about to come on through. Some KO streaks coming on out as well as the Hundo Bogos right on in to that home base.
That was looking very close, but the amount of HP that you can regain as Ceruledge really came into play right there. That's one of the big reasons why it's so strong, but Fennel taking full advantage of that with a great showing is going to be taking game number 1.
See them, they're going to cheer for themselves as well, as the crowd also gives them a bit of an applause here. Well, this is the power of Fennel here, Chef.
It is. This is a reason why this team has, like I said, you know, I know, of course, everybody's got different opinions, but overall, if I had to say, the one team that everybody's been looking at has really been them to win the entire tournament. Of course, early on, it was currently Zeta Division, but then when we got to the Japan Finals, we ended up seeing, of course, this team, Fennel, take them down very cleanly, and they've just been looking dominant. But there was certainly a situation where that entire match turned around. The engagement was quite strong from Froy on that Charizard earlier, and like I said, if there was just a few more hits, a little bit more damage on Tone on that Ceruledge, things could have gone completely different, but playing that little kind of, I don't know, threshold is exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, and we can see Blaziken P being able to get that player of the game, making sure to get those attack weight stacks in early, and they were able to dish out 86k damage.
Wow, yeah. I mean, they were a big reason as well why we saw that last fight go so incredibly well. The charge of the overheat in that tall grass, just waiting, and then as soon as they came in, boom! I mean, that delayed them by so long, and it really forced Tiburones Rojos to have to engage with less time, with more of a panic, just because they had to at that point. And they did, and they almost made it work, but a lot of it was just all the little moments like that. So, great stuff. Blaziken as well. I mean, it's just showing why it's one of the strongest Pokemon in the game this whole weekend.
Yeah, it has been such a popular pick, but you cannot forget about the Mew. Also chipping out so much damage with that Solar Beam. So it'll be really interesting to see what these next bans are going to be, whether it's going to be exactly the same or whether they're going to get rid of, I mean, Blaziken and Ceruledge are just so much of a threat right now.
That's right, and we are going to be going into the draft, and immediately, I think you have a sixth sense for the drafts, as you are going to 100% be correctly reading what the ban's going to be. Now, again, that may make you getting banned, and that's something that we have not seen pop off this weekend yet, but clearly the respect is there. I was going to say fear, but I don't think it's a little too far, is there for Fennel, as they're just immediately saying, no, you might even first pick that, but they'll leave stuff like Ceruledge, which they clearly know is quite strong.
Yes, exactly. They did not even need to think about that. They're going to lock that in ASAP. However, 2 picks. It looks like that Umbreon is being hovered over. And you know what? Something we've seen a little bit of is this Urshifu pick as well.
Yeah, the Urshifu's been looking really strong, and we have seen it be really strong in both builds so far, right? The single strike and the rapid strike, so it's very, very cool that they are picking it first, and especially with Umbreon, there's so many different directions they can go with their team. These are the 2 maybe most flexible Pokemon as far as what their exact role is going to be in the current metagame, so the rest of it are completely up in the air.
Yeah, however, it looks like we have that Chromant being locked on down once again. Hooper has been freed, so they are also going to secure that. And you know what, Mew, it worked out well previously. Why not lock it in once again?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's still a great Pokemon. It's just there are so many special attackers that are really in a great spot right now. One of them being Cramorant, which is why we see it in so many of these games. But if you have somebody who's just so good at it, then you can just play it in most comps, quite honestly. It's working at least at an average level. But on the other side, are we going to see oh, actually, this is going to be two picks that I know Zoinks would love if he was here. Garchomp and the #Mamos win.
Mammoth win. Oh, because it has win in it.
Yes.
So is that just a given? But last pick here, Blissey. They do need that support. So just a little bit more tankiness considering, I mean, Garchomp, it can shred on up.
Yeah, they were actually, it's kind of interesting here, right? They could have gone for a second defender if they really wanted to and just gone with the Wish as the primary form of healing, but they decided that they want to use the Umbreon as the main defender. And again, that leaves the flexibility towards the end. Sorry, I know I keep talking about how cool it is that Umbreon can confuse the opponent's draft, and that's exactly why you get to wait so long to make your full decisions. But we are going to have a little bit more of a standard team on the side of Fennel, and I love that because there's so many good targets for the Bliss assistants.
Okay, I am having a look at these builds here. Mew has experience share. We have P locking in that attack weight, focus band, and razor claw. So we're actually going to have a support Mew here, and Umbreon going to more take on that all-rounder role.
That can't be real. I saw
it with my own eyes.
I believe you. I believe you. Maybe we're in an alternate dimension where things are just completely different, though. That is very interesting if that's going to be the case. A support, a EXP share Mew. Very, very interesting. I mean, I do believe it's something that I've seen before, but it was 600 years ago or something like that. As people were trying out just a few different other options. We could also see the Mew maybe going for a little more like, I don't know, invasion or something like that, playing on its own more. Regardless, really interesting stuff. I want to see how it plays out as we're going into game 2 here.
Yeah, Tipperoni's Rojos, they're going to be on the purple side this time around, and Fennel on the orange side. And look, that experience share, the light bulb is above the head. So I'd say they're going to prioritize that coaching maneuver this time around instead.
I mean, I guess so. This is really going to be cool to see. I mean, of course, you don't have to be able to specifically heal or shield or anything like that to be a supporter. We've seen plenty of great Pikachu supporters going in for that steal and is going to be able to pick it up, by the way. Really good stuff from Texas. But yeah, this idea of a support Mew is so cool because it does not need that much EXP to become effective and gain all of its moves. It's like strong from the start. It really kind of owns a lane, which is really cool.
Yeah, but we are going to see a little bit of a tussle here up in the top half. We have Hooper being knocked on down. Umbreon has tried to just push back Patchy, and they are able to tackle themselves back to safety. Not a second KO for Fennel there.
Right, but I mean, hey, getting anything is good early on. We saw in the last game it was very, very patient until one person was out of position, and already being able to get the KO is quite strong. Lucapo is moving in, and it does look like we're going to be getting that Rapid Striker Shifu, so we do know now for sure how they're going to be playing it, and they're going to have a great time right now trying to hunt down Texas. Oh, barely going to get away, but hey, look at that. We see a little bit of extra juicy EXP that they might want to try and steal later, or at least force them to take now.
Oh, but it looks like they're going to try and steal this red buff away from them. Texas not able to out-secure them, grab themselves a Speed Berry, and they are on their merry way.
Frank this time on the Sarah Ledge, going in for a little bit of assistance, but realizing it's a little bit too late. And so we are going to see the score at least a little bit more in the favor of Tiburones Rojos this time around. Of course, they're not ahead, but last game at this point in the game, they were at 0 points. So they are at least getting a little bit more headway in what was already a relatively close game. It does look, though, like Fennel is going to be completely controlling the 8-minute spawn in the center. And just for extra XP, oh.
Yeah, you got to take that side of Fries or side of Hooper. However, Patchy was able to use their Ice Fang there. It's stolen berry. Charizard ends up getting taken on down. However, Pilo Swine also ended up getting traded off here as, ooh, the reset from the Hooper.
Ooh, yeah, barely in time, specifically for Donlux on that Cramorant using that surf. They were almost going down in that surf. They had to put on their flippers and swim out of it because that was very scary. But, of course, a great, well-timed Hooper portal is everything you need.
Exactly. You got to time them perfectly. Try to get those resets. However, those birds did end up getting wiped on down. We still have no Unite moves. Oh, never mind. We have Umbreon who's able to secure their Unite move before these first objectives spawn.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be really important. But they didn't have to back up. They are a little bit low, and that's going to be a big issue. So they could go in, try to unite, but with so many members of Tiburones Rojos up at the Regieleki, they had to give it up, and they're going to probably be able to use this defensively right now, exactly there, potentially. But they're doing a great job of trying to solo hold. They've got the support. There it is. Not able to steal all that much shielding altogether. They will be going down alongside the supports. One more here. Can you take down Machio? You will, and that's going to be a lot of great KOs, and of course, a ton of points, and of course, a goal.
Frank just soloing down that Mew with their Unite move. I thought that was a little bit of a bit, probably not necessary, but you know what? You just got to take it on down, get those points in. But the thing is, even though they were able to break that tier 1 up in the top half, Fennel were able to go and maximize that bottom half. It's still 163 to 165, so such a close match here as we have another member going down. Hooper, back to the Pokemon Center for you.
A lot of KOs here on Hoopa. Has definitely been targeted quite strongly by Fennel. We'll see if they can try to take this fight now that Hoopa has to come all the way back. But they're going to push him way into the Flux Zone. That is super far. Going with the Unite, of course, you're not going to have to worry about getting slowed down. How far is Fennel pushing? Oh my goodness, they're going for a second goal zone here. They're like, we're not done with that. That's going to be 3 members down now. Tiburones Rojos, they're going to be able to get a ton. 69 points, a nice amount into that second goal zone. Even more now. They're looking really close to taking that down. We're only 5 minutes, 30 seconds left in this game.
They are just going full steam ahead. However, Garchomp is also trying to go full steam ahead with their Unite move, able to crush down that Charizard, send it on back. However, Garchomp also ended up getting knocked out themselves. So Fennel still in the lead here with that advantage. It's just a matter of resetting, seeing whatever wild Pokemon is on the map, getting ready for the basement Reggie that's about to spawn in less than 10 seconds.
And one really important thing to note is that we do see on the side of Tiburones Rojos a very late game scaling team. One of the biggest weaknesses of both Garchomp and of Mamoswine is that you really need to hit their full evolutions, get those Unite moves before they become maximum threats. Right now, though, they're going for this Regieleki, and it's getting melted down. I don't know if you're going to be able to get that steal. You're a little bit far away. It's going to Tiburones Rojos, but this fight is going to continue, even with the assistance of the Regieleki. Tone's coming in with that Charizard from the back, going to be able to pick up the KO on Cramorant, looking for a second one on Patchy on the Mamoswine, and they are going to take it. Okay, they're taking a really long time to do it, but they do manage to get it. The double KO plus the Regieleki, while I believe they're also taking potentially the bottom Regi.
That is one slippery bear there. Lucafro was on such low HP. The fact that they were able to get out of that and a steal from the Mew, the Reggie steal, as you would call it. So
nice.
2 objectives for that side.
Yeah, great stuff. So yeah, what I was saying was that the big spikes are being hit right now by Tiburones Rojos, but then they lose 2 big fights, which is really unfortunate. I mean, the level lead is gigantic. At least 2 levels across the board. We've got 13, 13, 13, and the highest on the other side, we actually just hit 12, 11, 11.
You know what? The fighting isn't going to stop here as we are trying to battle it out in this bottom tier 2 pad. Shifu just going in absolutely ham. Hooper is the only one remaining. Never mind, they have also been wiped out, and they're looking to secure themselves another pad. 163 to 381. This is absolute madness here.
I am loving, I mean, there's still plenty of time to see it, but this support Mew and what it's done is really able to control that path and control the early game, and we've just had Tiburones Rojos have to play from behind the entire time as Fennel is just in control and allows their own scaling Pokemon to do really well. I mean, just the fact that you have a Charizard, it does match up a lot of that late game damage that you can get from the other side, and they're like, okay, well, if we get there first, then what are you going to do about it? And honestly, the answer is I do not know, as we're got about 100 and I don't know. We've got a really huge, more than 200 point lead now for Fennel.
But it's not just the point lead, it's also the levels. Level 15 Charizard as Foray is trying to get themselves out of danger, able to retreat on back. However, Regieleki is the next objective these teams have their eyes on. So close to that final stretch as well as they're shredded on down, Chef.
They are getting shredded very quickly. Final hit going to Charizard, going to Tone, able to hit it with just one particular hit. Oh, the Ice Fang going off, but it doesn't even do damage, maybe? Well, regardless, there was nobody there to follow it up. And so that's going to be 2 members KO'd now on the side of Tiburones Rojos as the Regieleki's going down towards their Tier 2 goal zone, as we're only 14 seconds away from Rayquaza spawning, as the members of Fennel are invading the center area, KOing one more more time on that Hoopa, and we are 4 seconds away from Rayquaza spawning as they even get the tall grass check.
Yeah, they have the advantage here. They have the Unite moves. They just have to try and keep their positioning and not let Rojos into this Rayquaza pit. Mamoswine trying to make their way up into that top path. I mean, we have Garchomp who can go and shred down this Rayquaza, which they're attempting. However, they end up getting chucked in the air with a seismic slam, trying to slam on back themselves. However, the power just wasn't enough. Rayquaza at such low HP, and it ends up going to the side of Fennel with a team wipe.
Wow, that was, again, it was a moment where I think Tiburones Rojos realized they had to move. They had to be in a situation where they did not have the advantage, but they had to do their best. And unfortunately, that was just not enough to be able to take it against a ridiculously high level, especially Charizard, but everybody on the side of Fennel, who's going to be pushing this score lead to an unsurmountable amount with even a minute left. But they're going to continue the carnage.
Yeah, I can definitely see why Zoinks holds his team to such high regards. They were able to just keep that pressure on, keep Rojos at bay, securing those objectives. You know what? They're going to keep on dunking. I think we're going to get another 1,000 match here.
I think it's almost impossible that we don't. I mean, they would have to kind of stay in their own goal zone. They need to get one more KO. There it is. No, that's only 1 point. That wasn't a 5. There. Oh, 1,001. Let's go. They're trying to beat the Shinonrode record immediately. I actually don't remember exactly how much they got, but I think they're certainly right up there.
But sometimes you just got to do it for that stats guy, right? You got to show it on off as they are just going to brawl it on out as time is ticking on down. I guess going into this next match, though, Rojos. I mean, wait, actually.
There's no more match. That's it. Yeah.
The curse has been broken.
I mean, hey, we're talking about Fennel as the potential, I guess, kind of first. There's no first seed, but first seed in the eyes of the people here, and I think they did an amazing job of showing that. They're going to be taking this set with a 2-0. The first game looked very close. The second game looked like they were in control from minute 1 to minute 10, and they really proved that with a score line like that. Over 1,000 points, 1,145 to 163.
They must be feeling so proud of themselves, representing the Japan region here. You know what? They're looking pretty cool, calm, and collected here, as they have just won their first match of the day.
Yeah, that's a great sign for them. Of course, it's really interesting to see what these metas were going to be and how they were going to shake up when they ran into each other. And it didn't seem like the actual Pokemon picks were too differently valued, except for maybe that Mimikyu, which really, of course, didn't come into play because it was banned the entire time. But overall, it was just the solid gameplay and the draftability, I think, of Fennel, realizing what, I guess you could say, phases of the game they wanted to control. And we got to look back again. I mean, it's ridiculous to talk about support Mew, right? And that was so much, which helped, of course, Tone popping off as player of the game.
Yes, being able to deal out 122k damage. I think they actually ended up securing a Regieleki with their Fire Blast move as well, which was absolute insane because they were nowhere near it.
Yeah, this Pokemon, of course, if anybody has not been following the game, we are in the first meta that Charizard has been really strong in a long time, and it is very strong. So if you're a fan of Charizard, please play Pokemon Unite right now. This is your time, and you got to strike while the iron is hot for sure. But, I mean, we can take a look back at how this game went, where really, again, like I said, first game, it looked like it was a very close one that Fennel edged out at the very end by just controlling that last team fight. But game 2, that was looking rough.
I mean, both of those games, they ended up getting a team wipe, not able to stop those dunks. And you know what? Just no respect for the Flux Zone as well. They're just, the Flux Zones, they don't stop Fennel in their tracks at all, as they're just trying to burn them on down.
It is a suggestion. It does not mean you cannot go in here. It means you should not go in here, but Charizard cannot read, perhaps, and we'll just continue to fly over unhindered while you're in your Unite move. But then it came down to the end that was just so incredibly strong. So really great stuff to Fennel. Like I said, great way to start off what is a run that a lot of people are considering potentially the strongest team in the world, but there's so much yet to be seen. We've seen plenty of upsets today. We've seen plenty of regions already losing at least half of their representation, or even all of it, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Australia. But I was rooting for them as well, you know. My sleep schedule is very Australian. But this is a great way to see Japan immediately making their statement.
Yes, well, they did actually perform really well last year. So I guess with both of those world champions out of the picture, I mean, we're going to see ourselves a brand new world champion here at Pokemon Worlds 2024. Could it have Fennel's name written all over it? I mean, they were previously known as Champion Lord.
That would be embarrassing to have that name and then not win. No, I'm just kidding. It's a statement, right? You're saying this is how good we are, and this is exactly how good they're proving that they are. Of course, again, for anybody who isn't familiar with how this all works out as far as the format for this group, there's still a chance for Tiburones Rojos. This is only their first loss. But we can take an interview with the opposite team here, our winners with Fennel on stage. Take it away to whoever's behind us. I actually don't know who it is.
It's old Doob Snacks here with Tone from Fennel. Big time win on the big time stage here at Worlds. My first question to you, Tone, how does it feel to have such a dominant win your first time on stage?
もうステージというバーで圧倒的な勝利になりましたが、気持ちはどうですか？
そうですね。まずは最強を証明できる舞台に上がれるということをとても嬉しく思います。
Yeah, it really feels great to be able to show my full strength and our team's full strength.
That was truly full strength indeed, and you have a lot of work ahead of you. Is there any team that you have any concern for in the rest of the tournament?
何かこの大会の中で心配になりそうなライバルっぽいチームってありますか？
そうですね。そういう意味ではやっぱりこの舞台に上がれること自体がとても素晴らしいことだと思うんで、全員がライバルだと思ってやってます。
I consider everyone to be our rivals because they're all capable of beating us.
Well, you certainly are on a lot of people's list as the top team as well. You have some wonderful fans out here, and the last thing I'm going to have you do, Tone, is say a word to your fans that are out here supporting you.
なんか支えてくれてるファンへのメッセージがありますか？
はい。俺らが絶対に最強を証明するんで見ててください。
I'm gonna bring my best, so please enjoy.
That is Tone from Fennel, a dominant team, a scary team, and one to look out for here at Worlds. I'm Doob Snacks. Back to the desk, baby!
Thank you so much, Doob. We've got to give it up. We see the little Fennel flags waving around. That was so cute. But congratulations to Fennel once again, an absolute powerhouse. I am so excited to see so much more from this team, hopefully.
Yeah, and of course, as we learned from last Worlds, the Japanese fans, like you said, are extremely loud and very supportive. It's great to see it. So many fans for that team. You got to see them all in the crowd. And honestly, it's been a long time, coming where these Japanese teams have been very, very strong. There's always been these really interesting little things that happen to them at Worlds, but this could certainly be the year that Japan takes it all. Like you said earlier, we cannot have a repeat. For the first time ever, we cannot have a repeat. Of course, again, for anybody who hasn't been watching, we did have kind of the same team basically win the first 2 years of Worlds. We're now on third. Every member of that team is gone.
Yes, it is a brand new squad coming into day 2. But you know what? That is still a little bit away as we still have some matches to come on up next.
That's right. Yeah, there's still quite a bit. I mean, we're entering the further part of the day, and of course, there's still more even after that. But we are still in some relatively fresh groups. Of course, we just saw the first group right there, the first match of that group, and there's plenty more to decide who will be qualifying for day 2. But we're going to be taking a quick break as we set up our next match, so you're not going to want to go anywhere because we have some very strong teams deciding their fate at Worlds right after this.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships. This is going to be an awesome one. And what an amazing day it's been so far, Danielle. Crazy games all day long.
Crazy games and everything being at stake for these teams because
Oh.
the goal for group stage today is you need to be top 2 if you want to make it to playoffs tomorrow. And we've already had to say goodbye to so many good teams this weekend. It's saddening to know that we can't have everyone play tomorrow, but
True.
I think it's also building up towards that hype as well, right? Knowing who's making it through, what the groups could potentially look like, because we also have seeding that's going to be a factor.
Oh.
And, you know, I kind of wonder, who's everyone putting their eyes on? Like, if you're first seed, who do you kind of want to play for your first matchup?
Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. There's some certainties. I was talking to Nouns Esports a little bit off broadcast. They've been planning some stuff. Obviously, a team that went 3-0 in their group, so they're going to be doing pretty well going into day 2. They're talking about a few teams. I heard Zeta Division come up, which sounds wild to me, but who knows? Really, the world is their oyster right now. Pretty incredible performance for them. North America, not looking so hot so far. We have 2 NA teams already gone home. I believe Orange Juicers is currently watching our B stage, where their fate is going to kind of be decided on the results of the Fusion versus EVOS Onyx matchup. I mean, there's a lot of Unite going on. If you really like Pokemon Unite, you came to the right spot because we have a lot of it.
We have a lot of Pokemon Unite, but this matchup, it's an exciting one because everyone wants to know what Zeta is like, right? Everyone remembers Zeta. Earlier this year, they were a team that we thought was going to be the team to look out for, but then Fennel comes out of nowhere. It's like, hey guys, we've got the title as first team in Japan. So now for Zeta, are they back on top now? Because we don't know what the form is like. We don't know what Pokemon they're playing. We had a bit of a meta change as well.
True.
But at the other side of the coin, we have Onyx Rise. Now, this group is a group of 3. It's not a group of 4. And Onyx, unfortunately, lost their first set in this group 2-0.
Okay.
So for Onyx Rise to stay in this group, they have to 2-0 Zeta Division, which is, let's be real, guys, it's a big ask.
Yeah, that is a tough one. I mean, yeah, maybe Zeta Division got 2nd place at their regional finals, but they also got 2nd place at the AOS Cup at EUIC, another huge international event, and then they won the Asia Champions League, which I believe you were commentating, right? So you're very familiar with that success of this team. Obviously, they have found the key to success to getting good placements at the biggest of events. At the international events, that is where you need to perform, and Zeta Division has found that secret, but they need to go for a lot more than that. We've got the best teams in the entire globe here competing this weekend. We've gathered them for you, and they are amazing.
And I want to know here for Zeta, how ready are they for Worlds? Because I feel like Zeta, they have a bit of an edge over some of the other competitors because they have that international LAN experience. They've traveled, they've prepared to play on LAN, and LAN is much different compared to online competition, and especially in an international environment. So they're probably feeling very comfortable on stage, ready to go, but Rise has also got this international experience. They played at Worlds last year. They do want to make it to playoffs because unfortunately for Rise, Onyx Rise, they didn't make it out of groups last year. So for them, they have to make it out of groups, but to do so today, I hope they have a plan ready for Zeta Division because this is not a team to sneeze at.
Yeah, they're one of the toughest teams in the competition. And to learn a little bit more about them, we actually had a chance to interview Zeta Division. So let's take a look at that video.
Hello Pokemon trainers and fans. We are here with one of the players for Pokemon Unite here at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. Now, I need to know, what is your name, what team do you play for, and where are you from?
日本地域ゼータディビジョン所属の鷲川です。
Do you have any friends or family here supporting you or the team?
ハワイには来てないんですけど、日本の地から応援してくれています。
Oh, they've been watching YouTube. Oh, that's nice that they're cheering for you from home. What drew you to competing in Pokemon Unite?
日本の大会に出てみようと思って、仲いい人とチームを組んで出たのがきっかけ。
Oh, that sounds nice. And look at you. You're here in Worlds in Hawaii. Who would have thought you'd made it get this far? That is so exciting. Now, this is actually your 2nd time here. You played at AOS Cup and you came 2nd. What makes the team different from when we saw you then to now?
メタに、ついていくために、特にゲームの序盤の動きをすごく練習しました。
It's all about the meta. Can you tell me what role you play and what roles everybody else plays on the team?
自分はサポート型を使っていて、アイアム小松選手はディフェンス型、トップ選手は中央レーン、小松選手は上レーン、ロム選手は下レーンを使っています。下レーンのポケモンを使っています。
Who are you most excited to play here at the World Championships?
2連覇しているルミノシティと戦いたいです。
Aha, so do you want to face them in the grand finals maybe? But thank you so much, Wajiro from Zeta Division. Tune in to see how they go at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii.
We're not going to see that dream matchup, right? Luminosity versus Zeta, but I mean, I think we're going to be seeing some exciting matches for them anyway. But I do love the fact that Wajiro, he did highlight that the team essentially focuses on the early game. They've been training that early game because it's how the Japanese typically play.
Yeah.
And I think it explains why the region overall is just so aggressive during the laning stage. The fact that they hone in and realize that the early game dictates how your team is going to play from mid-game to end-game onwards.
Yeah, I mean, they were so dominant in that AOS Cup with strategies that really focus on the early game that the name they were playing under at the time, being Kabi-chans, became a term of Kabi-chan's rotation. Like, we started calling it a term in-game that teams would try to employ. You break those goal zones early and you invade the central area as an entire team. I mean, it's a huge all-in risky play, but when you have all 5 members split up so you can't get hit by AoE damage, I mean, the amount of results you can pull back from that are huge, and they were the best at it.
And now the question is, can Onic deal with this? Because we know this is a world-class team that has really refined that early game. Rise is a very strong team from APAC, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if they can play as fast as Zeta because they are probably one of the quickest teams in Japan. They play incredibly aggressive Pokemon that want to dive you during the laning stage. And I wonder, is Onic going to do the same? Do they mirror that with the same level of speed?
Yeah.
Or do they play reactively instead and say, okay, we are expecting this style of play because it's typical for Zeta. Let's just over-prepare for it.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, obviously these teams have been doing a ton of homework. So preparation has been the #1 thing in a lot of these teams' mind. And specifically, I know Rise has been doing a ton of preparation. I had a chance to talk to Eeyore a couple of times, and they have been doing so many scrims, so much work behind the scenes to try to study up on teams and, of course, prepare their own strategies. And from the words that they were saying, a lot of their focus has been centered around their Rayquaza fights. So they focus on the end game, but what you bring up, maybe you do need to keep up with Zeta Division in the early game. But when you start playing other teams' games, that starts to become extremely risky.
I actually wonder at some point, would there possibly be some influence being taken from Nouns? We saw Nouns play against Fennel, and they did incredibly.
Yes.
And Onic, they only played 1 matchup today, so they probably had some time to maybe watch that matchup. I'd probably say take a look at Nouns games and say, see what they did. How did they stabilize that early game?
Yeah, that's true. Oh, we're interesting. Well, we can maybe get a little bit of insight because we have an interview on stage between the team captains and Spraggles.
That's right. They say when 2 trainers' eyes meet, they must do battle. And I am here with Wajiro from Zeta Division and Eeyore from Onic Rise. Hello, gentlemen. I have to ask you, before this match starts, please keep the pose, keep the pose. But before this match starts, I have to ask you, what sets your team apart?
なんかゼータディビジョンの強いポイントは教えていただけますか
5対5の集団戦です。もう一回。5対5の集団戦です。
We're quite a strong team.
Amazing. I mean, that would set them apart, absolutely. And what sets your team apart? Keep the pose.
We're probably the team that loves this game the most.
Amazing. And before we begin, do you have any words for your opponents?
なんか相手のチームへのメッセージがありますか
絶対勝ちます。絶対勝ちます。
We're definitely gonna win.
Wow, that's pretty good, actually. And before we start, do you have any words for your opponents?
Good luck trying that.
Whoa, here we go. We're going to send it back up to the booth as these 2 teams get ready. Take it away.
We're ready
post.
to go.
Hold the post.
Yes,
Okay.
okay, we're holding the post, okay.
We did it as
Trying
long
to-
as Sprinkles asked us to, but yeah, wow. Strong words from both opponents, believing that they will be able to win, and what sets them apart from the rest of the teams is strength, which is a pretty good shout out.
Well, I think you kind of need to be strong to be at the world stage. So I think if you had any other answer, you'd probably have a couple of question marks floating above your head. But we do have question marks for us, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what this matchup is going to be. As much as some people might think this could be very one-sided,
Yeah.
I actually don't think that's the case. I feel like this game, this series, could be much closer than anyone's anticipated. Because again, we don't have the behind-the-scenes information. We don't know how much information these two teams have on one another. Zeta might have a slight advantage because there is some data with Onyx's previous matchup on the B stage.
Right, yeah, that is true. So Zeta Division going in, maybe a little bit more unheard of, but having some intel on Onyx Rise. But make no mistake, this could be closer, but it does feel like a bit of an underdog story for this APAC West team. They are locked in, though. Love the yellow jerseys, by the way. Very nice looks for Onyx Rise, but
You'll see them in the crowd. If you see yellow
Yeah.
jerseys, you know it's Onyx.
But then you got Zeta Division on the other side and those dark, shark colors. They're very, very cool. I mean, we got a good-looking matchup going on right now.
Physically and in-game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, our competitors are clearly locked in right now. I love these player shots because we get to see the differences in a lot of teams. A lot of the time, it's very calm, cool, collected. We're just making sure we're all set, our audio's good. Other time, these teams won't stop talking to each other. They're going over every draft decision they could ever think of. They are constantly breaking down what could happen in the match. And sometimes they've done all that prep before, and now is the time for the matchup. Seems like Onyx Rise, a bit of a chatty bunch.
They are pretty chatty, actually. But that is one of the big things that has brought this team a lot of success, the fact that they're so open to communication with each other. On the other side, Zeta, generally speaking, we got some smiles, just holding a little sobble there. But the Japanese teams, they're pretty, like, you see them in the booths, they are so calm and collected. The fact that they're just zoning in, trying to get into the zone for that first matchup. Now, speaking of first matchup, the draft is ready, and we have our first ban on the board. 2 supports right off the bat, Hooper and Comfey out of the pool.
Yeah, something we're seeing a ton of from Eastern teams, both Japan and APAC. They love banning away these supports in the draft phase and make it 3 supports. So Hoopa, Comfy, and Blissi all banned. Zeta Division will love to pick at a first pick spot where the more, meta-defining damage dealers, but you're going to be giving up whatever supports are left, so they are going to favor the Eldegoss. Now Onyx Rise has their choice of whatever damage dealers they want.
You know, this actually still leaves Umbreon in the pool. I was going to say, even though you ban all these supporters, Umbreon has still been a fan favorite for a lot of these teams that can pivot. Oh my gosh, we have an Earthshifter here for Onyx Rise. I have not seen this Pokemon being played by this team in such a long time.
Interesting. I mean, it is an incredible Pokemon. We talk about how Umbreon can kind of flex between roles in the draft phase because of the supporter and defender role. Urshifu can also flex to a few different roles with their either single strike methodology or rapid strike. They kind of fill different roles in a meta way. So that will be interesting to see how Onyx Rise wants to land.
Coda's choice. When was the last time we have seen Blastoise since the recent nerfs?
It's been a minute. It has been a minute, Natalie, and they are rocking Rapid Fire Scarf Muscle Band as well. So we are most likely going to see the Spinstoise.
Spinstoise, I think definitely an option here. And we are seeing some follow-up Dragonite and Trevenant to round things out here on the side of Zeta Division. Are we doing double bird?
Yeah, I think we're going
double
bird
bird.
up on the right side. That would make a lot of sense. I mean, if we are looking at Zeta Division's composition,
Charizard?
one thing screams, I mean, I can't believe Charizard's getting last picked, honestly. To tell you the truth, how strong this Pokemon has been, there it is. Dev is going to lock in that Pokemon. But on Zeta Division's side, we have a secure base composition.
Secure, lots of lockdown. So much lockdown, it is not funny. You've got Hydro Typhoon, probably going to be Surf on the Blastoise as well. Have to deal with the Wood Hammer as well on that Trevenant. This is... I don't even know how Onyx is going to be able to engage because the moment they get in there, they're going to be locked up, thrown against a wall. They wouldn't even be able to move, which means Rom, this guy's going to have so much room to move. He doesn't have to worry about anything. Although maybe the X factor has to be the Charizard. Maybe Dev's job is to bypass everybody, use that Unite, and just fly on top of this Inteleon.
It's an unbelievable team fight Unite move. Maybe one of the best in the entire game. Sarah Ledge gonna come in for a contest with that in the current metagame, but it is unbelievably strong. One of the interesting things in the item build that is marking out to me for Onyx Rise is Aluna on that Slowbro is locking in full heal. So a lot of times we see the Slowbro with the eject button to have that extra bit of range to lock down a single target with Slow Beam. Instead, they are being very wary of all that lockdown that you were just mentioning. Their job is to stop Vidopo up from securing the Rayquaza.
So that's
lock that Pokemon down.
That's more pressure on Tomato and Kokoda to lock him down, because now you can't just be like, oh, we'll just use Unites, we'll just use Wood Hammers. They have to worry about the full heal. So I mean, if they're able to stop that Slowbro, I mean, who knows? Maybe the full heal is the solution here to ensure that they get that lockdown. But here we go, game number 1, Onyx Rise versus Zeta Division. Onyx on the back foot, they have to win this series if they want to stay in the competition.
This is so big. The stakes could not be higher for this roster. In fact, you said they were 0-2 to their previous set as well. A 2-0 is necessary here for them to really keep their tournament dreams alive. Zoe going to start things off with a quick score on the Umbreon, try to mitigate that weaker early game of Umbreon and get to that evolution as quickly as possible.
Yeah, was thinking of getting the berry, but Zoe will back out instead, and no KO. So this is already a bit of a victory here for this little Eevee. And also gave a little bit of room for Dev to get his experience as well. Nothing too crazy. I'm surprised we saw no invades.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty tame game, especially when we have Dratini versus Cubfu in the central area. Two Pokemon that are very susceptible to getting invaded, but a lot of game ones will tend to be this way. A lot of respect given to either roster. They want to play a little careful in some of these early moments, but now we have an Urshifu on one side and a Dragonair on the other.
This matchup is so foreign to me at the moment, because normally we would see Zeta going all out, but the fact that both teams are running these mid-game tempo control lineups, it's really going to come down to this first team fight. Who wins that and who's going to come out on top? Obviously up top we are seeing this Urshifu causing a lot of grief to Zeta Division. Does get the score in, but Topo is here, but as a Dragonair, do they have the firepower? They do. They will get rid of the Urshifu, which is a massive win for the team, and Charmeleon almost going down to the Drizzile. Rom coming in for support, the attacker rotating, come on.
I mean, Zeta Division, called him Garbage John. Zeta Division loves these rotations, and Vidopo landing 2 unbelievably important electric type boosted auto attacks from Dragonair. They have, when they're in that Dragonair stage, they have a couple of different types of boosted autos they can hit where they rotate between. The electric type stuns the enemy, and they were able to line up multiple KOs in a row. Unbelievably good early game moment for Zeta Division.
Yeah, Rom did go down in that bottom lane, so great KO from Onyx. They are trying to wrestle this control away, and they're going to be able to get Vitopo as well. So Dragonair going down. No Dragonite for you. You can stay as a danger noodle for a little bit longer. And now I think the aggression is going to continue, because we know Eeyore Water Bear, you want to fight on the pad.
Oh, exactly. The Flux Zone is an illusion. It is a runway for Urshifu to try to earn some damage. However, Eldegoss and War Turtle, some pretty defensive Pokemon in their own right. Eeyore's going to take a big boosted from the War Turtle.
Miss Hurricane.
Going to bounce off a Miss Hurricane. They don't have the opportunity to follow up on it, and Charmeleon deals way more damage than people give it credit for. A very tough middle evening.
Yeah, if he can get the Charizard in the middle of this fight, it would be such a big turning point for this team. We do see an evolution. Blastoise is there. It's a rapid spin Blastoise as well, chipping him down to half health. We still have the Wish coming out from the Umbreon to give the sustain for this team. And we have a big push from Onyx Rise. They want this top pad. They say, we don't want to give you that map control. This lane is ours.
Okay, I mean, we begged the question, are they going to jump into the early game against Zeta Division? And Onyx Rise have answered with a resounding yes. They're going to focus on the Regieleki, of course, the score focus objective, the tempo focus objective, and give up some EXP in the bottom side. No matter what, I don't think you're winning that one against a Dragonite and Inteleon, two of the best secure Pokemon in the entire game. So that will go to Zeta Division. But scoring pressure and lead pressure is still in the hands of Onyx Rise.
Yeah, Onyx need to keep up this pressure. Even though they won that top lane, you've now got to start taking that lane in that bottom lane. And if they can actually try and win this, it would be huge. But they did not get the Reggie in that bottom lane, so they're missing out on some buffs. Onyx has, Eeyore has been spotted. And I think for Onyx, they're just going to say, guys, we back up a little bit. Let's reset. set, we find that next opportunity. Don't run into them head on. We find that chink and we crack their armor.
Yeah, it's tough to do against Zeta Division, though, a team that is well known for playing a very tight-packed compositions and lining up together.
Oh!
Snipe shot plus a hyper beam. I mean, we talked about how it's secure for wild Pokemon. How about for player Pokemon as well?
I mean, if there's an Inteleon, everything's a wild Pokemon, right? So
Yeah, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. I think Vidopo really leans into that.
yeah, interesting decision though. So Onyx, they are focusing in that bottom lane, whereas for top lane, they've basically just given this away to Zeta Division. So it seems like for Onyx, they have a plan. They've decided to basically disengage at the one time where Zeta have a big power spike, right? They've got all of their third evolutions. They want to fight with all their unites. Do not engage into a tree and a Blastoise.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Onyx Rise is kind of playing a little bit of footsie with the side of Zeta Division.
They have
little engagements. They're going on these, but they don't want to take these big team fights. You're right. The Unite moves out of Zeta Division in team fights are going to be so tough to deal with. So instead, we're going to try to force these little 1v1s and invasion strategies. Luna able to walk away, scald for a bit of damage to try to prevent the score, but 11 points will still go in for Tomato.
Yeah, it could have been denied if that Fire Blast was a little bit more to the side, but sometimes you're just not that lucky. Zoe scouting for the team. Vision, so important for the team. Axe Q here, they're coming in with the cram, doing half health damage there to the Blastoise. Luckily, hasn't been caught out. Oh, but the snipe shots, you've got to be so careful. Look at Rom. The predictions from this man, they are so clean.
What a tough choice for Zoe to have to make, right? Is do I engage on Umbreon, do I block the snipe shots? And either way, it all comes down to a fight like this. Urshifu will clean up that Registeel. That Unite move hitting absolutely everybody. That Registeel buff doing wonders for them. Great Blastoise response from Kakata to top the goals on that tier number 1. Urshifu is in the back line with a Trivida Unite move. Hits absolutely everybody. Tomato is locking them all down, but it's Umbreon with the response. Zoe gets the KO, but no scores out in the goal zone. And a snipe shot from max range from Rom is going to add another KO to the leaderboard.
And now it looks like it might be Zeta Division advancing onto Onyx Rise, who've run out of gas. It's actually down to their final 2 core players, Eeyore and Dev. If they can somehow stall things out, this team could potentially try and go for the save, even committing the Unite as well onto the Blastoise, as well as that Dragonite. They will get the Dragonite. Blastoise really wants to sustain, not enough. The Charizard will burn him down. Eeyore, though, his team is a little bit too late, so he will be going down. Unite's been used on Rom. Great way to zone back Onyx, and I think these two teams, they're going to have a bit of a breather here, because if they keep going, these objectives are going to start slowly spawning back, and you do not want to be in the middle of a fight when that Reggie spawns in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can have those post-fight shenanigans for a little bit, but don't hold on too long, because you'll be giving up some huge experience. I actually think if any of those kind of post-fight moments were the big ones, it's Charizard picking up the knockout onto the Blastoise. Now we have a level 12 Charizard for Onyx Rise, and now they ticked over to 13. So hit the 13 at 3. That is huge.
These levels for Onyx, their macro is on point for this game, and especially with the late game potential that can come out from Zeta Division as well. Now, even though you have a level advantage, we have seen teams in the past managed to crush them based on being able to just find that one opening, getting that one pick off before a Pokemon can unite. Basically making any kind of opening for them. And we know Zeta, they're a very crafty team. They are very opportunistic. If they see that opening, they will go for it. So Onyx need to keep themselves composed. Don't give them that opening.
Absolutely not. Ooh, interesting. Full heal from Aluna to try to walk away from the Woodhammer, but they're going to get hit by the second. They're locked down. Slowbro, the master of locking down, is locked themselves. And now that objective is going to have to be given up. That Regirock going to go easily into the hands of Zeta Division. Slowbro's respawning. Rayquaza's coming in about 12 seconds. Onyx Rise going to give up the objective, but they do earn some positioning, but Zoe's spotted out, and they have to bail.
They have to bail, and this is a really great buff for Zeta Division as well. Defensive buffs, it's going to allow you to out-survive some of the damage output from Onyx Rise. So for Onyx, I'm not sure what the plan is here. Are you the ones to bait Zeta? Is it Zeta to be the ones to try and fight into Onyx? Because at the moment, Zeta are leading in terms of points.
Yeah, Onyx has to make the here. You can't allow it to be a secure race.
The snipes!
Dragonite, snipe shot damage from Pokemon. Axew takes basically their entire HP bar already. Dev is trying to use their Unite move in the backline, but they haven't found an appropriate target just yet. They grabbed the Blastoise mid Unite move. Thank you, Charizard buff. And now Dev is raining down that fire from the heavens. Aluna going to use that full heal to try to make themselves a little bit more relevant in the fight, but the damage has been done by Zeta Division. They've earned the spacing. Rayquaza starts getting hit, but Cramorant joins the battle.
Oh, but Cram goes down though. He was right in front of Vitopo, so a Hyper Beam to the face takes him down. It's down to EO as well as Illuna. But this Urshifu can't do this all on his own. This Slowbro, if this man somehow manages to make the Rayquaza steal of his life, he can still save the game for his team, trying to survive with the Scold, but with no Scold, there's no secure. And Zeta Division getting the Rayquaza and potentially locking game number 1. What an intense Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, just how they drew it up, right? No, not everything goes according to plan, but in the end, it will be that Rayquaza secure after an amazing team fight win. I mean, honestly, we saw ONIC rise with a few great engagements. They pick out a few targets, but that Dragonite is untouched that entire fight. And Vitopo is able to Dragon Dance around the competition and land some key Hyper Beams and take those knockouts.
I actually feel like it's Rom. Rom was a big factor for why ONIC weren't able to really advance onto Zeta Division. We saw so many snipes, basically cutting the entire ONIC roster's line health bars in half. And especially for something like a Cram, the Cram is basically almost an insta one-shot if you're at full health from that snipe shot. So the fact that even Illuna, a Slowbro, can't stand his ground against Zeta, I have a feeling if this Inteleon does not get stolen away, it has to be banned in that next matchup. You cannot give Rom that level of control.
Attacker bans in this day and age, I mean, that feels so risky. But
it's
I think
Zeta Division.
I know. Honestly, maybe we have to agree with you on this point. That Inteleon was unbelievable. I mean, Rom simply not missing in some of those moments. I think he hit Axe-Q like mid-dive animation at one point. And you're right, they're losing over half their HP with every snipe shot. And honestly, every boosted auto attack is taking about half their HP as well.
It's insane.
So if Rom is untouched at the backline, that is a problem for ONIC to deal with. But if Vitopo is untouched while dancing around Rayquaza, that's also a problem. So Zeta Division really playing to all of their outs so well.
Yeah, and I think another thing we need to talk about is just the fact that Zeta were also quite tanky. They had a lot of health bars on their Pokemon on the front lines, and so a lot of the bursts that came out from ONIC Rise, it would always be just short, so that there would still be a Hydro Typhoon, there would still be a Phantom Forest. You would think you'd get them, but it's just at that last moment, they had that last hurrah, giving Zeta that opening to just turn things around. This is where drafting in Pokemon Unite has added such a deep level of gameplay to the game, because now it's not just a matter of like, I get to play what I want.
Right.
You now have to think about, what am I dealing with in this game? Am I okay to let this Pokemon through and have to deal with a Typhoon, a Wood Hammer? Am I okay with being sniped by an Inteleon from range? Because I said this before earlier today, and I'll say it again, Inteleon has not been in the meta in Asia for quite a while. It very much fell off, and I almost feel like these teams, they've forgotten how to play against Inteleon. They've kind of forgotten that, hey, there's probably going to be a scouting snipe shot.
Yeah, it's true. That poke damage is pretty tough. And when you're trying to out-heal that poke damage with just a Wish Umbreon, that is extremely difficult. It's a lot of healing, but it's very slow.
Delayed healing.
And it's single-targeted. But, I mean, when Rom is putting up numbers like that, I mean, good luck out-healing 113,000 damage. Unbelievable.
Can I remind all of you as well, this is a controller Inteleon. This
Yes.
is not mobile. So this man, I think if you do give him a mobile phone and he does learn it, I don't think anyone lets Inteleon through. Or this man.
Rom is cracked on the sticks, and I don't say that till the day I go home, because truly this Inteleon is in a world of its own. I'm glad that Rom's getting that player of the game, because I mean,
he deserves it.
When you have those beams, when you have those snipe shots, you really got to focus on what is starting or ending the team fights. It felt like Rom was doing both and on their Inteleon.
Yeah, so what's the plan here for ONIC? Do you now have to think about Rom? Do you need to think about banning his Inteleon? The thing is, Axe-Q can also play Inteleon as well. So there is a potential of a steal, because ONIC do have access to that first pick. But the problem is, if you go for the steal, you're basically showing the Inteleon card from the first pick.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Danily. I'm curious about how that's going to play out. I like ONIC taking first pick, though. The Mimikyu is going to be less likely to be banned away in this matchup, something that I know a lot of APAC really likes to play. But that being said, Zeta Division is going to stick stick to it.
So smart the Mimikyu ban, because
Of
if
course.
Inteleon goes through, Mimikyu is a fantastic way for Dev to get on top of the Inteleon.
That, from watching the VODs of all of the APAC matches, that has always been the biggest difference maker for Onyx Rise. It has been Dev on the Mimikyu, and that being denied by Zeta Division, a big brain play.
Am I seeing a different kind of, okay, no. Vitopo's like, no. I was thinking about it, no. Wrong kind of dragon type, okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, teams love to tease us with some of these highlights on their picks for sure. But ooh, interesting, Onyx doing a little bit of the same, currently hovering that Zera aura. Once again, no surprise.
I gotta ask some people some questions about the Zera
Uh-huh.
aura. The fact that this Pokemon is making a comeback, I have to ask them outright. But it's the wrong kind of bear. All right, never mind.
Yeah, we'll go with the water bear
It's
instead.
yellow, but it's the wrong kind of yellow. So.
EO are going to be locking in that pick again, but the difference maker is going to be this Slowbro out and this Mamoswine in, and most importantly, Onyx going with a double defender composition, so going all in on that bulk. Again, we saw it with the Slowbro and Umbreon last time. This time, more tank.
More tank, but the one thing I'm looking at here is that Delphox for Axeq, because we have not seen a lot of respect for the Delphox, and against tankier lineups like this, it's great, but look at the Talonflame coming out from Dev. This Pokemon, they've had whispers of Talonflame coming back.
Okay, I mean...
There's a reason for it as well, and is that he's the first pick on the side of Zeta Division. Rom is going to potentially have nightmares from Dev.
For sure. I mean, this Inteleon is going to be focused every single time by this Talonflame. That makes a lot of sense. The tough part is the rest of the targets get very complicated. We're going into double defender as well. Talonflame can contend in some of those moments, and honestly, preventing yourself by getting crowd controlled via a fly is huge. So, Dev actually might be using this fly a little more defensively than we might imagine in some of these team fights, but in those roaming moments, the Talonflame's going to be hunting for the intel.
Yeah, but I also have eyes on Axeq here, because I feel he's going to play such a pivotal role in just preventing Tomato and Kokoda from doing what they're supposed to do, right? The whole point of these double defenders is you want them to run into the opponent and basically set up for the team, right? You want to run in Hydro Typhoon or Surf or whatever you want to really do. But Delphox's Unite is such a good disengage. Whether it be if you want to disengage at an objective, at a choke point, the slow and heal reduction is massive, especially for Trevenant, because this Pokemon relies on its heal.
Yeah, I've always thought that the Delphox into the Trevenant is one of the best matchups, and oh my word, look at the badges for Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Gold, 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 green. So
They play a lot of Unite.
A whole lot of games on these Pokemon in particular as well. One of my favorite things about the World Championships is getting to see that mastery showcase. Sorry, I guess a bit of a look behind the scenes. I don't think the viewers at home got to see those badges, but I was stunned.
It's okay. We're all allowed to be a little bit excited here. But game number 2 for Rise versus Zeta Division. Now for Onyx, unfortunately, the 2-0 dream is not possible. 2-1 is, but they will also be putting the fate of their hands in that final matchup for Zeta, right? Which, again, you don't want it to happen, but they can't afford to lose this matchup now.
Yeah, you want to control your destiny as much as you can.
And they've gone for this very interesting lineup. And if this is not going to work for this team, they are basically out of the running for playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be real rough, so Onyx needs to buckle down and find a way to take out this Zeta Division squad. Not an easy task by any means, obviously evidenced by the scoreline and just by the history that this team has had this year.
Yep, so far, nothing too crazy for these lanes. We do have a Leafeon rotation in that bottom lane, and yeah, Onyx kind of don't want to show their faces when a Leafeon is there, because it's quite difficult to do anything as a poor little Fennekin. So Axeq and Illuna just biding their time, waiting for Eeyore to come in and provide assistance, because it's really going to have to come down to the experience from these Altaria and Swablu. So who's going to make the first move? It's going to be Eeyore, jumping straight onto Zeta Division. He doesn't get the KOs, but all he did was zone. He wanted to give that experience to Axeq, and now he's a Braxian. Yeah,
every Surging Strike used to actually close the gap to get into that melee range does not have enough to really close out the knockouts. But either way, it shows a great adaptation from Onyx Rise to be able to rotate to that bot path first. They know where that Leafeon is going to show up because of how Zeta Division played in Game 1. Amazing response to really read the enemy team's move.
Oh, Dev, really good water gun coming out from Kokoda, preventing him from being able to go back onto the goals. zone. Eeyore is here though, but again, just the Hydro Pump. The stun from that, so annoying for a Pokemon like the Urshifu that wants to just get in your face uncontested.
Yeah, that Hydro Pump is so interesting. You lose a little bit of the damage game in when you start going into the rapid spin, but it helps your early game so much with that lating phase. The secure, the slow of the enemies included with your boosted auto attacks. It really, I mean, we casted so much Blastoise back in the day, Dan. It's been a while, but we definitely have seen the complete competitive suite that this Pokemon has.
Yeah, I think we've seen every build for this Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure.
Some Pokemon just suck in one build and you're just like, kind of feel a little bit bad for them. Again though, pressure coming in into that bottom lane. Onyx, again, applying, they have to apply all this early game pressure because they know that mid-game power spike really kicks in for Zeta Division. So if they can break those goal zones, that's really what they're aiming for here. So scoring as many points as possible. Tomato's doing the best that he can, but he's just a Trevenant.
Just the Trevenant, especially into that Delphox as a challenging matchup. And hey, a 4-player dedication by Onyx Rice into this bottom path is doing them a lot of favors. Problem is Zeta Division is having a whole lot of success in the top path. They're holding the points lead, and with that Regieleki countdown and no member of Onyx Rice even nearby, it's going to be a trade of objectives unless Zeta Division can steal away this Regirock with the tree.
Yep, that was such a quick Regieleki as well. So can they burst it down? It looks like it's going to be some free experience and a defensive buff going in the way of Onyx. Now, they're going to have to deal with this Regieleki top lane because you don't want to let this through. It'll be some free points, but Rom is in the central area. You've got to be careful. He's level 7. He hits hard.
Yeah, there's that Zeta Division rotation, right? We take that objective, we push for vision, and we rotate all the way through the central area of the enemy lineup. So, some good success there. This Delphox, though, I feel, has yet to make a mark on the matchup, but it could be huge, especially as we level scale. We're going with Mystical Fire and Fire Spin, so going all in on the cooldown reduction build. As many Fire Spins as you can possibly get if you're landing those Mystical Fires.
Yeah, and I think this is really fitting for this particular game because you really want to play keep away with these defenders, right?
Sure,
so just fire spin, fire spin, fire spin, stay away from me, but also at the same time, it's going to threaten everyone on the side of Zeta Division because you walk into a fire spin, you're setting yourself up for Eeyore to jump on top of you, and even Dev on that Talonflame, right? If you see anybody, that's basically the go call to get the knockout.
That's true. Yeah, speaking of Dev, I haven't seen this Talonflame join many fights at all. Been pretty focused on scoring and building up that attack weight a little bit in the early game. Blastoise going to get a bit of poke damage done and push out for a bit of space, but it's that double defender core of Zeta Division that is now peeling back to the goal zone. Because we have another Leafeon invade. I mean, Vidopo is making their home in the enemy central area.
I think the unfortunate thing, he can't get any solo knockouts because there's no one to knock out their own lane. So he's just running around trying to figure things out. Getting buffs, I think this is really the best thing you can hope for, but they got the Hydro Pump on Eeyore. Maybe that would have been a secured knockout. So missed opportunity, unfortunately. And Dev, he just flies out. He's like, no thanks.
Yeah, I think almost assuredly, right? But even a big moment like that feels like icing on the cake for Zeta Division right now. Camping out in those tall grass, hoping that one Pokemon just maybe walks by, luckily. But they are going to take down this Regieleki. Talonflame flying is a little bit close, but you know it's certain doom if you go after the Regieleki in that moment.
Yeah, it's too much damage as well. I mean, Zeta Division, you can see how quickly they go through those objectives. So if Onyx aren't ready to go into those fights before it even begins, they're going to basically just not get there in time. We are seeing some Unites. Rom also almost got taken out, but he popped the Unite just in time, has the shielding, but they're still going to try and go for the chase. They will finally get the Inteleon and the Leafeon, so all the burst damage is gone on the side of Zeta, so they are going to have to be in full retreat. No push with the Regieleki, unfortunately, but big victory for Onyx Rise.
Feels like Onyx Rise have slowed things down a little bit this time around. I mean, Dev using a Talonflame Unite move essentially to push Regieleki back and buy them some more time, more than anything else. But we're going to have another moment for this Talonflame to try to play out, but it's a Leafeon with the immediate execute. Vidopo finds the Emerald two-step spot and is able to take out the Talonflame. Eeyore's going to be putting in 48 in the top path, which will push them into the lead, but Zeta Division aiming for a big siege on Tier 1.
And it's another defensive buff there. Regirock buff going in favor of Zeta Division. So with this buff, you want to push, and you know Eeyore is in the top lane, so he needs time to make it down to that bottom lane. Does Onyx want to continue to try and fight into this? Trevenant down to half health, and these fire spins, as you can see now, they're starting to cause this Trevenant some grief. He does manage to Horn Leech out of there. They've caught the Mammoth Swine. This is a tanky defender. He can't even get out with the Earthquake.
Yeah, I think Luna's Ice Fang getting actually canceled by the Hydro Pump and the Blastoise there for a moment. Really timing. Big push by Dev, though. Chases down Rom. Already used. 2, so there's no more escape tools for the Inteleon, and now this is Onyx Rise's chance to push. Festival Fireworks to really debuff all that healing, get in some extra damage, but it's Eeyore and Zoe going to be the front line. Eeyore going into the enemy flux zone to try to chase an additional knockout. 29 points in top and a few more in bottom. Count that 40. Onyx Rise holding on to a very substantial lead.
Holding on to a lead, trying to hold on to game number 2 and force that game number 3. It's not over yet though, 50 seconds to go. Gotta get those wild Pokemon and get that experience. Make sure you're as big as possible going into that Rayquaza fight. And as much as I want to put my faith into Onyx here to push that game number 3, you cannot disrespect Zeta here. You have to give them the utmost respect going into that Rayquaza fight. Find that opening, and I just love how Onyx have been doing that so far, using the flame sweep to catch Rom. As soon as they get him, they know he's down to half health. That's Dev's call to go in and just jump on top of him.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Great teamwork by Onyx Rise, but now they're going to have to put something else together. Gonna give up on this Regieleki. You are playing this very cautiously. They're actually going to avoid getting hit by any of those. That's a Unite move to kick things off. They're trying to chase down Rom. They get all the way to the back line, sets up a combo breaker, and Inteleon's already down. Moonlit Prance steals some of those shields, and now it's Blastoise. As then we have hit the final stretch. Urshifu down on one side, Inteleon on the other, and make that Leafeon as well as Dev finds a huge pickoff.
Zeta, they're falling apart. Rayquaza is up as well. This is the worst time to go down. And Aluna, his job now, you have to disrupt the defenders. That's your job as that Mammoth Swine. Freeze them, throw them in the air, toss them in the rubbish bin. You need to take this game number 2. But Rom is back, and we all know how much of an issue this Inteleon can be. Gets thrown into the whirlwind, but also knocked out at the same time. Dev, he's actually waiting outside. They cancelled because they saw Rom charging, but who gets the final hit? The Trevenant! He steals the Rayquaza! Onyx so close yet so far. Tomato pulling magic out of thin air.
I mean, Zeta Division kind of rocked the later stages of that fight. Onyx Rise with a few really bad mistakes that really punished them, but Zeta Division coming up in huge moments. Those double defenders teed up in perfect spot. Obviously, Trevenant getting the last hit. Now they do have to score. It's 235 to 212, a minute left on the clock.
It's going into Delphox as well. Delphox's Unite is so good at ripping through those shields, and they still have a point lead. It's just for Onyx and Zeta, they have to find the right lane to score in right now.
Onyx Rise, I mean, this is one of the most important matches of their entire Unite career, and there's 40 seconds left. They have to defend these tier 2s.
Tomato!
Eject button to score, and that's a hundo from the tree. Zeta Division now hold the lead. 30 seconds remain. Urshifu dedicated to the bottom path to hit below those shields. Everybody else trying to shut them down, but Tomato finds the hole in the armor. Huge play for Tree.
Huge play for Tree. 20 seconds to go. Could we potentially see any kind of back cap play from Onyx Rise? Dev is in no position as that Talonflame to go for the back caps. I think that's going to be it. Zeta Division securing 2-0 in this matchup and eliminating Onyx Rise from the Pokémon UNITE World Championships.
Zeta Division, this team from Japan has been a household name this year, competing at international event after international event, and now Worlds is where they are making yet another mark on our scene.
Oh my gosh, I'm shaking after that Rayquaza fight. It was so close.
Unreal.
But the fact, you know, Rom's existence can shake an entire team. And just when I saw him run next to the Rayquaza pit, I saw Onyx, we saw Dev, that man backed out. The entire team backed out because they didn't want to give him the opportunity to steal with that snipe shot because they also couldn't body block. They didn't have anybody that was tanky enough to do so. And I think as well, Mammoth Swine, right? Mammoth Swine did the best that he could to keep Rom locked down, but Rayquaza apparently was on Zeta Division side with the whirlwind.
Yeah, a bit of a nasty whirlwind, but at that point, Mammoth Swine had barely any hit points either. But it will be Vidobo taking the Player of the Game award on this Leafeon. Just 4 knockouts and 56,000 damage, but take a look at that score. 236 on the back of an unbelievable moment for Zeta Division in those final moments of that game. And Vidobo, an unbelievable player for this team. Plays for vision, plays for offense, and is always applying pressure to the enemy side.
And he's so versatile as well. He doesn't really pigeonhole himself into a particular play style. He can play those all-rounders. He can play those speedsters. So whatever the team needs, Vitopo is just so reliable. And, you know, this is just the first game we've seen of this team at the World Championships. We haven't seen any other games yet. So I have questions, okay?
Yeah, I got a few as well. I mean, one was Talonflame. That happened. But Zeta Division obviously found the response, was not thwarted off by an interesting pick like that, was able to find the strategy that was clearly the winning strategy. A 2-0 victory for them, and now we have, unfortunately, one Japanese team eliminated from our tournament in Reject, but Zeta Division and Federal dreams very much alive, very likely to be moving on into day 2.
I think at this point, yeah, it's almost, I think it's guaranteed actually.
I never say guaranteed
Zeta
because
Division.
I've been wrong a lot, but I think it's very likely.
Quite possibly. I won't question your judgment there at all, but
you should.
Look, I kind of wish we get to see more Zeta Division on the main stage, but I don't believe they're doing any more main stage games. We could be wrong, okay? Things could change. But
no guarantees.
I mean, we've just seen one game from this team, and it's sad to know that Onyx Rise, unfortunately, we won't see them moving forward, but just they gave Zeta a run for their money in game
100%.
number 2.
Yeah, 100%.
Right
that
until the Rayquaza.
That final fight could have really went either way. Zeta Division had a few key moments, I think, that set them apart, but Onyx Rise definitely had their moments as well. Eeyore's Urshifu looking absolutely unbelievable in some of those moments. I was very, very impressed by that player on Onyx Rise.
Absolutely. So Zeta, we will be seeing this team potentially moving on, but it looking very positive at this point of time.
100%.
I think there's a lot of expectations here for Zeta. Do you actually think, just after seeing this matchup, how would you think this team would fare up against a team such as Fusion? Because we've seen that matchup in the past, okay?
Yeah.
Do you actually think this version of Zeta is better than the previous version that we've seen?
Well, see, that's such an interesting question, Danley, because Game 1 was the previous version, right? We went back to Inteleon Dragonite, what they were so well known for on the worldwide stage at USC. What if they were always the same?
They were the same!
I mean, you got to go back to what works, and it certainly did in game number 1. And I mean, Tomato is a player that we have been singing the praises of all year long. Definitely one of our players to watch of the entire tournament, especially on this Trevenant. It's truly a playmaker kind of player, and I mean, that's who you want at the helm, and Zeta Division has definitely been using them extremely well.
I'm glad you brought up Tomato. I don't know why teams give him Trevenant. I think that's the first mistake. You can't really give him his signature defender because he kind of does a little bit too much with the Trevenant. Too many openings. I think he's played too much Trevenant. I think you kind of have to ban it. You got to take it away. But I do sense really good things about the Delphox pick that we saw in AXQ.
Yeah,
I would
we
love
might see that again.
I want to see more teams experiment with the Delphox because it was considered a counter back when Trevenant was also. I mean, Trevenant's been meta for how long now? Maybe I'm talking out of my mouth, but
no, it's been forever.
But the fact that Trevenant was a big meta choice, like way back, and Delphox was again back then a top choice. I'm surprised we're not seeing more Delphox.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, Fire Spin works so well into a lot of those all-rounders or defender-based compositions, and it's also got a buff recently, right? So thanks to Shadow Flame, it was getting even stronger. But we have so many exciting games in this tournament, Danley, and more are going to be on the way. We'll be back to more competitive Pokemon Unite right after this break. Welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE World Championships, and we're two cool guys.
We are so cool because we get to cast one of the coolest games that we got. And of course, they couldn't go a tournament without us being together.
That's
you know, they
true.
tried to separate us, but we're just too cool for that.
We're just too cool. It's simple. It's simple. Black glasses should be a held item in Pokemon UNITE. That should happen. But,
Ooh, I like that.
just to give everyone a quick heads up, our next matchup on stage is going to be MYS versus Fluffy Nemesis. However, Fluffy Nemesis just coming off a very hot win on the B stage. I think they just won against Yellow Bingo in a 2-0 fashion. So we're going to be pulling up a bit of VOD for you just a little bit so we can go over what happened in that last match while we get some time set up so MYS and Fluffy Nemesis can have their matchup. Fluffy Nemesis, one of the last NA teams in this tournament.
Yeah, one of the last bastions. I mean, Orange Juicers did, of course, off broadcast. If anybody hasn't been following along with the bracket, it is ridiculous, but they pulled through just barely making it to day two. Two other teams, of course, both NA teams that have the world champion players on them, eliminated in the group stage, very close to making it out. But Nemesis, Fluffy Nemesis, is gonna have to be the one that, if we want to have a good showing to push through.
Absolutely, yeah. Fluffy Nemesis is gonna have the showcase they want, and clearly they're starting well. A 2-0 victory over Yala Bingo is a great way to start. I mean, Nouns Esports has made EU look amazing already in this tournament, so a lot of eyes turns towards them. So Yala Bingo, you know, no slouches. So Fluffy Nemesis being able to take them down is huge. But MYS is a team that is extremely well known.
I have to interrupt really quickly. We got some word. Actually, they're 1-1. They're playing on the B stage right now, and we may be actually just going to that game.
All right.
Yala Bingo, of course, we haven't had a chance to talk about them very much. They, of course, are a very strong European team that we obviously haven't quite seen on broadcast, but wow, 1-1 here. This is huge.
All right, hey, that is what we are jumping into. We'll get the names sorted out for you on the screen in just a moment. But hey, two cool guys on the B stage. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, we got the cool guys to watch all the other matches. But no, honestly, very excited for this. I'm curious as much as everybody out there how they ended up at a 1-1. But you know what? It doesn't matter. This is the game that matters.
Okay, interesting. So Fluffy Nemesis is going to pick up that Gyarados, a Pokemon that has seen very interesting results in our tournament so far. One of the Pokemon closer to that 50% win rate range. It's really interesting. It wins some games, it dominates some others, and it's absolutely tragic in others. So, going to be interesting to see if Fluffy Nem can use it to its best ability.
Yes, Gyarados is tragic. The Magikarp that is the real tragedy. But interestingly enough, we are going to see, of course, Potato on the signature Buzz Wall, and it does look like we're going to get a Mew pick at the end. So this is looking like a very high burst damage team from Yalla Bingo. Of course, a lot of slams from a few of the different Pokemon there, and then a good amount of burst to try and follow it up.
And it's not anti-dive in the way of having a lot of extra damage or crowd control when the dive comes in, but it is anti-dive in the realm of just survivability. Sylveon and Mew are two attackers in a role that is historically known for being squishier, are generically very tanky Pokemon, and their Unite moves are incredible at avoiding damage. Two of the best, honestly, in the entire class. So having those as options into Trainer's Leafeon is really going to help them.
Especially paired alongside a Hoopa, where you only need a little bit of extra time of surviving to be able to get into that portal, get into safety. So a lot of really cool synergy as far as the survivability from that team. Very, very cool to see.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a very solid, I think, just kind of normal front-to-back team that we are going to be seeing from the other side, from Fluffy Nemesis. A lot of really strong meta picks.
Yeah, exactly. Front to back, and then that X Factor with the Leafeon is what we're looking at, right? So it's going to be an amazing game, and I mean, the stakes couldn't be higher. This is starting off the group, and we are tied 1-1 in this set already. So remember, we're jumping in mid-match, everybody, because we're cool guys, and it's tied up 1-1. This is going to be an intense matchup. I think the draft looks really solid either direction. Clearly, both these teams have built up a strategy they are sticking to, not really bending to the other team's will at all. They're playing what they want to. So let's get into it. Game 3 between Fluffy Nemesis and Yalla Bingo.
Ooh, we get to start with a Game 3 because we're cool guys. But we are going to see, I think, pretty standard options as far as where everybody's going to go. And of course, one more reminder to everybody, this is on the B stage. So huge shout outs to production for being able to get us this match. That's why you're not seeing any of the pictures or so on. This is extra credit for only extra cool guys, and of course all of an extra cool chat. We're already seeing the aggression from Potato up top on that Buzzwole. Great eject button to get away from that.
Yeah, Potato, one of the best Buzzwole players literally worldwide. It gets very close to taking out Metallic on that Magikarp, but just comes a little bit shy. Now they're going to deal with the Leafeon, but that will be Sylveon with the response. 60s on a huge rotation and takes that first knockout of the game.
Oh, this is so aggressive. Yalla Bingo, we've known them very well. They can be one of the most dominant teams that we've seen. Their aggression, their ability to brawl is second to none. Sometimes so they just run into that wall, but you let them play their game, and that is their game.
Yeah, maybe one of the most momentum-based teams that we have ever got the chance to cover, right? You and I primarily covering North America and EU. Yalla Bingo fits that mold to a T. But now, obviously, this is the time you want that momentum to pick up when you were at the World Championships.
There may be no other more important time.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, this is a gigantic deal, especially in one of what is considered one of the most difficult groups. But we are going to be pushing down on bottom. We're going to see the Hyper Voice coming out from Sylveon. That's been a lot less popular recently, but it is doing a lot of damage right now, being able to pick up the KO on that poor little Phantom, still being gatekept from evolving.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty huge alongside that Mew, right? Hyper Voice to reduce the special defense of any target they're hitting with that huge scream, and then that's going to be Mew trying to double down on the damage. But if we're going to think of any moment to call out as successful so far, it's most likely the fact that it's taken Metallic this long to evolve. They got it before that 8-minute mark, which is kind of the benchmark you're looking for, but still, this Buzzwole has been out-leveling the Gyarados.
Yeah, and getting so many more stacks. I mean, that was 4 points until just a second ago on the side of Fluffy Nemesis, so they've got to be really happy about that. If you're Potato, if you're on the side of Potato, but look at that sneaky little mid-evolution between Inteleon. I always forget the name, even though I really liked it.
It's Drizzile, and he's just in a phase. Don't worry about it.
All right.
But it will be the blue buff going down to the Mew. So interesting rotation of the central area. Mew and Sylveon, both Pokemon that don't need a ton of experience, so they're very willing to share. Whoever needs it at any moment can grab that EXP, get those levels, and join these team fights that much stronger.
Yeah, I feel like we're just really hitting a lot of these power spikes somewhat for Fluffy Nemesis. They finally got the Trevenant on board. They get the Gyarados to level up. We're getting close to, well, we basically just hit evolution level as well for the Inteleon with the Snipe Shot. So now they can really compete in these fights. That was the strength of having something with Buzzwole and Mew and Sylveon and Hoopa, is you're just like, we're going to fight all the time, and we don't care about what you're going to do about it.
Yeah, absolutely not. And one thing I just thought about, I don't even remember the bans at this point in time, but yeah, no Charizard, no Sarilege, have to imagine those getting banned away. Regieleki taking a whole lot of damage. Internal with a great call out on where Metallic is, finds them in that tall grass. No chance of a theft, and Metallic will abandon ship on that Gyarados, headed to the enemy central area.
Ooh, that's a little cheeky, as one would say. Some Unites coming out, though, from the side of Yala Bingo. They're really trying to defend that gold zone, and they're getting a counter push. Huge Electro Ball coming out of the Mew. They're going to be resetting a lot of their members. 3 coming back through that Hoopa portal. Hyper Voice is going to go a little bit wide, but at the very minimum, it's going to say you have to run backwards while we're seeing Metallic get some scores in.
Yeah, not a very team fight-centric matchup so far, right? Just little skirmishes kind of all across the board, but I feel like so far Yala Bingo has been the ones keeping the pace ahead in their direction. Potato getting in a ton of stacks on the top side of the map, and a few of these big moments being enabled by Marv on this Mamoswine or Lunder on the Mew. Big lineups for Yala Bingo so far. It's going to be up to Fluffy Nemesis for the respawns.
Fluffy Nemesis, we're still respawns with the respawns, but we're also still not used to saying Fluffy Nemesis recently picked up, and they've got to make a good showing of this, which they clearly already are, but they're just still fighting back from the back foot. They do have a lot of a level advantage, to be quite honest. Not a lot, but a significant amount, despite the fact that they're down on points, and that is the sign that it's like, okay, we finally hit our power spikes a few minutes ago. We're starting to catch back up with everything, but we still need to find some points, and they're just going to rush into the other side of the map, I guess. That's one way to do it. Oh, that stopped them from going in. That launched them all up.
Oh, that's such a perfect move. Dragon Current knocking up everybody, so that portal is prevented. However, Light Screen plus Super Swole Slam is a recipe for disaster if you are Metallic. Buzzwole takes that takedown, takes a Snipe Shot as well as about half of that Razor Leaf damage, so a bit of a stay away from us kind of play, but they will make it back to the goal zone. Potato's impact will never be misunderstood. They are taking over moments of this game.
And that's what you expect from them when they're on that Buzzwole. And now that it's not super high in the meta, you very rarely are going to see that thing banned. So it's just going to be opportunity after opportunity. Right now, the opportunity is just trying to solo that Regieleki up top, getting challenged by Rex, but immediately bringing some allies up top with that Hoopa portal. And by allies, I guess I mean just the Hoopa. You're not going to be dealing all that much damage while they're fighting on bottom. Reggie-Ice already at half HP. Hyper Voice going to be absolutely melting it, quite literally. But unfortunately, they get the reset.
All right, they get the reset. They buy a little bit of time. A Yifan wants to turn back after that score. They might be able to sneak that Snipe Shot and take the score, but no, it will be the Sylveon to take it. Dragon Current again from Metallic, an early channel, but they're just going to be out of range. Everybody runs. I guess it's the same effect if they all run away.
Yeah, it's like a fear effect, I suppose.
Sure.
It's just, I guess, in quite a literal sense. But we have a very, very low Hoopa up there. That's very scary to me. We are going to see a little bit of fighting in the middle. Evolution's trying to go at it, but the best Evolution, the best Leon, or Eon, is the Inteleon, who's going to be the last one there to fight. Going with the Mamoswine, also chasing down with the Unite move.
Okay, interesting. I mean, a lot of Unite moves used at this point in the game. We'll clearly be able to earn them back, but a little combo play and teed up, and Lunder is able to take that knockout. Truly a master of the Mew in every sense of the word. 34 points go in for Potato on the Buzzwole, and the score tempo remains in Yala Bingo's hands, as has had the entire match.
I think the way they're playing this is so smart. They're doing such a good job of defending, as we're going to see Potato go down in the other side of the map, but they're doing such a good job of defending and holding on to this lead because I think they realize their late game scaling is maybe not quite as scary as Fluffy Nemesis is, so they've got to hold on to the advantage that they have and force them into an unfavorable position later in the game, which they've done a pretty good job of. They're still up by about 120 points.
Yeah, oh, definitely have that lead. 120, maybe not the biggest thing we've ever seen in the world, but hey, it is an impactful lead, especially when you're running this kind of team comp. If you're going into an Inteleon team composition, you want to have that point lead. You want to force the Inteleon to be the playmaker. It's a Pokemon that's not really suited to that. It doesn't take space. It wants to play from advantage.
Right, and especially as well, you having a Mew, you kind of get a little bit of that yourself, and being able to win on the Poke War by getting resets on your whole team with the Hoopa. So right now we're seeing a little bit more of a passive game. Some checks as we're only about 25 seconds away from the final stretch. There could be a burn down on this basement Reggie that's about to spawn. I think both teams are eyeing it, but may not actually go for it fully. It does look like Fluffy Nemesis really wants it. Only 14 seconds left. If they get engaged on, that's pretty scary.
Yeah, they're going to take that thing out very quickly. So Yalabingo playing a little more safe just because I don't think they had a vision of all 5 members, so they were expecting maybe a bit of a counter push or a back cap scenario. Plus, we'll great at shutting that down. So now that will be a buff to utilize in the final fight, but Fluffy Nemesis is still trailing in terms of points.
They are. They've got a slight level advantage, but they've got the opportunity to overpower Yalabingo here. A lot of it's going to be about positioning. We can see they're pretty spread out on the side of Fluffy Nemesis, and only Potato is really defending on the top for Yalabingo. Very quickly going to be able to rotate down if they need to, but that is a very far down Sylveon from Yalabingo.
Yeah, I mean, this flank being set up by Yalabingo pretty solid. It's just Potato being so patient. I love how they're playing with this lead. Buzzwell just going to protect the back caps. Metallic goes in. Dragon Kurt Hornleech goes a little wide, but they land that huge Unite move. Great play by Asnable. Metallic tries to chase on the Sylveon. That's a Unite move from 60s to try to gain some space.
Oh, and the Poopa Unbound being popped down at the bottom. Tier 1, that's a really interesting spot. A lot of damage starting to go onto the Rayquaza. Big Unite coming out from the Umbreon, stealing some shields. 2 members down now of Yalabingo. 2 heavy damage dealers as well. That's a huge deal. Hyper Voice trying to take down the Umbreon, but actually gets pushed away and flanked. Not able to get maximum damage. Rayquaza down to about 30% life. They stopped attacking it. They're trying to deal with the threats, but this could end up being a flip. One more KO. Here's Sylveon going down. No more Hyper Voice to try and take it, but there are still enemies there, and the last hit going to Fluffy Nemesis.
And it was the snipe shot too. Yeet Fan comes off of respawn, walks into that corridor and says, hey team, hit the Ray. I got this. Like a cool guy.
That's exactly what a cool guy would do. They would get KO'd, show up fashionably late to the party, and get in that most important moment. That's exactly what we saw. I was staring at all of the other threats that were around for both sides. I was not even paying attention to the potential of a snipe shot. Been very strong this tournament, but that is going to confirm that Fluffy Nemesis will win their first set in Game 3. Barely, I would say, against Yalabingo.
Woo-wee! All right, so our apologies for calling the score a little bit early, but very cool to see that the results remain the same. Fluffy Nemesis gonna take down Yalabingo 2-1. Now we're kind of just starting this group in terms of action, so it's not over for Yalabingo, not over for Fluffy Nemesis, and not over for MYS, who's still yet to play.
Yeah, that was like a prequel, you know? That was like, you release the, you know, when shows release like a little like teaser that's like, this is what happened before the show starts.
True.
That's exactly what it is.
I love those.
I do too, and I loved that. That was a great Game 3, so that does actually track. But MYS versus Fluffy Nemesis, now that we know how close this group is, I would also love to see MYS versus Yalabingo. Production, can we extend the day by about 6 hours so we can watch all the matches? Yeah, thank you, no problem. We're cool guys, they have to listen to us.
Yeah, we're really high demand for sure. Yeah, no, that is awesome. I can't wait to see this matchup. And now, MYS kind of had a front row seat to what Fluffy Nemesis is trying to do. Front row seat either on the B stage or on the main stage, because they got vision of either shot. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. I wonder if the strategies that MYS are going to be shaking up at the last minute after seeing some of those drafts. They're a Gyarados team on that Nemesis squad. So maybe you start making some adaptations into the heavy early game top path strats, try to slow down that Magikarp. I mean, really, the world's their oyster.
The world is their oyster. The world is a cloister. There are a lot of really good targets, though, for specifically Metallic, right? Metallic, of course, the newest member of the team, one of the strongest just in general players that I've ever seen, most of us ever seen. Great addition. But, of course, when we saw them back at AOS Cup, I think it was? Yep. Yeah, AOS Cup. The season's too long at this point. We saw them back at AOS Cup. Metallic had a little bit of like a lack of, I would say, character variety, Pokemon variety. Sure. And it grew and it grew, but there still is the potential there, especially when the focus is so heavily, I think, on brawlers right now, these top path brawlers, that you can target down specific strategies like that.
100%, yeah, their Pokemon pool is huge right now, and a lot of the meta threats, if we want to call it, right? Yeah. The Sarah Ledge from Metallic is sweet. They got an amazing Blaziken, probably their best pick, if we're going to call a specific one, might be that Blaziken. and they got so many more in the tank as well. So I imagine we're gonna see some more variety. Maybe even the Zarina makes a return. I don't know if it's seen any tournament play. I don't think it's seen anything on mainstream. But maybe B stage, maybe in the other group games that have been happening. It's a Pokemon that I know the East likes to favor a little bit because of its early game pressure and its Mimikyu-like Unite move. So we might see a little bit of that splash in as well.
I'm sorry, I think we did actually see Serena. I'm thinking about it. I think Ground Zero may have chosen Serena.
Ah, okay.
But there is, like you said, there's actually quite a few like Asian players that have chosen a lot of Serena. I mean, Japan for a while was choosing a ton of Serena.
Yeah, they like
it was
that
like,
Pokemon.
whoa, that's a lot. That's surprising. But it does have that same ability that you could value in something like a Mimikyu, where it's like you can kind of dive a backline, you can target out one person in particular, you can kind of slow beam with a damage dealer, in a lot of different ways. And of course, there's just so many other cool things about it, like I said, the early pressure.
Sure.
So I would not be super surprised if we ended up seeing that again. That was a pick that we saw when it was way out of the meta from Metallic, like one particular time, and it worked really well.
Yeah, it feels like we might be in a world where the supports are actually the difference maker. We don't see the Zarina. We see a lot of Zarina when Blissey is extremely meta, but now that we're seeing a lot of Eldegoss and maybe even Umbreon from Nemesis, they really do like this Umbreon support on that team. I don't know if we can really make Zarina work in those kind of moments. Wish Healing is incredible, but it's not quite the Blissey Unite move that you're looking for.
That is true, yeah. Just being able to barely kind of survive is a really big deal, and we're seeing some Pokemon that are starting to get like a lot more, I guess one could say, self-sustain. Like Cerulege's self-healing can be ridiculous, and I think with that, with the Wish and the damage reduction and being able to kind of back out and get one more cooldown on him, some invincibility, it's a lot easier to keep something like that up. But like you said, the Serena, it can definitely go in, and just everybody just turns and like, hello, and then just poke them, and then they're all, it's done. You're fighting 5v4 after that, so, or 45, I should say. So it'll be curious to see what exactly we're going to get. Of course, going up against the MYS, which is a team that I feel like you and I have had some interesting, well, specifically you noticing my opinions on MYS over the course of the last year.
Talk about that one there, Chef, shall we? Let's put this kindly. You have not been the biggest fan of MYS's gameplay.
Let's restart that.
Okay.
There was a point earlier in this season where I was not the biggest fan of MYS's gameplay.
All right.
From watching some of their tournaments. But then over time, I got to see a lot more, and it was very impressive to me. They won some really great community tournaments, but we'll see exactly how that plays out. I do believe now we've got an interview that we're going to send it over to, and I'm very excited because I don't know who it's with. It's a surprise for the cool guys. Let's check it out.
Very cool.
What's good, everybody? Duke Snacks here. Fluffy Nemesis just won on B stage, and we're escorting them to the main stage because they still got more games to go. That was a rough ride. Got taken to the limit here. Yeet. Tell me a little bit of something about how you're feeling now that you get to go from the B stage to the main stage.
I feel good, bro. Finally on the main stage. They've been trying their hardest to keep us off the main stage, but we're finally getting there.
All right, well, as an tank for the team, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling super confident. As long as we play together, I feel like we're just going to win the whole thing.
I'm going to hit the spin move. Get over to my AOS Cup player to watch, Metallic, who totally delivered and made me the smartest man in the land. Metallic, how you feeling at the big stage? You got a nice haircut. You looking fresh? I know you're ready to go. How you feel about going to the big stage?
Yeah, I'm super confident. MYS is a very good team. We've done a lot of research on them, and I think we can beat them.
Well, they are a tough team to beat in your group, and you got to deal with it. Rex, come on. Get him up front. I know Metallic's just trying to get all the shine by running up front. Rex, first off, the mustache looks insane. I just have to say. The mustache looks insane. They missed you a little bit when we were Unite Mike's Mayhem. Cheap plug for myself. But now that you're back leading the squad, barking the orders to the whole team, you think you got them in order or what?
Hey, man, it's the best look. We just got to stay focused, get out the trans, just let the hands go, clean everybody.
Clean everybody out. Come on. This team is ready. I'm ready, Metallic. I know your family was a big-time supporter out there in London. Last time we got to see you on the big stage and perform in front of a crowd. What did that mean to you, and is that going to translate here at Worlds?
It meant a lot. I love my family. They've always supported me through everything. They were going to be here, but unfortunately last minute they did have to cancel, but they're still watching from the stream.
That's amazing, and we know they're cheering you on because they went insane in London. Something I appreciate. You get back up here. Playing on the Inteleon a little bit, how you feeling with the long-range shots?
Inteleon's my favorite character, bro. I love sniping.
Inteleon's his favorite character wearing a Gengar hat. Questions? I have many. Time to ask them all? No, because we're almost to backstage, which means I got to swim to another person. Somebody hold my hand, I'm pulling you up front. Is that trainer LGC that I just pulled up to the front? Darn sure it is. Playing all the dominating characters out here for this team. A lot of people consider you one of the best players in NA, no questions asked. How do you feel about earning that title, my friend?
This title is pretty good. I'm glad I'm one of the 2 NA teams that are probably going to qualify this event.
Two, one, boys, get up the steps. Go play yourself your next step.
All right, he's still going. Team Sax will go for as long as he has a microphone in his hand. It's a very interesting, skill and curse that he has been gifted.
Yeah, they actually have to tie a string to it and just like pull it away from him when he's done. That was just a little bit of a simulation of what it's like to be cool guys when it went all dark in there, because we are currently not able to see. That's right.
Guys, yeah, casting in these is very hard.
I'm not gonna lie, breaking the fourth wall here. I cannot see these monitors if I look directly at them. There's like a lens thing going on, and I looked at it and I was like, something's wrong. And I'm like, oh, what's wrong is I'm wearing sunglasses. I probably should have thought of that.
We are committed to the bit.
Yes.
And that's what I hope all of you love. But we are really enjoying up here. And honestly, with the lights as bright as they are, sunglasses kind of working. But we're not the only ones under the big lights this weekend, Wonder Chef. These teams are set up right now. You heard it from Yeetman saying that the powers at B were trying to keep them off the main stage. I don't think there's a lot of truth to that, but I am happy for them that they get to be playing up here on the main stage and showing their stuff against a very strong team, despite what you said in MYS.
All right, so I do, listen, okay, we'll talk about the MIS thing in a second, but I think what he's referencing is that they were the only teams, I believe, to qualify for top 8 at NAIC, or no, not NAIC, yeah, it was NAIC, without being on stream. They were the only one. So somehow they do manage to just avoid a lot of stream matches in the past. I don't know why that is. Blood and Nemesis, of course, though, one of the most consistent teams in the entire life of Pokemon Unite are representing the NA region. One of the ones that has stuck together the most as well. When currently in NA, most of the other teams, honestly, are very new as far as things go, like less than half a season.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Nemesis kind of picking up in about half the season, but only a 1-player swap, so not a huge change there. NYS, on the other hand, we have a few players who have kind of run the world's gauntlet a few times, right? There are some players on this squad. NYS as a team has done it before, and then, of course, a few of these team members, I think, are in the pretty exclusive group of 3-time Worlds players. So they are looking for a bit more than they have earned so far. I think year 1 looked pretty good for NYS, but clearly they want to climb higher.
Yeah, and let me continue my story. You're making me look like a bad guy for sure, not a cool guy, which I am. But MYS, like I said, I saw them earlier in the season. I wasn't like super impressed, so we were doing some, talk about power rankings and stuff, and I wasn't rating them very highly. But towards the end of the season, I started to get kind of this idea of, especially because of a lot of grassroots tournaments. Huge shout outs to all the grassroots organizers out there. But seeing, I was like, wow. APAC in general is such a strong region, and we're actually entering now a moment where Onyx may be the only APAC team that does not make it to day 2 out of all of them. Which that is actually a ridiculous stat considering some of the other regions have completely been eliminated, and there are a lot of APAC teams because, of course, it's split into APAC East, APAC West. But now that I watched MYS, I think they are a huge threat to even win Worlds. I have a lot of confidence in them. They were one of my top picks, and I'm sorry for ever doubting you, quite honestly. I honestly, I tweeted earlier, it's on the record, I said, I think this could be APAC's year.
Wow, okay, very exciting. And of course you used hashtag Pokemon Worlds to join the conversation, which all of you should. If you want to get maybe a tweet up on broadcast, we'll talk about it. That is going to be your best chance to do so. Hashtag Pokemon Unite, hashtag Pokemon Worlds.
I certainly remember to do that. But I'm very excited. We are getting these teams set up. So there we go. You can follow Pokemon on every social channel, essentially, and use hashtag Pokemon Worlds on pretty much everywhere you can, so you can see all the news. Of course, do Pokemon on YouTube, Pokemon on Twitch, and there are a lot of games going on this weekend, so shout outs to all of them. I also want to give a shout out to all of the rebroadcasters. We've got some official rebroadcasters, I think maybe for the first time. I could totally be wrong about that, but you know, got some great people out there. PK Sparks, Curly Q, you know, a lot of homies from a lot of time. Buzzer Bob. Yeah, can't forget Buzzer Bob. I'm just trying to remember the whole image in my head. Okay, listen, I didn't study this, but huge shout outs to all of them, and also some other rebroadcasts that are in some different languages, like Finns, and I can't remember the full list. Again, I'm fully sorry, but just check out all the socials, all the information. There are a ton of different places you can watch all this action in a ton of different ways, if maybe you don't want to hear the cool guys quite as much.
Yeah, if you want to get away from us, you might have a chance. But thank you for sticking with us right now, earning some of those Twitch drops, but also seeing some of the coolest Pokemon Unite games that I think I've ever seen. If there is one thing that we are walking away from day one of, Wonder Chef, I think the thing we have to be thankful for is the games have been gigabangers. Like every single time, they are some of the best matches we have seen. So many 2-1s on the main stage. Of course, this meta is so interesting, seeing the different takes on it. We're seeing double defender comps, double speedster comps. We saw the return of Poke in a lot of really cool, crazy ways. I mean, this is a brand new world, and these two teams are going to be some of the trailblazers. I think that is fair to say. And oh my word, Rex, a cool guy.
Absolutely a cool guy. That's a gamer cool guy right there is what that is.
Best kind of cool guy.
I bet I could see my screen in those. But honestly, they're all cool guys on both these teams. I'm very excited to be able to catch their game. Let me tell you, this is a late one in the day. I had to wait for that. But it's a late one in the day, but I've kept my energy up specifically for this match. This is one of the ones that I've been looking forward to the most of the entire weekend, maybe.
Yeah, this is a seal the fate situation for Nemesis, right? If they were able to take down MYS, that means you're 2-0 in a 3-team group. No matter what, you're moving on to day 2 and in that top seed. Very important for them. MYS have a chance at the same thing. We have an interview on stage that we're going to take a look at this 2-team captains. Take it away.
Hello there, I have Yeet from Fluffy Nem. I know you already broke it down with Doob a little bit earlier. And we also have Rebongs from Team MYS. Now I'm going to ask you an important question here. Why should the crowd cheer for you and the folks at home cheer for you? And your team?
Because we're the best team in the world.
Whoa! All right, Rebongs, what about you? Why should the crowd cheer for you?
Because we're Team MYS.
I think Team MYS, just hearing that name, just sends shivers down your spine. Does it? It sends shivers down my spine. Now, we also have to ask, show us your best victory pose if you are able to take this set and win 2 of these matches.
Victory pose?
Victory pose. Give us your best victory pose. Take a bow. How about you, Rebongs? What are you going to do when you win?
Hug my teammates.
Hug their teammates. Nice. And wholesome, because you know what? There's no time. I in team, it's obviously a team effort here. So these people are going to go get ready with their teams, and we're going to head it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kello. I mean, that is so... MYS's response there for Rebongs are so funny. Because it's first answer, the coldest response I've ever heard. Unreal, because we're Team MYS. Oh my word. And then the second answer is, I would have hugged my teammates. I mean, that's a cool guy.
That is a cool guy. It's warm. There is no I in team. There is an I in int, though, which is unfortunate for me. But I don't know, she's an I in team, and it just sounded like that. And so I do think that they got to play together as a team. And again, this is one of the biggest things that I really want to talk about these teams, is that these are 2 very consistent teams, right? Well, I really cannot explain, if you have not been following the esports scene here, how many teams have shuffled around in the middle of this particular season. We saw a wild upset of teams with superstars on them, reforming, you know, losing friends. It was a lot. It was a lot going on. It was wild. But we got some of the great teams that we've ever seen out of it. We've also seen some teams that have not found their footing yet. But these teams are really different from what we've seen before. There are a few others that we've seen in kind of like a similar I guess, vein of how well they've been gelling together through an entire season or multiple years. And I think the fact that these teams are so comfortable is going to be really great for how you're going to see the gameplay.
Yeah, this feels like the proof in the pudding, right? Can you work together as a roster, push past adversity, find what makes your team really special as a group, and then take that all the way to the championship? Nemesis really are the blueprint, and they're trying to make that truth true, I suppose. Up against a team like MYS, though, not an easy task. I mean, this team, because we are Team MYS, has ripple effects in this fandom, because truly, they are a team that is notorious for one thing, and that's winning. Well, two things: winning and having fun.
Having fun as well is very important. I mean, honestly, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to continue that thought. It looks like they may be starting into that draft. Shoutouts to Nemesis, honestly, for setting up very quickly. Going from one game to another, that is difficult. That is not easy to do. Also, shoutouts to production once again for making that switch over. And look how clean it is. Fluffy Nemesis on the left. That can't be a real ban. Is that a real?
That's a real ban.
Yes. So Night Mew Foxy has a ridiculous greeting.
Okay.
I am serious.
Night Mew Foxy is going to have to face a court of law for their Greedent abilities, and Fluffy Nemesis bringing them to trial here, banning that Greedent. Blaziken as well. MYS with some more traditional bans in the Charizard and the Leafeon. Love that Leafeon call out, though. Shut down Trainer LGC from that dominant pick.
I mean, Trainer does have a few cool picks up their sleeve. We'll see what's going to end up being. Umbreon, though, looking like the first pick.
Okay.
And I've been saying this the whole day. I feel like Umbreon is the top pick that does not get banned so far this weekend. It's at least very much up there.
Yeah, we see, if you can zoom in on that stat screen, we got 73% win rate on this Umbreon right now for Asnable. So obviously having a fantastic tournament. Yemu going to lock in that Gyarados. So a Gyarados team on MYS as well, I suppose. I wasn't sure if that was going to be two big difference makers between these teams, but MYS leading into the Gyara.
I mean, Gyarados has been another one that I feel like, even though people have known it's good, they've been really far ahead. But whoa, the Dodrio coming out alongside the Mew. I feel like we're shifting back some metas all of a sudden here, but still all great Pokemon.
Yeah, what is this? Okay, we're going to have the Cramorant Eatfan going to lock in that Pokemon. No Inteleon, not with the threat of Gyarados and Dodrio constantly trying to get into your backline. Instead, we're going Dive Cramorant, have that mobility, have some of those big knockups to access to. Metallic is going to lock it. We're talking old metas. We're talking Lucario. Metallic going to take that as the final pick for Team Nemesis.
Interesting with Lucario. I'm really curious as to why specifically that is being chosen. I mean, potentially, we got to see the moveset, of course, first. You could ideally maybe try to get some people, away from some nice safe Hoopa portals, or maybe you just want to dive really far back behind and take out the Mew, but I don't know.
One of my favorite Lucario versus Hoopa shenanigans, if we're talking about canceling portals, is the boosted auto attack of Lucario. He does that little, puts the bone on the ground, does the kickflip thing, and actually knocks them up vertically, preventing someone from taking that portal back. So it's a pretty niche moment when it happens, but boy, is it cool.
It is. And by the way, we can talk about this as well, cool guy. Oh, sorry.
We're good.
You were not close enough on that one. You were like cool, and I thought you were just like doing a pose because you're a cool guy, and cool guys do poses.
Feel less cool now.
All right. You know what? You're double cool. I'm not cool for leaving you hanging. That's not a cool thing to do. But we got to talk about these actual comps, of course. I do love the fact that we're finally seeing a more support-centric Umbreon. We'll be seeing a lot of true tank Umbreons a little bit more today. We even saw the Umbreon earlier that did not have an EXP share when there was an EXP share Mew.
Yeah, top path Umbreon. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a whole new world for this Pokemon. I mean, it truly is one of the best in the metagame, boasting an unbelievable win rate at Worlds so far. I mean, 70% plus is fantastic, but it is that multi-role Pokemon, apparently multi-path as well. We're playing top path, really anything is possible.
Anything's possible in this game as we go into the first game of Fluffy Nemesis versus Team MYS. Fluffy Nemesis on the left in the purple, Team MYS on the right in the orange. And they are going to be sending that Magikarp up top where it usually is. But but this is going to be a really tough path to fight through.
MYS playing a really weird early loadout here with the Mew going into the central area, and it will be the Dodrio in the bottom path. Rex trying to stack early, will steal a Citrus Berry and waste a ton of time. This little Eevee is on a mission. And the defender Umbreon will be buying tons of time. Effort gauge will almost get completely filled up, though, as Magikarp does earn a knockout. That will gain you the most amount of effort out of any moment that Magikarp can.
Yeah, that I would have to expect we are going to see a pretty early, wow, evolution, 9 minutes and 10 seconds left. That is unbelievably early.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis gave it to them, right? They served that up on a silver platter. We gotta hope that the risk is gonna be worth it. And at the very least, we got a lot of scores going in from the early path from Trainer on this Ceruledge. Interesting to see them on this Pokemon. I don't think I've had the pleasure of casting them on this pick in particular because I don't know if we've talked about that too much. Ceruledge making its UCS tournament debut here at the World Championships.
Yeah, and even honestly, when we do get to see it legal, it is banned a lot of the time. This is a little bit rare, but I'm excited to see it as well from a player that is so well known for a lot of their Pokemon. Right now, though, we are going to see, of course, the dominance of this Gyarados evolving one of the earliest that I've ever seen in a UCS game, and just being able to go in, control some stacks. Everything's feeling pretty good. Especially, I mean, Lucario, strong in path, but not that strong.
Yeah, I think just the silver lining for Fluffy Nemesis is how well the bottom side of the map has been going for them so far. However, it is still a Piloswine as well as the Dodrio, the constant threats. Actually, all of MOIS showing up for this one. A full 5 versus 4 in this initial team fight. But so far, it's all about the wild Pokemon. Big Electro Ball splashes a few. Boosted Auto knocks up at the portal is perfect. And MYS going to clearly win that first engage.
I was so sure they knocked that Piloswine out of the portal. I was like 100% sure on that, but that's why you never trust me. And this is going to be a goal zone break very early on, that top path being demolished by that Gyarados. And now they've got the mobility to just shuffle around to the bottom path. We're going to see a lot of center clear, an attempt to steal here maybe, with that Tri-Attack a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I mean, Tri-Attack definitely a little cheeky, but it's not going to find the last hit on that knockout. It's still going to roam towards the top side of the map. Hoopa just enabling so many crazy strategies for this high mobility Dodrio. They could be basically anywhere, and at any given moment, all they got to do is return to one of their goal zones, and Hoopa can bring them to join the fight. That is the macro level that Hoopa brings to the table.
I mean, Hoopa is so key to so many victories, and right now you can see that they are split. They are split for these objectives because they know that they can watch both sides and do whatever wow, oh my goodness, that was a quick burn down on the Regieleki, and a quick burn down on the basement Reggie, the Regirock from both sides. MYS taking it.
Yeah, I mean, MYS basically sealing that. Revenant Rend into the backline is going to knock, or at least hit a couple of targets. It's going to be Mew finally going down. Asinable takes credit for the knockout, but Ceruledge is going to have to retreat all the way back. Trainer looking for another spot to engage, but they won't have the Unite move to use. Ice Fang going to buy them a little bit of time, so much so that the Trevenant goes down. Asinable pretty early in this fight, and that allows for a big scoring push from MYS.
Still all 5 members of MYS up and healthy, and Nightmare Foxy didn't even have to be there. That was a dominant first team fight, plus now they get to farm the center, EXP. They're up by 119 points. Everything is looking so good for them. Levels, though, still not too bad of a lead. At least we still do see that Ceruledge at the level 10, matching that Gyarados. But I do have to say, Team MYS, for a team that didn't seem like they were going to be able to easily control the early game, they have certainly controlled this early game.
Yeah, they found that momentum early, and they have locked into a level, I mean, that Fluffy Nemesis certainly has not been prepared for so far. We're going to see an early push from Rex on this Umbreon to try to gain a little bit of vision. The Umbreon passive not going to get knocked out with a big score, but now there is a ton of crowd control the other way. But it's all a trap. Asinable lands a huge Horn Leech, bringing back the enemy team into the clutches of the Fluffy Nemesis squad, and that's a perfect takedown.
Alongside that Aura Cannon, that was just a beautiful little jump right there. And you need to take everything you can. Of course, points started to even up right before that, and now levels are really starting to look even. Fluffy Nemesis even the first one to hit 11 on that Ceruledge. So this is why I was so excited for this match. Look at how much of a back and forth it is. Yeah. And it's continuing as we're about to get the next set of big objective spawns. It does seem like Team MYS focusing on the bottom a little bit more, trying to stop this dunk up here, of course, but only Metallic up on top with that Lucario.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot for Fluffy Nemesis. It was a big team fight winning the top side, but a lot of investment. They don't have many Unite moves, so when the next spawns of these Reggie Rayquaza, both top and bottom, show up, they actually have to spend a lot of time farming. We have Rex on the invade, Metallic on the objective, and Yeet Fan on that top side, just knocking out any bit of that wild Pokemon experience. Regieleki will walk down the path though, so great work from Metallic and Trainer to solo that objective.
Yeah, I'm really curious what we're seeing Umbreon do. They did manage to steal, I think, at least a little bit.
Got a red buff,
they
I
just,
think, yeah.
Yeah, yep, you can see it right there. And they just kind of snuck back through. That's pretty cool. They're like, oh, I did not really encounter any resistance, but they've got to be happy with that. We're still currently seeing Gyarados alone deal with that Regieleki up top. They do not let it go in. That would have been a few just extra points, and they are holding on to the lead just barely. But now there's not a whole lot left for them to farm. They did just get a few Indeedee spawns, and so it looks like they are maybe looking for a few little greedy picks off on the side, at least for the Dodrio.
Yeah, this feels like one of those just game one of game ones, right? Very patient play from both sides. If they're taking a fight around an objective, it's usually because they're favored. They do not want to have many big risky plays at this moment. In game one, you really got to play it safe. You got to learn how the enemy team plays. Rex, on the other hand, trying to foray into the enemy spot to score in that goal zone, but great stop by MYS. I like that play from Gyarados. I believe Yemu standing in that tall grass for that ambush.
Ooh, and now they're going to be Isaac Fanging back. Oh, Umbreon using the Unite, but not to any avail. And that is a 3-minute, 18-second mark. I mean, it was the last good opportunity to use it, but didn't really get them all that much. And now we're going to see another Unite. Was that the Mew Unite coming out? That's very late. We're at the 3-minute mark, but everybody wants this engage.
Okay, Metallic with 50 points on the top side, though. That's huge. When you're going into a Dodrio composition, the enemy score pressure is always an ever-present threat. So if you can keep that in mind and keep that pace up in the scoreline, you will have a better advantage in those final team fights. It seems that final Reggie will go over to the side of Team MYS as Asnable is going to retreat, but yet another Regieleki spawning and yet another 1v1 battle between Metallic and that objective.
That's really the story here. Why does Metallic so mean to Regieleki the entire time? But yeah, not going to be contested at all. We're going to see Team MYS fall back, get a little bit more farm before the final stretch, trying to hit some very important key levels, really close to 13 on a few. And they will probably get an opportunity if they really want to defend the Regieleki. They may just let it go in. Oh, this is a really early, awkward timed fight, and that's a huge KO to start things off.
Huge catch by Asnable, able to combo those crowd control moves. Picture perfect. Make sure right when it's off cooldown, we're hitting with the next stun, and that's just too much, even for a Mamoswine to outlive. That is a Cramorant Unite move very early from Yeet Fan. They're going to dodge towards the Rayquaza. It's getting extremely low, and it's Hoopa to take it out. MYS going to secure the Rayquaza and take down 3 knockouts.
What just happened? I don't even know what happened. That was Unite's being popped at 202, and then Rayquaza was down by like 158, and everybody on Nemesis went down within those 2 seconds as well. That was ridiculous. That was just full committal from both of these teams, but Team MYS able to take the upper hand despite the fact that they were the first ones to lose a pick in that situation.
All right, let's do some math. We have 1 minute and 20 left in this match, and it's 319 to 564. We've seen scorelines like this change. Mew Foxy actually going to take a very aggressive approach, despite having the Rayquaza shield, is going to try to push into the Lucario. They use the Unite move to try to make it towards that goal zone. The power-up punch is going to knock them off. So, yet another score stop by Nemesis. They have 1 minute left to put together a team fight. They need to have a huge scoring push. But the problem is, Dodrio on that other side can counter score.
Wait. The Hoopa. Is the Hoopa hiding for the counter Unite? I think there may be a chance that that's something they could go for. They are going to get a counter score. They don't have Unite quite yet, but now they know that Hoopa's there. They have to be worried. We could see the Unite come back, and it is back, and they are going to pop the Hoopa unbound at the center. Goal zone, bring everybody back. They have to bring defenders back, but the skulls going in are too much. 850 points, almost 400 points of a lead, and the Hoopa sneaks through.
In Worlds in Honolulu in 2024, we're seeing a Yamada on the main stage. Crazy play there. Hoopa bringing in the squad. I mean, any bit of hope just dashed from Flushy Nemesis in that game number 1. Great play by Team MYS. I mean, what a Hoopa game. You secure the Rayquaza, and you double down with the Unite move at home base.
That was certainly an MVP play in my book overall, but Team MYS, what an amazing job. And of course, course, it was the hoop in both situations, but an amazing job of being able to win, first of all, the Rayquaza fight in what is maybe the quickest, most chaotic fight I've ever seen in my entire life, and then hold on to the lead when you do have that awkward 2 minutes left after a very quick Rayquaza to, just find the positioning, find the points, know exactly what you want to do, don't unclutch, you know, whatever the opposite of clutch is, and just make sure that everything stays solid. So MYS, this is why I am loving them so much right now.
Yeah, we talked about this team as one of the biggest strengths of this squad being their world's, veterans. They've had players who have participated in those 3 World Championships we've had so far, and Yang is one of those. This Hoopa player really understands what it means to clutch up at the right moments. We had the Dodrio Unite move to knock up anybody else who could have maybe contested with that final hit on the Rayquaza, and of course, a big success with, I believe, the Hyperspace Fury, the one taking credit for the knockout on the Rayquaza. And then they hold it down as well, right? With that much time, Nemesis picking up at least one knockout, at least on the Mew to prevent that one, putting together a decent push. It could get crazy, but with that mission that Hoop was going on, a bit of a mission impossible turned into successful, they make it work.
And honestly, a very sneaky way to do that as well. It's very easy to get caught when you're sneaking around trying to make that play, but they were able to get past, I think, 2 people going by them in that final moment in that path. But okay, there was a lot of wild, amazing moments there, especially from Team NYS. But let's take a look back. Let's take one step back, talk about the draft, the comp, how the early game went. Obviously, it's kind of hard to talk about this match without talking about that very, very early Gyarados evolution. But is there that or anything else that you think really need to change within the next set?
Ooh, interesting. If we're looking at draft adaptations, it is really, really interesting what these teams can try to do. I think a Hoopa ban might be on the table for Nemesis. I mean, Yang's impact, obviously extremely strong, but it's also an unbelievable Pokemon in the metagame right now. So it's not like it's unjustified against any team, but it's not a target towards MYS. It's just a great ban, and I do think that Fluffy Nemesis should definitely consider it.
And it's also a target versus MYS, of course. But it looks like their first ban, once again, going towards the Greedent. I gotta say, I picked Greedent as one of my Pokemon to watch this weekend, and I was really expecting that Dupsnax and Spraggles were gonna make fun of me for it, at least a little bit, because it seems like a silly choice, but look at this! It's getting banned right away, and Gatlu technically used it off broadcast, but we'll see if we can see it actually being played. The rest of the bans looking very, very similar. We are going to be seeing the normal bans from MYS, and I mean, everything's on the same side, so I do think there's a chance we could see some similar comps.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I am curious where we're going to go. I mean, similar bands tend to lead to similar compositions. So, and interesting enough, Fluffy Nemesis, they lose that first game, they elect for that first pick position again. So they want to run that back. It'll be Yamu returning to the Gyarados and Yang back on the Hoopa. Now, reminder about MOS, we talked about the big World's veterans on a few of those teams. The rookie is HT. That is the hot new upstart on this squad. They are looking to make a name for themselves on the world stage. And so far that last game, they look pretty good, but personally, I really want to see their Mimikyu.
I would love to see that. When we saw, I believe it was Fennel earlier, they banned Mimikyu first pick every single game regardless, and we still haven't seen a Mimikyu even at all is what I'm trying to think of. I really don't know if we've seen literally a single one on broadcast so far, so I really want to see one of these teams pop off with that highly valued Pokemon, but that's not what we're going to be seeing.
We saw a little bit of it, I think, at some point. But there it is, another Mamoswine pick yet again for Remonks, looking pretty good in terms of the stats. If you were looking at that on the screen, 100% win rates. I think this might be one of their first games of the tournament, and they played that Mamoswine last time, so pretty successful. This was my Pokemon to watch in the tournament, or at least my defender selection that I chose in that one. And I got to admit, a pretty rocky start to the day for Mamoswine. It was played a ton and won nothing. However, it is starting to pick up some momentum. It's getting some success, and clearly evidenced by how many times it has been selected these days. Teams are liking the Mammut.
I mean, it has been able to deal with, the fact that currently we are in a very brawler-heavy meta. We get a lot of these strong top path Pokemon. A lot of the Pokemon that go to the center path and get a lot of EXP are also brawlers, where a lot of times before we'd see a little bit more of like assassin type. But the fact that they do have to really commit to a lot of brawlers, I think, on most of the comps, means that if they're going to you just pick them up with Icicle Fang, and you're like, woo, back we go.
Exactly. It's both anti-dive and its mobility options are all right. We see a lot of agility eject button on Mamoswine to get around some of those walls, and Earthquake will do the same. We see a lot of the Earthquake Ice Fang build from Mamoswine. Sometimes you'll go high horsepower, but that's usually only into Pokemon that are more ranged based, where you need that extra distance gain, and you're not really picking Mamoswine into those compositions anyways.
That's right. But here we go. Team MYS up 1 game against Fluffy Nemesis. Fluffy Nemesis really wants to win at least 1 more game, considering the fact that they were 2-1 in their previous round of the tournament, I should say. Yeah. And now they've got to make that happen. Fluffy Nemesis on the left, of course, Team MYS on the right.
Yeah, getting more wins in your column, and even if they're not match wins or just game wins, are absolutely huge in this group stage format, and that's what they are looking for currently. 3 players in the top half as Mew is going to make a rotation. Great play by Asnable to jump in front of that boosted auto attack to prevent Lucario from taking any extra damage. Steadfast probably would have kept him from being knocked out, but still, that allows Metallic to play it a bit more safe.
Got to expect a good mobility from the red comment, and that is going to allow them to kind of hold on to that path. Things are looking pretty scary, right? I mean, a Mew early on, especially a center area Mew, is going to be one of the scariest things to be kind of threatening you, because you're scared from so far away, even already on your own goal zone. But they did manage to hold on. They made sure that things weren't as bad as they could have been.
Yeah, and we actually see the rotation now. So Yemu on the Gyarados is going to rotate into their own central area. Kind of expected HT on the Dodrio to pick up some of that experience, but favoring getting that Gyarados a little bit earlier if they can. Lots of damage as 4 players are going to make their way to the bottom path. Asnable holding down the top path, and let me check my notes, a Phantom.
Hey, Phantom can be a little bit scary. Good Phantom play so far, but the fight is happening in the center area, I should say, for Team MYS. They are going to finally catch Umbreon and try to chase everybody else out.
And Yemu cleanses the mean look with the bounce. So before that mean look, you get a little eye icon that opens above you. Before the eye opens, if you get any unstoppable keyword, you will not get locked in that little circle of that lockdown of mean look. So great timing by Yemu to employ that mechanic of unstoppable and dodge that, crowd control by Rex.
And now we're going to see the evolution to the full tree here. They're going to be assisting in getting that center EXP. Oh, not quite able to get that score in. Yeah, very, very, very close. Had to do everything they possibly could to try and stop that. But only 4 points in from Team MYS this time. That is not looking quite as good. But we're going to see a lot more in, all in a row. Right as I say that, that's going to even it up, essentially. Just 5 points difference.
Yeah, a lot of scores. Not enough to break that goal zone, but enough to feel a little bit better about the scoreline right now as we head towards 7 minutes very soon. The first set of objectives going to be spawning, and this time HT with a bit more aggressive play of the Dodrio. We saw a very, very passive play out of this speedster in the last match. Now we're seeing a lot more rotations into the enemy central area. It feels like HT's got a bit more confidence now that they got that game advantage.
You've got to have some confidence when you're going up against one of the best teams in the world and you're up a game. But I do have to say, we did lose the Tier 1 goal zone on bottom, which is going to be huge for these objective spawns. It's going to remove a lot of the mobility of the Hoopa being able to rotate down easily to the basement Reggie. And that's why you're seeing a lot of members, I think, of Team MYS just run down there manually. But they may have to engage here, as there's plenty of members from the other side as well. Big one hammer, and we're going to see the Extreme Speed try to go in and do a little bit more damage. It does not get the reset, but Regirock's still going to go down to Fluffy Nemesis.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, a huge flip up in strategy for Fluffy Nemesis, playing very hard around that bottom objective, understanding that that's where MYS wants to be, and if we want to slow them down, that's where we need to take the team fight. Again, HT on this aggressive angle into the enemy central area, and a very rare case where Regieleki is knocked out and Metallic is not present.
I gotta ask, was that Extreme Speed or was that Power Up Punch? I feel like I maybe was wrong.
That is Power Up Punch.
Yep. Okay, sorry, I'm wearing sunglasses. But no, honestly, it looks like when you catch the last half of it, you're like, well, it was one of them would do dashing moves. But that is really interesting that we are going to see the Power Up Punch. That does mean that they're going to have a little bit more secure, and I think with what happened in the last game, they want some secure.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Fluffy Nemesis is pretty happy with how that Regieleki goes, right? It goes into that goal zone, breaks extremely early, and we can see the overdunk situation. Fluffy Nemesis still has the lead despite losing that Tier 1 goal zone. Regieleki not breaking it by very much. Fluffy Nemesis feeling okay about that. I mean, when a goal zone cracking like a coconut like that, just a little bit under, you're feeling okay.
And we have seen so much. I think Umbreon has lived in the right side of this map right now. He's just seen invade after invade after invade the entire time, and it does take quite a bit to take them down. And while they've got an XP share, you're just sitting there and chilling. Oh, look at this, the jump! Oh, the Revenant Rend only catches one, but that one will go down immediately. That had to have been an absolute jump scare. They do manage to get out with 2 of their members, though, so not the hugest wipe.
Yeah, it's enough, right? Also, we got to talk about the Sarah Ledge 4 trainer here running that Psycho Cut build. So not going with the Bitter Blade for that self-sustain, instead going with that physical defense shred. Will help enable some of their physical attackers like the Lucario or the Trevenant, but Cramorant also has a little bit of defense shred with their boosted auto attacks as well, so we can cleanse that down a little bit and line up some huge engages if we get a big Psycho Cut from Sarah Ledge.
We may need some huge engages here as we're going to see the next set of big objectives spawn, but Fluffy Nemesis truly controlling that bottom path, and Team NYS truly controlling this top path. And
what a flip-flop.
Yeah, I know. It completely went around, but hey, that's how the goal zones are even going now. So we are going to see them not even go for it. They're going for that tier 2. They're going to get a good amount in, almost 70, but now the counter push is happening. Oh, it's not going to matter. They're just getting out of there through the Hoopa Unite. That Regieleki is taken. Are they going to continue to push it down?
Another play set up and enabled by Hoopa. We're seeing it time and time again. I mean, this is clearly a key part of what MYS is trying to accomplish in these matches. Cramorant protecting themselves with a bit of a hurricane as they try to run away. That's another Sarah Ledge Unite move, I believe, at 356. Gyarados Unite move used mostly to escape. Asnable gonna have to use the eject button, but a lot of Unite moves spent, no real impact either side.
Yeah, it was just kind of scaring the opponent, you know? You're just like, hey, don't come over here. Look at me, I'm scary. But, I mean, at this point, clearly there's a lot of respect between both of these teams as far as, I mean, they've had a lot of really close fights and game now so far. But they're also sitting very close to each other as far as strength. The level 12s are the big difference on the side of Fluffy Nemesis. Points are relatively close. Levels are still relatively close. And I think they're starting to realize that they're getting to that end point of the game that made the huge difference last time. They do not want such a maybe chaotic, almost flip or weird team fight as they saw.
And in a game 2, after a flip situation like that in game 1, it's so tough to be that team on the losing end because now you have to be so wary of the flip and play around it. And MYS can kind of just toy with Fluffy Nemesis, right? They can hit Ray, bait them in, play around Dodrio back cap, use the Hoopa for a portal relocation towards a goal zone play. I mean, really, they have so many options, whereas Fluffy Nemesis really has to be zoned in on that main objective of the Rayquaza.
Oh, and then we're getting really close to that. I mean, both objectives will be spawning, both the top and bottom Reggies will be spawning before that happens. And once again, Fluffy Nemesis sitting down here, very happy to take this essentially for free. It can be a huge commitment, but they're taking that huge commitment, and that means that they actually are going to take that so quickly, they've got some time to readjust.
Yeah, I'm curious if this Regieleki is going to see any attention. So far, it doesn't seem like that. Instead, we play around this Rayquaza positioning. Mamoswine getting a bit of vision as well as space. That's an eject button from Mamo extremely early. A Pokemon that doesn't necessarily need it, but still is impactful for some of these engages. Now Mamoswine going to be a bit more susceptible to what Fluffy Nemesis is going to try to do on the engage.
Oh, and speaking of the engage, they checked for that with the Woodhammer. That was almost a beautiful Woodhammer. Great retreat by the side of Team MYS. They can go back. They've got the Mew. They can start to poke. Beam is going to, I think, maybe connect to the Sarah Ledge, or maybe not quite, but yeah, it's just going to take a little bit of damage. And they just got to find one good pick with the Woodhammer here on the side of Fluffy Nemesis, but it's just a back and forth.
Yeah, Yeet fan currently farming, I believe. He's going to go rotate towards that goal zone. Mamoswine with that Rampage into the back line. Does line up a few targets, but Sarah Ledge will take the KO. Revenant Rend will land on the Hoopa, but they're able to walk away from that moment. Rayquaza getting extremely low. Mew, Hoopa, Dodrio all available. And it's yet again a Hoopa secure. This time from the laser as Yang lines up yet another game-securing play.
If you're not banning Hoopa against Team MYS, I don't know what you're doing at this point. That is one of the MVP, like, total performances of the entire tournament, if not the, from Yang. Now, still, of course,
yeah,
there's plenty of time.
A game. Yeah, we still got a game here. A minute left on the clock. A few Rayquaza shields. I think Hoopa, in particular, still having access. You see them moving all the way towards the bottom side of the map. Asnable going to put in a few points. Rex going to line them up as well. First goal zone broken, 236 to 256. An extremely close game, but both Mew and Hoopa have Rayquaza shields.
Oh, and they're going to be able to potentially get both in. We didn't see the attempt, just a little bit of a bait. Can we get the score in? That will be, and that's going to be a huge lead. 164 points with 30 seconds left, but on the top path, we do see quite a few points in the pockets here of two members of Fluffy Nemesis. There is going to be some defense here. They don't have shields, and now everybody's going to be jumping over there. No really attempt to back cap from the bottom side. Revenant Ren is going to come out. Big jump just to get back on that point, and I don't know if there's going to be any opportunity for them to try and find these goals.
Ah, the clock being the toughest enemy to go through, and why not 50 more points from Yang in the enemy goal zone as MYS take down Fluffy Nemesis 2-0.
Not a match I expected to see go 2-0, but MYS is looking like, in my opinion, a huge threat to take the entire tournament. That play was incredible. And I said it in game before it was even over, if you're not banning this Hoopa, you are giving Yang such a powerhouse opportunity. I mean, both secures on Rayquaza, multiple incredible unites. I mean, can we talk about the unite to get them out of the big tier 2 set of dunks to bring them back up to the Regieleki as well in that game 2, the end of game 1, everything about it incredible.
I mean, Wonder Chef, we can't ban away the Hoopa because we're banning Greedent against this team.
Well,
right?
okay. I mean, if I believe in Nemesis. If they're not banning Hoopa and letting that go through, I don't want to see what that Greeting can do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, truly the stuff of nightmares. I believe this is our game 1 final fight around the Rayquaza. Watch that Dodrio hitting so many targets. There was a Saraledge Unite move in the midst of that, and Hoopa is still taking that Rayquaza. I mean, those scenarios are so tough to call, but MYS really played to every out they had, and they're successful with it. And then, of course, the success on top of a success with that Hoopa Unite move at home.
Yeah, this is an absolute guide to how to play Hoopa. But we got to talk about the rest of the team playing just so well. I mean, just everybody playing their part. Obviously, the comps were very similar just in general, but everybody was doing well across the board from both MYS and Fluffy Nemesis, to be 100% honest. This could have very quickly gone the other direction in both of these games. I mean, this was down to a flip and then another flip, but the play in those chaotic situations was just so well done by MYS. Look at that!
Yeah, okay, that's that MYS energy for sure. They're a team that everyone knows this MYS name, and I think we're going to be broadcasting that out even farther as they're able to take down Fluffy Nemesis, give themselves a great chance for qualifying for Day 2. Going 2-0 in a match in this group stage is paramount, and they're able to pull that off. So big maneuvers for them. Fluffy Nemesis, I believe their fate is going to be held in a later matchup between two of these teams. That is a scary spot to be in, obviously. MYS, on the other hand, though, feeling very comfortable and very strong with their performance today.
That is an understatement. And yeah, like you said, the 2-0s have meant everything. Of course, as a reminder, Fluffy Nemesis now, beat Yalabingo 2-1 in a very close set. So that 2-1 versus a 2-0 that they just lost is a very big deal, considering they are in one of the groups that only have 3 teams. And of course, Yalabingo being such a big potential upset team means that so many things can happen. But we can see right here, you said it was a nightmare to see their Greedent. It would be a Night Mew to see their Greedent. It's Night Mew Foxy playing the Mew this time, of course. We didn't get to see the Greedent. I really hope we do. But every time that we've seen Mew on broadcast, I feel like it's been great.
A Night Mew is maybe the best pun you've ever said. I absolutely adore that one. Yeah, MYS, Foxy looking clean on that Pokemon. And like you said, it's been a Pokemon that's seen a ton of success already. You know, fun fact, I actually thought we would see a lot more Mew because of Charizard seeing a lot of play. Charizard with its Unite move needs to target with auto attacks, but with Mew's Mystical Mirage, you can't see him, can't auto attack him. But we want to hear from the Night Mew themselves. So we have Night Mew Foxy on stage for an interview. Take it away.
Hello, I am here with Night Mew Foxy from Team MYS. Now you have just celebrated your victory 2-0 against Fluffy Nem. You didn't actually make it to the day 2 playoffs last year. How does it feel to be one step closer this year?
It feels great.
It feels great, guys. I mean, they're one step closer. Now, there were some incredible moments during that Rayquaza fight. Not once, but twice. Yang stole the Rayquaza, secured it on that Hooper. What was going through your mind, or what were the team communications like when you saw that you secured the shields?
When we secured the shields, we were all shouting and stuff, but we know it's the last hit timing that we trained for months until now. As long as we time the last hits together, I trust my team can get every Rayquaza.
Trust, all right? That is the key word. Trust your team. Now, do you have anything that you would like to say to the folks in the crowd that are cheering you on and all of your fans at home?
Thank you for all your support. I know a lot of people are rooting for me. I won't let you guys down.
He won't let you guys down, folks. There you have it, Night Mew Foxy from Team MYS. We're going to send it back to the caster's desk.
All right, thank you so much, Kello and Night Mew Foxy, for letting us know a bit of the insight. I mean, trusting your teammates to take out the Rayquaza. Sometimes, I don't know if I trust my teammates, but I'm very glad they are trusting theirs because MYS is clicking.
They are super clicking. They're clicking all their buttons together. That's at the last hit that they... Also, was that a Zoinks sticker in the crowd? Did you see that?
Oh, no.
Okay, we're going to...
I can't see anything.
That's
because
right.
I'm a cool guy.
We are cool guys. We actually did all this by sound. It's very impressive. But wow, really, truly, I mean, going into this, like I was saying, I was so much more impressed by MYS when I looked at them more recently. And boy, is that continuing.
Yeah,
but
sure.
on the flip side, NA is in a really tough spot. 2 teams already eliminated. 1 team through just barely. That's Orange Juicers, and now another team that's going to have their fate decided by another match. Very scary.
All right, bit of homer here. Hey, listen. Last year, only 1 NA team made it out of the group, so we all know how that ended. I feel like the sunglasses all of a sudden I'm a homer for NA again, but it's okay. I mean, honestly, all these teams have been putting up impressive performances all tournament long. I mean, it's really tough to nail down who I think are the strongest regions at the moment, just with so many good teams. I mean, Japan we talked about, but they're making a great case for themselves with a few of those games. And of course, EU looking good. And now APAC. What a terror to have to deal with. Either way, we have even more amazing games coming up for you, but we're going to jump to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More Worlds right after this.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Hey, Pokemon Unite traders and fans. I am here with caster Wonder Chef, and we are about to ask him some questions to get to know him a bit better. So this has to be as fast as a Zoroark. Are you ready, Chef? We have, describe yourself in one word.
Broke.
Favorite Pokemon?
Cramorant.
First Pokemon Worlds you attended?
Anaheim 2017. I played in Pokken Last Chance Qualifier.
Favorite color?
Blue.
What's the best Pokemon in Pokemon Unite right now?
Rayquaza.
Who wins Worlds this year?
All of us and the viewers at home.
Favorite Pokemon plushie you own?
Cramorant.
Of course. And who's the greatest Unite player of all?
All of them.
I don't know if we accept that, but we'll take it. Thank you. You can catch us all weekend. I'm Calosaurus, and this is Chef.
I'm Wonder Chef, and we are here to learn a little bit more about Pokemon UNITE caster extraordinaire, Calosaurus. We've got some questions for you. You got to answer fast. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Describe yourself in one word.
Goose.
Favorite Pokemon?
Sylveon.
What is the first Pokemon Worlds you ever attended?
2023 Yokohama, Japan.
Ooh, this is number 2. Favorite color?
Purple.
What's the best Pokemon in Pokemon Unite right now?
Doesn't get played as a Marildo.
Ooh. Who wins Worlds this year?
Nouns, they're going third time's a charm.
Third time is the charm. That is what they say. Favorite Pokemon plushie that you own?
My giant Eevee.
And finally, who is the greatest Pokemon Unite player of all time?
Joe Megalol. Just you wait.
All right. Thank you for answering our questions. Now we all know a little bit more about Calosaurus.
Championship Series here live in Honolulu, Hawaii. We've been teasing something since the start of the day.
All day.
I've been very, very excited about this. This is something I don't know if you would have expected, but I can't wait to share it with all of you right now. Let's take a look at what's coming to Pokemon Unite.
Run it.
In the speedy new type of Unite battle, the first team to score 500 points wins. Remote Stadium returns with new upgrades. Wild Pokemon, berries, and even scoring area have all been updated to keep things fresh. Plus, make use of new AOS technology to spice up matches in fun and unpredictable ways. Employ unique strategies in every stage of battle. This new mode is officially launching next spring. Stay tuned for more info.
We have a 500-point mode coming to AOS Island. A brand new way to scrap it, I must say. I'm pretty excited about it.
I'm very excited about it. It has been extremely difficult to keep this a secret, but now I no longer have to. I'm pumped about this. I know everyone has been asking, when are we going to get updates to a map? When are we going to get a new mode? When are we going to get some of the changes that all of you have seen out there? Well, it is happening very, very soon for Pokemon Unite. The 500-point mode is coming, and we've been studying up.
We have.
We've really been.
We've got
a doc. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this, but we have a document. Okay,
Here's the curveball. I can't read.
Yeah, and I can only read upside down if you remember earlier on the broadcast. So this has been extremely difficult for us. Let's take a look at some of the differences here, Doopsnacks.
Well, 10-minute time limit we're all used to. There is no time limit in the 500-point battle. Team with most points wins. First team to 500 wins. That's why it's called 500-point battle mode. Run through the next ones.
Players cannot see the team scores in our current mode and our ranked mode that you're seeing here this weekend, but players can see the team scores here in the 500-point battle mode. Points are double after 8 minutes. That no longer happens in 500-point mode. Zapdos now travels to the opposing goals team. That's right, Zap is back to apply its effect after it is defeated. Defeating Zapdos in a standard battle immediately applies its effect to the opposing goal zone. So there is so much happening, and one of the biggest things is the AOS technology that is coming. Players can choose from a selection of buffs at different point thresholds. So at the start of a match, you have a slew of buffs that you can pick from. And from what it looks like, you're able to pick between one of 3 different random buffs that they give you. And there are some amazing ones. One that you and I geek out about a lot is that you could start the match, boom, at level 4 right away.
That point threshold for that one is 0 points.
That's a big 0
that's
right
out of the gate.
Yeah.
And these AOS technologies, they're gated at 0 right at the start, 50, 100, 200, and 350. So as your team progresses and gets more and more points, the buffs you get are ridiculous.
Yeah,
like the 350-point buffs are banana lands.
Yes, there are so many amazing ones. There are ones that will steal AOS energy from opponents with your auto. It's actually, we're taking a look at them right here. And then as you head towards the end, like Doopsnacks just talked about, near the end of a match where it starts to get insane, there are buffs that let lightning strike all the opponents around you, that let you heal yourself and allies in an aura around you, that let you use your Unite move and then it get right back at 50% with a 100% charge rate. The choices that players are going to make in AOS technologies are going to change the game in so many fun and dynamic ways. And depending on what kind of options you get, you're going to have these crazy, amazing moments. Like, for instance, we can see one of them on there where you can score instantly, or another one where you can hold 2 times as much AOS energy.
Right, which is important. Now that the double point mode, at the 8-minute mark in traditional that we're used to seeing in the UCS right now, obviously double points under that 2-minute mark. Well, now you have to get that AOS technology open to you to be able to score like that. And like Spraggles just mentioned, one is carry double points. So you get up to that hundo burger in that sense. One is the insta score.
Oh, yeah.
There's one where you rob other people's AOS energy on basic attacks. Like, it's banana lands. It's crazy.
And we have got some matches with this mode to show you here. We're going to throw it up to the stage to meet some of our players. Take it away.
I tried some Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then, I was just like, I can, be who I want to be.
And we're back, baby!
And we're back.
back. I said cut the mic. We want to bring it back here and talk to you a little bit more about this mode as we get ready with our players on stage. We have Pokemon influencers that you probably know and love. We have invited players from mainland China who we're welcoming into the Unite community today. Like, this is bananas. I can't believe it wasn't spoiled somehow, and I'm just so excited to be here. Like, getting to enjoy it with you for the first time up on the big stage, this is going to be nuts.
It's awesome, and we are viewers like you at home.
Yes.
So we are all going to digest
Which is
this.
normally also what we are, by the way. Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
That we're not going to go into our traditional, strategic. I can't believe I just said that about how we cast this game. We're not going to be doing we're just going to enjoy it. We're going to go along for the ride with everybody at home and try and give you some context to the things that we've learned about it going into these show matches.
All right, and we are ready on stage for some of these intros right here. Let's send it on up there to Anna. Boom, boom, boom.
Thank you so much. This is a stacked panel of players. I'm so excited to introduce them to you. First, let's hear it for Agent V and Tom Burns and Won Fa and Hans Won and Sun Ren. All right, and on our other team, we've got Philly Beats You, Glitch X City, Mongla, Lin Janan, and Couple of Gaming. All right, I think that's everyone. We are so stoked to see you all play this match. Let's hear one more big round of applause for all of our players and casters. Take us into the match.
That's right. Take us into the match. We're getting ready for it right now as our players are going to pick it up, and we're going to show you what this looks like here on the big stage. Again, we're getting to experience this with you all. I'm not going to lie. We have had some. We've seen some footage. We've watched some matches. We've been studying, but this is the first time we get to see it live in a venue like this.
Right.
I can't wait.
Yeah, essentially what we've been exposed to is essentially the nuts and bolts. Like, like very few pieces. We haven't seen the whole machine be put together, and we're about to witness this alongside with you. While they're over there, I just took a look at some of these AOS technologies.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the definitions up. And one is 2 charges on your battle item. Why not? Grip and rip. Give you a couple of those. Full HP, you deal more damage. Of course, why not? Charge rate on Unite moves. I mean, there are so many. There's one when you get knocked out, you don't lose your AOS energy.
This is one of my favorites. The buffs from defeating wild Pokemon are permanent.
Permanent.
So if you have a Pokemon that's playing in that central area and you're moving around the map, or also, we have to get into talking about all the new changes on the map because it is very different. But you have a Pokemon that's just cruising around the map, taking every buff. They're going to keep them throughout the entire game.
It's different, whereas in Rayquaza now, you get the shields and you kind of scramble to score in the last 2 minutes. This is how big of a snowball can we build, how fast? Because as you get to the later stages of the game, again, those point gates, 350 and you need 500, you're close. And the boosts you get at 350 are just, they're crazy.
Yeah.
They're absolutely over the top. And it really becomes a unique positioning on the map. And you're going to see objectives are so important.
They're so important. We're heading into our first draft right here. We are going to try to hold your hands, everyone here in the audience and everyone at home, as we go through this together. Again, this is the new and improved Remote Stadium. It's Remote Stadium 2.0. Zapdos is back, but it's very different. We've got the Regis on this map, by the way. So they spawn. Reggie Steel can spawn at 15 seconds on both sides in the bottom path. You have Reggie Drago and Reggie Alecki moving up and down the center of the map. One of them, essentially Drago, giving very much similar to a Rayquaza buff for the team, while Reggie Alecki performs a lot how we know it today, moving towards an enemy goal zone to score. We also have Rotom moving in the top and bottom path looking to score. Everything is based around hitting those 500 points. And the strategy in these matches is going to be quite different as we're seeing our players lock in. We've got Greninja locked in as our first pick. They're banning out Gengar. This is very different from our mode.
Yes, correct. This is a whole new world. We're taking a look. V sitting on Wigglytuff. Honestly, a phenomenal pick for this game mode. Whether Agent V knows that or not, They don't, because nobody's played this before. They just locked in a phenomenal character. I see Yaya going in on this Zera Aura. Can't be upset about that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it today, strangely enough, and now we're seeing it here in the show match. We've got Absol. All of these Pokemon are still going to find tons of value. It's just going to be found in different ways. And one that I really want to highlight are the defenders and supporters. Pokemon that have stuns, knockups, pushes, things like that are massive near the end of the game because they actually can affect Zapdos and whether or not Zapdos is able to make your goal zone defenseless. Now, we've talked about how there's no time limit, right?
Right.
So there is no time limit. Zapdos still hits at 8 minutes, and then once a team KOs it, it walks towards the other side. However, once the team KOs that Zapdos, 30 seconds later, Zap is back on the map. So just like we have right now where things get crazy at 8 minutes, we have that here as well. It gets crazy, and it's going to be wild to see.
Wild to see. I literally just leaned forward. I mean, that Sylveon is carrying a battle item that I'm not quite sure what it is.
That's true. We've seen that battle item. We don't know what it does
I was
yet.
like, what is that weird copper coin? Let's find out.
Let's find out together as Team Zapdos is about to take on Team Rayquaza. We're heading into this brand new map here in 10 seconds. I can't wait, Dupes. I want to get a front row. See, I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer here.
Let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and reel it in here.
I'm going.
I'm taking a look at this. I mean, you mentioned the Zapdos spawns, the tempo at which these objectives hit the map and how your team is going to split up to try and conquer different ones at different stages of the game to try and stress different parts of the map is going to be incredibly important.
Yes, absolutely.
And nothing lasts forever unless you got that really cool AOS technology that says you keep that buff. I mean, you're going to have to be moving up and down. Your team's going to have to be at least together to take some of these.
And here we go, our first match here on the new mode in Remote Stadium 2.0. Team Zapdos, your purple team. Team Rayquaza, your orange team. Let's see what they're doing in the top path here, running up. And like we said earlier, you're going to see objectives spawn very, very fast in this mode.
You're seeing the AOS technology in action right now. Sylveon kicked off at level 4.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah,
beautiful.
So they can just run roughshod through these unevolved Pokemon right now. But you'll see as these Pokemon start leveling up, they actually hit their evolution sooner. V going straight forward, going to hit that A press on them, a little bit of defense curl action, and we got an evolution Wigglytuff.
Yeah, nice secure there by our orange team.
That's the Copper Thorns! The Copper Thorns are out!
That's right, we have the Copper Thorns out. And you know, I'm guessing looking at those thorns, they're reflecting some damage back. I cannot confirm that, but it looks like it for sure as we have Espeon trying to stop this Sylveon right here, getting extremely aggressive. You can see Registeel in the bottom path. That hit the map at 15 seconds.
Yeah, now what we need is Team Rayquaza to realize that Rotom's there, and it's pretty darn important because it sieges some goal zones. Philly Beats You is going to move up with a little bit of Razor Leaf action, get bullied out quickly. That Sylveon is huge. Copper Thorns! They're back, baby! And they're putting in a lot of work on that little Bulbasaur.
Yeah, they're pushing towards this goal zone here. And you can see if this Rotom gets in, this is actually going to be huge. We got 50 points now for our purple team, Team Zapdos. So they have unlocked their second piece of AOS technology for all of their Pokemon, which could be a huge advantage. Rotom into the goal zone. They are scoring here. Dupe Snacks, something that people... Huge.
That was huge engagement that the Zero Rotom hit, but the Sylveon hasn't come back to score. They need to get these points in so they can hit over the 50-point gate and get the new set of AOS technology for themselves.
They just did, but here's an interesting thing. Overdunking is gone. So all of your solo queue teammates who have always ruined your scores, don't worry about it. You can only score the amount of points that are in that goal zone. The rest of the points you have will be returned to you, but you can only break a goal zone that has 4 points with 4 points.
You can kind of see where that Registeel showed up on the left side of the map there in the bottom path. Rotom still hitting in the middle. One thing that changed too, Ludicolo doesn't give you a buff on Remote Stadium anymore. Bouffalant, however, gives you kind of a hybrid.
Yeah, that's right. You get a little bit of a hybrid. You get some cooldown reduction, and at the same time, your auto attacks start to deal extra damage over time. Rotom's going to make this goal zone defenseless right here, and they're going to try to find an opportunity to score and break this goal. Unite move there from Absol at level 7. Something to notice here, the matches are a lot faster, and you are evolving quicker. You're getting your moves quicker.
So although you can't overdunk, you do want to be strategic because the 40 just went in with 22 left and somebody hit 25 and they could have scored to close it and still held on to that 40. So while the math in the moment to overdunk doesn't matter, how your scoring does. This Rotom is walking all the way. Orange team is getting out ahead and they just hit their next gate.
Yeah, this is massive. Or they just get oh, they did. Yeah, they got 100. They just got it. So they got their next piece of Eos technology, big Greninja Unite move, as they are continuing to fight here. Sylveon up into the air, but Sylveon is going to go down. Right now, our purple team is behind. They have both hit another piece of Eos technology, but as the match goes on, they're going to get crazier and the springboard's faster. And there are more of them. There's one in the top path and bottom path now that fling you into the middle of the map.
Yeah, so once your top tier 1 goal zone is gone, you kind of get that diagonal springboard that shows up and shoots you diagonally across that central area where that Zapdos will be spawning and where Regieleki and Regidrago do as well. Nice job by the support and the defender core here to move forward and let Rotom kind of attack in. Nice telekinesis on the Absol. They've got an opportunity here. Rotom hits, more points can go in, but look at up top, Spraggles. Tons of pressure.
Yeah, they're pushing on the top path as we have Team Rayquaza pushing on the bottom path here. So they're going to walk towards this goal zone and score as much as they possibly can. Now you see, Rotom is going to make the goal zone deactivated, but unlike our Rotom that has some points on it, or Regieleki now, it has no points. So you have to have pockets full of points so that you can score, as they're putting a ton into this bottom path. The bottom path goals, by the way, have more than our top path goals. So there's a little focus on scoring there if you can, so you can get your Eos technology faster.
These teams are starting to scrap a little bit. We just saw a Verdant Anger and a followed-up Espeon Unite getting bullied out as the Machamp. Sylveon goes down quickly to the Absol, and this is where you start seeing the levels be a differential. Yes, Orange hit that first gate faster, but now they're just kind of getting beat down. 217, 248, which means what? Another level of Eos technology has been unlocked.
And now we have more pressure that's going to be heading towards the side of Team Rayquaza here. They take Regieleki. Regieleki is now walking from the middle of the map here up to the top path, and actually walking right by Regice and right by Rotom that they can also secure here for Team Zapdos.
And that's how you put tons of pressure on the goal path. Now, at least Team Rayquaza has shown up all together here to try and take this thing out, but it's still going to walk in their direction. I think it just saw Charizard Unite scoop up and smash down Greninja, but they're finding themselves catching a receipt for popping that Unite move. Absol doing a great job here too, but in the meantime, they've lost sight of what's going on. Regieleki's walking and the Rotom's walking. They won a huge team fight. They're all wiped, and now those scores are starting to go up.
Yeah, that's right. They're running towards this main goal zone. On the side of our screen right there, you can actually see Magnemite with a camera, and they're going to KO it right there. This gives your team vision once one of your tier 2 goal zones is broken, but it can be broken by enemy players as well. As they're moving it, they got 350, which is massive right here. We have a huge bonus once they hit that. Their Eos technology choices are pretty insane, and you're going to see how they're going to affect the game right here. Very close right now, but Zapdos with that next level of Eos technology is way up. As we have Zapdos coming, oh no, we have a spawn coming in the middle of the map. When I see that timer counting in the middle of the map, I think it's Zapdos, it's Rayquaza. No, it is not yet. It's either Regidrago or Regieleki.
You just saw the little Magnemite holding the camera there. Regieleki has spawned. It's a little pop of a Unite move there, as Regieleki is getting shredded, and really Team Rayquaza needs it. But they're caught in a blender. Again, they're able to secure off the back of the Machamp, but now they're just kind of getting beat down. Nice Charizard Unite, 2 players down for Team Zapdos. We'll see how they recover.
And one thing you'll notice in this mode too, it feels like teams brawl for a little longer, and it feels like they're focused differently with this Absol right now, putting points in the main. 447, they could sneak a victory right now. They might not even need to defend, depending on how much Eos energy they have. They have 50 in the pockets of Greninja. That is very close to being able to win the game right here.
You saw the Regieleki walk in. I believe it carries 60, and it lobs it into the goal zone there to help you as it's assaulting it with you, as Regieleki does in current version. Now another Sylveon Unite trying to get into the back line, but it's about scoring, and Team Rayquaza needs to try and catch up.
Yeah, they do, and they're pushing here. You can see those KO timers getting bigger and bigger. Absol in the top path right now with another full pockets 50 to score with a Rotom walking towards this top path. They're looking to end the game here very, very soon. Oh, and with Charizard going down, this could be actually devastating for Team Rayquaza. If this can walk into the goal, they need to try to defend it, but it looks like Wiggly's down.
It hits.
The goal zone is defenseless, and there you go.
Bang! We just closed out our first game of 500-point mode. And you can tell, I mean, that Absol understood the assignment. They were just sitting on the backside of the map, getting a Rotom, going through, taking all the wild Pokemon with the AS energy, and just putting it in.
One thing that I love about this mode is it's really taking what we know about Pokemon Unite and flipping a lot of it on its head.
Correct.
In other moments when you're thinking, oh, my Absol is running to back cap right now, it sounds like a bad thing. In this mode, it's like, hey, Absol's running to back cap right now. We actually might be able to win this thing. The different focus of this mode, making sure that just hitting 500 is what you need to do to win, is going to create some really dynamic matches. It's going to create way different strategies when these teams go at it and fight on this mode. And of course, the Eos technology is just going to add layer after layer. You're going to start to pull up the Eos technology and look and say, oh, our opponent Talonflame has instant score. Like, if we don't find it really quick, it could change the game in a big way. So there's just so many exciting things about this mode and so many exciting possibilities. I can't wait to see exactly how it starts to play out.
One of the Eos energy that Absol had, Eos technology, excuse me, that the Absol had in the late stage of the game is actually the one I was trying to reference earlier and I kind of missed the mark. But is if your HP is over 90%, you deal 50% more damage.
Oh, yes.
And that is just, I mean, that's a tough hill to climb if you're an opposing player.
Something you'll probably also notice is like a different look to some of these moves, right? Like you see Machamp jump differently. You see Wigglytuff, it looks like that Dazzling Gleam is a lot bigger. Here we have that Rotom walking towards this top path, making the goal zone defenseless, points raining in, then boom, they hit that Eos technology, you know, break point, and they got a huge new bonus.
Decent team fights going on around here, but I mean, it's going to be difficult for these players that haven't seen this mode. And I'm speaking to you, non-mainland China folk that are just so focused on battling and scrapping over some of these objectives. Well, they just kind of let the Absol be in the backside. Another thing that is conventional wisdom, or Buck's conventional wisdom, is how strong defenders can be.
Yes.
Like a Surf Blastoise, like a Surf Slowbro, like a Snorlax with block. Even Wigglytuff with like rollout, just those little pops to allow the Rotom to hit, to allow the Regieleki to hit. Those become important. And also, those are all tools that are very good to help you defend your goal zones as well.
Yeah, and you could just see a different dynamic of how this match played out. I didn't even see the time that we hit on the match, but it had to be before the 8-minute mark because Zapdos had not yet hit the board. So given the fact that this is a score threshold, some games are going to go longer than a current game of Unite, and some games are going to be even faster.
That's, yeah, because again, the time does not matter. It is all about those points. So if your team has a really good strategy, you're able to quickly get those points, push your snowball over the tip of the mountain so it can gain speed and get larger faster, well then you can really ride that downhill swing and take a convincing victory like we just saw in that game out of Team Zapdos.
Now, all of these are still in development, right? This mode is releasing in the spring, but I think it would be fun to read some of these out so we can get an idea of like some of these cool Eos technologies right here. The next scoring amount will be doubled, which is pretty huge. So, I mean, an enemy might not know that that's what you're about to do, which could be a massive score, especially in the home goal zone, which you can score in as many points as you'd like.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of these things. The field of view is expanded, illuminating invisible opponents within the field of view every 10 seconds. And from kind of what we saw or what we were able to discern, it's almost like a pulse that goes out and then just kind of exposes players in a wider range around you so you get an understanding of where they're at. Critical when you're trying to get on top of goal zones and, you know, figure out where the other team is so you can attack maybe in the other path.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really fun ones right here. Damage taken is minus by 10%, and you get an additional minus 5% for each opposing Pokemon nearby. So imagine having this on your defender or something like that, moving into some of these big fights.
I mean, there's one where you actually, when you return to your home base, the time to return to back and essentially the time to get back into the game reduced by 50%. So if you're knocked out, your timer is just cut in half, off rip. If you're trying to base, time it takes, cut in half, off rip.
This is a really fun one. Each time you accumulate full points, you get a shield equal to 35% of your maximum health. That's awesome.
Some of these are so good. I mean, let's take a look at some of the early ones, right? The ones that are like level, or score point 0 gated. Of course, we saw the level 4-1 be used by the Sylveon exclusively. But when defeating wild Pokemon, the experience gained plus 50%.
Yeah, it's amazing for something that's going to be moving around the map, taking a ton of wild Pokemon objectives. One of my favorite ones, when you defeat an opponent's Pokemon, you get +1 level.
Yeah, no, and I was just about to say the other one, tentatively named scoring growth. With each successful score, doesn't matter the amount, +1 level.
It's pretty big.
That's the whole level. I got 2. +1 level.
If I'm stacking on my Lucario, I'm feeling pretty good about it as we're heading into our next draft right here for our 500-point mode. Team Zapdos getting rid of the Buzzwole. Absol on the side of Team Rayquaza. We have Espeon being picked. We have Charizard once again. Pikachu, Cramorant, Glaceon on the side of Team Zapdos.
I like Tom Burns sticking to their theme and going Charizard again. Why not?
Steph of Anime with the Lucario. Maybe she heard us. Up on the stage, we said stack.
Wait, what is that one? Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that. Going back to the Zeraora, of course, I like the Glaceon switch up. Mamoswine is what I was talking about. That is going to be a great defender to get on goal zones, maybe with Earthquake, even high horsepower into an Icicle Crash. Like, these are all tools that you can use to get into goal zones to score, but also defend your own.
I would have loved to have seen the three-headed bird here. I mean, with how Dodrio scores already, it feels like a monster for this mode. Just the quick scoring opportunities. And a lot of Pokemon, I mean, one that you're a huge fan of, Sableye, could do so much in a mode like this.
But it actually stays pretty well limited because, you know, that Magnemite is a huge add.
Yes.
The fact that Sableye, which used to be able to cheese through the central area and go for those back cap scores and those T2s, well, now that is a liability because Sableye gets knocked out easily, and that Magnemite gives you so much vision, which now means your team has to prioritize getting that thing off the map.
Here we go. We're loading into our next game here of the new 500-point mode. Our players are getting ready on stage. Again, we've got, you know, incredible Pokemon influencers that I'm sure you know. We have invited players from mainland China who are influencers who are taking a look at this mode as well that we're bringing into the Unite community. It's just such an exciting time, and I know that there's been so much anticipation around all of the new stuff for Pokemon Unite, and I'm so happy to see it coming to the game.
Well, now we're getting right back into it. It looks like this Pikachu is going to take that central area. Again, Ludicolo not providing a buff because of that kind of hybrid Bouffalant buff that we have.
Yeah, and you saw Pikachu heading into the central area. That Pikachu, normally you'd get kind of mad at that, but here I'm just vibing, having a good time with it as we have them moving towards this bottom path here. We do have the objective spawning in the bottom path here very soon. Moving in for a fight right now, seeing if they can take down this Charmander, and there we have the Registeel spawning at 30 seconds. If they're able to take it, they can take one from both sides.
Yeah, and as you noticed, those are 2 Registeels. They are each one put right below the tier 1, and that means each team has an equal opportunity to their own. But with a nice KO early means you could go the other way. Or are we seeing Icicle Spears out of the Glaceon?
Looks like we are, as we're getting this Gengar. Maybe they should have been banning this thing. It's looking pretty mean, as we have Pikachu.
Level 5 Gengar, by the way.
Level 5 Gengar, by the way. And also you saw Pikachu with the Unite move there at level 5.
Correct.
Which is a
different.
Early.
It's
a little early.
When people get mad about EVs having that early Unite, ever heard of a level 5 Pikachu Unite? You have not.
You have not. And now you have Lucario moving in here, trying to see if they can secure it. And no, they cannot. Heads over to the side of Team Zapdos. And here comes that Dream Eater Gengar picking up the KOs and walking some points. And these will be the first points of the match right here. Huge stuff. Soon enough, they will be able to unlock that first piece of Aeos technology once they hit 50. But points running into the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, great job by Team Rayquaza. They lost it a little bit up top, but these 3 players here have moved in and been able to at least attempt to get some points in to keep the balance. I'm a little concerned about
my
Machado.
gosh, what a mean boy.
I'm a little concerned. We still have a Charmeleon and a poor little Machop. I mean, the 3 level 3s sitting on Team Rayquaza are going to have a tough time.
Regidrago is going to be giving you a buff that's very similar to what we have right now for Rayquaza.
You can see how Regidrago kind of drifts like a sentry, like up and down, just kind of moving until it's knocked out, and it gives your team the buff. So sometimes it moves up, sometimes it moves down, and there was taken by Team Rayquaza. Good experience, and they're finally matching, and now they can maybe take a fight, but they got to defend this Rotom too.
Yeah, and one thing is, they're not going to be able to use their scoring shields if they get them broken right here, just like we have with Rayquaza, and they already have a few broken. They're trying to stop this Rotom, and they're trying to make some points happen in the top path. They already have their first piece of Aeos technology. Nice big Volt Tackle by the Pikachu as they're continuing to push this fight. We have the Charizard now, and they're looking to score up here.
Well, Mamoswine's got 30. They're going to go for it with everybody standing on bottom path, they've got a good chance, and if they get one more, okay, they got that 50 gate, and they're ready to go. So in EOS technology terms, they're on the same page. Nice Pikachu Unite. So Orange is starting to find their footing, trying to hit a groove, but this Gengar's looking mean.
Yeah, Gengar's looking mean. And you can see that little blue aura following Zeraora. I don't know exactly what it is. One thing I do know is a piece of EOS technology. I'm not sure which one, but I can tell you it's giving him a bonus.
Yep, and now they're able to hit that 100-point gate. New EOS technology unlocked for Team Zapdos. And again, now that they've got this Gengar online, even the Glaceon has a Unite move now. They're going to start able to push this advantage, sending another Rotom down the path as the rest of Team Rayquaza is still almost trying to level up.
Yeah, Team Rayquaza trying to get online right here as we have this objective being secured by Team Zapdos. This is going to walk towards the bottom path. We have it walk towards the top path also. One thing you'll notice is even though these objectives are secure, they have to make sure they have enough EOS energy to run to these goals. Score. And it looks like Rotom is walking, Regieleki is walking. They're doing everything they can to assault this bottom goal zone right here. You can see.
It dunked its points and it's going to keep moving. So now Regieleki is a heck of a threat. Tom Burns stands in the way and they get put down by this Gengar who is just sliding through Team Rayquaza. And now don't let that 50 banger in for free. They have to because the Gengar's being a menace.
Yeah, the Gengar is just in their face, stopping right here, making sure they can score. They just hit 250 points now at 260. They have a huge bonus and a huge advantage over Team Rayquaza right here. And hey, Rayquaza's not on this map, so it does make sense that Team Zapdos is doing really well.
Yeah, you know, they're just feeling the flow, blocking out the bad, going with the opportunities they're presented to them. That Gengar is level 10, holding 50 EOS energy, and Team Rayquaza got to make a move here. Nice little snub on the Gengar. They got to cut them off, but I'm really concerned about this 350 EOS technology gate.
Yeah, here we go. Gengar moving now towards this Rotom. Now you see, this is spawning a lot closer to the side of Rayquaza because they've lost their goal zones. In some way, that can be an advantage, but boy, if you give it up to your opponent, it's walking towards your goal zone very, very quickly, and that's what's happening right here. Gengar looking to bait out this Lucario and try to pick up a big KO. Yeah, it's a huge level difference right here. They're going to try to fight on this goal zone, but they just cannot. Gengar now scoring in the main base. They hit that next bonus, and it's going to be huge. These are the big pieces of EOS technology, the game changers.
Well, Glaceon just chucking pot shots from the side. Regidrago, a big favorite of Team Rayquaza here, forcing out the Espeon Unite, and that was a huge engagement by Zeraora. 4 players down in a matter of an instant, and now another goal zone's unlocked, but we've got everybody holding tons of points. We've hit the 350 gate, and things are looking rough for Ray.
Yeah, they're going to need to try to figure out a way in to score. Obviously, multiple members of Rayquaza are going to try to stop them here as they are all coming off respawn. We have Machamp jumping in. We have Unite moves trying to be used here, but we have nothing on the side of Rayquaza to stop them. Another goes down, and they're trying to score in this top path right here. 50, that'll be nice. It'll be 44, and now we have 450 on the board. Only another 50 points into that main goal zone is what's needed. We're at the 6-minute mark, and this match could be ending dooms.
Yeah, nice little Ice Fang on top of the Gengar. They finally knock out that Gengar. 32-second respawn timer. This is a great opportunity for Rayquaza. They need to find some levels somehow and not lose all of their members after getting those key knockouts.
And here we go. If they can get these points in from Espeon, they can win this match, but it's going to be tough. Charizard's on its way back. Mamoswine is on its way back. Big-time Unite move from the Espeon, and you can see multiple members of Team Zapdos are down with huge timers right now.
Yeah.
This actually could be huge for Team Rayquaza.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, right? They're kind of getting giddy. They're so close to the goal zone. They know they're 50 points away. I've got 50 points. I can go score. But they lost sight of what helps them do that. The Regieleki in the middle, the Rotoms in the top and bottom path that can really stress and pressure the map and help your team out so you can cross the finish line.
And now we have Team Rayquaza moving into the middle here, seeing if they can get this Regieleki. Meanwhile, they have to be worried that at any point someone could walk towards their main goal zone and end this whole thing. Big Unite move from Cram, Pikachu with the Unite, Gengar's coming in to clean everything up.
Yeah, they're looking for him. They're finding them all. 3 players down quickly. Steph goes out, and so does the TV. We're right on back, and Glaceon's back. Am I stepping on something? Every time I lean over, it goes away. 450. This is ridiculous if that's me again. 450 points. Come on, Kirk.
450 points here as they're looking to score in that main goal zone. Gengar with a 3 KO was looking to push there, but every member of Team Rayquaza is there. They have this Regieleki walking, looking to score some more points, and it does throw 80 points into that bottom goal zone. Zone. They're putting up a fight right here as Gengar is trying to end this match, but with those shields and healing from that main Goal Zone, it's making it quite difficult.
Yeah, Team Zapdos, what they're doing so well early in the game is taking those objectives to help them push. I said it before, but you can see how critical the objectives are, and finally, Big Zap has hit the map.
That's right, Zapdos is here. If they're able to take this, this would be massive. They're just trying to rip it off the board. Gengar in the top path securing something as we have Espeon moving in, trying to get this secure. Mamo's low, Pika's low, Zap is low. They're looking for it right here. Which team is going to be able to pick it up? And it looks like Team Zapdos has the right position for it. Here's the Cram Unite, and they do take it down.
Yeah, and you can see because those tier 2s are gone, Zapdos express lanes right down the gut, straight towards that home goal zone. Gengar's there. They put the banger in and close the door on it. Another one for Team Zapdos.
There you go. Team Zapdos secures another victory, and again, why wouldn't they? Rayquaza is gone in 500-point mode. Zap is back.
There is so much calamity that goes on when these goal zones are gone, and you can see what it kind of does to your mental. You know you're so close. That's one of the detrimental things about knowing the score, is you understand how close you are because you know that's your core objective. But Team Zapdos, something they were doing so meticulously in the first game and the first part of the second game, they completely lost sight of, stopped taking objectives, and credit to Team Rayquaza, found a way to at least make it close and buy themselves enough time for the Zapdos to hit the map to really elevate their chances.
Taking a look at some of the big moments right there, and a lot of them are going to be this Gengar just hiding out in the tall grass looking for big KOs. I feel like Gengar completely took over this game, and you know what? And now I'm realizing I think they were right to ban it.
Yeah, that was like just a soul read from the jump. Get rid of Gengar. And look, this Rayquaza, I mean, that was an interaction that you and I didn't know about.
Yeah.
The Rayquaza unlocked it, the Regieleki spiked in its points, closed it out, and then kept marching.
Yeah, that was really cool. I didn't know that it would continue scoring. I thought maybe it would just score what's available in the goal, and that would be it. But it just keeps marching on, looking to score all of those points. This was that Reggie-Drago fight where they were able to pick up those shields. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do much with them.
No. Now we're kind of getting to the late stage of the game. We're focused on Zapdos, but look where Gengar is. Top of the map, working on a Rodon by themselves, saying, oh yeah, this was important. By the time they cut to this, they're watching the Gengar win the game. The Zapdos not even a factor in that particular moment because the Gengar certainly was.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. I think the thing I'm most excited about is just seeing the EOS technologies and how players are going to use them in some crazy ways. Because you're going to see some wild plays because of it. You're going to see people who say, this is like, if you have Zoroark, you have to have this EOS technology, but you'll have people who play a completely different strategy, focusing more on KOs. You'll have other people focusing exclusively on scoring. We are going to send it up to the stage and interview some of our players who just tried out our new mode. Let's send it up to Anna, right there. Right there.
Hi there, and thank you. I'm here with Steph of Anime and Sanren. Now, how was that game? Was it fun?
Yeah, it's a fun game.
What was your favorite moment in the game?
I'm defender, and my team, there's Monley in the other team. He plays so well, so we defend together. At that moment, we build friendship.
Awesome. What about you, Steph? What was your favorite moment in the game?
Ooh, I mean, I just love that the game mode itself feels so different than the typical Unite that I'm used to. So it was overwhelming in the best way, that how just having a different game mode made it feel completely new. So that was my favorite part.
Are you looking forward to everyone having access to that game mode?
Absolutely. It's going to be so fun.
Awesome. Thank you both for such a great match. We really appreciate it. And casters, we'll head back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Again, I was just so stoked to be able to show that to everyone. We've had an insane day of competition, and we've had this secret the entire time. I mean, I can't believe we did a secret.
I mean, we are bad chefs.
Yes.
But unlike a bad chef, we did not spill the beans.
That's right, we did not. Now, today's been insane, and tomorrow is going to be even crazier.
Yes.
We have our 16 teams qualified. We do not have our bracket yet because the top seeded teams will be picking their opponents, and you will find out what they are tomorrow. It's going to be, I mean, when I heard that, I was pretty stoked. I thought, really, you're going to call your shot? I absolutely love it.
I'll run down the left side, you run down the right side.
All right.
Legacy, Nouns, Fennel, Zeta Division, Talon, Shin'en Rude, Fusion Team, MYS, all playing tomorrow.
That's right. Isanamento, Zora Tigers Gaming, Tiburones Rojos, Onic Rise, Cake Galak, DreamMax Esports, Orange Juicers, and Fluffy Nemesis. So we have a lot of amazing teams.
Yeah.
I feel like one of the big stories of the day so far is just how dominant Japan has been, which we expected. We saw Japan this year, and it felt like their region is locked in. They are playing on another level right now. But there are so many big teams. Fusion is still out there. Orange Juicers are still out there. MYS is out there, and they look insane.
One team that I think we're all very excited to see return to Season 1 glory. Nouns Esports 3-0'd their group. Dominated, looked incredibly strong. Ready to go for tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, one of the first teams that old Toon said they wanted to pick was the team that eliminated out of competition last year. And they're like, I don't know where they're going to fall, but I want that smoke and I want it early.
Yeah, and I mean, incredible stuff, right? We have no returning champions moving to day 2. Both of them eliminated here in day 1. We will have no repeat champs, a brand new championship team. Every match is a win or go home. It is going to be absolutely insane, dude.
So by the time we get to the grand finals, our two teams will have gone through the entire day undefeated, which means all of the momentum in the world. They will be warmed up and ready to go. No bracket resets. We are going for the action, all the action in a best of 5 with 2 undefeated squads throughout the entire day. I don't know how you could draw up a better plan. I'm super excited for it.
I'm super excited as well. I want to thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening here to day 1 of the Unite Championship Series World Championships here in Honolulu. We will be back tomorrow where there's not a single game you are going to want to miss, because every single match counts, and we will crown our champion tomorrow night here in Hawaii. Thank you all, and we will see you very, very soon. 500 points. Mwah. Mwah.